You just wanted to take away the supreme bone of your junior brother, but immediately withdrew your hand because you found that the further away you were from the child of destiny, the faster your cultivation speed would be. Within 10 meters of no child of destiny, your cultivation speed can reach 10 times, 1 kilometer is 1,000 times, and so on, with a maximum of 10,000 times. You should know that the supreme bone only has a tenfold increase, so you might as well not want this bone. At this moment, as the senior brother, you are using acupuncture to paralyze the junior brother Lin Xiao, intending to extract the supreme bone from his body. You quickly stop your villainous behavior. Lin Xiao was originally a peerless genius, but 3 years ago, his cultivation inexplicably disappeared. His fiancée broke off the engagement, and he was scorned by everyone. As the young master of the prestigious Qin family, you specialize in poison techniques. While reading ancient texts, you discovered that Lin Xiao's appearance perfectly matched that of the supreme bone, so you had a twisted idea. At this moment, you are just one needle away from stealing the supreme bone. The original owner has already pierced Lin Xiao with 99 needles, and only the final step remains to fully activate the supreme bone. You turn your head and look at the sharp blade on the table. The original owner planned to use the blade to extract the supreme bone after activating it. However, you hesitate because as a transmigrator, you know well that the chosen one is not so easily eliminated. If the invincible system awakens at this moment, then you would dare to let loose and act freely. At this moment, a system prompt sound rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is very vigilant. Automatically activating the creepy development villain system. Function introduction. As long as the host stays away from the child of destiny, the cultivation speed will increase dramatically. The amplification rules are as follows. Within 10 meters without the child of destiny, the cultivation speed will increase by 10 times, 1 kilometer is 1,000 times, and so on, with a maximum of 10,000 times. Oh my, the cheat really came. After listening to Tonzi's introduction, you were instantly thrilled, and as long as you stay away from the child of destiny for a while, won't you become invincible by then? A radar map appeared in your mind, and with every thought and movement, you could immediately see the child of destiny within a radius of 10,000 meters. 2, 3, wait, Tonzi, is your radar infected with a virus? Why are there only red dots on the map? Ding! The red dots on the map are all children of destiny, including men and women. Oh my! There are more than 100 children of destiny here in total. Are the children of destiny in this world sold in bulk? The red dot closest to you on the radar map is naturally Lin Xiao. You stared at Lin Xiao, who was still unconscious from poisoning, thinking to yourself, you don't care about the supreme bone, and you shouldn't come bother you after I help you expel the poison. You are well aware that Lin Xiao was poisoned by you, as once during his task of gathering herbs outside, he was bitten by the poisonous python you placed, and afterwards you pretended to help him expel the poison voluntarily. Lin Xiao was touched by this, unaware that all of this was part of your scheme. Now, all you need to do is to clear your relationship with Lin Xiao, and you can quietly enjoy your life as a cheat. After a moment, you used acupuncture to force out the toxins from Lin Xiao's body. Suddenly, he violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, and all the needles on his body fell to the ground. He weakly propped himself up with his arm and then looked at you gratefully. Senior Qin, thank you, you really forced out the toxins from my body. You thought about letting him leave quickly, but you remained humble on the surface. Junior Lin, there's no need for so much courtesy. It's only natural for disciples to help each other. Senior's words are true, but I feel that you are different from the rumors. Many disciples say you are cold-hearted and cunning, but today you took the initiative to help me detoxify. I think those words are just rumors. Ha ha, you laughed heartily, impressed by the emotional intelligence of the son of destiny. Junior Lin, now that the toxins have been expelled, you should go back to cultivate. Lin Xiao slowly got off the bed, hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Is there any discomfort in your body? Lin Xiao looked somewhat dejected as he said, Senior Qin, I'm afraid this may be one of the few chances we have to meet. You were puzzled and asked, why? Because I have been assigned to the North Court for a task. Xuanzong is divided into East, West, South, and North Courts, and under normal circumstances, there are rarely personnel transfers among the higher-ups. Disciples from different major courts seldom have the opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this news, you were almost speechless. Not meeting was good, as you only knew him, the son of destiny. This way, you could enjoy a privileged life. As they parted ways, you pretended to be profound and said, Junior, when you go to the North Court, you must focus on cultivation and not think about coming to see me. Lin Xiao nodded heavily. Senior, I will remember. Holding back tears of gratitude, he was deeply moved. Since losing his cultivation, he had faced countless disdainful looks, and Senior Qin was the first person to genuinely treat him well. Lin Xiao secretly vowed that when he had the chance in the future, he would come to thank Senior Qin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, you fake smiled and ushered Lin Xiao out of the room. At this time, there is no destined child within 10 meters, so you can enjoy 10 times the cultivation speed. But as soon as you sit down cross-legged, you furrow your brow. What's going on? The radar map shows another red dot nearby, but you've searched the entire room and found no one. The red dot on the radar map seems to be playing hide and seek with you, deliberately avoiding you as you move, sending a chill down your spine. Oh my. I hope I haven't gotten involved with something unclean. You close the door tightly, looking troubled. You just want to cultivate peacefully. Why is it so difficult? Next moment, you see a dagger on the table, which was meant to dig up the bones of Lin Xiaozun. Irritated, you throw the dagger into the trash can. Not long after, you notice the red dot has disappeared. Surprised and puzzled, was it because you threw away the bone-digging dagger? It shouldn't be. After pondering fruitlessly, you simply sit cross-legged to cultivate. With a tenfold acceleration, your cultivation speed is like a rocket. You are still in the early foundation building stage, and at this rapid cultivation speed, reaching the golden core realm will only take about half a year. In a world where there are countless destined individuals, as an antagonist, you can only seize the time to improve your cultivation. On Lin Zhao's side, he had just returned home and started cultivating not long ago when he completely activated the supreme bone in his body. At this moment, Lin Xiao discovered a problem. The acupoints that were stimulated and developed were all in the places where you had previously used needles. This meant that it was actually Senior Brother Qin who helped him activate the supreme bone. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who had a strong personality, couldn't help but feel moved to tears. He clenched his fists and vowed, "In my life of ups and downs, Senior Brother Qin is definitely the most important benefactor to me. When I succeed in the future, I must thank Senior Brother Qin." Just then, his door was suddenly pushed open, and a graceful figure of a young woman walked in, wearing a white dress, as beautiful as a celestial being. Lin Liqiu anxiously said, "Don't let that Qin Fan fool you. He's a scoundrel." Lin Liqiu, only 19 years old, was already a peak foundation building expert, an absolute pride of the heavens. After joining the Xian sect, she was immediately accepted as the chief disciple by the former saintess, without any surprises. In a few years, Lin Liqiu would also become a renowned saintess of the heavens. With such a sister, Lin Xiao was naturally very proud, but when he heard his sister insulting Senior Brother Qin, Lin Xiao's face instantly darkened. "That Qin Fan actually wants to steal your supreme bone. I even saw the bone-digging dagger on his desk," Lin Liqiu hurriedly explained, although she saw you throw the bone-digging dagger into the trash can later, which was why she didn't spy on you again. Lin Liqiu always felt that you were not a good person. She couldn't let her brother follow such a person with impure intentions. "So what? Did Senior Brother Qin steal my supreme bone?" Lin Xiao calmly asked Lin Liqiu. The calm expression on his elder brother's face made Lin Liqiu feel somewhat unfamiliar. She bit her lip, hesitated, and replied, "He didn't steal it." But what? Are you trying to slander Senior Brother Qin? That poisonous python that bit you was actually released by Qin Fan secretly. The forest is full of unpredictable things, so it's normal for me to be bitten by poison. No, I used spiritual energy to investigate, and the poisonous python had the scent of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion on it. Did the poisonous python tell you itself? Or did you see Senior Brother Qin release it with your own eyes? Anyway, brother, you can't associate with Qin Fan anymore. He is a cunning person who practices poison arts, and who knows, he might poison you one day. Lin Xiao took a deep breath as he looked faintly at Lin Liqiu. "Liqiu, I'll ask you something. Where were you when I was poisoned and unconscious? Where were you when I was being asked by Senior Qin to perform the bone digging as you call it?" "Brother, after I entered the Xian sect, my cultivation has been scheduled very full by my master." Indeed, as she had said, Lin Liqiu had been plainly arranged by the former sacred maiden master after entering the sect. You can only come out for air once a month, and once is still half an hour. Taking advantage of her master's recent outing, Lin Liqiu slipped out to see her brother. She was more nervous than anyone else when she learned that Lin Xiao was poisoned and in a coma, especially when she realized after the investigation that everything was a ruse by Qin Fan. She wanted to make a decisive move, but Lin Liqiu didn't know poison techniques and didn't know how to force poison on Lin Xiao, so she held a trying mindset and peered up to see if Qin Fan would honestly force the poison on Lin Xiao. The poison was forced out for Qin Fan. However, those small actions of Qin Fan trying to dig up the supreme bone did cause Lin Liqiu to be very concerned. Does he want to dig or not? If you're digging, why don't you do it while your brother is unconscious? And why all the elaborate preparations if you don't dig? Lin Liqiu felt like her head was about to explode. She was worried about her brother's well-being and then suggested, "Brother, you activated the supreme bone anyway. In the future, you'll be flying high, so you don't need to meet a little person like Qin Fan." Snap! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a crisp, resounding slap rang out in the room. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to slap Lin Liqiu. The slap was so hard that it made the palm of his hand go a little numb. Lin Liqiu was hit in both eyes. She twisted her head and looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. Then, he saw Lin Xiao firmly say, "It's not your turn to organize what I want to do." 3 years. 3 years. After Lin Xiao lost his Heaven's Pride talent, he endured 3 whole years of scornful oppression. Now that everything was being revitalized by Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu popped up and disallowed him to meet Qin Fan? On what grounds? Just because you're my sister? You can tell me what to do? Lin Liqiu quietly covered her sore cheeks as she fell into silence. She didn't think that her brother would beat himself up for that man. Lin Liqiu didn't hold a grudge because of this. She was still confused. Is Qin Fan really a good person with a good heart, as my brother said? Then why did he set up such a big scheme? Would anyone really go through the trouble of helping a strange senior brother? If that were true, Lin Liqiu would only feel guilty. On the one hand, he was guilty of misunderstanding Qin Fan, and on the other hand, he was overly interfering with his elder brother's socializing. Brother, I see where you're coming from. Rachel, I'm sorry, no need to explain. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm sorry brother. I got a little too self-conscious. Sister, I'll come back to see my brother in a few days. So let's pretend that today's unpleasantness never happened, and I'll leave now. Lin Liqiu finished softly, then turned around and left the cabin. With a tap of her toes, she summoned her imperial sword to fly. That hasty flight away is quite an escape like fait accompli, because Lin Liqiu was afraid that if she left a second later, tears would fall from the corners of her eyes without a fight. That's a big BB pocket. Since childhood, Lin Xiao had never reprimanded himself. Having slapped this slap today because of Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu would never forget it. Soared to high altitude, she sped along at a rapid pace, letting a cold wind hit her face head-on. Lin Liqiu gritted her teeth unwillingly and thought grudgingly, "It's decided. Whether you have good intentions or bad intentions, I'm going to find you out. Qin Fan, I must see your true colors." In the meantime, Qin Fan slowly awoke from the experience of the tenfold cultivation increase. He opened his eyes and looked out the window at the bright moon and stars. It's so refreshing. I don't even realize that I've been practicing until night. Qin Fan sighed as he used his divine sense to internalize his abdominal dantian. The aura C is in a saturated state at this time. This was exactly the symbol of the bottleneck at the early stage of foundation establishment. After only 1 hour of effort, Qin Fan had caught up with the results of several days of cultivation by others. This kind of obscene development just screams darkness. Next moment, the system's cold prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations! The host has allowed one heaven's destiny to beat up another heaven's destiny because of you. And you have acquired the reward Off-World Returning Talisman Blueprint. Departure from the world to return to God Talisman. After using this talisman, you can instantly and randomly teleport to a certain realm for 2 hours, and you will enter a spatial realm that is absolutely safe and free of any outsiders. This talisman is the absolute base card to avoid dangerous attacks and deadly vendettas. Note that the reward is a blueprint template, and the system will automatically create the spell after you collect the materials for the spell. Qin Fan, who heard the content of the prompt, was filled with confusion. What is it? A chosen one going to beat up another chosen one because of me? Come on. I've just been practicing. How come I didn't know something so big was happening? Qin Fan's head was confused. The only object of heavenly destiny he could think of. That was Lin Xiao. Could it be that Lin Xiao heard someone bad-mouthing me on his way home, and then he went on a rampage? Qin Fan stroked his chin and thought, then frowned helplessly. Asterisk. Don't somehow pull hate on me. What if I provoke another heaven's destiny? Qin Fan had just enjoyed a 100-fold increase, but he hadn't gotten over it yet, so he really wanted to develop obscenely now. However, the system bonus rune template is also a good thing. Qin Fan couldn't help but lick his tongue in anticipation as he finished deciphering the divine symbol of returning from the realm. Detached from the great world? Hiding in an uninhabited realm? Good lord! Wouldn't that 10,000 times the cultivation speed be stable? As long as he used the amulet of returning to God from the realm, he would be sent to a world where there were no heaven's destined sons. Even if it was only for a minute, Qin Fan would be able to turn on 10,000 times efficiency to cultivate like crazy. The introduction states that you can stay for a full hour. When converted, Qin Fan could directly cultivate there for thousands of years. Once he was out of the gate, he didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying he would be. Chapter 4, A Cold, but Super Potential Sister. After fantasizing about the sweetness, Qin Fan suddenly wasn't so musty about Lin Xiao pulling hate on himself. He laughed joyfully. Well done, Lin Xiao. Next time, if you have something to do, beat up that underprivileged son of heaven's destiny more often. Afterward, Qin Fan took inventory of the blueprint materials for making the off-world returning god talisman. A total of over 80 materials were needed to make the talisman. It seemed to be numerous, but 90% of the materials Qin Fan could buy for a little money. He was now the son of the Qin family, the premier family in the imperial capital, with a family fortune of $10,000, and he could get anything he wanted in minutes. Say it and do it. Qin Fan left the Xian sect and returned to the Qin family, immediately asking his housekeeper to help him purchase a list of materials. One day later, Qin family, in Qin Fan's room. Qin Fan stared at the table full of materials as he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Xian iron, medicinal herbs, and so on this table were all of the third grade to hit the bottom. There was also a medicinal herb called immortal spirit grass that directly cost Qin Fan a whole 2 million spirit stones. Fortunately, the original owner has the habit of saving money on weekdays. Otherwise, even if Qin Fan's family was large, and he used that much money for no reason, then it would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. It will be a pain in the ass to explain when the time comes, so it's better to do the charm quietly. Right now, Qin Fan was stumped by the last category of materials. He only needed to gather this last category of materials, and the off-world returning god talisman could be directly crafted. A 500-year-old third-grade poisonous scorpion, and a 300-year-old second-grade poisonous spider, and a 600-year-old fourth-grade centipede. Qin Fan muttered the last required material on the list and then frowned. These second to fourth grade poisons seemed at first glance to be no rarer than the treasures of heaven and earth. Virtually any poison with a vintage requirement is very rare. 500 years of third grade poisonous scorpions. This was a very small number to collect for the Qin family that specialized in refining poison. On the one hand, there's the huge amount of energy that goes into feeding poisons year-round. On the other hand, the forces that refine poisons were not famous sects, so collecting poisons would be more difficult than collecting treasures of heaven and earth. Think about it, there must be a way. The Qin family specializes in poisonous arts. If the Qin family can't even collect, then I really can't make this charm. Qin Fan rubbed his temples and stared in thought. At a certain moment, his eyes lit up and he suddenly retrieved a key piece of information from the original owner's memory. A month ago, the Qin family had specialized in collecting poisons of hundreds of years. The family seems to have gone to great lengths to collect these poisons to curry favor with a certain clan. Who was that clan member again? Think fast. Qin Fan. When Qin Fan was on the verge of rubbing his temples to the point of losing a layer of skin, in the next moment, a servant's respectful call rang out from outside the door of the room. Young Master Qin, Miss has returned from the Xian sect retreat. The family head wants you to go and see your sister for a while. You see. Wait. Qin Fan's sudden bellowing frightened the old servant outside the house. Immediately afterward, Qin Fan kicked the door open as he glared at the old servant and asked, "What's my sister's name?" The old servant was an old man with thinning hair who had served the Qin family for many years. At this moment, when he saw that Qin Fan didn't even know what his sister was called, the old servant couldn't help but feel that refining poison was really a bad profession. Look, young Master Qin is young enough to have memory lapses. Let's just say that poison refining is not very harmful. Even if Qin Fan's question was stupid, the old servant didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly said, "Young Master Qin, Miss Qin's full name is Qin Xian'er. She's an abandoned baby picked up by the family master 19 years ago. Yeah, that's it. Young Master Qin, are you alright?" Qin Fan didn't pay attention to the old servant's concern. He was surging with excitement inside at this moment. Come to think of it, it was for Qin Xian'er's sake that the Qin family had acquired a large batch of 100-year-old poisons, probably because she wasn't the Qin family's own flesh and blood. Ever since she could remember, Qin Xian'er had been unwilling to practice poison techniques. She was very anti-poison refining and even practiced swordplay in private. Qin Fan's father had been furious several times when he learned of this. Even the original owner, Qin Fan, is tired of Qin Xian'er. Even so, the Qin family still forced Qin Xian'er to refine the poison. The Qin family wanted Qin Xian'er to cultivate the habitual hobby of raising poisonous animals, so they acquired many 100-year-old poisonous animals and stuffed them to Qin Xian'er. This behavior is like Qin Fan's family owns a pet store. The family tries to get Qin Xian'er to breed small animals she doesn't like in order for her to better inherit the family business. Now Qin Fan's only hope of being able to refine the talisman was placed on Qin Xian'er, older sister. It's okay if you don't like to cook poison, just throw the poison to brother. After recalling the past, Qin Fan looked at the servant and opened his mouth. Hurry up, take me to my sister. The servant froze slightly, obviously not expecting Qin Fan to react so exuberantly. In the past, whenever young Master Qin mentioned Qin Xian'er in front of him, he would drop his face, and then she makes snide remarks such as, "Disgraceful bastard," and "waste of a sister." What's going on today? Has young Master Qin changed his mind? Or is it just a brain problem from the poison? The servant didn't dare to ask more questions, and after he gave a humble he hurriedly led Qin Fan to find someone. A few moments of work. Qin Fan came to the door of a young girl's boudoir. He coughed after the servant automatically excused himself, and straightened up his instrument in the process. There is no way. He knows the original master Qin Fan is an elder brother. Isn't a cute creature like a sister meant to be loved? People don't like to refine poisons, so they're not allowed to do so. The original owner was good. Not only did she force Qin Xian'er to refine poison, but she also always insulted her with mean words. As far as I can remember, Qin Xian'er's appearance was of a domineering level, but it was because people didn't inherit the Qin family's poison refining techniques that her status in the Qin family was comparable to that of an underling. No matter what, I must get the poison from my sister's hands. That's the key to whether or not I can become a god with a single thought. Qin Fan thought seriously. The next moment he knocked twice on the door without hesitation. Before Qin Fan could make a sound, the door of the room was gently opened. When that one young girl wearing a single thin black dress appeared in front of Qin Fan all but froze his expression a bit. Qin Xian'er's appearance was indeed like her name, carrying a faint immortal intent, soft eyes and snowy skin. Underneath the long black hair that cascaded like a waterfall catharsis, there was another wonderfully aesthetic figure. Her eyes were filled with indifference at this point. It was clearly a pair of gentle jade-like watery eyes, but now it was like it was harboring arcane ice. And looking at Qin Fan felt some stinging. In addition to his sister's indifference that made Qin Fan helpless, the heavenly destiny radar map in his divine consciousness also began to act as a demon. Tick-tock! Hurrah! A brand new red dot refreshed in front of Qin Fan. That heavenly destiny object was no one else but Qin Xian'er, who was now confronting Qin Fan. Anyone in the Qin family can be a heavenly destiny person, but only that person is Qin Xian'er. This makes Qin Fan very puzzled. Why? Didn't my sister never cook poison? She also gave up her cultivation for several years in order to protest against the refining of poisons. From memory, Qin Xian'er's cultivation talent was also not good. She was only in the middle stage of qi refining at the age of 19. This qualification is about the same as the middle to lower level of the outer sect. So why is she the daughter of heaven's destiny? Just when Qin Fan was puzzled, a white light swept through his brain. And so on. It seems that Qin Xian'er will secretly practice her sword in private? Could it be that she took the female sword fairy template? Chapter 5, Looted Out. So annoying. The man who called himself an elder brother and whose head was only filled with making poison to harm people was back for more trouble. Qin Xian'er gazed at Qin Fan flatly, her heart hating the quick call. The more she grew up, the more she hated the family. Two parents who don't understand you, and an older brother who was crazy about drugs. It was clear that her attainment in sword practice was terrifying. In one afternoon, Qin Xian'er could perceive a sword manual that could only be penetrated by a Jindan realm powerhouse. Even so, every time she approached her parents to show them off, all she got in return was their ridicule. What's the use of practicing sword skills? A poison master can kill a city's worth of people in the blink of an eye with just a single vial of poison. In addition to her parents, her older brother gave Qin Xian'er an even more shocking rebuttal. Yes, kill a city of people. The fundamental goal of their poison refining was for the beach life. What's wrong with practicing with a sword? Can't we have the stern and boldness of a swordsman's jungle under the sky? Why do you have to ask me to do the same if you make poison? Just because I'm a foundling? The moment Qin Xian'er stared at Qin Fan's slightly dazed face as her emotions rose and fell. Luckily, she'd been mocked enough over the years that she'd long since become numb to it, so her expression was still properly managed. Xian'er, just finished practicing your sword in the backyard? In the next moment, Qin Fan took the initiative to greet him. His words caused Qin Xian'er's brows to furrow, and she subconsciously vetoed. I don't have. Qin Fan pointed down at Qin Xian'er's neck, where there were signs of her hair being sticky with sweat. Refining poisons doesn't involve that much sweating, does it? Qin Xian'er hurriedly covered her neck as she bit her pink lips tightly, an annoyance of being dismantled welling up in her heart. The nasty man is going at it again. Unsurprisingly, he would definitely go ahead and insult himself over the sword practice topic. In the next second, Qin Xian'er decisively closed the door, but just as the wooden door was about to close for a split second, Qin Fan hurriedly blocked it with his hand. He pulled at the one crack in the door and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I didn't say sword practice was bad. It's pretty tough." Luckily, Qin Fan was quick on his feet. If this comes up and eats a sister's closed door, she doesn't know when the next time will be. In just a few short words of sibling conversation, Qin Fan understood how bad the previous relationship between the two had been. He had no sense of Qin Xian'er hating herself. Anyway, you damn well are the daughter of destiny. Hating me and then staying away from me is more than I can ask for. But before that, Qin Fan had to find a way to get the 100 years poison from Qin Xian'er's hands. so proper ingratiation is necessary at the moment. In the next second, Qin Fan added another sentence before the doorway could press his fingers. Xian'er, you can practice your sword for as long as you want. I won't tell anyone. Inside the door, Qin Xian'er saw that her elder brother's stance was very different from the past days, and her small face was dismayed. Why did the older brother, who used to only slander and abuse her, suddenly seem like a different person? But then, a touch of warm anger surfaced on Qin Xian'er's pretty face. She slammed the door harder and drank from her lips. Off. Don't make fun of me. This play has already fooled me once. When she cried out these words, Qin Xian'er still had the slightest tremor of crying in her voice, because she had been cheated by Qin Fan like this before. Qin Fan said that he wouldn't tell anyone, and also said that he wanted to watch Qin Xian'er practice a set of sword techniques. And the result? Once Qin Xian'er foolishly believed Qin Fan and started practicing the sword, her family members came out of nowhere. The elders chopped their heads off at Qin Xian'er and rebuked her. After that, Qin Xian'er was punished by the family rules and put under house arrest in the mountains for a month. It was from this incident that Qin Xian'er no longer believed in the love of brother and sister. The older brother in her mind will always be a conniving, cunning asshole poisoner. Thinking like this, Qin Xian'er made her full strength to close the door. Boo! The wooden door clipped Qin Fan's hands solidly. At that moment, Qin Xian'er was secretly happy, but as she looked at Qin Fan through the gap, she couldn't help but feel something strange. I thought that Qin Fan would break into a rage, but it turned out, Qin Fan only showed his teeth and did not spit out any words of abuse against her. My hand. Before the door broke the bones of his fingers, Qin Fan pulled his hand out. With a bang, the door to the room closed firmly. Qin Fan had no time to care about his red and swollen hand that had been pinched, and he hastened to lie down in front of the door and said, Xian'er, wait, can you give me the 100-year-old poisons you have? Those things are very important to me. In case Qin Xian'er turned around and walked away now, then Qin Fan would have no chance to ask at all. After he stated his purpose, behind the wooden door, Qin Xian'er revealed a sneering cold smile. Yeah, it's important. Poisons are important to asshole poisoners like you. At the very least, a centuries-old poison is much more important than me. Qin Fan was her elder brother no matter what. Even if Qin Xian'er didn't want to be bothered, she still coldly stated the truth. Those poisons were taken. What? Qin Fan's surprised shout came from outside the door, but Qin Xian'er wasn't much surprised. She was even a little secretly pleased. Just let the scumbag brother continue to bark outside the door. I thought that Qin Fan would scold her offhandedly for not paying attention to poisons, but as a result, Qin Fan just asked seriously, who robbed it? That serious tone was somewhat unfamiliar to Qin Xian'er. It was so unfamiliar that Qin Xian'er wanted to open the door and then take a look at what Qin Fan's expression was now. It shouldn't be. How could this asshole poisoner, who regarded poison as more important than his sister, react in such a calm manner? But now Qin Xian'er's patience was worn out. She assumed that Qin Fan was acting and then took the opportunity to embarrass herself. Afterwards, Qin Xian'er didn't stay at the door after leaving a sentence. Want to know? Go ahead and guess for yourself. Outside the door, Qin Fan listened to Qin Xian'er's footsteps gradually drifting away, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. What a big black pot from heaven. What's it to me if the original owner abuses his sister? In fact, seeing Qin Xian'er looking so beautiful and moving, he kinda wanted to hurt his own sister. But now, forget it. She was lucky she didn't crush her finger into a shattered fracture. This can't be the end of the centuries-old poison. Qin Fan touched his red and swollen fingers, and plotted in his heart. Talking to Xian'er again won't work. In case I accidentally pull up my favorability, won't I be pestered by the heavenly fate again? After thinking for a moment, he decided to talk to the servant beside Qin Xian'er. 2 minutes later, Qin Fan found a middle-aged maid named Auntie Wang, and he pulled the other party into a small pavilion to talk. Aunt Wang is the oldest and least well-instrumented maid in the Qin family. All the other maids were young and pretty or had a proud figure, except for Auntie Wang, who was truly an aunt, round and chubby, a middle-aged woman who looked quite amiable. Qin Fan knew that arranging Auntie Wang to Qin Xian'er was a decision made by the upper echelons of the Qin family. Feeling a little helpless for his sister, he then asked, so what? I wanted to ask you about my sister. You, young Master Qin, my subordinate, is only responsible for taking care of Mrs. Daily Life. I don't know anything about what she does on a regular basis. The corner of Qin Fan's mouth twitched when he saw Auntie Wang's fearful snatch of an answer. There's no running. She definitely knows who took those centuries-old poisons. Just based on her current appearance of being afraid that Qin Fan will find Qin Xian'er's trouble, Qin Fan can see at a glance that Aunt Wang is Qin Xian'er's loyal servant. Chapter 6, Strange Brother. Had it been a son of the divine order, Qin Fan might have been coy, but when faced with a servant in his home, then he chose to strike hard. Grandma, finally, I've come across someone who isn't the chosen one. Qin Fan stared at the middle-aged Auntie Wang, thinking that she couldn't possibly be anti-heavenly fate, could she? After scanning the heavenly destiny radar to make sure that Auntie Wang was not a red dot, Qin Fan directly grimaced. I'm not going to waste more time with you. Quickly tell me who took Xian'er's 100-year-old poison. The subordinate does not know. You have 5 seconds. If you don't tell me, I'm going to throw a centipede down your shirt. 1, 2, 3, coldly, Qin Fan took out a glass bottle containing a centipede from his sleeve. Although these centipedes were not centuries-old poisonous creatures, they were poisonous creatures that made ordinary people's goosebumps rise straight up. The original owner was in the habit of keeping poisonous animals on a regular basis, and Qin Fan pulled out his hand to terrorize them. When the count reached 3, Aunt Wang instantly turned pale with fear. She stopped pretending and quickly kneeled down. Young Master Qin, spare your life. I'll say. Miss Qin was robbed by Su Liang of the black market Su family. Hearing the words, Qin Fan thought calmly. There really seemed to be a Su family near the black market, but it was a small family that wasn't very well known. The Qin family, a small family whose farts can pop and rot, can be ed with. As for how Su Liang dared to rob Qin Xian'er, Qin Fan was also able to conclude. After all, Qin Xian'er was not well liked in the Qin family. That was something everyone in the imperial capital knew. Even if Qin Xian'er was bullied, the Qin family would not protect her. Thinking of this, Qin Fan couldn't help but be a bit ruthless. It's still the same. I'm hiding from the Son of Destiny. What are you pretending to be? A sneak from a small family? How much did this Su Liang rob? Qin Fan asked Aunt Wang in a cold voice. Aunt Wang gulped. She looked at Qin Fan's slowly approaching centipede bottle in horror and said in a loud voice. It seems like poisonous scorpions, poisonous spiders, poisonous centipedes, all robbed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Fan couldn't help but curse. Tay mother asterisk 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 The quantity was just right on the rune material. Today the Su family Su Liang will die. With that, Qin Fan didn't try to intimidate Auntie Wang anymore. He turned to the mansion to shake the man. No matter what the cost, you have to get the 100-year-old poison back. On the other hand, when Aunt Wang saw Qin Fan leaving in a great voice, she couldn't help but report to Qin Xian'er in a panic. House. After Qin Xian'er heard Aunt Wang's return, a flash of confusion surfaced on her pretty face. She sat down on the chair, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper, and then asked Auntie Wang in front of her. Are you saying that? That man was hearing that it was Su Liang who snatched my 100-year-old poison and then acted furious? He even called a large group of people to leave the Qin family? Yes, miss. It feels like today's young Master Qin is not quite the same as before. Qin Xian'er wanted to say something. She also had this feeling. But in the final analysis, Qin Fan must have acted for the 100-year poison. There was no way he was doing it for his cheap sister. Not bothering to think about that scum of a brother, Qin Xian'er looked to Aunt Wang and opened her mouth to ask, Auntie Wang, is there any news on the half-void sword technique I asked you to investigate? In recent days, Qin Xian'er was interested in a 4th-grade sword manual called the half-void sword technique. As long as she was proficient in this kind of difficult sword art, then in the Xian sect, there would definitely be elders who would break the rules and accept her as a disciple. At that time, even if the Qin family opposed it no matter what, Qin Xian'er would be able to have an environment where she could quietly pursue her sword skills, because the second elder of the Xian clan, Forgetting Ning, is a female swordsmith who pursues swordplay to the extreme. Qin Xian'er had admired the Forgotten Ning realist for a long time. In order to get the other party's approval, she then practiced the basics hard in private, and finally planned to pick a sword technique that was difficult to begin with. As long as the Forgotten Ning realist nodded his head and was willing to take on a disciple, then all of Qin Xian'er's dedication over the years would be worth it. Hearing Qin Xian'er's question, Aunt Wang showed a difficult expression as she complicated. Miss, there are clues to the sword manual. But what? The half-void sword technique happens to be on sale in the black market today, and young Master Qin happens to have sent someone to the black market. So do you think there's still a need to purchase that sword manual? Hearing that, Qin Xian'er's small face was slightly stunned. She didn't think things could be that coincidental. In case the matter of buying the sword manual at the black market was known by that man, the result would definitely be unimaginable. But now, Qin Xian'er knew that this was her only chance in this life. If he missed out on the half-void sword technique, then it would be hard for any other sword technique to be recognized by the Forgotten Ning realist. So this trip to the black market, she had to go. Qin Xian'er sighed as she looked serious. Auntie Wang, I'll just go alone. It's crowded. Now prepare my sneaking suit for me. Understood. Miss, I'm sorry. This guest, the half-void sword technique you mentioned was ordered in advance by a certain valued customer. And now this sword manual is not part of the auction. How is this possible? Aren't black market transactions never according to the auction format? How can it be ordered in advance? Guest, on behalf of the black market, I would like to sincerely apologize. I'm really sorry. Black market entrance. Qin Xian'er disguised herself as a woman in black. She was currently standing in front of the receptionist in a lifeless state. Just now, she learned from the receptionist that the half-void sword technique had been ordered in advance. This means that all her preparations in recent years have come to naught. Family, black market, destiny. All the unfair treatment made Qin Xian'er feel a painful tightness in her chest. Just as she was tempted to find a corner and let out a sob, the next moment there was a stirring not far away. Twisting her head, Qin Xian'er saw a bunch of people in Qin clan disciple costumes, and they were dragging a man dressed as a dude. That dude Qin Xian'er knows. He is Su Liang, the man who robbed Qin Xian'er of her century-old poison. Su Liang's skin is pale, his body is thin, and he looks like a kidney deficiency male enhancement. Because of his constant immersion in gold and paper, Su Liang has also become a regular visitor to the black market and greenhouses. At this moment, Su Liang was being dragged by the Qin family disciples in a raw manner, and a vicious strong man at the head of the group said, "Su Liang, right? How dare you? How dare you mess with the Qin family's young master Qin? Let's go. Go to a quieter place to chat." When this was said, the people who watched the play nearby all came together to follow it. Qin Xian'er originally didn't want to mind her own business, but she suddenly remembered that Qin Fan also seemed to be in the black market. This scum of a brother was trying to retrieve the 100-year-old poison, which is why he went to the Su family near the black market to find Su Liang in trouble. He certainly wasn't making such a big deal about his sister. Why don't we go and have a look? He won't recognize me now anyway. Qin Xian'er clenched her fists and suddenly decided to think. Idle is still idle anyway. The half-void sword technique was snatched away by the powerful, and she had no way to cultivate the sword. Follow and watch the fun. Maybe you'll see Qin Fan being beaten backwards by the Su family, slightly fantasizing about the image of her scumbag elder brother being defeated. Qin Xian'er's heart was secretly pleased. She then followed the mass of eaters. In no time, Qin Xian'er found the crowd of Qin family disciples, who dragged Su Liang to a corner of a wall. Su Liang was lying on the ground like a lost dog. What he was facing was a group of condescending Qin clan disciples. At the head of the group was Qin Fan, who was arrogantly sitting on a chair. Qin Fan looks like the gangster of this street. He crosses his legs and has a dry cigarette in his mouth. A landlubber's aura that was revealed from the inside out radiated out. In the crowd, Qin Xian'er's eyes widened in surprise when she saw this scene. A brother like that looks a little strange. Chapter 7. Who dares to bully her? Young Master Qin, I don't know what a big shot like you is looking for me for. In the small hutong, Su Liang sat on his knees in a sorry state as he looked at Qin Fan and the other group of Qin family disciples in horror. He had been in a black market greenhouse, eating hot pot and singing, and the next moment he was roughly pulled out by Qin's family. As far as he could remember, he had no grudges at all against this Qin family's great young man. Don't you have any idea what you've done? Qin Fan glanced coldly at Su Liang and then snapped his fingers. In a flash, the Qin family disciples who received the signal rushed over to punch and kick Su Liang. That fist to the flesh of the violent scene. See, many melon people called really miserable. The disciples that Qin Fan brought out from the Qin family were all at the lowest some late-stage foundation establishment realm beaters. Su Liang was at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he alone be a match for so many foundation establishment? A few moments of work. He then got a panda eye and his shirt and pants were ripped to shreds. Ta! Qin Fan snapped his fingers again. The Qin family disciples went forward to teach Su Liang another lesson. After repeating this for more than 10 times, Su Liang was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body, and he had knocked out 2 of his incisors. Qin Fan sucked in his breath and couldn't help but admire it. Still won't say it. Ha! Okay, you're pretty tough. Wait. Su Liang roared with all his might, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in the process. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes. Finally willing to talk? Young Master Qin, I don't know what to say. Keep beating him up. Little ones. Nah, I mean, you didn't even ask me a question. Hearing this, Qin Fan was stunned as he looked at a Qin clan disciple beside him. Didn't I just ask him? Young Master Qin, you didn't ask. The atmosphere was awkward for so long. Qin Fan coughed twice, then stood up and squatted next to Su Liang. He slapped Su Liang's face with his palm and blushed threateningly. Won't you volunteer if I don't ask? Su Liang was beaten and dared to speak. His heart was aggrieved to the core. There's no such thing as justice. You don't even ask before you hit someone. One kept asking me to talk. Why don't you ask the question before you let me talk? Little Thane, didn't you rob my sister recently? Hurry up and say, where are those robbed things now? Qin Fan looked at Su Liang and said in a cold voice. Su Liang couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. There were people who had bullied Qin Xian'er once upon a time, but they hadn't seen Qin Fan, or the Qin family, help her out. It was with this fluke in mind that Su Liang then snatched the 100-year-old poison from Qin Xian'er's hand. He asked hesitantly as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Young Master Qin, at the risk of asking, does the sister in your mouth refer to Qin Xian'er? As things stood, Su Liang still didn't believe that Qin Fan would help Qin Xian'er out. The Qin family had always treated Qin Xian'er, who was unwilling to practice poisonous arts, as a sinful child. Not only Su Liang, the nearby onlookers of the eaters are also full of confusion. Boo! In the next moment, Qin Fan threw an uppercut towards Su Liang's abdomen. Su Liang directly spat out his stomach acid as his body convulsed in pain. This cold attack all but scared the Qin clan disciples. The previous siege by the Qin family disciples had already left Su Liang severely injured, and Qin Fan's punch was even more vicious than the one they had dealt. In the unlikely event that Su Liang was killed alive, the result would still be troublesome. After punching him, Qin Fan grabbed Su Liang's hair and made him look straight at him. Now, my sister is only Qin Xian'er. Whoever dares to bully her, I'll make the other person's life worse than death. It wasn't that Qin Fan wanted to stage a dogged brother-sister love affair. He had recently been frantically collecting materials for the off-world returning god talisman, many of which he had shopped for in the black market. Therefore, in order to cover up, Qin Fan will be the last step of the collection of 100 years of poison, decorated like in the protection of Qin Xian'er. Suppose someone with an ulterior motive discovers that Qin Fan is collecting talisman materials and then snatches Qin Fan's talisman away. To sum up, Qin Fan thinks it's quite good to play a sister controller appropriately. Qin Xian'er couldn't be so coincidentally in the black market as well, could she? In addition, his sister was already watery and beautiful. Qin Fan simply couldn't do anything about her being bullied and still sit back and watch. The person in question was not there, so Qin Fan simply increased the intensity of his sister control. Robbing my sister? Ha? You think there's no one behind her, don't you? You didn't think I'd do anything, did you? Every time Qin Fan asked a question, he grabbed Su Liang's head hair and slammed it into the ground. The rhythm of the bang 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 is quite like kowtowing and admitting one's faults, and Su Liang was forced to kowtow in the direction of the eating crowd. Between the crowd, the disguised Qin Xian'er trembled inwardly when she saw the scene. She stood still for a moment, silently watching Qin Fan act violently. The memory of that elder brother is a sinister and cunning villain. How could he stand up for himself so? A complex emotion that is difficult to express rises. Qin Xian'er couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand for fear of making crying noises. She hated Qin Fan, but now she was touched by Qin Fan's protection. Growing up, she had never seen her brother's face with such disregard for consequences. Has the older brother, who was so cold and selfish in everything he did, changed his mind? Wrong. I was wrong. I was so wrong. The next moment, Su Liang, who had been beaten to a bloody pulp, choked and begged for mercy. He panicked and took out a book from his sleeve, then handed it to Qin Fan with both hands. Young Master Qin, here is a 4th grade half-void sword technique as compensation. You stop pulling my hair. My hair is falling out. The moment she saw the half-void sword technique, the eyes of Qin Xian'er in the crowd lit up. She didn't expect that the original sword manual, which she had longed for, would be bought by Su Liang. Su Liang's original intention of purchasing this sword book was simple. He had his eyes on a beautiful female sword cultivator of a certain sect, so he wanted to use this to please people. Qin Fan accepted the sword sheet with an expressionless face. It's normal to fight monsters and explode equipment. Don't want it for nothing. The dismount for Su Liang was almost over, and the next step was to seek the whereabouts of the 100-year-old poison. With that, Qin Fan hid the sword manual and he waved his hand. The disciples of the Qin clan understood and chased away the onlookers. The crowd of Qin family members were like a wall blocking the small hutong, which ensured that Qin Fan and Su Liang's conversation would not be overheard by outsiders. Qin Xian'er was also forced to leave with the crowd. Before leaving the black market, she looked at Qin Fan in the small alleyway again. That 4th grade sword manual she really needs. Should I try to ask my brother for it when I get back to the Qin family? Just thinking this way, the hope in Qin Xian'er's eyes burst like a bubble. Hey, what's to think about? I already don't want to trust anyone, even my brother who seems to have changed a bit. After murmuring, she walked away without looking back. In the small alley, Su Liang, under Qin Fan's friendly interrogation, finally told the whereabouts of the 100-year-old poison. There were 300-year-old poisons in total, and one of the 500-year-old poisonous scorpions was at the Su family, and Su Liang quickly sent someone to return it to Qin Fan. As for the other 2 copies of 300 years of 2nd grade poisonous spiders and 600 years of 4th grade poisonous centipedes, Su Liang stated that the poisonous spiders had been sold by him to the ethereal sect, and it would be difficult to get them back for a while. The poisonous centipede was never seen at all. He swore that he had only robbed the 100 Years Poisonous Scorpion and 100 Years Poisonous Spider from Qin Xian'er. Chapter 8, 1/3 of the female poison spell charm. Even though Qin Fan interrogated him gently with his fists, Su Liang always said that he had never seen a poisonous centipede. Afterwards, Qin Fan directly knocked Su Liang unconscious and then threw the blood-drenched man to the front door of Su's house. From the beginning to the end, the Su family didn't dare to say a word. The Qin family had a high status in the imperial capital, and this matter was originally Su Liang's fault in the first place. Even if they are humiliated again, the Su family members are still breaking their grievances and swallowing them in their stomachs. Qin Fan didn't feel anything in his heart after doing this string of villainous deeds. He couldn't help but curse secretly as he sat on the carriage back to the Qin family. His grandma, I just want to practice 1,000,000 times over. How come it's so hard? Nowadays, Qin Fan had only collected the 100 Years Poisonous Scorpion on his hands, and the other 100 Years Spider and 100 Years Centipede were both vacant. The ethereal sect that bought the 100 Years Spider from Su Liang's hands. Qin Fan had heard about it. Mysterious Sect, a special sect that only accepts female disciples. Unless the patriarch introduced them, it was extremely difficult for ordinary men to enter the ethereal sect. Even if it was a young master of a big family like Qin Fan, he would still get a closed door when he went to talk. As for how Su Liang sold the poisonous spiders to the Mysterious Sect, according to him, he was within half an hour of robbing Qin Xian'er when he was stopped by the female disciples of the Netherworld sect to trade. The female disciples of the ethereal sect were all nationally beautiful. Su Liang trading finished moving a crooked mind, just wanted to take the opportunity to touch people's small hands, and then two black eyes were stunned. Aside from being limited to female disciples entering the sect, the average strength of the ethereal sect was around the Jindan realm. This kind of middle and upper class caliber sect power made it even more difficult for Qin Fan. Can't fight, can't talk. Hey, let's not think about the Netherworld sect for now. Qin Fan sighed helplessly as he lay on the carriage. It didn't take long for him to return to the Qin family, sleeping through difficulties. But before resting, Qin Fan called Aunt Wang over. He had previously hoarded out a copy of the 4th grade half-void sword technique at Su Liang's hands for nothing. Qin Fan was not a sword cultivator, and it would be useless for him to take this sword technique, so he might as well give it to his own little jailbird sister. He actually sympathized with Qin Xian'er. Before crossing over, Qin Fan, like Qin Xian'er, had always had a dream that was opposed by his family. Qin Fan in Blue Star wants to be a professional electric player, even if he was only bronze in strength. Unfortunately, the dream was shattered by his dad's 7 wolves, and Qin Fan didn't follow his dream at that time. Right now, Qin Xian'er's situation was still a bit different from Qin Fan's. Qin Fan was without esports talent, but Qin Xian'er was a solid female sword saint template. Otherwise, she would be sorry for the red dot mark in Qin Fan's destiny radar. Sympathy was sympathy, but Qin Fan did not want to establish a deep brother-sister bond with Qin Xian'er. To be precise, he didn't want to be intimate with any of the Divine Order templates. Aunt Wang, this is a sword technique I picked up randomly. Pass it on to Xian'er. Qin Fan called Aunt Wang to his room and then threw the sword manual to her. Aunt Wang's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the half-void sword technique. Isn't this the 4th grade sword technique that Miss has been longing for? Just after receiving the sword sheet, Qin Fan added to Aunt Wang's cold face. Remember, don't ever say it's from me. Otherwise, I'll have a couple of strong men under your covers at night. As it turned out, Qin Fan's villainous intimidation in the face of people other than the Sons of Heaven's destiny was still very intimidating. He was also satisfied with his threat, but in the next second, he saw Aunt Wang's old face redden a little and said, "Young Master Qin, real diamonds? Then I'll switch to a couple of old pussy heads." "Don't! My subordinate will keep the secret for young master." Watching Auntie Wang leave in a panic, Qin Fan grinned helplessly. Damn, almost a threat turned into a reward. Accounting for this trivial matter, Qin Fan lies down on the bed and covers the quilt, sleeping. The other side. In the room, Qin Xian'er was sitting in a frown. When she went home, all she could think about was the image of Qin Fan violently beating Su Liang in the black market. Although, Qin Fan's ultimate goal is definitely to recapture the 100-year-old poison. But, the harsh words he said on his behalf when he assaulted Su Liang were clearly remembered by Qin Xian'er. That rampant and violent villain look. Seems a little bit handsome? After realizing this absurd thought, Qin Xian'er's head shook like a rattle. She slapped her cheeks and vowed never to think of Qin Fan again. In the next moment, Aunt Wang hurriedly walked into Qin Xian'er's room. In the past, Auntie Wang would have respectfully knocked on the door in greeting, but it was a recognized fact that Qin Xian'er couldn't practice her sword in the Qin family. Aunt Wang was afraid that the half-void sword technique in her arms would be exposed, so she barged into the room without saying hello. Qin Xian'er was annoyed by Auntie Wang's actions, and just as she was about to ask a question, she saw Auntie Wang handing over the sword manual that she had been longing for. "Miss Qin, My subordinate has just received a commission from a mysterious person. And the other party said that he wants to give you this half-void sword technique sword manual. Aunt Wang lied as she chose to keep Qin Fan's secret. Seeing this, Qin Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened as she trembled and flipped open the half-void sword technique. The book is all true. So, the mysterious man that Auntie Wang was talking about, isn't that Qin Fan? Earlier in the black market, Qin Xian'er had witnessed Qin Fan snatch the half-void sword technique from Su Liang's hands. There were still some traces of blood drops left on the cover of the sword manual, and the blood hadn't dried, indicating that it was all Su Liang's blood. Auntie Wang, do you know that mystery man? Closing the sword manual, Qin Xian'er calmly looked at Aunt Wang and asked. Aunt Wang's eyes wandered. Then she said seriously, totally unrecognizable. Miss, the other party is so godlike that he disappeared after delivering the sword manual. Qin Xian'er let out a hum and didn't pursue the question. She was not stupid, judging from Auntie Wang's display of weakness. Auntie Wang should have been bribed by Qin Fan. But, why did Qin Fan do this? Doesn't he hate sword practice? Wouldn't he just force himself to refine poisons and become a poisoner? Qin Xian'er tightly grasped the sword manual, all the doubts in her mind like a ball of chaos. At a certain instant, the words that Qin Fan had said suddenly resounded in the depths of her mind. My sister is only Qin Xian'er. Whoever dares to bully her, I'll make their life worse than death. Suddenly, even Qin Xian'er herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth revealed a curve. She laughed a heartfelt, resigned laugh. After so many years of being opposed by her family, she had longed for someone to stand up for her. Even if Qin Fan was acting all this out for others to see, Qin Xian'er was deeply impressed. She told Auntie Wang that she was going to secretly practice her sword in the backyard and asked the other to leave the room first. In fact, she flopped onto her bed and buried her head under the covers and cried silently. The quilt was wet from crying pears. It was as if all the years of aggression had come to an end in this moment of relief. For the first time in her life, Qin Xian'er realized something. It turns out that a sister can try to rely on her brother. Ding, 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 you Trojan horse, jerking off, are you? I want to sleep. Qin Fan was woken up by the system noise in his head. He had the urge to get up and immediately lifted the quilt and cursed in his heart. The next moment, the system said without haste, Ding, the host ruthlessly made the fateful daughter cry once, and as a reward, you are proficient in the creation of the female poison spell charm. Female poison spell charm, exclusive skill of poison masters, utilizing heaven and earth poisons to create a poison spell with 1/3 probability of making a person ugly, 1/3 probability of making a person shorter, and 1/3 probability of making a person transsexual. Chapter 9 Sudden Tenderness. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Fan's sleepiness was gone as he sat up violently from his bed, looking left and right at the empty, unoccupied room. His face was confused in capital letters. I ruthlessly made the daughter of destiny cry? I made you cry. I'll lie down and sleep when I get home. System, believe it or not, I'll sue you for libel. Qin Fan's inner cry didn't get a reply from the system. He could only sigh helplessly. It's just a bonus, so it's a waste not to take it anyway. The more he looked at the introduction of the female poison spell talisman, the more Qin Fan wondered in his heart. What do I need this charm to feminize people for? That said, though, the bonus drawing is becoming more and more villain-like. At first it was the off-world return to God for obscene development, and now it's the female poison spell. Wait, female? Catching the keyword instantly, Qin Fan recalled that the ethereal sect seemed to be all female. He was not at liberty to enter the ethereal sect to inquire about the whereabouts of the centuries-old spiders, but if he were to effeminate a loyal man, snap. In that instant, Qin Fan slapped his thigh. I'm a ing genius. Wouldn't it be fine to pussy dash asterisk 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 Su Liang? First, it was Su Liang who robbed Qin Xian'er first, which resulted in Qin Fan's 100-year-old poison that was within his reach being all but gone. Secondly, the Qin family is able to take the Su family at will. Qin Fan planned to try to buy both of Su Liang's parents and then wait and see if he could turn their son into a daughter. Before he went to the black market today to violently beat up Su Liang, Qin Fan had done his investigative work. Su Liang didn't have a good relationship with his parents, because Su Liang is the right kind of dude wasted. All he knows is spending money and drinking and pleasing women all day long. Other than that, he had no close friends, not even a stable backer. Jia. Anyway, I'm the villain, and he's not the heavenly ordained one. Decided. Now start pounding out female poison spell charms. Qin Fan smiled badly and got out of bed. After obtaining the system's talisman crafting proficiency, he only needed to collect poisonous materials to craft talismans. The cost of making the female poison spell charm is simple, and you can buy the materials with a little bit of money. He had just pushed the door open, intending to call for a consumption list when, in the next moment, Qin Fan realized that there was a familiar-looking pretty girl standing at the door. That person was none other than Qin Xian'er. Qin Xian'er maintained the motion of raising her hand to knock on the door at this point. It seemed like she was just about to knock on the door when Qin Fan opened the door to the room ahead of her. So, the atmosphere was slightly awkward for a second or two. At close range, Qin Xian'er didn't know how to speak. She glanced at Qin Fan's fingers and realized that there was some ointment plastered on them. That's all because she got pinched closing the door earlier. Seeing this, Qin Xian'er couldn't help but bury her head down. Feeling a bit guilty in her heart, Qin Fan couldn't figure out even more how his sister could come to him. He froze for a moment, then scratched his head and asked, "Fairy, is something wrong?" Just after asking the question, Qin Fan was also aware of some abnormalities on the other party. For example, the corners of Xian's eyes are a little red and swollen. In a flash, Qin Fan's head was like a current running through it. Boy, the Destiny's daughter that the system just said was made to cry hard. It couldn't be this very annoying brother's sister, could it? How is this possible? I remembered that there is a bottle of 100-year-old poison hidden in the room. I don't want to refine the poison. It's useless to leave this thing to me. Give it to you. In the next moment, Qin Xian'er took out a glass bottle containing a centennial centipede from her bosom. Inside the glass bottle, the centipede was black and purple, and exuded a bizarre, ghostly poisonous aura. This poison, which is like a substance of toxin, is a 100-year poison. Qin Fan's heart skipped a hard beat when he saw the bottle. Not bad for my sweet sister. It's almost like saving your brother from himself. Now that he had received the centennial centipede, then he had the two poisonous materials in his hands for making the off-world returning god talisman. The last 100 years of spiders, Qin Fan just need to Su Liang tempered into a woman, and then sent to the ethereal sect to carry out the recovery mission. Then Qin Fan's dream of cultivating 10,000 times over was expected to be realized. Thanks, fairy, that's just what I needed. Qin Fan smiled and thanked him before he then took the bottle of poison handed over by Qin Xian'er. The moment she delivered the centennial centipede, Qin Xian'er couldn't help but look at Qin Fan in a daze. Changed. My brother has really changed. When she said I don't want to cook poison just now, she had almost summoned up all her courage to say it. As a result, Qin Fan didn't reprimand, and he even thanked him warmly. The person who should be thanked is clearly me. Qin Xian'er was because of the half-void sword technique that was gifted to her by Qin Fan, and she had found 100 years of poison in her room, thinking of giving it back to thank her brother. After delivering the gift, Qin Xian'er didn't know what to continue talking about with her brother. Just as he was about to silently turn around and leave, Qin Fan opened his mouth and asked, "Did you just cry?" I didn't. Seeing that Qin Xian'er was so anxious that she almost bit her tongue, Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh and didn't reveal that the corners of her eyes were red and swollen. This old sister of mine is too cute. If she wasn't the daughter of heaven's destiny, Qin Fan would definitely try to find a way to ruin her. Pity. As a villain, Qin Fan was destined not to have a good relationship with Qin Xian'er, not to mention that his cultivation speed would be slowed down. The more time he spent with the heaven's fate, the greater the probability that Qin Fan would bump into a heaven's way crisis. But the only thing he could do now was to satisfy his sister to go and practice her sword with all her heart. Anyway, Qin Xian'er was a female sword saint template, and once she practiced the sword, her mind would definitely be all over it. So the drama of the sticky brother or whatever is definitely not going to happen. Xian'er, from today onwards, feel free to practice your sword in the backyard. I'll make arrangements on my parents' side, Qin Fan promised seriously. In order for Qin Fan's parents to make Qin Xian'er specialize in poison, they purposely arranged for servants to monitor Qin Xian'er's life. Therefore, Qin Xian'er's schedule for each sword practice was very tight, and the slightest negligence, that news would be exposed to her parents' ears. But recently, both Qin Fan's parents had to go out, and Qin Xian'er's supervision at home was in his hands. Qin Fan only needed to speak, and that Qin Xian'er could practice her sword as much as she wanted in the Qin family. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Qin Xian'er asked incredulously, "Is this true?" 1,000 times over, Qin Fan said word for word. Qin Xian'er looked at Qin Fan's increasingly gentle face. Her eyes could not help but fill with small pearls again. "It's too much. Why so gentle all of a sudden?" Before revealing her tearful and ugly face, Qin Xian'er cooed softly, "Thank you, brother." Her voice of thanks was as thin as a mosquito's. Qin Fan didn't even hear him before he saw his sister turn around in panic and run away like a frightened deer. "Hey, just run. Just don't pull any favorites with me." Qin Fan sighed, and then he began to work feverishly to create the female poison spell talisman. For a sinister and cunning villainous talisman like this, Qin Fan expected that the more reserves he had, the better it would naturally be. It just so happens that he just punched Su Liang in the face. Let Su Liang recuperate at home for a few days first, and when his body is almost well, Qin Fan will go back to him. 3 days later, early in the morning, In his room, Qin Fan looked at the more than 500 female poison spell talismans on his desk as he revealed an evil smile. Ha ha ha. These quantities of female poison spell charms are a bit messed up. After all, I'm not a demon either. Chapter 10, Supreme Bone Heavenly Pride, Senior Brother Qin. I want to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. The effect of the female poison spell charm is probabilistically triggered. 1/3 makes a man a woman. 1/3 makes a man ugly. And 1/3 makes a man short. Qin Fan was a card-drawing non-celebrity in his previous life, so the necessary hoarding of card tickets has become his rule of thumb. In addition, there are conditions for triggering the effects of the female poison spell charm. The opponent's realm had to be weaker than Qin Fan's, otherwise the female poison spell talisman could not be triggered. Within these 3 days, apart from Qin Fan's fast hands making female poison spell talismans, he also took time out of his big nights to practice 100 times. With such a horrifying speed increase, his cultivation went from the early stage of foundation establishment, directly to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Su Liang was a small piece of trash in the early stages of foundation building. So, Jie Su Liang, you are destined to become a woman to repay me in this life. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, the door to Qin Fan's room was suddenly knocked on, and he frowned impatiently. Who? Young Master Qin, Xian Sect disciple Lin Xiao requests an audience. The humble cry of a servant came from the door. Qin Fan raised his eyebrows and was extremely surprised when he heard the name Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? It was that heaven's destined son who had just crossed over and almost had the supreme bone taken away by himself? Didn't this pussy say she was going to the north courtyard to do odd jobs? What's he doing in the Qin family? Qin Fan planned to save up the female poison spell talisman to 1000 before going to Su Liang more appropriately. Therefore he had no time to meet the divine commanders, so he said perfunctorily, "Tell Lin Xiao I'm not home." The next second, however, the servant responded to the other man beside him. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you can't trespass in young Master Qin's room." Boo! With the sound of the forced breaking of the door, Lin Xiao, whose face was full of anxiety, appeared in front of Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan looked at the smashed wooden door in confusion. He looked again at the two-eyed joyful Lin Xiao. What's going on? I'm exposed as a villain? This supreme bone destined son is going to obliterate me on the spot? Before Qin Fan could think about it, he saw Lin Xiao showing a warm smile and walking with his fists cupped, saying, "Senior Qin, it's just too hard to see you. I'll compensate for the room door later. Right now, I want to discuss an important matter with you." Talk about what? I want to enter the Poison Scorpion Pavilion where you are. Senior brother. So, wait, what did you say? At first, Qin Fan thought that Lin Xiao was trying to enter some other power in Xian Sect, and that was why he had broken down the door to come to himself for help. But as he looked back to the fact that the Poison Scorpion Pavilion was the clan power he was in, Qin Fan was confused. You're a ING man of destiny who wants to hang out with me? Are you seriously ill? When Lin Xiao saw Qin Fan's face full of surprise, he assumed that entering the Poisonous Scorpion Pavilion would be difficult. He pursed his lips, then said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Senior Brother Qin. Barging in to talk to you about these things is indeed very abrupt, but if I don't say anything else, I'm afraid that time will run out. You're terminally ill? No, it's the sovereign who gave me 3 days to consider which power to join, and if I don't hear anything after 3 days, I'll have to become the sovereign's true disciple." Lin Xiao's words nearly dry-burned Qin Fan's CPU. Qin Fan cast a look at Lin Xiao to see the little cutie's caring eyes as he looked the other party over from head to toe and then asked, "Lin Xiao, are you hysterical? One moment the patriarch, the next moment the patriarch's true disciple. Why don't you say your family is full of top-notch bigots? No, a son of destiny like Lin Xiao. Maybe his family is really a top big shot." Seeing Qin Fan's misunderstanding, Lin Xiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself for not explaining clearly, then laughed. "Senior Qin, I'm in good health. I activated the Supreme Bone the other day and that's why I was looked at by the Patriarch. Does the fact that the Patriarch has taken a liking to you have anything to do with you wanting to enter the Poison Scorpion Pavilion? Of course there is. Without your help, Senior Brother Qin, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to activate the Supreme Bone in my lifetime." Qin Fan looked at Lin Xiao's grateful expression and almost slapped him across the face. "You're such a big man. Why are you talking nonsense?" When he had just crossed over, Qin Fan was clearly trying to take away Lin Xiao's Supreme Bone. What kind of misunderstanding had he experienced to produce such counterintuitive ideas? In a nutshell, Qin Fan would never allow a Supreme Bone Heaven's mandate with infinite potential to stay beside him. Afterward, he patted up Lin Xiao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Senior Lin, have you ever thought about a very important thing? What is it? Refining poison. Not everyone can refine. In addition, you have the matter of the Supreme Bone. I also know for the first time, Senior Brother is very happy for you. but you can't delay your future because of impulse. Senior Brother Qin. After listening to Qin Fan's persuasion, Lin Xiao could not help but be moved. The idea of following a senior brother became stronger. Lin Xiao backhandedly patted up Qin Fan's shoulder. Qin Fan was all a bit confused by the pat. Then Lin Xiao said, "Elder brother, you're being overly concerned. I actually learned poison refining from a poison master at home when I was a child, so I have some basics." "Ha, that's okay? Well, after all, before I lost my cultivation, my family still spoiled me with whatever I was interested in, and they all pitched in to help." Talking about his family, Lin Xiao's eyes were a bit frustrated. Over the past 3 days, the matter of him activating the Supreme Bone had spread all over the Xian clan. Those who had sneered at him had now all become the fawning and pleasing figures they once were. Lin Xiao was thoroughly disgusted with the world's face. These guys, they just blow it like crazy when they're at their peak, and when one falls into the abyss, there is not a single hand to help. When all the disciples of the Xian zone are trying to find ways to flatter Lin Xiao, the only one who is not asking the world is Qin Fan. He is in a closed door refining poison without asking the world. Lin Xiao was instantly impressed by Senior Brother Qin's heart. Senior Qin was so sleepless in his research that he must be doing some mind-blowing poisoner props. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but survey the poison charm on Qin Fan's desk. When he saw the piles of female poison spell charms, his eyes showed a touch of amazement. "Senior Qin, just how powerful is your concentration? Making so many charms during the retreat must have instilled a lot of passion." Qin Fan noticed the excited look in Lin Xiao's eyes and panicked in his heart. This little pussy has unclean eyes. Is he spying on my sex change charm? He hurriedly used his spatial ring to collect hundreds of female poison mantra symbols, and then persuaded Lin Xiao again. "Master Lin I think it's better to reconsider clearly about your wanting to enter the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. By the way, does the Patriarch know about this? What did he say?" The Xian sect master was called Qin Xian'er. He was 150 years old this year, but his cultivation had reached the astonishing early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Although Qin Fan had never dealt with Patriarch Qin Xian'er, he had heard that the other party was an old man with an archaic mindset. This kind of old curmudgeon must not allow Supreme Bone disciples to become poison masters, right? Results. Lin Xiao's next words completely shattered Qin Fan's expectations. "The Patriarch is very reasonable. He said that it's fine for me to join whichever force in the Xian sect. The Poison Scorpion Pavilion is not even a concern." Chapter 11. To follow Senior Brother Qin in this life. I Luo Patriarch. In the room, Qin Fan heard Lin Xiao relay Qin Xian's meaning and immediately helplessly held his forehead. Is this Patriarch also brain-dead? Supreme Bone. Cultivating superb Supreme Bone disciples. Can you stand by and watch this kind of pride go to make poison? The winds of the painting will all clash. So, Senior Brother Qin, what is your answer? Will you let me join your Poison Scorpion Pavilion? Lin Xiao's eyes glowed as he looked at Qin Fan, who looked sincere. Qin Fan was almost blinded by the light under the other party's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and sighed, then kicked the ball. "Senior Brother Lin, I'm only the senior brother of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. I don't have the right to decide on a disciple's entry into a power." Hearing that, Lin Xiao asked back, "Then all I need to do is get the consent of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion's pavilion master and then I can enter?" "That's right." Qin Fan nodded lovingly, but in his heart he thought, "I'll count you as good if you can find the master of the court." Later, Qin Fan will send someone to invite Pavilion Master Cold Poison River. Cold Poison Xuan was an unapologetic poison refining obsessive, and he greatly revered the Qin family who also specialized in poison. Qin Fan planned to casually throw out the topic of poison art research and then have Cold Poison Xuan take a few weeks off to participate. The Pavilion Master was not in the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, so Lin Xiao's plan to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion was naturally dashed. At this moment, Lin Xiao thought that his entry into the Poisonous Scorpion Pavilion was the nail in the coffin. With a smile on his brow, he nodded to Qin Fan and said, "Since Senior Brother Qin has agreed to me following you by default, then everything is fine." Qin Fan looked at Lin Xiao in dismay, 10,000 question marks popping up in his heart. I agreed to a god and a demon? From the beginning to the end, he was excusing and politely refusing. And anyone with a clear eye could see that Qin Fan did not want Lin Xiao to annoy himself. He was now more and more skeptical that Lin Xiao's emotional intelligence was negative. "That's all. You won't be able to find the Cold Poison River anyway, so this matter of entering the Poison Scorpion Pavilion will definitely have to go away." Qin Fan suddenly remembered the system prompt from a while ago. The system said that Lin Xiao had gone and assaulted another heaven's destiny because of himself. Taking advantage of the fact that the two of them were now meeting, Qin Fan then professionally faked a smile and opened his mouth to ask, "Let us not talk about the matter of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion first. Lin's senior brother, have you recently fought with anyone or something like that?" Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. "A fight? Not at all. The corner of Qin Fan's eye twitched, and his smile stopped in embarrassment. You don't have a baron. If not, is the system jerking around with random hints? In the next moment, like he thought of something, Lin Xiao placed his palm against his chin and pondered for a moment, then said, if it was a one-sided beating, it would still be there. What do you mean? Who did you hit? Or who hit you? I gave my sister a big BB pocket. Ha? What did you hit your sister for? Because she said bad things about senior brother Qin. What's the bad word? She said you were trying to dig up my supreme bone, and I said no way, and she said yes, and then I hit her. You, her. Qin Fan was momentarily speechless as he looked at Lin Xiao's steel straight man statement. If he could, he'd be the one who'd want to slap him the most. Lin Xiao had beaten the Heavenly Fate Sister. That meant that this Heavenly Fate Sister would hold a grudge against Qin Fan because of it. Then, Qin Fan would be surrounded by another annoying fate of heaven. Sister. Why sister again? Qin Fan had managed to settle Qin Xian'er down, but it turned out that Lin Xiao's side had summoned another Heaven's Destiny Sister with the Great Beady Pocket. Before the situation completely deteriorated, Qin Fan grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulders with both hands and said seriously, Senior Lin, a man's hand is meant to be swung at the enemy, not to beat up women. Senior brother Qin, I see what you mean. Shut up for a minute. Wait for me to finish. Qin Fan directly interrupted Lin Xiao, following which his voice became even louder. Remember, I don't care what other people think of me, and it doesn't matter to me what your sister speculates about me. Anyway, when you get home, the first thing you do is apologize to your sister. After hearing these words, Lin Xiao was silent for a long time. He became more and more determined to follow senior brother Qin in this life. This sublime character, like a holy lotus flower, was what he had been pursuing all his life. Suddenly, Lin Xiao nodded his head towards Qin Fan and opened his mouth. I see. Senior brother Qin, let's go to your sister's room. What? Qin Fan stared in confusion as he began to wonder if Lin Xiao had a hearing problem. I'm talking about your sister. Your sister. What are you doing in my sister's room now? In the next moment, Lin Xiao revealed a piercingly warm smile to Qin Fan. Look at my memory. I forgot to say again that I came to visit the Qin family with my sister. I came to look for my senior brother, while my sister went to Miss Qin Xian'er's side, the backyard of the Qin family. Qin Xian'er was holding a silver sword. She looked like a freshly blossomed flower bud. Each step of her sword stance was filled with a sense of aesthetics. A cleave, a pick. It seemed to be plain, but in reality, the Big Dipper exploded. Brush up. In a matter of moments, Qin Xian'er utilized the half-void sword technique that she had just learned for 3 days to easily chop the sword training rock into pieces. After a set of sword dances, she slowly retracted her sword. She stood straight in place, an indescribable feeling in her heart as she gazed out over the gravel of the open field. Joy, fulfillment, and a faint sense of guilt. How could Qin Xian'er have never imagined that she would be able to practice her sword so recklessly in the Qin clan in her life? She also didn't expect that her sword art attainments would be so high that she would finish penetrating the half-void sword technique in 3 days. Everything was brought to her by her brother, but the brother didn't make any claims. Qin Xian'er recalled that in these 3 days, Qin Fan had closed his room like a fiend to refine poisonous props. Brother is still as crazy about drugs as ever. However, he doesn't force himself to refine poisons as well like he used to. Anyway, I'm already well versed in the sword spectrum. Should I, take the time to visit my brother today? Qin Xian'er squeezed the hilt of her sword tightly and suddenly murmured in a tangled manner. Snap! In the next second, a crisp clap rang out coldly from the empty backyard. A holy and beautiful young girl dressed in a white dress. She appeared in Qin Xian'er's field of vision. The first time she saw Lin Liqiu, Qin Xian'er secretly thought that the other party was so beautiful. That kind of transcendence of the world's clear spirit of beauty, as if it is the innate temperament of serenity and elegance. Who is she? And why was she in the Qin family's backyard? Qin Xian'er, you don't need to be vigilant. I'm a Xian Sect disciple with you. Lin Liqiu walked 5 meters to Qin Xian'er and stopped her lotus steps. She stared at the pretty face that was indistinguishable from her own, and her heart loved it. What a good-looking girl. Unfortunately, it was all ruined by the sinister brother. Thinking of the name Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu couldn't wait to teach him a lesson now. Several days had passed since Lin Xiao nearly lost his supreme bone, and over these days, Lin Liqiu had been taking time to observe Qin Fan. She was the next inner saint daughter, so she had some resources in the Xian sect. Investigating Qin Fan is still a breeze. It turned out to be a shock not to find out. Bullying his sister, refining drugs, violent mobbing, and so on, all of which were done by Qin Fan. Chapter 12, Who's your sister? We don't know each other well. 3 days ago, Lin Liqiu heard about Qin Fan violently beating up people in the black market. It was rumored that Qin Fan beat Su Liang of the Su family to death and then threw the person in front of his house like a wild dog carcass. Such rampant violence is simply outrageous. Even earlier, Lin Liqiu also knew about Qin Fan forcing his sister. Qin Xian'er was little known for her sword talent in the Xin sect, but as a result, she was hard-pressed to death by Qin Fan. The sister doesn't like to refine the poison, but the brother is forcing it one way or the other. There were rumors that Qin Fan had forced a bunch of horrible poisons on Qin Xian'er, saying that he wanted her to get used to her bond with the poisons. Soft-natured girl forced to keep centipedes, spiders, boa constrictors and more. This kind of image made Lin Liqiu's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Qin Fan, you're practically a... Lin Liqiu was also a sister status in the family. As such, she was flooded with sympathy upon seeing Qin Xian'er, and even the corners of her eyes were on the verge of filling with tears. She reached out and gently stroked Qin Xian'er's face, sighing inwardly, "What a delicate and beautiful girl. Just like me." She then ignored Qin Xian'er's small, confused face and opened her mouth. "Xian'er, I know all about how you were oppressed by Qin Fan. Don't worry, I will seek justice for you. I actually... Alright, there's no need to say anything more. You're tired from practicing the sword just now, right? Sister will help you wipe off your sweat." After saying that, Lin Liqiu took out her own pink handkerchief and carefully helped Qin Xian'er wipe the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Qin Xian'er was confused the entire time. Who am I? Where am I? Why is Ms. Saint doing this? When she heard Lin Liqiu introduce herself, Qin Xian'er became clear about her identity. The disciples of the Xin sect are basically clear about this supremely gifted saintly young lady. But, why does she care so much about herself? Brother, he's not as savage as he used to be. Qin Xian'er wanted to explain so much, but Lin Liqiu never gave her the chance to interrupt. While helping to wipe the sweat, he mouthed words cursing Qin Fan. Qin Xian'er frowned slightly when she heard. It's a bit unintelligent for this senior sister to speak so directly. On the other hand, Lin Liqiu saw that Qin Xian'er was silent and mistakenly thought that she was agreeing with her cursing Qin Fan. She couldn't help but get more energized and suddenly gripped Qin Xian'er's soft little hand tightly and said, "Xian'er, you don't have to be afraid. We're sisters together. We'll definitely make that bad guy pay." What Lin Liqiu did not expect was, Qin Xian'er didn't hesitate to pull her hand out, and she also disgustedly kept a distance from Lin Liqiu. She then frowned under Lin Liqiu's skeptical gaze and said, "Who's a sister to you? We don't know each other well at all." "Okay, you." After being disliked by Qin Xian'er, Miss Sacred Girl froze in place, her mind changing a little. Just then, Qin Fan and Lin Xiao hurried to the backyard. When Qin Fan saw Qin Xian'er alienating Lin Liqiu, he couldn't help but feel relieved. That was the image he wanted to see the most. There was no other reason. In case these Heaven's Fate people came in groups and hugged the group to target themselves, wouldn't it be a game of calf? Qin Fan's gaze went to Lin Liqiu, and he was immediately glared at by the other party's beautiful eyes. "Be a good boy. You're really being hated unintentionally, aren't you?" Lin Liqiu glared at Qin Fan, and Qin Fan glared at Lin Xiao. "Look at your sister. Get up there and apologize. Sensationalize this conflict with love." After Lin Xiao received Qin Fan's eye signal, he immediately took big strides. "Raise your hand." Snap! Another loud bigby pocket. In an instant, the entire backyard fell into dead silence. Qin Fan was confused, and so was Lin Liqiu. Qin Xian'er was already confused, and now she was even more confused. After Lin Xiao finished beating his family sister, he then looked seriously at Lin Liqiu and opened his mouth. "Sister, this slap has nothing to do with Senior Brother Qin. It's entirely my own desire to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Qin Fan covered his face helplessly. "How can you talk like that? It's not pulling me into a hole." Up to this point, Qin Fan fully affirmed that Lin Xiao's speaking IQ was 0 duck eggs. The earlier words of bitterness toward him were all for naught. As expected, Lin Liqiu covered the side of her face that was slapped, and then she looked at Qin Fan with resentment. "Ding, congratulations, a son of Heaven's Destiny has earned the reward Breakthrough Bottleneck because you went and beat up another daughter of Heaven's Destiny." Brush. After the system prompt, Qin Fan felt a surge of dark energy violently run up through his limbs and bones. He just came back to his senses and realized that the bottleneck at the peak of the late stage of foundation building was broken through so easily. "I just somehow broke through to the early stage of the Jindan realm under these awkward circumstances?" 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Qin Fan's heart. He wanted to laugh, but he was now being glared at by Lin Liqiu's ghostly glare. If he didn't laugh, it was hard for him to hold it in. It's so hard to be the villain. The other side. Other than Qin Fan, the person with the highest cultivation level on the scene was Lin Liqiu. She was the first to notice the subtle change in Qin Fan's realm with her own late-stage foundation establishment perception. She covered the somewhat red and swollen face and looked at Qin Fan in dismay and thought, "What's the situation? How come it feels like Qin Fan's aura is a bit stronger than before? What does he mean?" Is he so excited to see me get slapped that he's leaking aura sideways? Sure is a scumbag. If not for Lin Zhao's presence, Lin Liqiu would have been furious. After she was slapped in the big bib pocket for the second time, she became more and more skeptical that Lin Xiao had been brought down by Qin Fan. Lin Xiao never used to slap with his hands. It must be Qin Fan. He had instilled his brother with his own set of evil sister-abusing ideas. Thinking like this, Lin Liqiu felt that it was even more necessary to let Qin Xian'er and Lin Xiao see Qin Fan's true colors. Until then, she had to defend the best sister she had just recognized, Duke Qin. It was my fault for venturing into the Qin family, but you let my brother teach me a lesson and this matter will be written off. Lin Liqiu chortled, her lotus steps lightly moving as she protected in front of Qin Xian'er. Then she opened her arms and looked at Qin Fan with a resolute face. Today, on behalf of the Xian Sect's sacred maiden peak, I must escort Qin Xian'er to the forgotten Ning realist. She is an innate sword-practicing saint body, staying in the Qin clan to be forced by you to be a poison master. This is a complete waste of time. Hearing these words, Lin Zhao's palms twisted. His dabi pocket was hungry and thirsty again. After all, this was Senior Qin's family matter. How could it be the turn of outsiders to interfere? Other people think that Senior Brother Qin is sinister and cunning, forcing his sister. But Lin Xiao firmly believes that Qin Fan is not that kind of person. He definitely wasn't the type, like himself, to move around and hit his sister with a big biker pocket. Seems like something is weird. While Lin Xiao didn't pull any more hate for Qin Fan hurriedly pressed down on his shoulders. Qin Fan took a step earlier and looked seriously at Lin Liqiu, his voice trembling with a bit of excitement. Are you serious? When Lin Liqiu saw Qin Fan's body shaking slightly, she thought that he was trembling with anger, so she retorted even more exuberantly. 1,000 times true. Even if the Qin family head comes today, I'll still take Xian'er to forgotten Ning Zen master's place to practice my sword. After she becomes Elder Forgetting's disciple, roughly how long will she be able to return home? It's as short as 2 years and as long as more than 10 years. During this period of time the forgotten Ning manservant will always protect Sister Xian'er. You don't want to disturb her. I thought that this speech would provoke Qin Fan, but what Lin Liqiu did not expect was, she actually saw a hint of gratitude and excitement from the bottom of Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan grabbed Lin Liqiu's hand and laughed evenly. Fine. It's a deal. Chapter 13, May you never see Qin Xian'er in your life. Before Lin Liqiu came, Qin Fan was worried about Qin Xian'er. He was depressed. His sister's talent for practicing swords was so great. How should he send her to the sword cultivation clan to practice 24 hours a day? As long as there was one less Heaven's Destiny person around, Qin Fan's chi and cultivation speed would skyrocket. But, it was hard for Qin Fan to go in the middle as the party. If he directly helps Qin Xian'er to introduce, on the one hand, it will cause his sister's good feelings. When the time came to cultivate a brother control sword cultivator, then Qin Fan would undoubtedly be raising a tiger. On the other hand, Qin Fan was also afraid of pressure from both parents. The entire Qin family were poison refining obsessed children, and his parents were even more so. If Qin Fan really made the decision to send Qin Xian'er to sword practice, then the next person to be targeted in the family is undoubtedly him. At this very moment, Qin Fan looked at Lin Liqiu gratefully. This Lin Zhao's heavenly destiny sister. Although her expression was fierce, she didn't expect to have such a kind heart. In that case, my sister is in trouble. Qin Fan held Lin Liqiu's hand and said heavily. Lin Liqiu was stunned on the spot. She tried to pull her hand out of Qin Fan's hand, and after 2 hard strokes, it didn't come out. It shouldn't. Why didn't Qin Fan put up a word of resistance? Would the rumored cold and abusive Qin Fan really surrender Qin Xian'er so easily? Immediately after that, Lin Liqiu narrowed her beautiful eyes as if she wanted to see through Qin Fan's plotting path. Qin Fan, you're not planning something else, are you? How? What could I possibly think? I'd love for my sister to have a good future. Qin Fan laughed amicably as he twisted his head to look at Qin Xian'er, but saw that she was like an outsider. Qin Xian'er's gaze landed on top of the hands held by Qin Fan and Lin Liqiu. Her eyes clouded over. Humph, there are people from my sacred maiden peak outside the Qin family, so I'm sorry you wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Liqiu grunted and broke away from Qin Fan's handshake in thanks. She came to Qin Xian'er's side and said in a 180-degree gentle tone, Xian'er, let's go. Sister will take you out of here. Didn't realize it was. Qin Xian'er just nodded her head, without even a word of acknowledgement, and said softly, I'm going to go talk to my brother for a few minutes first. What's there to talk about with that kind of scum? He's just... Lin Liqiu just wanted to sage the mouth of the girl to get high for a few sentences, but then she saw Lin Xiao behind her stupidly big bb. After she honestly shut her mouth, Qin Xian'er pulled Qin Fan to a remote corner. Qin Fan was passively embarrassed the entire time. He didn't know what the jail sister wanted to do. All he wanted now was for Lin Liqiu to quickly take Qin Xian'er away. In the next second, Qin Xian'er suddenly took Qin Fan's hand with her small hand. Feeling his sister's cold and soft little hand, Qin Fan was a little confused. He saw that Qin Xian'er was playing with his fingers like a fidget toy. Qin Xian'er's cheeks reddened a bit, but she pretended not to care and said, "Brother, I'm really going to cultivate at the forgotten Ning reality. Can you handle it at Mom and Dad's?" Hearing the words, Qin Fan's hanging heart immediately released. "Oh, so it's because I'm afraid that Mom and Dad will come after me. I'm guessing the petulant stance is a way for me to try to persuade Mom and Dad." Unknown, Qin Xian'er was truly worried that Qin Fan would be pursued by her parents. She knew better than anyone the family's fervor for poison smithing. If Qin Fan does nothing, he will let her become a sword cultivator disciple. Qin Xian'er then subconsciously thought that Qin Fan's life in the Qin family in the future would definitely be difficult. On the other hand, Qin Fan was also brewing enough emotion to speak sincerely in order to keep his heavenly destiny sister away from himself. "Xian'er, in the past it was me who was too old-fashioned, letting you suffer too much. Now you don't have to worry about me. You just need to feel at ease and cultivate, and I will block all the opposition at home for you." While saying this, he gently touched up Qin Xian'er's head. "You, just bring out the results. And when you become the #1 female sword cultivator in the world, then let Mom and Dad see that you are actually very good." Lin Liqiu had said that Qin Xian'er would have to cultivate for several years at the very least at the forgotten Ning realist. Qin Fan was not greedy. Even if Qin Xian'er left himself for a year, he was sure that he would be able to take care of the off-world return talisman. So now it didn't matter whether he was playing the role of a scumbag elder brother or a gentle brother. Qin Fan didn't care, but what he didn't expect was, these words deeply touched Qin Xian'er's soft heart, and her grip on Qin Fan's hand suddenly loosened a bit. Qin Fan saw Qin Xian'er's shoulders twitching slightly, as if she was about to cry again. He couldn't stand to see a girl cry, especially a pretty one. But when he thought of making the heavenly ordainer cry, it seemed like there was a reward to come. Qin Fan was in a tangle. Without waiting for Qin Xian'er's little pearls to fall, Lin Liqiu scurried over to the duo with a whoosh. She used her aura to shock Qin Fan away. Then she shielded Qin Xian'er behind her and opened her mouth to drink. "Qin Fan, let go of your hand. It's all this note and you still want to bully your sister?" Even if there was the dedication of being slapped by Lin Xiao in the Dabi pocket, Lin Liqiu couldn't care less. She glared fiercely at Qin Fan and cursed again before leaving with Qin Xian'er. "Dead scum, may you never see Qin Xian'er in your life." After saying that, Lin Liqiu pulled away Qin Xian'er, whose eyes were still somewhat reluctant to part with her, and walked away. Qin Fan stood still with some gratitude in his eyes. What a wonderful blessing. But for some reason, he suddenly had some odd emotions inside him as well. When he thought of Qin Xian'er's delicate appearance as she held back her tears, he couldn't bear it. If it wasn't for the opening villain status, Qin Fan would have really wanted to spoil his cute sister for a while. "Senior Brother Qin, I'm sorry for teaching my sister poorly. I'll definitely go back and teach her a good lesson with the Grand BB2. After being scolded by Lin Liqiu, Lin Xiao panicked and ran to Qin Fan's side, cupping his fists. Qin Fan patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and laughed bitterly. "Don't, sister, or use to hurt better point. You see, your sister is also a water spirit beauty. Moving to get slapped, how bad?" "I know." "Really? Well, I'll change it to a chicken duster." It doesn't seem to be easy for Sister Liqiu to grow so big. After meeting this pair of Heaven's Destiny Lin siblings, Qin Fan's life returned to peace. Good news. It took him another 2 days to finally accumulate the female poison spell talismans to 1,000. Good news. Su Liang, who was brutally beaten up last time, is now recovering physically. Qin Fan only needs to turn Su Liang into Sun Yang, and then let her go to the Mysterious Sect to look for 100 years of poison. That would be even better news. In addition to the good news of making the off-world returning god talisman, there was also a steady stream of good news from the Xin clan for Qin Fan. He fooled the poisonous Scorpion Pavilion owner Cold Poison Chuan into an academic study of refining poison. And Cold Poison Chuan at least had to passionately discuss a 7 days and 7 nights. In this way, it would be impossible for Lin Xiao to successfully become a disciple of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. In addition, Lin Liqiu utilized her connections as the next holy maiden to introduce Qin Xian'er as the chief disciple of the forgotten Ning reality. Forgetting Ning real person seems to be very fond of this female disciple with bursting talent. All fond of it too. The extent of brainless shortness protection. For example, in the past 2 days, there were male disciples from the Falling Sword Sect who saw that Qin Xian'er was as beautiful as a flower and wanted to pester and accost her. As a result, forgetting the Ning real person does not care what the other party's identity and background. Brush 2 knives is to shave the head and hair. She also made a threat that the next time she comes, she will cut off her lifeblood, even if Xian's elder brother comes. Chapter 14, Qin Fan, sell your sons to me. Yes, Qin Xian'er's master was so protective of her shortcomings that she had to mention Qin Fan from time to time in everything she did, because after she took in Qin Xian'er, she badgered her beloved disciples once past. The more she learned, the more she hated herself for not being able to help sooner. She transformed all the heartache she felt for Qin Xian'er into pampering. A large amount of sword cultivation resources favored Qin Xian'er. Some Shan sect disciples said that it wasn't even an exaggeration to say that the forgotten Ning realist was raising a daughter. When Qin Fan learned of this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. He was quite hopeful that Qin Xian'er would be able to immerse herself in sword cultivation, but somehow an additional enemy had appeared. So he was helpless. There's a string of good news. Then naturally there's bad news. Bad news. Qin Fan's parents returned from their trip. Bad news. The couple was furious when they learned that Qin Xian'er had defected to the Shan sect's forgotten Ning reality. As a filial son, Qin Fan naturally did not ignore his parents' anger. He quietly into the Qin family cafeteria pot of poison. Just a small mouthful can scurry into the thatched toilet nail households. Then the Qin family's several hundred people all scurried away until they were deflated, including Qin Fan's parents. If they didn't do that, the couple would definitely explode with energy and then blame Qin Fan for not taking care of Qin Xian'er. I was under the impression that the two of them were the real desperate poisoners who took people and made them poison. They regarded human life as grass and were selfish and tyrannical, which could be seen from the fact that Bully forced Qin Xian'er to refine poison. But the two were after all parents in this life, so Qin Fan didn't hit them too hard. Hopefully, the couple would forget about Qin Xian'er for a while after they hugged and scurried thin. It's almost time to go find Su Liang to settle this last score. Qin's house, the room. Qin Fan looked at the 1,000 or so female poison spell talismans piled up into a small mountain on the table and revealed a satisfied smile. In addition to the female poison spell talisman, he also had a black market deed for planting land in his hand. It was a trade item used to buy Su Liang. After deciding on today's action, Qin Fan took a carriage to the black market, and he went directly to the Su family. When the Su family saw the Qin family's great young man arriving at the door, they were all alarmed and greeted him. Last time, Qin Fan had violently beaten Su Liang like a black force, and the Su family had dared to be angry. This time, Qin Fan was even more arrogant, as he directly named the Su family's top administrator, Su Liang's parents. The Qin family was second to none in terms of power in the imperial capital. The Su family was not even worthy of lifting the Qin family's shoes, and it was not long before a couple who looked like they had vicissitudes of face invited Qin Fan into the conference room. When they entered the house, the only people in the room were Qin Fan and Su Liang's parents. Su Liang's father was an old man with a gentle face and a very businessman-like appearance. It would be a mistake to believe that Su's father is a kind businessman. To be able to get a foothold in the black market city, one must have some skills in one's hands. Unfortunately, these skills were all empty talk in the face of the absolutely powerful Qin family. Father Su and Mother Su glanced at each other nervously. Then Father Su said to Qin Fan with a smile, "Young Master Qin, I do apologize for the last time my canine son bullied Miss Xian'er, but you also taught Lianger a hard lesson. So what is the need again today? Sell your sons to me." Qin Fan's simple and rough sentence suddenly stunned the couple. Mother Su reacted with the most surprise. She covered her mouth and looked at Qin Fan as if she was looking at a pervert. Could it be that the Qin family has an evil dragon Yang love? Even so, selling his son to Qin Fan was absolutely impossible. The last time Su Liang was beaten up by Qin Fan, the couple remembered it vividly. If this is Jia sent to the Qin family, won't it be even worse? Unless money can be given in place. Both of Su Liang's parents were extremely snobbish existences, and Qin Fan had long been clear about this. So he planned to make Su Liang a junior brother who would infiltrate the Netherworld sect. Oh, no! From now on it's little sister. In the next moment, Qin Fan threw the poisonous field land deed that he had prepared for a long time onto the table. When Su Liang's parents saw the content of the land deed, they both stared in disbelief. Father Su tremblingly held up the land deed, then looked at Qin Fan. Isn't this the innate poison field that the Qin family is in charge of in the southwest of the black market? Young Qin, what do you mean by this? Poison field refers to a field that can grow poisonous treasures of heaven and earth. These fields are firstly spiritual fields and secondly the soil has the mutant property of growing poison. Poison fields are more precious than spiritual fields. This is common sense in the cultivation world. At this moment, Qin Fan intends to use this field as a bargaining chip to trade with Su Liang's parents. This innate poisonous field in the black market was Qin Fan's responsibility, and if he sold it secretly, the Qin family hierarchy wouldn't be able to discover it for a while. Even if he was discovered, Qin Fan was fearless. Big deal. Trade them with the female poison spell charm. Recently, during these days of frantically making female poison spell charms, Qin Fan had also investigated and there were no female poison spell charms for sale in the market. That is to say, This system-given poison propis is patent. With the Qin family's fervor for refining poisons, coupled with the fact that the female poison spell talisman is indeed a very evil and mischievous prop, Qin Fan was 90% sure that his parents would not pursue him for selling the innate poison field because of the female poison spell symbol. Before that, he naturally had to be the first one to eat through the female poison spell charm benefits. Su Liang was the first target Qin Fan used. This poisonous field goes to you. Su Liang to me. Yes or no? One word. This. Hearing the words, Su Liang's parents hesitated. Mother Su was the first to slap the table in revolt. I don't agree. That's my son. How can I give you? Geez, May. Just calm down for a second. Father Su hurriedly pulled Mother Su, who had stood up, down, and he smiled apologetically at Qin Fan. Then he whispered to his wife, that's a poisonous field, or an innate poisonous field in the black market. The value it can bring to our Su family is absolutely incalculable. Mother Su stared incredulously at Father Su, her middle-aged, old woman's face filled with dismay as she gritted her teeth. Are you crazy? Are you really going to trade our son with him? Humph. What do you mean by our son? Don't think that I really don't know anything. Before this family was even established, you were browbeating the next-door senior brother Wang in the sect. I am innocent with him. Otherwise, why did I choose you later? That's because senior brother Wang died in battle. You were pregnant with his seed and couldn't bear to abort it before you chose me, who seemed the most honest and naive. No, it's not. No? Well, then should we pull Liang'er over from the greenhouse now and have him come with me for a blood drop? On the other side of the conference table, Qin Fan was dumbfounded as he looked toward Su Liang's parents who were arguing heatedly. Boy, the composition of this family is pretty messed up. Thought Su Liang was just spoiled into a dude and that's why he wasn't popular with his parents. I didn't realize that there were so many deep factors involved. Qin Fan did not interrupt. He quietly sipped his tea and watched, acting as a melon-eating spectator. He listened as Su's father and mother tore out more than a dozen lovers from both sides. At the end of the day, Father Su who realized that he had made a fool of himself in front of outsiders. He looked at Qin Fan in embarrassment. Young Master Qin, I've made you laugh. Let me give you an accurate answer now. Leave me alone. Tell the follow-up. What follow-up? Didn't you guys just chat? Your wife was pregnant when she was young, and followed you to travel around. Whether she had sex with the beggar under the cave bridge or not? Chapter 15 from today. Your name is Su Xiaoliang. Su's father's face was full of embarrassment as he looked at Qin Fan, who was bursting with gossip, and was momentarily speechless. What's wrong with you? You've got a taste for melons? Qin Fan was not only drinking tea at this time, but he also felt a handful of melon seeds in his hand out of nowhere, while sipping tea and properly eating melon on the head. Sir Qin, there's no need for us to talk about anything else. We're willing to fulfill your deal. Su's father gave a stiff-armed speech and didn't care about Qin Fan's follow-up questions anymore. So this deal ended in a hurry. After coming out of the Su family, Qin Fan shook his head and sighed helplessly. I hate two types of people in the world. Those who don't let me gossip and those who gossip about me. Although he didn't figure out the life story of Su Liang's parents, he was able to learn Su Liang's precise location from the two of them. Black Market Greenhouse. Su Liang is still posting with the girls. He was hugging people left and right in the room, sitting in a grandiose manner. There were just a few other wounds being bandaged on his forehead and arms, making him look a little worse for wear. The girls in the greenhouse are very sensible. One of them, a young girl with a pill head, she touched Su Liang's bandaged head and sighed pretentiously. Young Master Su, the injuries on your body really hurt me so much. Heartbroken about what? Tell you what, these are all traces of my young master's valor. Su Liang pretended in a high voice, his speech leaking a bit because his incisors were knocked out by Qin Fan. Even if his tone was comical, he continued, when Qin Fan that kid really called on more than a dozen people to block my, even so, I also with their own strength to beat back their crowd. The price, is the body of this small injury? It does not matter. The greenhouse girls in the room were all mentally speechless. It was clear to the entire black market that Su Liang had robbed someone's sister, and then was beaten up by Qin Fan as if he were a dog. However, the guests came first, and the girls praised one after another, saying, it's great, it's too strong, and so on. Hearing these flattering words, Su Liang couldn't help but grin. Who doesn't like to hear good things? Even if he knows the girls are just playing along, Su Liang is willing to immerse himself in it. With the pretentious vibe almost set, he slipped his hand up a girl's shirt, ready to start messing around. But just as his fingers touched the woman's smooth skin, in the next instant, the girl fled as hastily as a frightened deer. Not only the woman in Su Liang's arms, but the nearby greenhouse women who were singing and dancing, or pouring drinks for Su Liang, all retreated in a hurry. Seeing this, Su Liang's eyes rounded with anger, and he was so angry that he slapped the table. What are you running for? Didn't I pay you? Come back, all of you, come back. The next moment, a familiar man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Su Liang, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your essence has recovered very well. One person ordered 8 girls. Can you stand it? Hearing this voice that was like a voice from hell, Su Liang's body trembled violently. He rolled and turned around, and when he saw Qin Fan's face, he immediately broke his defense. Qin Fan, how come it's you again? But when he saw that Qin Fan was the only one, Su Liang quickly changed his face as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, this time you don't want to beat me up. I've brought people over. What are you going to play with me? Due to the fact that he had been violently beaten up by Qin Fan's callers last time, Su Liang now traveled with a group of Su family bodyguards. Unfortunately, what he doesn't realize is that all these Su family bodyguards received the news outside the door that Su Liang was no longer a member of the Su family. After all, Qin Fan's innate poison field was still very tempting, and Su Liang's parents had already agreed to him taking Su Liang away. For this reason, these Su family bodyguards would also listen to Qin Fan's words. Come on people, all come over quickly. Block Qin Fan here and beat him up hard today. Su Liang's neck is bubbling with veins, wildly shouting for half a day, and did not see the Su family bodyguards appear. He had just wondered when Qin Fan said flatly to the door, Miss Su is calling you. Why don't you come out quickly? Thump. Qin Fan had just finished giving his word when the Su family bodyguards barged into the house. Standing in a neat row, Su Liang froze at the sight. What's going on? Why are the bodyguards listening to Qin Fan? And what's the meaning of Qin Fan's insulting name? Ms. Su? I'm going to you, Qin Fan. You're the one who's a lady. Today I'm going to beat your lifeblood askew. Su Liang angrily stood up, and then hid behind the Su family bodyguards. The dogfights for power-up said, on, all give me on. Beat the hell out of him. However, no matter how much Su Liang gave his word, or even pushed and shoved the bodyguards in a hurry, these bodyguards stood as motionless as stones. He immediately panicked. Could it be that all these bodyguards have been bought by Qin Fan? In the next moment, Su Liang saw Qin Fan reveal a teasing smile. This classic villainous smile caused a chill to run down Su Liang's back. Immediately afterward, Qin Fan snapped his fingers and said, do it, pack your lady into a sack and we'll go to the Su family and have a nice chat. As soon as the words left their mouths, the Su family bodyguards made their moves on Su Liang with expressionless faces. They don't want to betray Su Liang either. But Qin Fan is giving too much. In addition to Su Liang's parents' orders, Qin Fan had also privately slipped a generous amount of spirit stones to the Su family's bodyguards. 1,000 spirit stones each. That's more pay than working for a year in the Su family. As a result, the Su family bodyguards were also abandoning the feelings they once had for the young master. And one by one, they recognized the money and did their job. After all, what kind of family produces what kind of people? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys can't do this to me. Rhubarb, doggy, don't you two recognize me? I used to bring you guys together to play in a greenhouse, even though it's the oldest mom who ordered for you two. You can't do this to me. Don't put me in a sack. Don't. Help. Someone's trying to kill someone in broad daylight. Su Liang let out a heartbreaking scream in the room, but unfortunately, his mouth was quickly gagged by a rag. After a while, when Su Liang came out of the sack, he realized that the place he was in was very familiar. Looking around the utility room, he immediately concluded, isn't this the Su family utility room? Ha ha ha. Qin Fan. So you can flip a car too. When Su Liang saw Qin Fan sharing a room with himself, he immediately assumed that he had been saved by the Su family midway. Why else would he be in the Su family? In the next moment, Qin Fan crouched in front of Su Liang as he said in a cold voice, alright, listen to whatever I say next. You can ask questions normally, but if you scream blindly, I'll beat you to death. At the moment Su Liang's hands and feet were bound. Qin Fan wasn't afraid that he would escape, so he removed the rag from his mouth. Afterward, Qin Fan said with his mouth while taking out a large pile of female poison spell talismans from his spatial ring. From today, you change your name to Su Xiaoyang, gender female, age 19, unmarried casual cultivator. Before Qin Fan could finish, Su Liang immediately glared and asked, wait a minute, is it really okay for you to change someone's identity randomly? Even if you change it, what is the meaning of this gender aoi? Don't worry, this charm of mine will perfectly solve these doubts of yours. Qin Fan placed a female poison spell talisman in front of Su Liang as he revealed a very kind smile. Chapter 16 Ugly and Short Lori. Because it's a villain, it makes sense for the sister to double down after being bullied. Since it's a villain, it makes sense that the flattery would consist of changing the other person from male to female. Su Xiaoyang, if you hadn't made a move on my sister, I wouldn't have done this. Qin Fan came close to Su Xiaoliang and used the female poison incantation talisman to continuously cross over his body, then sighed with regret. We're all male. I fully understand how we take care of our little jailbird brother, but alas, you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Su Xiaoliang stared wide-eyed. He wanted to say something to salvage something. However, the female poison spell talisman that was affixed to his skin seemed to have weird magic power, and the piercing coldness that emanated from its surface instantly scared him to the point that his tongue tied up in knots. He had heard that many poisonsmiths would utilize poisons to invent many strange and bizarre props against humanity. Is Qin Fan serious? Is he really going to get rid of my target? To get rid of me? Su Xiaoliang swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage to put forward his conditions. Young Master Qin. Qin. Wait a moment. If you want a woman, I can introduce you. No, I just need a special female like you. Ha! You're a pervert, aren't you? Qin Fan's words instantly made Su Xiaoliang's face pale. He mistakenly thought that Qin Fan was a pervert, but in reality, Qin Fan wanted an absolute beloved to infiltrate the Netherworld sect. Like Su Xiaoliang, this kind of guy who was sold by his family. The predecessor was also originally a scum for. The most appropriate to be used as Qin Fan's errand boy. Fizzle. As the female poison spell talisman was torn up, the talisman effect triggered open. Qin Fan aimed the talisman at the bound Su Xiaoliang, and immediately afterward, a black and purple mist kept attacking from the talisman. Su Xiaoliang desperately squirmed and tried to escape, but unfortunately, the fog scurried extremely fast. Blink of an eye. The mist then drilled into every part of Su Xiaoliang's body, only to see his body transformed into a cloud of bizarre purple light. The mass of light keeps writhing, splitting, and coming together. A tea break. A new Su Xiaoliang was born. Compared to earlier, the current Su Xiaoliang was only a little shorter. His chest was still flat, like a normal man's, and underneath, there was still a small bulge. Qin Fan couldn't help but frown at the sight as he sighed. Surprisingly, it didn't work? Hey, how come the hand is still so black now? There is a 1/3 probability that the transformed gender of the female poison spell talisman, the spell that went down just now, apparently triggered another third of the shortening. Ah, me, my handsome 5 feet 8 inches guy. How come I'm suddenly so much shorter? Su Liang lowered his head. He looked at his body with all his clothes loosely worn and immediately cried a face. He was now only 5 feet 6 inches at the beginning, which was indeed a much larger height difference than earlier. He originally thought that the sex change was Qin Fan scaring himself and that getting shorter was the ultimate goal. What I didn't expect was, in the next moment, Qin Fan began to tear off a female poison spell symbol. Su Xiaoliang shook violently and immediately begged for mercy. Wait a minute, brother, why do you still have it? With a hiss, the same black mist as before came on him again as the talisman was torn off. Again, just like the earlier picture, Su Xiaoliang turned into a ball of purple light, with the halo splitting and rejoining. In the end, Su Xiaoliang still did not succeed in turning into Su Xianyang. He's gotten ugly this time. The proportions of his features were not like normal. His eyes were as small as sesame seeds and his mouth was as big as a zipper. There are also large moles with hair growing out of them on the nose, chin, and other places. Seeing that another sex change had failed, Qin Fan didn't bother to lament much as he swished and swished again and used the female poison spell charm towards Su Xiaoliang. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoliang still hasn't been able to eliminate the target. The odds of him hitting the charm constantly hovered between getting shorter and getting uglier. Luckily, the shortening was guaranteed at 1 meter 4. Even if Su Xiaoliang was hit with the shortening effect of the female poison spell talisman again, he would only maintain his height of 1 meter 4. But, getting ugly is not guaranteed. Qin Fan looked incredulously at the short and ugly little man in front of him and was inwardly shocked. Holy, how is this more outrageous than a game of card draw? Within these 10 minutes, he had already used more than 200 female poison spell talismans. Luckily, he had the self-awareness to prepare more than 1,000 of them in his spatial ring in advance. On the other hand, Su Xiaoliang was even more surprised by Qin Fan's determination to turn himself into a girl. Just now, he had inadvertently glimpsed his face at the moment through the mirror in the utility room. It's almost like a horror gnome. It was full of sores, the same as having rotting hemorrhoids of all sizes. Still incredibly short and not at all manly. The moment Su Xiaoliang completely regretted going to rob Qin Xian'er. If he hadn't robbed her, he wouldn't have provoked Qin Fan himself. Su Xiaoliang saw that Qin Fan was about to tear off another female poison spell talisman, and burst into tears. Brother Qin Fan, big brother, I'm wrong, really wrong. You don't use the talisman anymore. I've become inhuman. No, you may not take on human form, but you must be female. Ing. Swish. Just when Su Xiaoliang couldn't tense up enough to curse and resist, in the next moment, he suddenly felt that this time, The incoming mist of the female poison spell talisman was different from the previous one. The previous effect of making him uglier and shorter was to make Su Xiaoliang feel his body cold, and even painful. But this time the experience was very subtle. Every inch of his surface seemed to be replaced. That feeling of all his limbs and bones being washed with warmth instantly made Su Xiaoliang forget the pain of being retaliated by Qin Fan. So cozy. This subtle feeling, there is a little bit of good awe. Could it be that Qin Fan had a guilty conscience and then used a healing charm to rehabilitate himself? Just thinking that, Su Xiaoliang subconsciously pulled out his eggs. She remembered that Qin Fan hadn't been clamoring to turn himself into a woman before. If the balls were still there, it would mean that this current warm experience was indeed Qin Fan healing himself. In addition, Su Xiaoliang was tied up with twine by Qin Fan, but she was tied up with her hands together. If you lower both arms together, you can still pull out an egg with some effort, but after pulling out the air twice, in a flash, her eyes widened in both directions, and she began to accelerate and pull out hard. Nope, jailbird, it's really gone. Ah, Qin Fan, you! Su Xiaoliang tear heart and lungs cursed. Just this kind of roar finished. She found her own sound is actually also sky-high change. The voice is delicate and sweet, just like stepping on a loli. But, when Su Xiaoliang turned her head sideways and she saw the mirror in the utility room, she nearly fainted from her own ugliness again. The body is a lowly body and the voice is a sweet lowly voice. But the facial features are still the same as before. A face full of hemorrhoids. Wickedly ugly. Seeing Su Xiaoliang finally being feminized, Qin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. It worked. Phew, that was tough. The sissification program did complete, but the subject seemed emotionally unstable. Su Xiaoliang kept stomping his legs and screamed like crazy. Aha! Qin Fan, I'm going to kill you. You! Untie the rope for me. I'm going to fight you. Snap! Before the vicious words were finished, Su Xiaoliang was dumbfounded by a vicious dabi pocket from Qin Fan. Not only that, Qin Fan also sat on Su Xiaoliang as he threatened with a cold face. No calling yourself old man. You'll have to embrace the life of a virtuous daughter from this day forward. Chapter 17, Losing the Target Forever. Heart like a dead man. The final intention of feminizing Su Xiaoliang was to make her a part of the ethereal sect and then reclaim the whereabouts of the 100-year spider. If Su Xiaoliang was still the same as before, full of foul language and calling himself lousy, then it was obvious that he would not be looked upon by the Netherworld sect. As it happened, Qin Fan was quite free this time. Qin Xian'er had been sent by Lin Liqiu to practice her sword in the forgotten Ning reality, and Lin Xiao was unable to harass himself because he couldn't find the Poison Scorpion Pavilion master. In addition to the free time outside of refining poison, Qin Fan does not mind using it to tutor Su Xiaoliang. But, Qin Fan looked at Su Xiaoliang's face. No matter how he looked at it horizontally or vertically, he was so ugly that he was fast physiologically regurgitated. Vomit. It's so ugly. I won't even bother to teach you how to be a virtuous daughter. He covered his mouth and said in subconscious disgust. Being slapped. Su Xiaoliang was furious, staring with two wide eyes but not daring to make a sound. It's not because of you. Turned me into a woman and now it's ing disgusting. The next moment, even if Su Xiaoliang didn't say anything, she still received a slap. Snap. This clear and loud dabi pocket slapped Su Xiaoliang upside the head. Afterward, Qin Fan said with a stern face, Rio girls shouldn't glare so roughly. I'll be damned. Snap. I'm a horse isn't something a girl should say either. Me. Snap. I doesn't work too well when you call yourself I. You need to be ladylike. Ladylike, understand? Su Xiaoliang's eyes contained hot tears, looking truly aggrieved. I lady you. All the while making people ladylike, while riding themselves on the body forwards and backwards big than the pocket. Fortunately, once upon a time, Su Liang had seen a lot of women in greenhouses. Having never eaten pork but having seen a pig run, she began to clip her voice and mimic the tone of a girl. Young Master Qin, the little woman, really knows that she is wrong. Can you get off of me? The pressure is making me so uncomfortable. This time, the clip sound caused Qin Fan to nod his head in satisfaction. But in the next second, he still slapped Su Xiaoliang. Su Xiaoliang was beaten beyond belief as she asked with teary eyes. Young Master Qin, why this time? Did my little daughter do something wrong? Sorry. Smoked smooth. Quick hands. Didn't catch it. Qin Fan smiled flatly and then got up from Su Xiaoliang. In order to better teach the other party the way of a lady, Qin Fan also untied the twine on her hands and feet. Without the restraints, a wave of madness surged up from the bottom of Su Xiaoliang's heart. She took advantage of Qin Fan's inattention and suddenly picked up a pair of scissors in the utility room. With that, she stabbed the tip violently at Qin Fan's abdomen. Go die 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 die. I lost my target. And now you're training me to be a woman? What's the point of being a woman when your face is as ugly as a monster? When the scissors were about to hurt Qin Fan slightly sidestepped, as if he had expected Su Xiaoliang to attack. He dodged this one with ease. After all, within the sex change effect of the female poison spell talisman, there is another negative benefit. After a successful gender change, the cultivation of the subject of the infliction will be sharply reduced by 1/2. Su Xiaoliang had previously been at the early stage of foundation establishment, and now his cultivation had dropped to the level of the middle stage of qi refining all of a sudden. It was naturally impossible for such a trashy ugly little loli to harm Qin Fan, who was at the early stage of Jindan. How can I be so weak in my damned life? She murmured in disbelief after Su Xiaoliang's scissor stabs fell short. The next moment, she felt a chill from behind her. Qin Fan's words of instruction came slowly. Xiaoliang just told you, virtuous girls cannot say dirty words. Are you, again pumping? Hearing this whisper that was like a devil from hell, Su Xiaoliang trembled as she hurriedly said, the little lady didn't. Snap. This time Qin Fan didn't have any nonsense, and grabbed Su Xiaoliang over for a wild beating. The villain educates the Lady Lolita. Starting with deterrence. It can't be helped. The newly trained little loli has too strong a personality, and will be honest after a few more dobby doodles. After eating a good 100 or so dobby pockets in a row, Su Xiaoliang was completely quiet. Only later did Qin Fan realize that she had been smoked out by herself. Helplessly, Qin Fan packed her in a sack and took her out of the black market. Back to the Qin family. Qin Fan asked the servant to vacate the room next to his own, so that it would be for Su Xiaoliang to stay in the future. Starting today, he's going to start a devilish crash course in ladyhood for Su Xiaoliang. Strive to send Su Xiaoliang to the Netherworld sect within half a month, and then take back the 100-year spider. Qin Fan thought secretly, and with that, he temporarily ignored Su Xiaoliang, who was still fainting. He left Qin's house, went out on the street, and started picking out skirts and other decorations that fit Su Xiaoliang's size. After all, it was decided that Su Xiaoliang would be ladylike, so naturally the dress code would have to be more appropriate. She was already that ugly. It would be a drop in the bucket if she didn't cover it up with rouge and clothes. Time rushes by. Half a month later, Qin family, in Qin Fan's room, a petite woman in a delicate little dress. She was skillfully cutting the tea. Sitting beside the tea table was Qin Fan, who was holding a poison master scroll and flipping through it. As the tea was slowly cut, Qin Fan carelessly held the tea, blew a mouthful, and lightly sipped. Subsequently, under the nervous gaze of the ugly petite woman, Qin Fan said without any hesitation, well, this piece of tea art is okay. Skills qualified, this half month. You also did not burst into foul language or say something not suitable for a lady. Etiquette qualified. Hearing these two passes, Su Xiaoliang nearly threw the teapot on the table and then let out a loud cry. His grandma, it's so not easy. For half a month, she was tortured by Qin Fan's devilish training. The soul is a 20-year-old adult male. How can he say he's turning into a loli? Excessively, as long as Su Xiaoliang had a little bit of poor performance, Qin Fan was a big BB tout calling over. Apart from that, she also learned from Qin Fan about some of the things she was going to do in the future. First she had to become a part of the Mysterious Sect and then help Qin Fan seize the centennial spider. That 100-year-old spider. One of the items she snatched from Qin Xian'er when she was still a banned target. Su Xiaoliang knew that Qin Fan had turned himself into a little loli for 100 years of spiders, and immediately regretted his gut. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world, and she could only resign herself to her fate. On the other hand, Su Xiaoliang also knew from Qin Fan's mouth that her own parents had sold her because of the innate poisonous fields in the black market. This made Su Xiaoliang, who was already desperate, even more so. It's not fair. Everything in the world is against me. There are so many muggers in the world. Why should my punishment be to turn into a loli? Also have to endure the devil training of this pervert Qin Fan. Even though he was more than unwilling, Su Xiaoliang carefully hid his emotions and did not show them. She was waiting for a time that was enough to defy Qin Fan. When the time is ripe, she will not hesitate to ruthlessly retaliate against Qin Fan. Chapter 18, Luo Yuyan. So Qin Fan is so kind. The next moment, Qin Fan, who was drinking tea by the tea table, suddenly frowned. He saw Su Xiaoliang's small hand holding the teapot, but did not extend the orchid finger. Then he said in a low voice, Ah Liang, the orchid finger was eaten by you? Looks like you still haven't grown a memory after this half month of training. When he heard the words, Su Xiaoliang shivered like an electric current. Yeah, sorry, I'll cross my fingers now. After apologizing, her orchid fingers popped up as an afterthought, much like a spring response. Unfortunately, it was too late. This devil, he is going to find reasons to punish himself again. Within half a month, as long as Su Xiaoliang has a woman's performance that is not as good as Qin Fan's wishes, then he will fan the big BBBB. In the next moment, Qin Fan really raised his own arm. Su Xiaoliang closed his eyes in despair and prepared himself mentally to endure this one big BB pocket. Yet the punishment was slow to fall. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw, instead, an even more alarming image. Qin Fan was smiling gently at Su Xiaoliang. This kind and affectionate smile was a smile she had never seen in half a month. During this period of time, Qin Fan never chided Su Xiaoliang with a stern face, always with a devilish face. It's more than a little scary when you see a cruel devil smiling beside you. Qin Fan's hand that he had raised earlier was actually transformed into a caress at this moment. He stroked Su Xiaoliang's head while smiling gently. Don't be afraid. How could I hit you? That was all love training on my part. Young Master Qin is right. I'm arranging for you to go to the ethereal sect for an examination this afternoon, so I can't beat the snot out of you today. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Su Xiaoliang then released how this devil was gentle. After being altered by the female poison spell charm, she was already ugly. In case he was still fatally beaten by Qin Fan now, the probability of entering the ethereal sect would be greatly reduced. The devil's mercy is limited. Qin Fan had just finished speaking in a warm voice when he kept his fingers weaving in and out of Su Xiaoliang's hair and said in a cold voice, if you can't pass the test, what you'll be greeted with could be more than 100 times the punishment of a big BB tout. At that moment, Su Xiaoliang was too frightened to move at all. She answered with a shaky nod, but in reality she was crying inside. She longed very much for someone who could save her from this demon. Arrived in the afternoon. Ethereal sect. Outside the door, in one of the examination rooms, Qin Fan brought Su Xiaoliang, who wore a veil on her head, and he looked at the female disciple in charge of the examination in front of him with a smile on his face. This woman had a white dress on her body and a fairy-like aura. She had an overall air of immortal beauty unsullied by the world, and one couldn't help but look at her. The person in front of her was called Luo Yuyan. She was a core disciple of the Mysterious Sect and also the receptionist for the disciple examination. Qin Fan used his Qin family connections and went through a lot of effort to commission Luo Yuyan to help with the assessment. Luo Yuyan was the only person in charge of the Mysterious Sect's assessment who only looked at qualifications and didn't recognize any other conditions. Her first criterion is that the introducer's realm must reach the Jindan realm. Fortunately, half a month ago, Qin Fan hoard on Lin Liqiu to get a realm breakthrough, which made him meet Luo Yuyan's requirements. He then brought Su Xiaoliang to give Luo Yuyan an examination. Before the official meeting, Qin Fan tried to ask the female disciple of the Mysterious Sect about the whereabouts of the 100-year spider. Unfortunately, these female disciples were repulsed by the idea of talking to people outside the clan, especially men. After eating the closed door, Qin Fan still put all his hopes on Su Xiaoliang, hoping that she would be able to compete. If she doesn't, then let her run out of gas. Right now, there were only Qin Fan, Luo Yuyan and Su Xiaoliang in the room. When he first met Luo Yuyan, he was indeed shocked by the other party for 10 seconds. 5 seconds of that is face value, and the other 5 seconds is that this girl is another destiny person. Forget it, there are as many faithful ones as ants in this world anyway. Qin Fan gradually swings the pendulum to get used to it. With that, he clasped his fists in respect. Good day, steward. I am Qin Fan of the Qin sect. This is the loose nun disciple I met outside. Her life pursuit is to enter the Mysterious Sect and become a part of you. Her name is Su Xiaoliang. After Qin Fan finished speaking, Luo Yuyan's gaze fell on Su Xiaoliang. At that moment, the professionalism that had been trained by the devil for half a month was immediately displayed. Su Xiaoliang made a salute towards Luo Yuyan, then vocalized the lines he had memorized. Hello Sister Luo. I'm Su Xiaoliang. Senior Brother Qin Fan in order to fulfill my dream will specially be the introducer this time. I hope that senior sister can give me a chance to join the sect. Hearing that, Luo Yuyan looked at Su Xiaoliang, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Her voice was flat as she said, I'm not your senior sister yet. And, she glanced at Qin Fan with a desire to speak. Her heart odd. The imperial capital Qin family's Qin Fan, Luo Yuyan had heard about it. Only that all she had heard were negative rumors. The Qin family is obsessed with poison. And the whole clan is sexually cold and ruthless. Is it really possible for something like this to happen to help a casual practitioner fulfill his dream? Qin Fan detected the suspicion in the bottom of Luo Yuyan's eyes and remained calm the entire time. Everything went as planned. Immediately after that, he threw a look at Su Xiaoliang. After receiving the message, Su Xiaoliang immediately knelt down in front of Luo Yuyan and then sincerely sobbed. Senior sister, when I was young, my family was killed by mountain bandits. At that time, a traveling female disciple of the Mysterious Sect saved me. And that's the reason why I'm now bound to enter the Mysterious Sect in the first place. She cried when she said she would, and the look of genuine tears seemed to come from her heart. Can it not be realistic? When Su Xiaoliang slightly remembered the half months of being tortured by Qin Fan's devil, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Immediately afterward, she also bit her lip and betrayed her conscience. Senior Brother Qin Fan is even more of a nobleman in my life. Although he is a poison master, he has a kind, sincere, wonderful heart. After he heard my wish, he was willing to take the initiative to be an introducer to help me fulfill my dream. When he praised Qin Fan, Su Xiaoliang was truly as good as dead. This devil is clearly brutal, cold and perverted. However, Su Xiaoliang didn't have the guts to reveal Qin Fan's true appearance, and it was still uncertain whether he would become a disciple of the Netherworld sect. On the other hand, when Luo Yuyan saw Su Xiaoliang being so genuine, a slight subtle change occurred in her state of mind. Listening to Su Xiaoliang's sobs that were almost coming up for air, her heart softened as she thought, originally, this child has such a birth background, so poor. Qin family Qin Fan, he is not as bad as rumors, I test to see it. Before that, Luo Yuyan looked at Qin Fan and said, Mr. Qin, the Misty Sect's assessment is closed and the results will be revealed a day later. Until then, please go back first. Qin Fan had known the rules of the ethereal sect beforehand, so he didn't dissent and smiled politely. Alright, then she'll be in your hands. Well, slow down. After saying that, Qin Fan turned around and left the ethereal sect. Before he left, he also glanced at Su Xiaoliang. The eyes seemed to say, you can do it yourself. Su Xiaoliang only felt his heart and chest suffocating. She knows better than anyone. If she failed the test and couldn't enter the Misty Sect, then what awaited her back at the Qin family would surely be hundreds of times the devil's punishment. After only Luo Yuyan and Su Xiaoliang were left in the room, Luo Yuyan looked at her, her slender finger pointing at her veil headgear. Now that there are no outsiders, take off the hood. Su Xiaoliang knew that he looked ugly, so he pressed his hand tightly against the veil and asked, why does Senior Sister have to take off her head covering? One of the tests for female disciples of the Misty Sect is grooming appearance. Take it off. Hearing this, Su Xiaoliang's face turned ashen. Does it mean that I am going to be karma in the first level of the examination? Chapter 19, Farewell, Prison Qin. Luo's Senior Sister. Truth be told, I was actually born with a strange disease innately, a disease with many pimples on my face, so I may not look so good in terms of appearance. Su Xiaoliang looked at Luo Yuyan and lied. What she didn't expect was that Luo Yuyan acted very reasonable and laughed. It's fine. Although there are all female disciples in the ethereal sect, not all of them are good looking. Our sect is about female-specific feats, not face value. Hearing this, Su Xiaoliang seemed to see a ray of sunshine that swept away the haze. That's great. Since I'm not a face dog, I'll be honest. In the next second, Su Xiaoliang decisively removed the veil from her face. When her runny little face appeared in front of Luo Yuyan, the room was suddenly quiet. Luo Yuyan originally wanted to open her mouth to encourage Su Xiaoliang, but now, she couldn't even think of what words to use to describe this face euphemistically. Ugly, just too ugly. Su Xiaoliang was simply 100 times uglier than the ugliest woman she had ever seen in her life. That pimple acne face that erupts like a volcano and the exaggerated brow, eye, nose and mouth ratio. If she hadn't sensed that Su Xiaoliang had the scent of a living person on her, Luo Yuyan would likely have taken her for a demon. It's a good thing that Luo Yuyan is ahead of assessment with good professionalism. After taking 2 deep breaths to calm her heart, she forced a smile on Su Xiaoliang. Su Xiaoliang, is it? Your appearance is indeed a little bit not quite the same as normal people, but it's harmless. You just need to perform passively in the back. As she said these words, Luo Yuyan tried to move her eyes away several times, but it was impolite to talk to someone without looking at their eyes, so she forced herself to endure the visual impact that Su Xiaoliang brought to her, squeezing her fists under her sleeves to finish her sentence. Hearing Luo Yuyan's words, Su Xiaoliang was touched and said, really? Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. She looked at the beautiful and moving Luo Yuyan and almost burst into tears again. If this is GA at the first hurdle, then going back will definitely be Qin Fan's life. Subsequent assessment content is very simple. Are some tests Su Xiaoliang is competent to outside the door handyman? Yes, the position in the sect that Qin Fan brought Su Xiaoliang to test for was a handyman. After all, she was ugly and her cultivation qualifications weren't great. As long as you can blend into the ethereal sect first, then find a way to get the centennial spider. Examining the handyman's meticulous work such as serving tea, cleaning, and organizing books, Su Xiaoliang perfectly met the standard. Unlike other cultivation sects, even if it was an outer sect handyman, the ethereal sect required its disciples to be able to be perfectly attentive. It is said that the Misty Sect's women's technique focuses on attentiveness. If they didn't meet this condition, even if the Xian sect's holy maiden came to the Netherworld sect, then they wouldn't be qualified to become an outer sect handyman. Having been devilishly trained by Qin Fan for half a month, Su Xiaoliang was betting his life on completing these odd job tests. so after all the indicators were completed, she couldn't wait to look at Luo Yuyan and ask, "Senior Sister Luo, how is it? Can I enter the Misty Sect on my terms?" Hearing that, Luo Yuyan forced herself to meet that ugly little face and curved her mouth and smiled. "For now, it can be okay, but what? Senior Sister Su, I suggest that in the future in the Misty Sect, it would be more appropriate for you to wear a veil on all trips, lest it affect the state of mind of the other female disciples." Su Xiaoliang understood the innuendo in Luo Yuyan's words. "I'm just saying I'm so ugly I'm scary. What's the point of being so euphemistic?" But since he was able to become part of the Netherworld sect, Su Xiaoliang immediately felt a kind of joy after the robbery. "Farewell, Jail Qin. I'm finally not going to have to take your devil's training anymore." In the next moment, Luo Yuyan added to Su Xiaoliang, "Senior Sister Su, sit quietly here for a moment while I go fetch a set of uniforms for the outer sex handymen." "Okay, Senior Sister Luo." After the exchange, Su Xiaoliang saw Luo Yuyan turn around and leave. Waiting silently for 2 seconds, she couldn't help but jump up and go wild. At that moment, she left behind all the woman's reserve after the devil's training and completely released herself to start dancing. LOL, it's so cool, old me is finally in the Netherworld sect. Wahahahaha, entering this sect full of beautiful women, I can both cultivate and feast my eyes at the same time. I heard that the Misty Sect's women's feats can beautify and nourish the skin, so when Laozi becomes the world's #1 beauty, and then goes out to fish for a few kaiju to play, ha 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 ha, the feeling will be very interesting. During this release of Su Xiaoliang, unbeknownst to her, there was a pair of eyes peering at her from the doorway of the room. The last level of the Misty Sect's examination, meditation. The specific content of the meditation was that how long Luo Yuyan asked the test disciple to meditate. The other party had to meditate for how long in a ladylike manner, even if it's a day and a night. This was an important step in measuring whether or not an alien female disciple could truly meditate and become a part of the ethereal sect. At this very moment, Luo Yuyan left the room not even a minute before she witnessed Su Xiaoliang's true face. That stance of standing on the table dancing and reveling matched Su Xiaoliang's ugly face. Luo Yuyan only thought of 2 words. Demon. This is simply a demon in disguise of humanity. Would anyone in their right mind think of messing with G in the first place if they could get into the ethereal sect? Either engage G, or go fishing for a kaiju. This is something that the ethereal sect will never allow. Allowing this kind of demon with an unquiet heart to enter the ethereal sect would undoubtedly ruin the cultivation atmosphere within the sect. With this thought, Luo Yuyan clenched her pink fists. Her beautiful eyes coldly thought, so close, I was almost tricked. Sure enough, the people sent by the Qin family are no good. Boo! In the next moment, Luo Yuyan violently opened the door of the room, and she glared angrily at Su Xiaoliang, who stood frozen on the tea table. With that, she shouted out words that made Su Xiaoliang's heart go cold. You failed the sect entry examination, and you are no longer qualified to participate in the Misty Sect's disciple examination in this life. In the meantime, Qin Fan returned to the Qin family in a carriage. He returned to his room and idly began to refine the female poison spell talisman again. During the refining of the toxin, he shook the bottle of toxin that needed materials while saying with a helpless face, "Hey, no matter whether Su Xiaoliang can succeed in the examination or not, she has to stay in the Misty Sect for a full day. I heard that this is the examination rule there. Because of this archaic rule, Qin Fan wouldn't be able to know firsthand whether Su Xiaoliang had succeeded or not. If he succeeded in becoming a disciple of the ethereal sect, then all would be happy, and he would even give Su Xiaoliang 2 days of vacation." Words of failure. Qin Fan grimaced as he walked unhurriedly to the basement of the room, pulled down on a sling at the basement entrance. The next moment, the interior lights came through. A piece of torture equipment that flashed with sharp and cold aura was neatly and incomparably displayed in front of Qin Fan. He held up one of the tweezers that specialized in pulling out people's teeth and scanned it admiringly. Mouth agape. Failure would be a reason to let her experience the Qin family's complete book of torture devices. But, talking to himself halfway, Qin Fan put the tweezers back on the table heavily. He shook his head and sighed. I still hope that Su Xiaoliang can be successful in the examination. After all, I am not a devil. Chapter 20, The Holy Virgin Revisited. Without thinking about Su Xiaoliang anymore, Qin Fan returned to the Xian sect and then went to the Poison Scorpion Pavilion to clock in and sign in. He was the senior brother of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, and even if the sect didn't have any important matters, he had to stay in the Poison Scorpion Pavilion on standby. But Qin Fan's weekday life was incredibly free. After returning to the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, the first thing he did was still refining the female poison spell talisman. If you have something to do, rub a few charms out for good defense. The moment Qin Fan stayed in the room of the Xian sect's Poison Scorpion Pavilion's senior brother as he shook his head and sighed. Hey, I've gradually gotten used to having an errand boy by my side, and now that he's suddenly gone, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. The errand boy referred to Su Xiaoliang, who had been helping Qin Fan refine talismans for half a month. Qin Fan couldn't trust the Qin family servants or the Poison Scorpion Pavilion disciples. He was afraid that someone would leak the female poison spell talisman, so he wouldn't let anyone other than Su Xiaoliang to assist him in refining the talisman. Man is an inert creature. Even if Qin Fan had burst his liver for 3 days to furiously make 1,000 talismans, he didn't have the motivation to replicate the miracle now that he had succeeded in turning Su Liang into Su Xiaoliang. Just when Qin Fan was leisurely refining talismans and thinking about whether he should touch the fish and swing, in the next moment, a series of morose prompts from the system resounded in his head. Ding, your subordinate Su Xiaoliang has managed to scare the daughter of destiny Luo Yuyan with her ugly appearance. Congratulations! You have obtained ranged crafting proficiency. The designated range is the Poison Scorpion Pavilion's eldest brother's room, and within this range, the speed at which you refine any poison master props will be multiplied by 10 times. In addition, if there are other people present in the eldest brother's room, this gain buff will be temporarily suspended. Ding, your subordinate Su Xiaoliang has exposed his nature and succeeded in angering the daughter of heaven's destiny Luo Yuyan. Congratulations again! You have obtained the Golden Dan Realm Poison Puppet Crafting Blueprint. Poison Puppet, an auxiliary puppet that can assist you in any poison master attainment. It is the most reliable companion of a poison master. Hearing the prompt instantly, Qin Fan realized that the hand speed of his hand, which was not in a hurry to refine the talisman, suddenly skyrocketed out of nowhere. He nearly didn't need to go over his head to rely on that terrifying as hell proficiency to complete the refining of a female poison spell talisman in the blink of an eye. This is probably the bonus that you just got. Ranged proficiency in the big brother's room, right? After Qin Fan's small surprise, his face was covered with gloom as he murmured, reveal your nature? Pissing off Luo Yuyan? Oh, Su Xiaoliang. It seems that half a month of devil training still hasn't completely transformed you. With the content of the system prompts, he was able to determine that Su Xiaoliang's disciple assessment this time was cool. When Su Xiaoliang came back, he would bring the other party to the Qin family's torture device basement. He had to punish this ugly loli properly. Before that, Qin Fan was very interested in poison puppets. This Jindan realm level poison puppet perfectly matched Qin Fan's expectations of his assistant. Thus, he utilized the doubled crafting efficiency of his eldest brother's room, and it took him half an hour to quickly create the prototype of the poison golem in his mind. It is interesting to note that the poison golem appearance is created based on the human meter. The system here also provides free face molds, and Qin Fan feels unsuitable even after sifting through them. He finally made a poison puppet version of Su Xiaoliang in his likeness. As for that ugly face, with subjective intent, he replaced the head with a truly beautiful lowly face. Click! As the iron skeleton made a sonorous twisting sound, the poison puppet version of Su Xiaoliang moved his limbs and then stood in a proper posture as he looked at Qin Fan. Good day, master. It didn't help that her voice was mechanical and stilted. The poison golem's built-in spells are designed to assist the poisoner, and the core of the emotion and voice are vacant. Qin Fan mercilessly slapped the poison puppet's iron lump head twice as he nodded in satisfaction. I'll call you Little Poison from now on. Well, this face looks too much smoother than Su Xiaoliang. Once the creation was complete, he initiated the first auxiliary command to Little Poison. He asked Little Poison to create female poison spell charms. The core idea of the female poison spell talisman had already been written into the talisman by Qin Fan and implanted within the puppet motherboard of Little Poison. Immediately after, he saw the astonishing speed of the hand. Swish swish swish. Little Poison stood in front of the crafting table, her two hands quick with stumps as she crafted the female poison spell charm. Since the figure was built according to Su Xiaoliang's lowly physique, it was reasonable to say that the Little Poison would be inconvenient when taking materials or moving around. But it is, after all, a poison golem. And when it encounters a tabletop several heads taller than itself, or a storage box with materials 10 meters away, Little Poison will expand his mechanical arms and legs to become mechanical Luffy, so that he can fulfill the tasks given by his master with the highest efficiency. In just 5 minutes, Little Poison used up all the materials in the room. 1,000 female poison spell charms completed. Qin Fan was dumbfounded as he looked at the talismans neatly stacked on the table. He was completely dumbfounded. The efficiency of this poison puppet aid is too terrifying. It's practically comparable to a super AI. Thinking like this, he also took into account that Little Poison was enjoying the tenfold buff of eldest brother's ranged mastery. Big brother room plus super toolman Little Poison. That's just as good as it gets. Qin Fan was just pondering whether or not to make a few more poison puppets when, in the next moment, a rustling noise came from outside the door. He couldn't help but frown and murmur strangely. What's going on? Isn't the Poison Scorpion Pavilion always quiet? It feels like there are so many people outside the door. Afterward, Qin Fan couldn't help but push the door to take a look. When he saw that the courtyard outside the room was filled with Xian sect disciples, his head was spinning. There was a crowd of disciples at the gate, both men and women. What was even more outrageous was that those disciples were all overjoyed after seeing Qin Fan. They respectfully clasped their fists in greeting. Senior Qin, it's finally time to meet your old man. I resigned from the other forces in the sect just to join your Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Eldest Senior Brother, the Pavilion Master. He doesn't know where he's gone. Please arrange for me to enter the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. It seems that Supreme Celestial Joy was right. The Poison Scorpion Pavilion's Senior Brother is a talented man. There's absolutely no problem following him. Seeing this group of enthusiastic senior brothers and sisters, Qin Fan had an evil thought of throwing the female poison spell talisman on them. But he was only thinking about it, and to really throw it would be to completely expose the villain's identity. He was angry because, among this group of disciples who wanted to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, there were actually a few heavenly fates lurking. So that's exactly what's going on. Why do all these monsters with explosive talents want to hang out with me? A poisoner villain? Just when Qin Fan was doubting his life, in the next moment, a familiar-looking and marvelous figure suddenly flew down slowly from a high altitude. Lin Liqiu was wearing the white and gold long dress of the Holy Maiden Peak today, highlighting a touch of holy and flawless temperament. The moment she appeared on the stage, the original noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Sweeping her eyes at the crowd of disciples who were jammed in front of the door of her eldest brother's room, Lin Liqiu said in a cold voice, "All of you, please stand outside the courtyard and wait a little while. I have some words to converse with Senior Brother Qin." These words are filled with unquestioning rhyme. The other disciples listened to the order and had no choice but to curb their enthusiasm and then keep a distance from Qin Fan's room. Immediately after that, Lin Liqiu turned around and looked at Qin Fan with a smile on her face and opened her mouth. "Qin Fan, something happened recently. Let's go inside and talk." Chapter 21 Artificial Retardation, Little Poison. When he looked at Lin Liqiu's perfect face that was holy and clear, Qin Fan wanted to curse. Talking talk. Is Poisonous Scorpion Court your backyard? It was even if a group of disciples rushed in, but a next holy maiden like Lin Liqiu even flew down from a high altitude. But without waiting for Qin Fan to react at all, Lin Liqiu entered the room on her own, and then found a chair to sit down. Looking at her skillful and self-assured appearance, Qin Fan was helpless. He even wanted to call Lin Xiao over and then give Lin Liqiu a big BB. Since people were sitting down, Qin Fan couldn't be bothered to kick them out, so he closed the door and sat on the chair beside Lin Liqiu. Little Poison, pour a cup of tea. After Qin Fan ordered Little Poison, it mechanically responded, "Yes, master." Seeing the poison puppet that was no different from a normal person, Lin Liqiu opened her beautiful eyes wide as she suddenly asked, "Qin Fan, this girl called Little Poison is one of my hired servants." Never mind. Qin Fan was too lazy to explain too much. After the perfunctory explanation, he opened the door to Lin Liqiu and asked, "What are you doing here with me?" At this time, Little Poison had already served the tea to Lin Liqiu. After Lin Liqiu gave a soft thank you, she took a sip of tea and then slowly spoke to Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, you also saw the large group of disciples outside the room who wanted to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, right? I'm not blind." "Well, actually, they were all introduced to me by my brother." "What? My brother didn't want to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion half a month ago, but the pavilion master didn't know where to go, so he exceeded the time given to him by the patriarch because of his search," Lin Liqiu said, and again took a sip of tea to moisten her throat and said, "At the end of the matter, my brother he had to honestly cultivate beside the patriarch, but he didn't want you to be buried in the Xuanzong like this, so he took time out every time he finished cultivating, and a lot of proclaimed that the Poison Scorpion Pavilion that you are in is very excellent, so that many disciples want to join in droves." After hearing the cause and effect, Qin Fan was almost dumbfounded. This Lin Xiao is really a tumor. Half a month ago, Qin Fan deliberately detached Pavilion Master Cold Poison Chuan, which did prevent Lin Xiao from joining the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. As a result, he didn't join in and induced up other disciples to do so. With Lin Xiao's current reputation as a supreme bone disciple, it would definitely be like a thunderclap in the Xian sect. The benefits of this advertisement hit home, and many disciples were brainless to believe it. As if thinking of something, Lin Liqiu's face was a bit helpless as she hurriedly added, "Speaking of which, my brother originally told the other disciples that the supreme bone in his body was inspired by you, but as the word spread, it became that you invented the supreme bone in Lin Xiao's body. So a lot of disciples squeezed their heads to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion." "I invented the supreme bone? I'm a great inventor?" Qin Fan rubbed his temples and couldn't help but spit out a sigh. Now, the master of the court has returned. So with so much good blood pouring in, Qin Fan certainly can't stop it. It's over. It's all over. If this mixes in some new heaven's destiny people, how can we still have fun practicing? On the other hand, Lin Liqiu appeared to be drinking tea and talking, but in reality, she was secretly observing Qin Fan's words and behavior. He looked as if he was very chagrined. It's not right, is it? Could it be that he really didn't want any heavenly prideful latecomers to follow him? Lin Liqiu was still secretly observing Qin Fan since the last time she sent Qin Xian'er over to the forgotten Ning realist. She very much wanted to expose Qin Fan's terrible true colors. Take the large number of disciples joining the Poison Scorpion Pavilion right now. Qin Fan might be up to his old tricks. When Qin Fan wanted to take Lin Zhao's supreme bone, he made a series of preparations. If he were to have crooked thoughts about the other disciples who had defected to him, then he would surely be hypocritical and show great enthusiasm. Or did I misunderstand Qin Fan from the very beginning? He really didn't want to take away my brother's supreme bone at that time? Between sips of tea, Lin Liqiu thought tornly. Just in the next second, she suddenly felt some weakness in her limbs and was in a trance. There's something wrong with this tea. Was I drugged by Qin Fan? Lin Liqiu didn't have the time to run her aura to resist, and with just a popping sound, she closed her eyes and fell heavily to the ground. The cold movement made Qin Fan confused. He picked up a pounding wooden stick on the table and gently poked Lin Liqiu's small feet. Little sister Liqiu. Little jail sister? What's wrong with you? Master, don't worry. This woman has been hit by my stupefying scatter poison. Stupefying scatter poison is perfectly melted into the tea, colorless and tasteless. It's the perfect choice to use to stupefy the guests. At this time, Little Poison suddenly stood out and introduced himself. Qin Fan huffed towards that iron lump of a head over to Bigby Pocket as he cracked. Sick? I didn't let you knock her out either. Master, didn't you give the command, pour a cup of tea? Yeah. What does that have to do with poisoning? I am a poison puppet, and all of my service commands revolve around refining poison. Even if you don't have the will to poison, I will still take the initiative to poison. Saying this, Little Poison also explained in an aggrieved manner. And Master, the coma-dispersing poison is my lowest level poison. After listening to the explanation, Qin Fan's eyes widened as he fiercely pointed to his own cup of tea. You poisoned my cup of tea as well? Yes, Master. I'm convinced, you artificial retard. Qin Fan came at Little Poison's head with another slap. After 2 consecutive hits, his hand hurt a bit instead. The poison golem was made of hardened iron, so the feel of the fight was not comparable to Su Xiaoliang at all. So Qin Fan changed it to kick. He kicked Poison twice, and Poison's voice was a quiet, unperturbed ouch. With that, Qin Fan hurriedly carried Lin Liqiu to the bed to force the poison. Outside the door of the room, there was still a large group of adoring siblings gathered. In the event that Qin Fan's drugging and fainting the next holy maiden was exposed, then he would be completely finished. Much offense. Little sister Liqiu. Qin Fan let out a helpless sigh before peeling off Lin Liqiu's blouse. He only picks points toward the abdomen, collarbone, and other nearby points to force the poison, although the heart and chest parts of the area to force the poison faster. But Qin Fan still have some bottom line. Inexplicably poisoning someone is pretty much under the radar, and this would be unethical to take advantage of the situation. The main reason is that Qin Fan is afraid that the effect of cardiothoracic acupuncture to force the poison is too good. Halfway through forcing the poison, Lin Liqiu suddenly woke up and realized that she was baring her chest to Qin Fan. That would be embarrassing. 5 minutes later, Qin Fan forced out 90% of the stupefying poison in Lin Liqiu's body. In a little while, this saintly lady will wake up on her own. Before that, Qin Fan glanced at the fragrant sweat on Lin Liqiu's body that had soaked through her clothes, and he couldn't help but blush with his old face. Since the stupefying poison used by Little Poison was very potent, Qin Fan forced the poison to work harder. He continuously poured Reiki into the acupuncture, and under the contact between the Reiki and the acupuncture points, Lin Liqiu's body automatically perspired. Qin Fan looked at the fragrant and sweaty beauty on the bed and thought helplessly, no, we have to wipe off the sweat from her body and dry her clothes along the way. Otherwise, there will be a misunderstanding for sure. Chapter 22 Love Sent Poison Water. Little Poison is a poison golem, and trying to change its core mind for a short period of time is a pain in the ass. So handing Lin Liqiu over to Little Poison again, Qin Fan was not at ease. With no choice, he apologized to the unconscious Lin Liqiu before completely undressing the other party. Using a dry cloth, he dried the sweat from that perfect teenage body. This wiping process could be a daunting challenge for Qin Fan. First of all, Lin Liqiu was the daughter of Heaven's destiny. As a villain, Qin Fan dared to molest the heavenly ordained woman in such a way, which is undoubtedly a death sentence. The second thing is that Lin Liqiu's body as a holy woman is really tempting. Qin Fan is a man before he's a villain. Even though I kept trying to focus myself during the wiping process, I couldn't control my eyes. After the eyes can't take it in, the behavior is on the verge of straying as well. Fortunately, whenever Qin Fan wanted to do something out of character, his mind would flash up Lin Zhao's face. If he took in Lin Liqiu, it would mean having an additional supreme bone great-uncle. That's like double the divine order pain. Qin Fan kept vacillating between sage and devil thoughts, and eventually wiped the sweat off Lin Liqiu's body. In the next moment, the system's joyful prompt rang in his head. Ding, the host is worthy of being a rogue villain. You drugged and stupefied the Heaven's Fate Holy Maiden and took the opportunity to desecrate the other party's body. Congratulations, you have been rewarded with an automatic upgrade of the Poison Puppet. Poison Puppet Little Poison is being automatically upgraded. Ding! Upgrade successful. Hint, the emotional core of Little Poison has been upgraded. Its logic of doing things will no longer revolve around refining poison. It will understand your command instructions. Dog system. What do you mean I took the opportunity to blaspheme? Can you not describe me like the kind of villain who only thinks with his lower body? After being slandered by the system, Qin Fan was inwardly unhappy. He then read up on the rewards and quickly understood what the emotional core upgrade meant. Qin Fan thought with a frown. That is to say, if I now ask the Little Poison to pour the tea, it will honestly pour the tea without poisoning the tea? With that, he looked at the small poison standing quietly beside him. There wasn't much change in Little Poison's appearance, but those eyes seemed to have an extra touch of aura. Immediately afterward, he swept his eyes over the sweat-soaked saint's peak gown next to the bed. Now that he had dried Lin Liqiu's body, it was only natural to dress her. But the bodice was still sweaty, so putting it on Lin Liqiu like this would definitely cause alarm when she woke up. With that, Qin Fan instructed the little poisonous attempt. You've upgraded, haven't you? Come over here and get this set of clothes cleaned and thrown in the dryer for a quick dry. In the room, there is a dryer that stores aura and converts it into heat. Qin Fan didn't dare to get distracted to do the laundry. In case Lin Liqiu woke up on the way, he wouldn't even have a chance to make a cunning defense. When the little poison received the command, it hummed, and then held the clothes to be cleaned. Qin Fan was worried that this iron lump would have another attack and emphasized it again before she could walk away. Little poison, wash your clothes and dry them. Don't make a mess for me, or I'll tear you apart. Understood, master. I won't mess around. Okay, go for it. Aha. Afterwards, Qin Fan then wrapped Lin Liqiu's body with the quilt, and then with quietly gazed at each other. He was secretly praying that Lin Liqiu mustn't wake up at this hour, or at the very least wait for him to help her put on her clothes after drying. But just like this, under the silent gaze, Qin Fan suddenly realized that Lin Liqiu is really quite good looking. The face is delicate with full pink lips. The fair skin on both cheeks still had a light blush, looking like ripe little apples. The vision went down, and Qin Fan saw the pair of small crystalline feet that came through the quilt. Those tiny, cute toes are the ultimate treat at first glance. If you put on black silk, white silk or whatever, TSK, you can definitely hang on to any foot model. But as long as Qin Fan was thinking about Lin Liqiu, then Lin Zhao's dog's head was constantly flashing in his mind. Then Qin Fan painfully holding his head. In this mental torture, continue to enjoy Lin Liqiu's face value. Boing. In the next second, Lin Liqiu suddenly frowned and let out a faint moan. Qin Fan knew that she was about to wake up, and then he violently turned his head to look at Little Poison behind him and urged, Little Poison, got it right yet? As soon as the words fell, Little Poison came to Qin Fan's side with a pace that was fast and staggering. It was still holding Lin Liqiu's sacred maiden peak gown in its hand and said, Master, here you go. Qin Fan was not surprised by Little Poison's high-speed efficiency. Who made it refine 1,000 female poison spell talismans in minutes just now? Qin Fan took the long skirt and just wanted to put it on Lin Liqiu when he realized that the skirt seemed a little bit not quite right. The dress was washed and dried, but the surface gave off a strong, strange aroma. The scent was so pronounced that it was as if it had been specifically soaked and cleaned in a floral bath. Little Poison, did you do something worthy of the master? He recognized it at a glance. In the next moment, Little Poison was like a small child who was caught in a lie by an adult, and then shyly scratched his head. When I was washing the clothes, I saw my master looking at this woman colorfully, so I refined a poison called love scent poison water and put the clothes in it to wash them. What the heck is this love scent poison water? Love fragrance poison water. This is a kind of toxin that can be perfectly melted into clothing. The object of poisoning is limited to women, but women can't smell the pungent fragrance on the clothes. The specific role of this is to make the poisoned person to the first man he sees after poisoning green. Hey, master, how about this wave of my assists? Hearing the words, Qin Fan went numb. He looked incredulously at Poison, who was shy with a hint of eagerness to take credit. At that moment, he suddenly understood what the system meant by upgrading the emotional core. Little Poison's emotional language does seem a bit more vivid than earlier, but it's really overbrained. Qin Fan admitted that he was horny for a bit when he was rubbing Lin Liqiu's body. But isn't it too much to ask that you just give someone a hair-green toxin? Just as Qin Fan was considering whether or not to remove the small poison, Lin Liqiu, who was wrapped in the blanket, again murmured somewhat unconsciously, "Boing! So hard." At this time, Lin Liqiu was wrapped like a dumpling by Qin Fan. It would be strange if it wasn't uncomfortable. Seeing that she was about to wake up, Qin Fan had no choice. He kicked the little poison hard to vent his emotions. Then he used the long dress that had been soaked in the poisonous water of the love incense and put it on Lin Liqiu. After putting it on, Qin Fan carried Lin Liqiu back to the seat where she had just passed out. Qin Fan sat himself down on the chair where he had been talking earlier. Pretend it all looks harmonious. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Liqiu slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The moment her consciousness awoke, she was on guard. But the moment I saw Qin Fan, an unspeakable tingling current seemed to pass through the cerebral cortex. This subtle and somewhat heated feeling in the body was the first time Lin Liqiu had experienced it in her life. Chapter 23, Anxious Qin Xian'er. Lin Liqiu remembered that she seemed to have lost consciousness after drinking tea. How does it seem now? Doesn't seem like anything weird happened? The only strange thing was that Lin Liqiu felt that Qin Fan was strange. That kind of weirdness is her subjective and spontaneous weirdness. Qin Fan, how strange, handsome. Damn. Clearly the appearance with the previous did not change. Why do I feel? He really. Lin Liqiu glanced at Qin Fan without moving, her heart torn. The two slender jade legs couldn't help but close up, even if she was in disguise. Qin Fan was still aware of the blush on her face. The original cold and arrogant temperament of the holy maiden swept away, and in its place, a shy little girl's appearance. Boy, this love-scented poison water is really vicious. Qin Fan was clear that this was all a haphazard assist from Little Poison, and he would not go along with it. Who knew if Lin Liqiu would come to her senses after the effects of the love incense poison water ended? In case she realized that it was all a conspiracy, then she would definitely hate Qin Fan in the future. Right now, it was the perfect time for Qin Fan to perform, and he smiled apologetically. Little sister Liqiu, you finally woken up. Did I just fall asleep in my chair? Well, I'm a poisoner after all, and I get some strange things in my room. And I blame my carelessness for accidentally making you inhale some of the poisonous gas that comatose you just now. So, then how come you and Little Poison are okay? The two of us have previously taken elixirs of corresponding immunity, so we won't be rendered unconscious by the poisonous gas. Lin Liqiu looked at Qin Fan half-heartedly and finally nodded slowly. She actually wanted to ask more questions, but the original intention of the question was not to know the reason for the coma, but she simply wanted to hear Qin Fan's voice. Lin Liqiu didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Qin Fan's voice was so sexy. It is clear that there is no change from the impression, but as soon as I hear him speak, or meet his eyes, Lin Liqiu's body gets a little hot and subtle. Qin Fan noticed that Lin Liqiu's face was even redder and realized that the poison effect was probably going to be stronger. So he got up. Little sister Liqiu, wait a moment, I have some things to talk about with Little Poison. Lin Liqiu nodded her head obediently, as if she agreed with whatever Qin Fan said now. Well, Qin Fan then dragged the bewitchingly smiling Little Poison to the back door. After he made sure that Lin Liqiu couldn't hear the conversation from this location, he then asked Little Poison, hurry up and say it. If we don't relieve that woman of the love-sent poison water, will her life be in danger? Qin Fan has learned about some of the toxins in love. If you don't address the desire, the toxin will burn with lust, and in severe cases, death. Little Poison immediately shook his head and explained, no, the toxin will automatically be lifted in 2 hours. And during that time, that woman will be thinking about her master all the time. Did you still want me to give you a compliment? Really? Thank you, master. When I get back, I'm going to snap your battery. No, core charm. Intimidated. Poison stood in place in dismay. It stared blankly at Qin Fan returning to the room, never understanding why the master did not reward, but also turned to scare himself. Room. When Qin Fan came back, he noticed that Lin Liqiu was blushing profusely, especially with the lassie eyes she was casting. It was heart-pounding. In response, Qin Fan was helpless. The melon looks ripe, but when you eat it in your stomach, it's immediately raw. Little Poison also said just now that the toxin maintains its effect for only 2 hours, and that there is no danger to life during the endurance period. In addition, Qin Fan had heard about the requirements of the conditions for the sacred maiden's ascension to the throne in the Xian sect. A debutante saint must be a virgin. Like Lin Liqiu, she might have been imprinted by the master of the Holy Maiden Peak. Once someone tried to have a relationship with Lin Liqiu, that mark would definitely draw the attention of the Holy Maiden Peak. If Qin Fan really fought with Lin Liqiu, the result would be that a group of people from the Holy Maiden Peak would appear next to the bed. The only thing Qin Fan could do was to keep a safe distance from Lin Liqiu so that he wouldn't upset his stomach. Little sister Liqiu, I see that your face is particularly red. Are you not feeling well? Let me send you back to the Holy Maiden Peak, Qin Fan offered. Lin Liqiu blushed so much that her ears were red. She nodded her head and gave a hum, not saying anything more. She also felt that her body was very strange, and she could no longer share a room with Qin Fan. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she'd do something strange on her own accord. The backyard was not surrounded by disciples, so Qin Fan brought Lin Liqiu to the backyard, sword, flying towards the Holy Maiden Peak. During the rush, Lin Liqiu stood behind Qin Fan. She had been restraining herself, but she couldn't help herself when her body was only half an arm's length away from Qin Fan. She opened her arms and suddenly hugged Qin Fan's waist tightly, feeling the softness that suddenly squeezed up behind him. Qin Fan was slightly stunned, and his heart was more helpless. Then there was the tirade against the poison puppet. Little poison, you deserve to die. Luckily, Lin Liqiu didn't do much else but hug. Her eyes were closed and she hugged quietly with a smile on her face, as if she was enjoying the moment of contact. Forgetting Ning Peak, the top of the mountain. The mountain walls of this place were cut by countless densely packed sword chi. A young girl in a white dress was wielding a powerful sword technique. After she finished dancing a set of tricky and sharp sword skills, she wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and looked at the blue sky and sighed softly. Great! In the past half a month, I've become proficient in 90% of my master's self-created sword arts. When I practice the last set of sword arts, I'll have time to go back to the Qin family to see my brother. Qin Xian'er's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation, thinking. Within half a month, her talent for swordplay exploded. The forgotten Ning realist had given her a total of 100 sword manuals, and as a result of her heaven-defying enlightenment, she had become proficient in 99 of them in half a month. What forgotten Ning real person does not know is that the reason why this disciple of his own has such cultivation motivation is her brother Qin Fan. Qin Xian'er felt that Qin Fan was suffering from her family's oppression because her brother had let her go to sword practice. So, as long as she acquired a heaven-defying sword art and swept away all the gossip, then her brother wouldn't be tormented anymore. Next moment, Qin Xian'er was looking at the sky to recall Qin Fan's face when she suddenly saw a familiar imperial sword figure crossing the sky. Squinting, she realized it was her brother. Just after the surprise, she glanced behind Qin Fan, and saw that there was actually a young girl holding him. The young girl was wearing the notable uniform of the Holy Maiden Peak, and that was clearly Lin Liqiu, who had previously called herself a sister with her. How can this be? Isn't senior sister Lin a holy maiden? A holy maiden can't easily have contact with men, right? Seeing this scene, Qin Xian'er murmured in shock. She very much suspected that she had blurred her eyes, and had just finished rubbing her eyelids to take a look, only to find that the two figures were nowhere to be seen. Qin Fan and Lin Liqiu seemed to be in a hurry to go somewhere, so their imperial swords were extremely fast. Seeing this, Qin Xian'er couldn't help but feel anxious as she wanted to catch up with her sword to find out what was going on. But just as he had just taken out his sword blade and wanted to travel with his sword, not far away, there suddenly came a clear and cold woman's voice. Xian'er, why aren't you practicing your sword? What are you doing looking up and staring? Chapter 24, Saints and Witches. Hearing the question, Qin Xian'er turned her head sideways. At the entrance to the top of the hill, there is a small stone gazebo. The outside of the pavilion was surrounded by a single layer of thin black veil, which prevented Qin Xian'er from getting a good look at the people inside the pavilion. She could only barely see through the hazy black veil that inside the pavilion, there was a woman with a marvelous figure. The woman was sipping tea and reading with a scroll. The temperament is subdued and elegant. This person was Qin Xian'er's master, the forgotten Ning realist. Before Qin Xian'er became the disciple of the forgotten Ning realist, she had always had the habit of reading books here. Occasionally, when he was free, the forgotten Ning realist would read a book while incidentally instructing Qin Xian'er, who was practicing her sword. At this time, he was accosted by his master. Qin Xian'er's posture was humble as she took her sword back into its scabbard and bowed slightly towards forgotten Ning zenith. Master, it's nothing. I just want to look up and see what the weather is like. At the sound of his words, the voice of the forgotten Ning realist came faintly from within the pavilion. In that case, I thought you were tired. Disciple, remember not to try to be strong. If you are tired, go and rest. If the other disciples of the Xian sect heard this, I'm afraid that their jaws would drop, because among the many elders, the forgotten Ning realist was the most demanding of her disciples. She never allowed anyone to be lazy in their cultivation, but after Qin Xian'er became her disciple, forgetting Ning real estate is like a changed person, often radiating benevolent motherly love. Senior, it doesn't matter. Xian'er can still practice for a day. Qin Xian'er said with a smile, then danced her sword blade again. Inside the gazebo, the forgotten Ning realist didn't reply again. She likewise glanced at some figure far away in the sky, then looked down, quietly turning the pages of her book. Only, the speed of the finger turning the page is so much faster than before. In the meantime, Lin Liqiu was sent back to the Holy Maiden Peak by Qin Fan. When she got back to her place, the first thing she did was rush to the bucket and soak herself in cold water. It's so hot. It feels like my head is going to explode. Lin Liqiu bit her lip and murmured, until the chill from the cold water attacked her whole body, and only then did her delicate red cheeks ease up a bit. Earlier, when she was with Qin Fan on the Imperial Sword, she didn't even know why she was hugging him. It's crazy. I'm just crazy. Now that she remembered what she had just done, Lin Liqiu only felt an overwhelming sense of social death. Then she would bury her head inside the cold water and keep gurgling and bubbling. After taking a cold shower, Lin Liqiu changed into clean new clothes. Dressed, she stood in front of the mirror, staring at her good-looking self with a slight frown. Why does it feel like that strange feeling is so much smaller with a new outfit? The clothes that were taken off to the ground were stained with the love-scent poison water that the little poisoner had inflicted. Even if Lin Liqiu changes her clothes, her body has been infested with toxins. Therefore, within these 2 hours, she would often think of Qin Fan. Like now, she was clearly looking at herself in the mirror, but as a result, she couldn't help but pose. She fantasized whether Qin Fan would like himself after a fresh shower. Coldly, Lin Liqiu realized this silly and naive behavior and couldn't help but hold her face and mutter. Finished? Have I been poisoned by Qin Fan? For no reason at all. It's gotten so weird. Just then, a message came from the maid outside the door. Senior Sister Lin, the Holy Maiden Lord invites you to meet in the hall. Master Teacher? Isn't she busy in seclusion? Why did you suddenly invite me to meet? After hearing the 4 words Holy Maiden Lord, Lin Liqiu woke up from her teenage love as she thought in confusion. But whatever the other side had to do, she had to follow orders truthfully. Who let Luo Emotionless be her master teacher? And likewise the Xian sect's most unmistakable saint daughter today. Afterwards, Lin Liqiu answered the maid, and she pushed the door to go to the palace hall of the Holy Maiden Peak. Entering the hall, the wide chamber was empty. Only on that mahogany throne was sitting a woman in a gold dress like she had been waiting for a long time. The woman's face was exquisite, and she raised her hands and feet to reveal full authority. Only at this moment, her brows and eyes carried a hint of cold frost. Willow Emotionless hasn't been in a good mood lately, because my own beloved disciple even gave that stinking woman a female sword fairy disciple. Only those who were somewhat older in the Xian sect knew that Luo Yuyan had had a conflict with the forgotten Ning realist. Therefore, this wave of Lin Liqiu's mole-sending warmth was undoubtedly a hard blow to her Holy Maiden Peak's face. Even if he is backstabbed by his beloved disciple, Willow Emotionless was still forcing her composure. She kept persuading herself that it was all her problem. If she had revealed her conflict with the Forgotten Realm to Lin Liqiu earlier, then Qin Xian'er had also worshipped the Forgotten Realm. After entering the hall, Lin Liqiu performed a salute towards Luo Yuyan and then respectfully asked, Master, what do you want to see me about? Luo Yuyan looked at Lin Liqiu without a word for a long time before slowly sighing. Liqiu, have you heard of a demonic cultivator witch? I wanted to take the opportunity to expose to my beloved disciple the grudging past between her and the forgotten Ning reality. But, recently the patriarch requested her to solve a major clan event, so Luo Yuyan refrained from lecturing for the time being. She looked at Lin Liqiu with a serious gaze and opened her red lips and said, Demonist Cao Ying, same generation as you. She's a demonic cultivator heavenly pride that has risen this year. Hearing that, Lin Liqiu's face was full of seriousness as she nodded her head. The disciple has heard of it. The duties of the Holy Maiden of the Xian sect were similar to those of a demonic cultivator. The Holy Maiden is responsible for sensing the great Tao of Holy Heaven and spreading this blessing to all beings, making the celestial beings sheltered by the great Tao. The witch is the one who senses the heavenly Tao of God and Devil and inherits the forbidden power that has been sealed by generations of cultivators. No matter what the cost, once the forbidden power is activated, then all of the Guangxia's living beings will have no peace. It was inevitable that the common people would be sacrificed or that they would be affected and die. To summarize, both the Holy Maiden and the witch's mission is to perceive the great Tao, but they are destined to be fated to face each other. One to defend the living, the other to harm the living in order to strengthen itself. Lin Liqiu as the next appointed saint daughter, she naturally inquired about the movements of the demonic cultivation world. The witch, Cao Ying, was the same age as her 19. Lin Liqiu was currently still in the late stage of foundation establishment, but others were already super demons in the late stage of Jindan. Why there was a large realm gap? It was also because the two families had different thresholds of perception. Lin Liqiu had to formally become a holy maiden before she was qualified to perceive the sacred heavenly Tao. A devil cultivator which is different. she can be baptized with the power of the gods and demons from a young age. Thus, the respective starting times of the virgin and the witch are different. There have been cases such as the holy maiden inheriting the position and then coming up against the magical maiden, and cases such as the magical maiden riding high and leaving generations of holy maidens on their asses. Today, Luo Emotionless mentioned the witch Cao Ying to Lin Liqiu, also because she learned something from her informant, an event that was enough to put the entire Xian clan on edge. Willow Emotionless quietly looked at her own beloved disciple. She put away her compassion and said with an icy voice, "Liqiu, today's witch is the most heaven-defying talent in 1,000 years. You and her are fated enemies, so your responsibility is also huge. So, the next mission assigned to you is bound to be strict." Chapter 25, From today onwards, spy on Qin Fan. When Lin Liqiu saw how solemn Lu Wuxing was, she couldn't help but kneel down on one knee and spoke cautiously. "You said it, Master. The demon cultivation world has been recruiting heavily recently, and unsurprisingly, they are going to go ahead and unleash the divine and demonic forbidden spells of the southeastern continent as a means of absorbing them for the demoness." Lu Wuxing's voice was clear and cold as he spoke without haste. Recently, a number of Xianzong alliance clans have stated that many demonic cultivators have infiltrated their clans, and those demonic cultivators compel their disciples to make them fall back on their words. So far, the main force of the demonic cultivation sector is still the assassin ancient inheritors poison masters 3 categories, and our sect also has these outstanding disciples. Hearing Lu Wuxing's words, Lin Liqiu was slightly stunned. She had already guessed what the content of Luo Emotionless' next mission was: protecting the strength of the clan and deterring disciples from turning against the demonic cultivators. When she heard that the disciples taken in by the devil cultivation realm included poison masters, Lin Liqiu was also instantly reminded of Qin Fan. Qin Fan was the senior brother of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, and although his cultivation talent was not good, his talent for refining poison was absolutely excellent. If Qin Fan joined the demonic cultivators, that would definitely be a great loss of talent for the Xian clan. The next moment, Lu Wuxing spoke the second half of his words. "Liqiu, regarding your task, it is to monitor the ancient inheritors in the Xian sect. I hope that you can monitor them while inquiring about the movements of the demonic cultivators, to eliminate the possibility of any mole mixing into the Xian sect, of course, the assassins and poisoners that the Xian sect has cultivated. I will arrange for other disciples to monitor them." Just as the words were finished, Lin Liqiu clenched her fists and suddenly interrupted. "Master Teacher, I want to supervise the Xian sect poison masters group of disciples." Words heard, Lu Wuqi raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were full of incomprehension as she looked at Lin Liqiu. "Don't you? You hate the Poison Scorpion Pavilion's Qin Fan?" A few days ago, Lin Liqiu expressed to Lu Wui that the Xian clan's Poison Scorpion Pavilion's senior brother Qin Fan was not right in heart. She also said that when she became a holy maiden, the first person she would strictly investigate would be Qin Fan. Lu Emotionless knows that his loved disciple does not like Qin Fan. He deliberately handed over the other supervision work to Lin Liqiu. How now? In a flash, an aura ran through Lu Wuxing's mind. She looked at Lin Liqiu expectantly and suddenly asked, "Liqiu, could it be that you think Qin Fan is a mole arranged by the demonic cultivator to come here?" "No, Master, I didn't mean that. So what's with the goodness of I?" Lin Liqiu had trouble speaking. In fact, she didn't know how to explain it herself. She had also been hit by the love incense poison water now, so she was more biased in favor of Qin Fan in every way. However, even if she hadn't been hit by the love incense poison water, Lin Liqiu would probably ask her master to take the initiative to spy on Qin Fan, because, from the time she recognized the name Qin Fan, it was meant to reveal his true nature. In case she bumped into Qin Fan being compelled by the devil cultivator disciples, she was curious to know whether Qin Fan agreed to join or refused. Right now, it was inconvenient for Lin Liqiu to reveal her thoughts directly to her master. After thinking about it, she politely said to Lu Wuxing, "Master, Qin Fan is Qin Xian'er's older brother, and Qin Xian'er and I are good sisters. So, I want to be responsible for taking care of her older brother." Hearing this explanation, Lu Wuxing was dumbfounded. Why is it related to Qin Xian'er again? Thinking of Lin Liqiu giving Qin Xian'er to her mortal enemy, Lu Wuqian was still furious. But if Qin Fan was sent to the hands of the witch Cao Ying, the nature would be very different. However, seeing Lin Liqiu's serious face, Lu Wuxing still chose to believe his beloved disciple and then instructed, "Alright, you must remember that this matter is of great importance. Regardless of whether or not Qin Fan is being targeted by demonic cultivators, you have to protect him to remain in the Xian sect. Apprentice understands. Well, that's all there is to it. You stand down, Master. Farewell." After the exchange, Lin Liqiu left the palace hall of the Holy Maiden Peak. She walked to the door, her thoughts frustrated. Can we legitimately spy on Qin Fan from today? But why? What about the fact that just thinking about Qin Fan's face now excites me to no end? Lin Liqiu blushed and looked at the blue sky, her face full of shyness. What she didn't realize was that she was still in the effects of the love-scented poison water. From this day forward, you are not to speak to anyone other than me, and the scope of what you do is limited to making poisonous props. Poison Scorpion Pavilion. In Qin Fan's room, he was giving a stern reprimand to the little poison who was punishing himself in the corner. All because of this poisonous puppet full of poison. Qin Fan almost knocked up the next holy maiden. If that layer of paper had been broken just now, then there would be no next holy maiden. There would only be a Lin Liqiu who hated Qin Fan with a passion. After all, the most important thing that the newly appointed saint needs is a clean and intact body. However, I heard that when the holy maiden adapts to the sacred heavenly path, she will be able to live a life like a normal person. A holy woman can be shibboleth, but never now. Master, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. In the corner, the little poison wiped the cold tears from his eyes while he pitifully said. Qin Fan couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw it selling pity so well. If it wasn't for the fact that the system had just upgraded its emotion function, Qin Fan would have really been fooled by it. With a snap, Qin Fan mercilessly hit little poison's head and then asked, "No, where did you get tear ducts for a lump of iron? How do you cry?" Seeing his master ask about his workings, the little poison stopped crying. It pointed to the back of its head and explained with gusto. "There's a port here for pouring in liquid. I poured in the coma-dispersing poison tea that my master didn't drink just now, so the tears that flowed out just now were all tea." "Damn, you're an outrageous lump of iron." Qin Fan spat out breathlessly. After Lin Liqiu was poisoned by Little Poison, he decided not to show Little Poison to outsiders' view. In that case, let Poison be his own superpowered toolman. As it happened, the materials used to refine the female poison spell charms in the room were all used up by Little Poison. So Qin Fan planned to go out and buy some materials, but before leaving the house, he pulled back the curtains and looked out the window with despondent eyes. Outside the room, there were still many disciples standing in piles. All of these disciples were recommended by Lin Xiao, and each one of them wanted to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion with fervor. So far, Qin Fan had seen more than 50 new senior sisters and brothers wearing the uniform of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. For no other reason, Poison Scorpion Pavilion's pavilion master, Cold Poison River, his mouth was about to split open with a smile. On weekdays, the Poison Scorpion Pavilion was the coldest force in the Xian sect, with very few disciples wanting to join the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Now that a large number of outstanding disciples were flocking to the city, Cold Poison River was naturally happy in his heart. Chapter 26, The Girl with the Purple Eyes. A large number of Poison Scorpion Pavilion's senior brothers and sisters appeared, and Qin Fan was worried that there were a few heavenly fates hidden among them. On the other hand, he is helpless for the future of these latecomers, because the Poison Scorpion Pavilion's pavilion master, Cold Poison Chuan, wasn't any good. Qin Fan quietly slipped out through the back door of the room. He tiptoed to the second floor of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, the resting room of the pavilion master. He walked over to the door and realized it wasn't closed, so he pushed it open gently. Afterward, Qin Fan saw a shaven man with extremely heavy dark circles under his eyes. This person was sitting in a chair, holding a thick pile of disciple lists in his hands. Cold Poisonous Chuan exudes a maniacal smile while his fingers rapidly count the number of lists on hand. He also had an eerie, inhuman-like laugh rolling out of his throat. Ha ha ha. 10, 20, 30. There are so many disciples coming to the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Fantastic. This way, next week's living person's poison refining test subject will be a complete no-brainer. Qin Fan stood in the doorway, looking at his own senior speechlessly. Cold Poison Chuan was not his master, and the relationship between the two of them in terms of status was more like an upper and lower rank in a clan's power. Through memory retrieval, Qin Fan remembered that he had also been pitted by Cold Poison River when he first entered the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. This unapologetic poison-making fiend is passionate about testing poisons on living people. Then, Qin Fan, who was still a budding newcomer, was poisoned by him for a whole week. So, what Cold Poison River was excited about right now wasn't that the influx of fresh blood could grow his power, but that he had many more silly white sweet test subjects. Qin Fan sighed, then walked over to Cold Poison River and said, "Pavilion Master, to discuss something with you." "Ah, Qin Fan, why are you walking without any sound?" Cold Poison Chuan was still plotting to test the poison on a living person. He was startled by Qin Fan's cold vocalization and said, "Nowadays, Qin Fan's cultivation had risen to the Jindan realm, while Cold Poison River was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. Most poison masters didn't care about realm profundity, while villains like Qin Fan who both practiced poison and wanted to raise their realm had to consider a lot. If he didn't have a little more heart, I'm afraid that he would have to be fooled by Cold Poison River to be a test subject for poison in this half of the month. Pavilion Master, I think you know better than anyone who these new disciples are here because of, right? Qin Fan glanced at the list in Cold Poison River's hand and said indifferently. Cold Poison Chuan coughed heartily and nodded. Well, I admit that you have a great role to play, and your contribution to the Xuanzang poison refining profession is a great credit, but I am still the Pavilion Master. You, don't beep. I don't care how you want to live to refine the poison. Just don't get anyone killed. Without paying attention to this poison refining elderly Deng's reliance on old age, Qin Fan directly interrupted as he continued. What I'm trying to say is, tell those new disciples to stay away from the room I live in, with a minimum restriction of 100 meters away. If he could, Qin Fan would have wanted his room to be limited to 1,000 meters from the other disciples. In that case, he would be able to isolate himself from the heaven's fate for 1,000 meters, which translated to 1,000-fold increase in cultivation. However, the Poison Scorpion Pavilion was that small, so 1,000 meters was not very realistic, so Qin Fan asked for 100 meters. Cold Poisonous Chuan didn't understand why Qin Fan was suddenly high and cold and then asked, Qin Fan, do you dislike contact with other people that much? Look at those senior brothers and sisters. They are so lively and cute. One poison needle and they're all alive and kicking. Don't talk about the topic. If you don't agree, I'll quit the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Qin Fan shrugged his shoulders. This unflinchingly strong statement of his suddenly caused Cold Poison River to be dumbfounded. Qin Fan was the disciple least able to exit the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Firstly, he was a descendant of the Qin family who specialized in poison. And secondly, Qin Fan's poison refining attainments were indeed very unpoking. Cold Poison River was planning to retire in a few years and then hand over the Poison Scorpion Pavilion to him to manage it. How can you quit for good? I promise. Definitely promise. You're the big brother that everyone in the Poison Scorpion Pavilion loves. It's normal to keep a distance from the others. Cold Poison River immediately said with a shy face. Getting the desired answer, Qin Fan didn't bother to stay here any longer. He still had to go to the street to buy the materials for the female poison spell talisman. Before leaving, he shrugged it off. Okay, the matter of dividing the distance of 100 meters is given to you, and later I will come back outside and see that you have not dealt with it. Then I am sorry. I will quit the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Cold Poisonous Chuan's mouth was wide open as he froze and watched Qin Fan walk away after releasing his words. No? Are you the master or am I the master? Why don't you talk like that? Even though he was upset, Cold Poisonous River still chose to listen to Qin Fan's arrangement. He took a measuring tape and went downstairs, then divided the area for Qin Fan's housing. About 100 meters after the distance was divided, those new disciples of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion were standing outside the yellow warning line and chattering. Pavilion Master Cole just said that no one can cross this yellow warning line, or else eldest brother will be unhappy. Has senior brother Qin always been so high and cold? It was from Lin Xiao's mouth that I learned that he's a kind senior brother before I purposely defected to the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Thinking differently, senior brother Qin just wants to quietly refine poisons, and with so many of us appearing all of a sudden, he'll definitely be uncomfortable, right? So it is. Then I can't drag my feet either. Just now, the Pavilion Master said that he's going to bring me to the small room to get an injection. I wonder what kind of injection it is. So looking forward to it. Most of the crowd of Poison Scorpion Pavilion's new disciples were a little puzzled by the appearance of the yellow cordon, but they still chose to abide by the rules. In the crowd, however, was a mysteriously traveling black-hatted girl. Her eyes, translucent with the brilliance of purple gems, glanced rather playfully at the yellow line at her feet. As the crowd swelled and tried to move away from the side of the yellow line, her body leaned forward. After crossing that warning yellow line, the violet-eyed girl's figure became more and more transparent. Even if she went against all the disciples, her trail towards Qin Fan's house was not discovered by anyone, for at the moment she is like a wisp of invisible air. When she came to the window next to the house, the young girl gently poked through the window paper. With a sweep of her violet eyes through the breach, she realized that Qin Fan was not in the house, and then the corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile. Then let people wait for you to come back. With this thought, the young girl, without making any footsteps, opened the door and entered. Cao Ying looked to a chair beside him, then sat down quietly. In a few moments, she took the form of a chair, while the previous chair was received into her spatial ring. The fact that she was able to take on such a form had nothing to do with the item on her body called the Hidden Witch's Clothes. Concealment Witch Clothes. This is a prop that can replace the perfect camouflage still life. After replacing it, the transformed image can't even be detected by the strongest of the transformation god realm. The fact that the young girl could have such a powerful prop was naturally closely related to her identity. Cao Ying, the most outstanding witch in the demonic cultivation world for 1,000 years. She had heard that the Qin sect had a poison refining disciple whose personality was very suitable for a demonic cultivator, so she personally moved to come and meet him. Ancient inheritors, dark weapon assassins and other disciples. I have sent people to dig up the wall almost, and now, is just short of a poison master like Qin Fan. I hope he won't make me feel boring. Cao Ying scanned Qin Fan's room and thought with interest in her heart. The next moment, the door to the room violently broke open, only to see little poison rushing from the next room to Qin Fan's bed, and then began to roll around frantically. Master, 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 master. Why don't you praise me? I clearly did so hard. Please praise me. Chapter 27, Suspicious Chairs. Since little poison had been rewarded by the system for strengthening its emotional core, its mind was now no different from a human's. Earlier, it was reprimanded by Qin Fan and hurt its pride, so it took advantage of Qin Fan's absence to start venting its emotions. Cluck! He kept pounding the pillow with his little fists, knocking the bedpan squeaky and muttering under his breath. People are poison puppets. Isn't it reasonable to do something poisonous? Besides, I also want to make my master feel good. What's wrong with me? All of this sultry chatter from little poison drifted into the ears of Cao Ying, who had transformed into a wooden chair, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Poison golem? This, so humanized poison puppet? Cao Ying was a devil woman. She had seen poison puppets forged by poison masters in the devil cultivation world, but those poison golems were cold machinery. They thought and acted rigidly. A poison puppet with little girl-type emotions like little poison was unheard of by Cao Ying. Since this is Qin Fan's room, this little girl poison puppet must have been invented by Qin Fan. The reason Cao Ying came to that conclusion was simple. She was seeing little poison's current behavior. After little poison whacked Qin Fan's pillow, she coldly burrowed her head under the covers again. This was followed by a sharp inhalation of the fabric through his nose and another soul-stirring cry of enjoyment. Ah, this is the flavor of the master. Master Qin Fan. Good man's flavor. Ah. Cao Ying, who saw this scene, was instantly speechless. She couldn't help but guess. This Qin Fan couldn't be a pervert, right? Making his poison puppet look like a little girl and tempering her so strangely. In the case of an ordinary teenage girl, the other party must have resented Qin Fan's suspicion of lowly control. But Cao Ying is not an ordinary young girl. She's a magical girl. It's normal for her to be a little epileptic in terms of personality. Cao Ying stared at little poison, who was still enjoying Qin Fan's scent on the bed, and grinned and thought, interesting, there are a few old goblins in the demonic cultivation world who have cultivated into the appearance of 10-year-old girls because of their longevity. They look young and tender, but their tricks are more than anyone else, giving them to Qin Fan. I wonder if Qin Fan will be moved by them. Having said that, Cao Ying still wanted to test whether little poison was a poison puppet or not. She's still in disbelief that a poison golem's expression of emotion is comparable to that of a human. So the next second, the chair she was disguised as twisted slightly. A wisp of black and purple poisonous mist, imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly drifted to all corners of the house. The poisonous mist is called diffuse power poison, a less effective toxin. A person under the Jindan realm cultivation who inhaled the poison would be instantly emptied of their physical strength. Cao Ying himself was in the late Jindan realm. The poison was ineffective against her, and then she watched with interest the performance of the little poison. Achoo! Coldly, poison sneezed. It mumbled as it rubbed its nose with its hands and sat up and looked around. Strange. Has the master's poison bottle been knocked over? In that case, then I'll nonchalantly start eating. Oh no! It's for the master's safety to deal with the poison gas. After saying that, the little poison opened its little mouth, and it inhaled the storm without mercy. That mouth was like an ocean vortex, and in a matter of moments, it sucked the scattered power poison released by Cao Ying cleanly. Not far away, Cao Ying was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Although dispersing power poison is useless to Jindan realm cultivators, if I were to inhale wildly like this, my body would be more or less affected. This little girl, she's not in the least bit of trouble. She looked at the little poison, still intent on wiping the corners of her mouth, and was finally sure of the other's identity as a poison golem. At that moment, Cao Ying became more expectant of Qin Fan. Qin Fan was able to invent such a special and powerful poison puppet. He was simply a genius. But what Cao Ying didn't expect was that after little poison wiped her mouth, she suddenly resented it. What a trashy poison. It doesn't taste good at all. Does the master's words really refine such a crappy toxin? Little poison had previously been implanted by Qin Fan with the female poison spell talisman production process. Thus, it opens with the idea that this complex, outlaw poison is a qualifying line. Like the scattered force poison released by Cao Ying, it is indeed inferior to one of the female poison spell talismans. Without any surprise, upon hearing the little poison spat, the usually brash and impetuous witch felt her self-esteem take a hit. What does this poison puppet mean? This is a rare poisonous mist that affects those below the Jindan realm. It even picked on it? Cao Ying thought inwardly with indignation. But then she felt some shame at the thought that she was competing with a poison golem. Boo! The next second, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Qin Fan returned with a pile of refining materials for the female poison spell talisman. Having seen the efficient work of Little Poison, he planned to let the other man work well as a tool puppet. When he entered the house, he also habitually used his Divine Destiny radar to check the surrounding area. In recent days, Qin Fan was eager to utilize the mechanism of the villain development system to cultivate. However, there were as many heaven's fates in this world as there were skins, and walking down the streets of Xianzhong, one could grab a few heaven's fates with their hands within 100 meters. However now, after Qin Fan had the pavilion master, Cold Poison River, pull a 100-meter cordon, the harassment of the heaven's fate was not as obvious. Cool, there's no heavenly fate in 100 meters around, so I can just cultivate 100 times. Wait, what the hell? Qin Fan was just about to open the champagne to celebrate when he realized that a red dot was displayed in the Celestial Destiny radar. The location of this red dot also happens to be his home. What's going on? You're hiding the faithful one in your house? Qin Fan immediately threw the talisman materials on the table and then conducted a full inventory of the house. Everywhere in the room, on the roof, in the eaves, etc. He checked, and finally, he puts all suspicion into a flat wooden chair in the room. Qin Fan stroked his chin, staring at the wooden chair and frowning in thought. Really damn strange. The radar shows that it is here, but here is only a chair. Is it hard to believe that it's haunted? Master, are you playing hide and seek? Can you play with me? Beside him, Little Poison inappropriately popped up and smiled. It watched Qin Fan rummaging around the room, so it thought its master was playing a game. With that, Qin Fan looked at Little Poison and asked, "Has anyone come in during my absence from the room?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Okay." But, when the master was not there, it seems that there was a poisonous gas vial that leaked sideways, and that poisonous gas was so low level that I couldn't even find out what kind of poison it was. Hearing this, Qin Fan was instantly alert beyond measure. The poison gas bottles he had refined in the Poison Scorpion Pavilion were all kept tightly. The Little Poison is a bit artificially retarded, but it shouldn't be able to lie. Then, all suspicion is on that chair now. With this thought, Qin Fan suddenly instructed Little Poison, "Go, bring a basin of foot-washing water over here and wash my feet." "No problem, master." 2 minutes later, Qin Fan sat down on the opposite side of the suspicious wooden chair and began to wash his feet. He first pretended to take off his shirt, bare, and then tossed it onto the chair to sit on. Nothing has changed with the chair. No response? Could it be a radar display bug? No. Still have to try. Qin Fan frowned in thought. The next moment, he pulled off his pants and similarly tossed them onto the chair. Just this time, the pants weren't thrown over the top of the seat, but over the top of the backrest of the wooden chair. Chapter 28, Super Powerful Demon Suppressor Stone. Can only endure. Cao Ying now wanted to die. Being a witch, she was perfect for any infiltration she did. With the effect of the concealing witch's clothes, she had successfully entered more than a dozen sects, large and small, but there wasn't a single case that was like Qin Fan's. Qin Fan did he find me or didn't he find me? Would a normal person come in and just keep staring at the chair, even after looking at it? Now you're throwing all your dirty clothes on it. Aha! It's annoying. Cao Ying screamed in torment in her heart. She had great confidence in the effect of the concealing witch clothes. So, she thought that the probability that Qin Fan hadn't found herself was greater. However, these dirty clothes seem to be thrown on the chair, but in fact, they are all in real contact with Cao Ying. For example, that dress was thrown onto the seat and was actually attached to Cao Ying's chest. The pants just blew up even more. The pants that were stuck on the backrest of the chair were now over Cao Ying's head. Hence, she was in a mood that was on the verge of going berserk. I'm a witch. A heavenly witch that comes along once in 1,000 years. Now it's actually a man's pants over his head. What made Cao Ying helpless was that the hidden witch clothes did not isolate the odor. So pants on the vague smell of men's sweat, but also unreservedly scurried into the nose. Since she was a child, she has not even held a man's hand, and now she is insulted by Qin Fan in this way. It was logical that she would explode, but Cao Ying is a rampant character. Not stupid. The aura of a demonic cultivator was more special than that of a normal cultivator. If she released her late Jindan realm Demoness cultivation, then the Xian clan's higher-ups would surely surround her at the first opportunity. So, endure, only endure. It's just putting on Qin Fan's pants. No big deal. He doesn't know that the chair is my disguise anyway. Cao Ying was a little aggravated in her heart, and she held back from sniffing the smell on her pants, but that smell always went up her nose. Luckily it doesn't stink, and even has a bit of a subtle odor. The smell was like nothing she'd ever smelled before, and after a long, light sniff, it was still a little on the nose. She suddenly felt good smelling. Suddenly, Cao Ying realized that her thoughts were not right and hurriedly interrupted. Immediately afterward, she would blush in shame and begin to make plans for Qin Fan's future. Good. When I pull you into the demon cultivation realm, I want you to be bare-assed every day. Make you like to take off your pants randomly. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, who was enjoying a foot-pinching massage from Little Poison, he frowned. Strange, didn't I buy a black wooden chair? How come it feels like the color of the chair has turned a little red? Knock knock. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. Qin Fan quickly dried his feet and shouted that he was coming, then put on his clothes and pants and went to open the door. After opening the door, he realized that the visitor was Lin Liqiu. Only, Lin Liqiu had now changed into a new dress. Qin Fan's face was embarrassed, because he knew that even if the person who had been poisoned by the love incense poison water changed his clothes, he would still be affected by the toxin for the next 2 hours. This can be inferred from the fact that after Qin Fan opened the door and Lin Liqiu glared at each other for a moment, the other parties suddenly shyly don't cross the field of vision. This was not the proud Miss Saint of old. Senior Brother Qin Fan, let me make it short. The next moment, Lin Liqiu, who couldn't stand the awkward silence, she panicked and took out a thumb-sized black stone from her pocket. The surface of the stone contained dots of translucent light, as if it harbored the power of holiness. Lin Liqiu pursed her lips after stuffing the stone to Qin Fan and then explained, "This is the Demon Suppression Stone, a specialty of the Holy Maiden Peak, and its effect is to suppress demonic cultivators. You must keep it." After receiving the Demon Suppressing Stone, Qin Fan became even more frustrated. He wasn't despondent because of the other party's gift. He was unaccustomed to Lin Liqiu's sudden politeness. "He called me Senior Brother and you. This love-scented poison water is really evil. So, aren't I safe in the Xian sect? What do you need the Demon Suppressing Stone for?" Qin Fan symbolically accepted the things and casually asked. Immediately after that, Lin Liqiu's face became a bit more serious as she frowned slightly and said, "I heard from my master that demonic cultivators will be lurking in the Xian clan in the near future, and Senior Brother is the favorite poisoner amongst the demonic cultivators, so it would be better for you to prepare more means of self-protection. In that case, thanks a lot. Well, see you around, elder brother. See you soon." The corner of Qin Fan's mouth twitched as he helplessly waved goodbye to Lin Liqiu. It was estimated that after 2 hours had passed, Lin Liqiu would die a social death for her current behavior as a senior sister. Ending his conversation with Lin Liqiu, Qin Fan went back to the house while playing with the demon suppressing stone. He didn't feel much of a reminder from Lin Liqiu's mouth. After all, this big brother room was located in the depths. On the periphery of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion were the rooms of the ordinary disciples, and then, to a lesser extent, the rooms of the Pavilion Master. Those demonic cultivators couldn't be so stubborn as to come all the way across to find themselves, could they? It just seems like a pretty delicate little rock. So let's leave it here for now. After playing with it, Qin Fan was bored and placed the demon-suppressing stone on the chair. The chair, naturally, was the dubious dark wooden chair. So far the red dot in the Providence radar is stuck at the black wooden chair location. But, Qin Fan subconsciously took this as a display bug. Let's watch it for another day or two. If the red dot still didn't dissipate, Qin Fan would consider inviting some demon-slaying powers to come into the house for an inspection. If you can't see or touch the man, then it must be something dirty. Little Poison, come give me a hand. I'm going to build you a nest. Qin Fan didn't bother with the demon-suppressing stone anymore as he turned around and yelled at Little Poison who was standing in the corner as a punishment. On a normal day, a poison golem is in need of wraparound pampering. The nest in Qin Fan's mouth was a closed coffin that could be filled with poisonous gas. Little Poison came over cheerfully to lend a hand when he heard the command. In addition to picking out a poisonous gas flavor, it got cute and asked for a doll to be placed in the coffin. Qin Fan only agreed to the poisonous flavor of the Little Poison. After all, he could refine the poison and produce it in minutes. As for the doll, Qin Fan didn't agree. He just took a big slam at the Little Poison's head. A man and a poisonous golem as they melted together in the house. Cao Ying, who had transformed into a black wooden chair. She was skeptical at the moment and didn't dare to move a muscle, because on her chest, wooden chair seat, she is holding a super potent quelling stone. A little fidgeting, Cao Ying is then at risk of exposure, because Lin Liqiu was affected by the love fragrance poison water. Her concern for Qin Fan was unprecedented. So, she had just superficially told Qin Fan that this was an ordinary demon suppressor stone. In fact, it was a super powerful magic suppressing stone that she had treasured for 10 years. There was only one such demon suppressing stone in the entire Xian clan. It is said that the super powerful demon suppressor stone will only be given to the new saintess on the day she takes office from the previous saintess. Lu Emotionless expected a lot from Lin Liqiu, and she also doted on her beloved disciple very much. so she privately gave Lin Liqiu the super strength demon suppressor stone in advance. At this very moment, Cao Ying felt the oppressive pulling full of the Jin demon stone in her chest, and it was a little hard for her to breathe. It's impossible to say you don't regret it now. She looked towards Qin Fan, who was busy building a coffin in the room, and couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question in her heart. No one told me that Qin Fan still has such a good relationship with the next Holy Maiden. Chapter 29, Scented Soft Pillow. Since the Demoness and the Holy Maiden were natural enemies, Cao Ying had privately seen the portrait of Lin Liqiu, who was the same age. She admitted that the woman's beauty was inferior to her own by a few degrees. But what happened to the promise that the saints would be icy clean before they took office? Who would secretly give another man something as precious as a horse? It's definitely a love token, right? Cao Ying felt the energy of the powerful demon suppressor stone, and the aura in her body was stagnated by 2/3. A demon suppressing stone that could easily suppress a late Jindan realm powerhouse like her was enough to show that it was extraordinary. So, the more Cao Ying thought about it, the less he understood. I'm a witch who doesn't have a dowager until now. It's good that you, a holy maiden, are directly pulling in ambiguity with a poisoner. Cao Ying was very upset in her heart, and at the same time, her heart to compete for Qin Fan became a little stronger. First of all, Qin Fan's invention of a humanized poison puppet extremely amazed Cao Ying. Secondly, Qin Fan is Lin Liqiu's ambiguous object. If we poach him, we may be able to control the next virgin. So now the question comes up again. How should I go about convincing Qin Fan? It's still daytime. If I want to prop open this counterintuitively efficacious demon suppressing stone, I'm sure it'll attract unnecessary commotion. I have to wait until it's late at night when I'll have the chance to act. Cao Ying looked at Qin Fan, who was in the room, and thought quietly in her heart. In a flash, late night had arrived. Qin Fan was exhausted after building a pink coffin that satisfied little Poison's heart. He was too lazy to go back to the Qin family to sleep, so he simply spent the night here at the Poison Scorpion Pavilion tonight, and was now lying on the bed huffing and puffing. Little Poison gets the love bed of his choice. It sleeps with a smile on its lips and a coffin closed to poisonous gas. In his arms, he was also holding a cute bunny doll. Just when all is quiet, the black wooden chair suddenly took shape, and it turned into Cao Ying's original marvelous young girl's appearance. Turning into her human form, she tiptoed around. In his hand, he also carefully carried the demonic stone that emitted holy light. If we throw away the demon suppressor stone now, it will erupt into a very terrifying wave of air. Cao Ying understood the effect of the demon suppressing stone very well. Once a demonic cultivator came into contact with the demon suppressing stone, it would be no different from touching cowhide. If she wanted to get rid of it, she would have to slip out of the Xin clan and then go to an empty and uninhabited place to forcefully get rid of the demon suppressor stone. When she was done, she planned to return to Qin Fan to find a way to pull it together. The moment, Cao Ying just wanted to quietly open the door and then walk out of the room. The next moment, as she passed by Qin Fan's bedside, the corner of her skirt was coldly tugged. Cao Ying was suddenly so angry that her face was gloomy. She was ready to explode her cultivation, and then she was ready to die with that salty hand. But it turned out, turning her head, she realized that Qin Fan turned out to be still in a sleeping state. Qin Fan tugged Cao Ying's skirt gently while dreaming. Why is the quilt so thin? Cao Ying subconsciously lifted her skirt that had been pulled down, her face full of helplessness. You're mentioning this witch's dress, not some quilt. Biased, Cao Ying, and because of the effect of the Jinmu stone, and dare not resist too much. The next second, she realized that Qin Fan's confused dreaming was getting louder and louder, and she also saw that the other woman's eyelids were still about to open. Lin, you can't sleep without a blanket, can you? In the heat of the moment, Cao Ying had to use the hidden witch clothes again. She became Qin Fan's quilt this time. Then, before he could muddle through with the quilted hand and then abscond in human form, Cao Ying felt her body violently wrapped around by a pair of arms. Not only that, but her upper body was pinned by her legs. This terrible position, Cao Ying feels his heart breaking. Jesus, how in heaven's name can there be people who sleep so dishonestly? She very much wanted to resist and break free, but thinking that the Jinmu stone would attract the attention of the entire Xuanzone, she could only continue to endure. After 5 seconds of patience, however, she couldn't tense up, because, sleeping Qin Fan, he sniffed up the quilt, and his mouth was happy and dreamy. The quilt, suddenly, smells so good. It smells so good. As he did, he buried his head hard into the covers for a sniff. Cao Ying's cheeks instantly exploded red, and even the quilt she had taken shape on became a little red. She shivered slightly, her heart pounding with shame and anger. Asshole, no more sniffing their law. I'm going to get weird. Early in the morning, the sky was still cloudy. Qin Fan awoke in a haze, and as soon as he did, he realized that the corners of his mouth were smiling softly. Seems like Got a pretty good night's sleep last night. He vaguely recalled a dream he had. In his dream, he was holding a stunning young girl who was immortal and demonic. The kind of woman with top-notch looks is not an overstatement to describe as a dumping ground. So, Qin Fan didn't stint on hugging people to sleep in his dreams. Soft and fragrant. After being used as a cuddler, she hasn't resisted a bit. What the hell? In the next moment, Qin Fan felt a soft heaviness coming from his abdomen. His eyes couldn't help but widen a bit as he opened them. On his abdomen sat a stunningly beautiful young woman with snow white and silver hair. The young girl's blushing and sultry look at the moment just fit Qin Fan's dreamer last night. Her blushing, pinkish cheeks filled one with desire as she looked at them. The bumpy, beautiful body is a masterpiece. This, Qin Fan could conclude from the fact that his abdomen was resting on the fabric of the quilt and he could still feel the other party's bouncy and smooth skin. Crossing over these days, he hadn't been close enough to a beautiful young woman to share a bed. So, I should still be dreaming, Qin Fan murmured. His words reached Cao Ying's ears and instantly made the other party ashamed. Last night, she was tossed by Qin Fan and didn't sleep well all night. Whenever she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, Qin Fan's hands, which were firmly cuffed to her body like powerful iron-absorbing stones, spoiled all over. Although Cao Ying was a demoness, she was very ignorant in her knowledge of the affairs of men and women. Now she mistook Qin Fan's dream as an excuse to pull up his pants and disown him. Well, in that case, in order to dig Qin Fan into the devil cultivation realm, that this devil maiden is willing to go out of her way. The next moment, Cao Ying, whose dress was still a bit untidy, she suddenly fell down to stick with Qin Fan. That rippling, amazing feeling of oppression struck, accompanied by a real, unmistakable body heat. In a flash, Qin Fan froze. This is not a dream. What dream can be awakened by a pair of startling thunders? Little lady, may I ask who you are? Why are you in my room? Qin Fan had just finished asking in this manner when he suddenly sensed something strange. He subconsciously scanned the Providence radar when he came to his senses. Then, he realized that the red dot that had been on the chair had disappeared. The red dot was now in the exact position of the beautiful silver-haired girl who had thrown herself in front of her. Boy, does that mean, isn't the chair red dot showing a bug? The red dot that had been hibernating in his room from last night until now was in fact the silver-haired girl? Before Qin Fan could think about the causes and consequences, Cao Ying's arms wrapped around Qin Fan's waist in death. Then, she raised that face shyly and pretended to be fierce to Qin Fan. Qin Fan, don't try to play dumb. From today onwards, you are this witch's man. Chapter 30, The White Giving Witch, Death Before the Exit. Qin Fan didn't know how to spit when he heard these words of wolf and tiger from the silver-haired beauty for a moment. The successive magical girls in that metaphysical realm do have silver hair features. They are all publicist labels except for their silver hair. Strong, beautiful, and somewhat hairy personalities, among others. But what Qin Fan can't figure out is, this witch is epileptic. How on earth did she epileptic to herself? Judging from the strength of Cao Ying's domineering and brutal arm around his waist, this chick's realm was definitely stronger than his waist. In the next moment, Cao Ying suddenly loosened her embrace. She sat up straight, still maintaining the ambiguous position of sitting on Qin Fan's abdomen. She raised her white wrist and only heard a whoosh sound. A shadow-retaining stone suddenly presented itself in her palm. Qin Fan, if you're a man, you should admit that the person in the picture is you in a big way. Cao Ying bit her lower lip and glared at Qin Fan, who was still full of confusion before then playing the shadow-retaining stone. The shadow-retaining stone was a kind of spiritual weapon that used aura to store images and sounds, and the effect was similar to the camera equipment of the Blue Star in Qin Fan's previous life. As the shadow-retaining stone opened, a picture light appeared in front of Qin Fan's eyes out of nowhere. The next moment, Qin Fan saw his public execution. In the picture, he was like a bewitched sandman, hugging the blushing Cao Ying for a gripping moment, gathering people's hair 1 minute, then hands and feet down the other. More than once during this period, Cao Ying's small hands trembled as she tried to push away and resist. But, it was as if she didn't dare to break free from Qin Fan's clutches, and she held back the entire time. If the person in the picture is not Qin Fan himself, Qin Fan saw the picture of this shadow-retaining stone in front of him, surely patting his legs and exclaiming good movie. The actress's emotions and looks are very much in place, and it looks like foreplay for a superb motion picture. But when the actor inside was himself, Qin Fan fell silent. He looked skeptically at his hands for a second. 2 seconds. The palm of his hand came close to his nose and he sniffed gently. Well, it does have a light teenage body odor. Cao Ying's cheeks instantly exploded red when she saw Qin Fan's act of sniffing his finger for confirmation. What a stinking hooligan. At a time like this, you're still reminiscing. She shyly bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes full of complexity. Anyway, after confessing everything to Qin Fan, let's continue to fish out of water. Afterward, Cao Ying's shell teeth gently bit her finger. Her body was taut as a rope. But then she seductively said to Qin Fan with a red face, "Qin Fan, Sangong, husband, these 3 titles, which one do you prefer?" The sudden contrast suddenly confused Qin Fan. He gulped and looked at Cao Ying, who was full of temptation. "Just ask. Woke up early in the morning, on the bed there is a silver-haired beautiful girl. This change, who can hold it? Especially now." The other party also took the initiative to launch a seductive attack. Qin Fan very much wanted to backhand this naughty witch and press her on the bed and then give her a beating of output. But with the strand of sanity left in his head, he asked Cao Ying, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Cao Ying seemed to be satisfied with Qin Fan's calm questioning as she curved her mouth and smiled. "It's simple. I'll give it to you once, and then you'll come back to the demonic cultivation realm with me, become a demon cultivator, and be my man." In fact, it was a gamble that she was suddenly having a seizure and selling out. She was betting on whether Qin Fan would pounce on her. If Qin Fan is really impulsive, then Cao Ying would only feel a vicious chill, and would then push him away at the risk of exposing his strength. Even so, this did not mean that Cao Ying would give up on Qin Fan. She would use the 3,000 Devil Cultivator harem as a bargaining chip to seduce Qin Fan into joining the Devil Cultivator world. This interaction at the moment was considered a small test from Cao Ying to Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan was silent for a long time. During his reflection, Cao Ying's heart thumped wildly. From her observations yesterday until now, Cao Ying thought that Qin Fan was on the good side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pestered by the Holy Maiden. Plus, he snuck in a sleeping bunny doll for little poison. One of the missions of the witch was to make people with a strong moral heart fall into demonization, and Cao Ying's test of Qin Fan's temptation was just like that. But Cao Ying didn't understand why she was so nervous now. In the next moment, Qin Fan looked at the beautiful person sitting on his abdomen and said, "Miss Witch, I admit, you are beautifully poised, but this is the first time the two of us have met." When she heard Qin Fan's ambiguous answer, Cao Ying's taut nerves suddenly loosened up. Clearly rejected, she was in a pretty good mood. Probably. Is Qin Fan sentenced, "You have beautiful posture"? But Cao Ying hid the joy in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "So, you don't see me and are planning to refuse to join the demon cultivators? I don't look down on you. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Qin Fan shrugged his shoulders and decided to be frank. "But becoming your demonic cultivator partner, that's better. I prefer to be alone. Becoming a demonic cultivator is bound to be impossible." Qin Fan was already tangled up in a group of heavenly fate in the Xian sect. What if he went to the devil cultivation? I've heard that demonic cultivators are all people of insane character, and they have a reckless style of doing things. If the matter of Qin Fan making out with the devil girl is learned by the devil cultivators, then he will certainly have no peace in the days to come. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this silver-haired demoness was so beautiful that there must be quite a few suitors in the demonic cultivators. In comparison, Qin Fan felt that staying in the Xianzong development was quite a bit better than being in the demon cultivation realm. "So, I see what you mean." When she once again heard Qin Fan praise herself, the corner of Cao Ying's mouth was a smile that she couldn't hide. She lightly tapped her feet and then jumped down from Qin Fan's bed. Her fingers gently ruffled her silver hair, and in the next second, her snow-white silver hair suddenly turned into a head of dark and beautiful black hair. In addition, Cao Ying's facial features have also changed slightly. The disguised witch was not as stunning as the original, but she definitely called herself a beauty with a face value of over 80 points. After changing the hair color and appearance, even the black dress on Cao Ying was replaced with the Xian sect's outer disciples' attire. This change looked puzzling to Qin Fan. Noticing the confusion on Qin Fan's face, Cao Ying curved her mouth and smiled. "Then formally introduce myself. I was originally the witch Cao Ying, and now I'm the outer disciple of Xianzong's Poison Scorpion Pavilion Purple Shadow, and I am likewise still your junior sister Senior Brother Qin Fan." The corner of Qin Fan's mouth twitched as he had a feeling that this Cao Ying was going to make a demonic act again, and he couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. "Cao Ying, what do you mean by this? Want to stay by my side and soften up?" "Yes, I'll sensitize you with my true heart. Sooner or later, you'll become a great pillar of the demon cultivation world. This is the Xian sect's home base. Aren't you afraid of being ratted out by me, and then being arrested by the Xian sect's senior management? Oh, I really don't believe you have the guts." Hearing Qin Fan's threat, Cao Ying smiled lightly with her smoky mouth. Immediately after that, she took out the retention stone that had just recorded last night's ambiguous images and added, "If you snitch, I'll expose this image." Chapter 31, You hide under the bed first. If I'm captured by the Xian clan, the whole world will know that you framed me. Not only did you slight me, but you also plotted against me. Try to think about it. By then the entire demonic cultivation world will be angry and hunt you down. Cao Ying's white face was slightly red. Her voice was a little trembling in threat. After hearing this, Qin Fan's heart cried out for a good guy. Is this witch lady playing reverse threat? In the next moment, Qin Fan stood up as he slowly walked towards Cao Ying. Cao Ying thought that Qin Fan was afraid of being threatened by herself, so she was relieved, and as a result, Qin Fan coldly snatched the shadow retaining stone from Cao Ying's hand and then poured aura into it. With a swish, those ambiguous images that had shamed Cao Ying last night appeared. Qin Fan's face was full of concentration as he pointed to the details of the picture and slowly spoke. Cao Ying, look here. You just had your ears blown by me, right? So what if it's... Yes, look, I only teased you so gently, and you blushed and shivered with excitement. And here, my scruff accidentally touched your collarbone, and you winced straight away. To summarize, I can tell that you have no experience with men and women, so you must be a chick, right? Being questioned to the key point, Cao Ying blushed to the point that her ears were red. As a witch, she was not allowed to be vulnerable at any time. But, she does have 0 duck eggs in terms of experience with men and women. Afterward, Cao Ying clenched her pink fist in shame and anger and retorted towards Qin Fan. So what if it is? Do you think I'm afraid to expose the images this way? That's not what I meant. Qin Fan's face was full of helplessness as he looked at Cao Ying, who had somewhat broken his defense, and his voice softened a bit. I'd say you are a girl after all, before you're a witch, so there's no need to threaten me with some of your first experiences, or when you're older you're sure to think that what you're doing now is going to be stupid. Me. After listening to Qin Fan's persuasion, Cao Ying's small face looked at him incredulously. What makes you so gentle all of a sudden? It was clearly used to threaten Qin Fan not to be allowed to inform on him, but it turned out to be cared for in turn? Indeed, as Qin Fan said, Cao Ying is quite concerned about this first experience, but, when she remembered that Qin Fan's techniques were probably honed from the Holy Maiden, Cao Ying didn't want to care so much. In the next second, Cao Ying quickly snatched the shadow retention stone from Qin Fan's hand. Her beautiful eyes blinked Qin Fan and she said rather grudgingly, saying is better than singing. Ha, don't think I don't know that you learned all those techniques from Lin Liqiu, right? Now also pretending to tenderly persuade me. Really disgusting. Ha, being slandered for no reason. Qin Fan couldn't help but tilt his head. He wasn't sure how Cao Ying brought the topic to Lin Liqiu. He just confessed honestly. I'm actually a fledgling. As for the techniques you mentioned, that's all just theory learned from action movies. Action movie? You can think of it as a forbidden type of stay stone. Cao Ying frowned slightly. She tried to understand Qin Fan's words, and then, her cheeks turned even redder. On the Xian fantasy continent, there really is such a thing as a forbidden type of shadow retaining stone. Most of those shadow retaining stones were rehearsals of forbidden feats, and a few were matters of dual cultivation between men and women. Cao Ying does not understand. Qin Fan is clearly still a single person. He learns in advance the content of the shadow retaining stone of the dual cultivation of men and women. Bah! So horny. What a stinking rascal. Knock knock. Just then, there were 2 sudden knocks on the door of the room. Outside the house came Lin Liqiu's light greeting. Qin Fan, are you in there? After hearing that the visitor was Lin Liqiu, Qin Fan was confused. His first look at Cao Ying. How do you explain the witch hiding in your house in the middle of the morning? Even if Cao Ying changed his appearance and clothing, even his identity was disguised. However, Qin Fan felt that it would be better to try not to let these 2 destined daughters meet. These 2 women are destined to be incompatible, and should they reveal themselves, they might just have a big fight in the house. Senior Brother Qin Fan? Aren't you in the house? While Qin Fan was pondering, Lin Liqiu's greeting rang out once again. He hadn't made a reaction yet, and as a result, Cao Ying curved her mouth in a bad smile, and she strutted forward as if she was going to open the door. The potent Jinmu stone was still stuck to Cao Ying's body, but it didn't matter to her. Anyway, she was going to play the role of Qin Fan's adorable senior sister next, so she didn't need to burst into an overly strong cultivation realm. As long as Cao Ying didn't get real, the demon suppressor stone wouldn't be able to detect her. Just when Cao Ying's small hand was about to open the door, Qin Fan quickly grabbed her wrist and also lowered his voice beside her ear. Asterisk. What the hell are you doing? Hide under the bed first. Don't come out. So afraid I'll meet up with the Holy Maiden? Ignoring the meaningful smile at the corner of Cao Ying's mouth, Qin Fan shoved her under the bed without a second thought. Afterward, Qin Fan went forward and opened the door. Opening the door, he found that in addition to Lin Liqiu standing at the door, Su Xiaoyang was actually at the door. Lin Liqiu was still beautifully dressed today. Her face was coated with light makeup, and her long, beautiful, waist-length hair lay behind her like a waterfall. The light golden long white dress of the Holy Maiden peak strikes her body with a gorgeous temperament. Su Xiaoyang was a bit shabbier. Her entire head was wrapped in a veil, only revealing a pair of thieving eyes. After all, if she revealed her ugly true face, she would most likely be dealt with directly by Lin Liqiu as a demon. Right now, Lin Liqiu saw that the door had finally opened, and then she pursed her lips towards Qin Fan and smiled. Qin Fan, I originally came over alone to ask if you had been disturbed by the demonic cultivators, but when I came over, I found that this little sister had been wandering by your house, so I wanted to ask if you recognized her. Oh, her? I know, and know her very well. Qin Fan responded with a leathery smile. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang immediately buried his head low in fear, his body trembling slightly. After she was eliminated from the Mysterious Sect's examination yesterday, she hesitated to stay away from Qin Fan and just go far away. But Qin Fan is too vicious. Su Xiaoyang's body had already been planted with the void compass by Qin Fan, and no matter how far she fled to the ends of the earth, Qin Fan could easily sense it. So, Su Xiaoyang was hardened to go back to Xuanzong to find him. As a result, Qin Fan hadn't bumped into him yet. He instead ran into the next holy maiden, Lin Liqiu. The moment he saw Miss Saintess, Su Xiaoyang shivered. What a pretty girl. Even without her little old brother, she was stunned by Lin Liqiu's face. But aside from the shock, Su Xiaoyang's desire to survive instantly pulled her back to normal. She instantly understood in seconds. Luckily I didn't talk to this woman the whole time, or else with Qin Fan's perverted pissiness, he would have slaughtered me for sure. Su Xiaoyang thought secretly. She was a daughter now, but her mind was squarely on a man. Even with Su Xiaoyang LSP soul, he didn't dare to mess around to a woman who had a relationship with Qin Fan. Otherwise, it will end up dead. For sure. Chapter 32, The world is a messy place with no birds. Brother Qin, don't you introduce me to your friends even when they come? Suddenly, a young girl's call came from inside the room that caused all three people at the door to be startled. Qin Fan's heart went cold. He knew that was Cao Ying's voice. Turning his head, he was dumbfounded. Cao Ying came out from underneath the bottom board of the bed at some point, and she had changed her hairstyle to a brunette double ponytail. Compared to the cool and perfect silver-haired witch image, this cute double ponytail look is also very charming. But Qin Fan is more puzzled. There's so little room in the baseboard of the bed. How on earth did you make room to tie your hair? Qin Fan previously emphasized to Cao Ying is not allowed to come out. She now does not listen to the advice to venture out. That is certainly again to have a seizure. Qin Fan sighed, both eyes helpless. Forget it, let's have a seizure. Let's all have a seizure. When I get the off-world return talisman, I will definitely stay away from you bunch of curries. What Qin Fan didn't expect was the amazing performance of Cao Ying after changing her image. She bounced over, opened her arms, and directly wrapped her arms warmly around Qin Fan. The squeeze of softness somewhere made it difficult for Qin Fan to control his expression. Before he could break free from Big Thunder's attack, Cao Ying suddenly pouted at him. Brother Qin, who are this woman and brat? Can you tell me about them? Qin Fan was really convinced of this hairy witch. If she doesn't go along with the play, I guess she'll just keep playing rough. Helplessly, Qin Fan pretended to apologize to Cao Ying. This female disciple wearing the sacred maiden peak uniform is called Lin Liqiu. She's my friend, and the other one is a stray girl I adopted. Her name is Su Xiaoyang. After saying that, Qin Fan saw Cao Ying reveal a bad smile, only to see her open her red lips towards Lin Liqiu, as if she was about to say something wolfish. After having the benefit of experience, Qin Fan naturally would not let Cao Ying's secret provocation succeed. He reached out to cover the other party's mouth the second before Cao Ying's small mouth protruded in a quality greeting. Afterward, Qin Fan didn't care about Cao Ying who was making oh noises. He opened his mouth to Lin Liqiu who was blushing with embarrassment. Ahem, little sister Liqiu. This is my newly recognized senior sister in the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Her name is Purple Shadow. Purple Shadow senior sister has a more active personality. I hope you can understand. Well, it's okay, it's fun to be lively. Lin Liqiu laughed with some bravado. Teenage girls with active personalities is outrageous. And if you're active, are you active enough to share a room? This early in the morning, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Qin Fan coming out with other female disciples of the sect, which was inevitably reminiscent. Lin Liqiu couldn't help but feel strange. Some time ago, she had investigated that Qin Fan did not have a Daoist couple now, nor had he ever. This for no reason appeared a cute senior sister. It is inevitable to call people alert. The reason for Lin Liqiu's suspicion is not jealousy. The love incense poison water in her body had long since dissipated, so her favorability towards Qin Fan was now more muted. The reason she was now wary of this Violet Shadow senior sister was more because of the provocative vision the other party was casting. Cao Ying, who had her mouth covered by Qin Fan. She kept casting contemptuous glances towards Lin Liqiu. The gaze was like looking at a defeated wolfhound. Disdain with a hint of pity. In the next moment, Cao Ying suddenly bit Qin Fan's finger, and Qin Fan subconsciously let go of his hand in pain. Subsequently, this witch started to shamelessly hug Qin Fan's arm again. She looked at Lin Liqiu while looking as if she was pouting at Qin Fan. Brother Qin, this woman came to see you early in the morning. It can't be that she has any thoughts about you. You don't want to be charmed. Oh, you said it, people are the love of your life. Qin Fan had gone numb and was speechless all of a sudden. Is this the same innocent witch who just blushed at the image of last night's shadow stone? Got it. As long as the virgin is in front of her, the witch's shame, patience and aggressiveness are pulled straight to full strength. On the other hand, Lin Liqiu, who was suddenly labeled, was very upset. As for where it is unpleasant, she could not say. She and Qin Fan were innocent, except for the last time when he was flying on the Imperial Sword and accidentally hugged the other party. He had kept his distance at all other times. Thinking of this past memory, Lin Liqiu's brain felt like a flash of light. She looked towards Cao Ying and then pursed her lips at Qin Fan. Senior Brother Qin Fan, I didn't expect you to have a beautiful senior sister who has such a good relationship in private. It's my visit to be abrupt. No, she and I are, in fact, a general sibling relationship. Is that so? I see that this Violet Shadow senior sister seems to like you very much. Lin Liqiu covered her mouth and laughed, then said with a sincere and pure expression. Still, I'm very grateful to you for escorting me home yesterday with your Imperial Sword. I was a bit tired so I accidentally leaned on you to rest. But, Senior Qin, your body is unexpectedly strong and reliable. Ha! Hearing Lin Liqiu's words that caused a lot of misunderstanding, Qin Fan froze. How come even you have started? Before he could say anything, the next moment, that one arm that was being held by Cao Ying suddenly tightened. Looking down, Qin Fan realized that Cao Ying was looking at Lin Liqiu with a leathery smile. At the same time, Cao Ying's movement of holding Qin Fan was like swearing sovereignty, and the greater the force, the more ambiguous the two of them were. It is that Qin Fan's fingers are about to be pinched white and purple. There is a little uncomfortable. In a moment of urgency, Qin Fan looked at Su Xiaoliang, who was filled with stagnation. A good way to change the subject suddenly occurred to him. Then, he looked at Lin Liqiu and said with a smile, Little Sister Liqiu, this stray girl I picked up, she has a dream of joining the Mysterious Sect. Look, can you help her fulfill her dream? After hearing the topic shift to himself, Su Xiaoliang's body trembled violently, feeling Qin Fan's eyes hinting at her if anything. In a flash, she went into a playful state. She secretly pinched the flesh of her thighs so hard that the pain filled her eyes with tears. In the next moment, Su Xiaoliang wiped her tears and complained to Lin Liqiu, Miss Holy Maiden, I really super want to enter the ethereal sect. Both of my parents were killed by mountain bandits, and it was the female disciples of the Misty Sect who saved my life. So, even if I go in as an outer sect servant, I'm willing, please help me out. If she didn't sell her misery now, when only she and Qin Fan were left in the room, Su Xiaoliang's tears would be returned 100-fold. On the other hand, Su Xiaoliang's heart was filled with emotion when he saw Cao Ying and Lin Liqiu fighting over Qin Fan. I have tasted all the sorrows and joys of the world, and the world is empty of birds. If Su Xiaoliang was still Su Liang, or the same suave man, he might be envious of Jill Purple. But now, she's lost Jill. All she could do was emote, not daring to have any jumbled thoughts in her head. Lin Liqiu could not help but be dismayed when she saw Su Xiaoliang's true feelings. She hesitated for a moment and asked, by virtue of the Holy Maiden Peak's personal relationship with the Misty Sect, it's not difficult to send you to become an outer disciple, but the test in this must still be passed once. Su Xiaoliang, have you tried the Misty Sect's test? Chapter 33, Cao Ying torn, Holy Maiden? Is it awesome? Lin Liqiu's words instantly caused Su Xiaoliang to feel as if he had an on his back. Even without looking back, she could imagine how terrifying Qin Fan's eyes were. It's just that the test didn't pass. That's why I've come to beg you. A holy woman. Su Xiaoliang did not dare to confess the details. She just had two pitiful eyes, and even plopped down on her knees and said, blame me for being useless. Big Brother Qin Fan went to all the trouble of sending me to the test, and as a result, I failed the test on my own without any competition. I'm sorry Big Brother Qin Fan. I'm sorry for my parents who are in heaven. Oh, Su Xiaoliang sells misery realistically, but she stole several glances at Qin Fan during her sobs. She saw dissatisfaction in Qin Fan's eyes, as if those eyes were saying Su Xiaoliang, you could be a little more miserable. After the intention, Su Xiaoliang was ruthless and began to whip both cheeks hard with both hands. She slapped her own face while yelling I'm sorry for my parents and I'm sorry for Qin Fan. Only then did Su Xiaoliang see satisfaction and relief in Qin Fan's eyes. As it turned out, Qin Fan had diverted the topic very successfully. Lin Liqiu didn't argue with Cao Ying anymore. Her face was full of clichés, and she couldn't help but be moved with compassion as she looked at the self-blaming Su Xiaoliang. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes softly looked at Qin Fan and sighed softly. Senior Brother Qin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so pure-hearted, and privately help the girl with a tragic life to fulfill her dreams. Just after this sentiment was finished, Su Xiaoyang, who was kneeling on the ground and pumping his face, shuddered. The small face under her veil was close to distorted. Qin Fan, he's pure goodness? He is a triple X. If it wasn't for Qin Fan, Jill wouldn't have disappeared. If it wasn't for Qin Fan, she wouldn't have to think twice about entering the Netherworld sect, and then help Qin Fan look for some bull ***** 100-year-old poisonous spider. Anyone in this world can be bestowed with kindness, only Qin Fan can't. He is a devil. A total psychopathic devil. Ahem. In the next moment, Qin Fan's ancient waves were not shocked as he coughed dryly twice, which caused Su Xiaoyang, who had just stopped slapping, to return to his senses. She knew that the demon was imploring her to not stop smacking, even if his heart is bitter. Su Xiaoyang is broken to swallow in his stomach, not daring to say a word. The house then resumed the rhythm of her snapping and slapping. Lin Liqiu saw Su Xiaoyang devilishly whip herself. She just wanted to persuade. In the next second, like realizing something, she looked fiercely at Qin Fan and asked, "Wait, Senior Brother Qin Fan, what's wrong? I remember that the introduction person who recommends a disciple to the Mysterious Sect, the cultivation requirement has to be at least the Jindan realm. Does it mean you?" "Yes, I'm at the early stage of the Jindan realm." Qin Fan didn't expect Lin Liqiu to pay so much attention to details, and he didn't intend to hide it. Gazing slightly, he shivered violently, releasing an invisible and strong Jindan realm aura within his body. In a flash, Su Xiaoyang, Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying in the room were all shocked. Su Xiaoyang slapped himself even harder. His face was almost swollen into a pig's head. "This devil is getting stronger and stronger, and you'll have to listen to him even more from now on." Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement, and they both had disbelief on their faces. Among them, no one had the biggest change of heart than Cao Ying. She had thought that Qin Fan's attainments in the poison master talent were excessive, but she hadn't expected that his cultivation realm was still so extraordinary. This man, this witch will take him. In the next moment, Cao Ying's arm around Qin Fan was quite a bit milder, and she deliberately used her upper body to squeeze towards Qin Fan. "Brother Qin, you're so strong. Since you want to help that little brat fulfill his dreams so much, it's not like people can't help. You can get her into the ethereal sect?" Qin Fan looked at Cao Ying in surprise. Cao Ying nodded his head, his voice soft as a fine waterway. "Of course you can. My aunt has a relationship with the higher echelons of the Mysterious Sect, not to mention what the outer door handyman. Even if it is an inner disciple, people can easily arrange it." Saying this, Cao Ying even cast a provocative gaze towards Lin Liqiu. Lin Liqiu couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows. She couldn't bear it. She really hated this senior sister called Violet Shadow a little. The task that her master arranged for her was originally to protect Qin Fan. At this moment, after Lin Liqiu learned that Qin Fan had a Jindan realm cultivation, then she had to serve the talents in the Xian clan even more. "You like to compare, don't you? Well, look at you. A senior sister of unknown origin with a wide network, when it is my hallowed sacred maiden peak that has a stronger network. Purple Shadow senior sister. My master is the peak master of the Holy Maiden peak, the same as the current Holy Maiden. If she opens her mouth to speak, even if it is an inner disciple, Su Xiaoyang is also able to be in office." After Lin Liqiu adjusted her emotions, her two eyes were filled with calmness as she stared at Cao Ying. Unexpectedly, Cao Ying began to smoke his mouth and laugh softly. His laugh was crisp but sneer pulled full. Yo. And my master's honor? Those who don't know think it's you personally who has that power." After being taunted with a cry, Lin Liqiu's cheeks reddened slightly as she glared. "I can make Su Xiaoyang an inner disciple. Can you? What's a mere inner disciple? I can still make that little brat a core true disciple. Anyone can talk big. I even said I could make Su Xiaoyang the Mysterious Sect's patriarch. Confess your connections before you have the capital. Don't worry about it. My real background is much stronger than your little, no-nonsense sacred peak. How dare you? As a disciple of the Xian sect, you dare to scorn the Holy Maiden? Is the Holy Virgin awesome? You. The air in the room was full of the smell of gunpowder between the two women tearing into each other and arguing. Qin Fan looked at the two of them in dismay, completely unable to interject. Su Xiaoyang was even more terrified and kneeled on the ground, and Dabado forgot to fan. Her heart was in waves as she listened to her two sisters continually elevate her status. "All I want to do is be a little handyman." How did you go from being a handyman to becoming an inner sect, a core true biographer, and even soaring to become the Mysterious Sect's patriarch? Still staring and gawking? Hurry up and tell them that you only want to honestly be an outer gate handyman. Just as the atmosphere of the room fell into an icy silence, Su Xiaoyang heard Qin Fan's sneaky voice transmission. In the next moment, Su Xiaoliang took a sharp breath. As if she had made a huge determination, she suddenly kowtowed towards Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. Bang! 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 Each kowtow did its best to pound the floor as loud as it could. Making this horrifying noise, the two women stopped their confrontation. The two of them looked at Su Xiaoliang in dismay. Immediately afterward, he saw a trace of blood oozing from Su Xiaoliang's forehead under the veil and said, "Two sisters, don't argue. I just want to be an outer sect servant of the Netherworld sect. That's all." After hissing, the room fell into a sudden silence. Aftermath. That afternoon, Su Xiaoliang was finally sent into the ethereal sect through connections. Even if the female disciple in charge of the examination, Luo Yuyan, vetoed it again, the ethereal sect still accepted Su Xiaoliang. Chapter 34, Older Wives but Refused to Wander. As for whether Su Xiaoliang was sent in by the Holy Maiden or the witch, the process was interesting. At that time in the morning, Su Xiaoliang had just kowtowed to the two aunties. After the two women looked at each other, they spread their legs and ran outside. They were competing to see who would send Su Xiaoliang into the ethereal sect first. It turned out that Cao Ying was the better man. She first went back to the camp of the demonic cultivator world and used the demonic female vein to fulfill Su Xiaoliang's wish. Lin Liqiu was closer to the sacred maiden peak. She should have been the first to use her connections. But unfortunately, Lu Emotionless happened to go out in the morning, saying that he wanted to retreat for a few days to sense the holy Tao. So in the exchange of who helped Qin Fan first, Cao Ying won once. Qin Fan had thought that this conflict between the Holy Maiden and the Devil Maiden would end with an end, but to his surprise, it was only the beginning. Cao Ying had indeed decided to play the role of the Purple Shadow Sister as she had said earlier, and she had decided to reside in the Xian clan's poisonous Scorpion Pavilion. She also lived directly on the second floor of elder brother Qin Fan's house, inexplicably cohabiting with a witch. Qin Fan was helpless. Cao Ying was a heaven's destiny, and when she clung to herself, Qin Fan would not be able to multiply his cultivation. Also, because of Cao Ying's permanent residence, Lin Liqiu visited Qin Fan more and more often. Probably because Su Xiaoliang didn't help Qin Fan that time, Lin Liqiu felt that she lost face, so she tried to find ways to get on good terms with Qin Fan. At the very least, she could never give less help than Purple Shadow. A week later, some windy afternoon, Xianzong, Poison Scorpion Pavilion. In the big brother's house, Qin Fan sat at the table, holding an envelope with a line of words written crookedly on it. Brother Qin, I have become a handyman of the Mysterious Sect and feel good about it. Because of my ugly and short appearance, I have endless firewood to cut, buckets to pick, and countless spits every day. After ignoring the 100-word-long complaint nonsense, Qin Fan looked to the focus of the epistle. About the 100 years poisonous spiders, I have inquired about some clues. It is said that the female disciple responsible for settling the 100 years of poison in the sect is Luo Yuyan. I am now trying to get words out of her mouth, and when there is news, I will contact you again. Brother Qin. Right, Brother Qin, can you send me 5 spirit stones? The roof of my servant's house is broken. It leaks every night, and it's hard to sleep. After reading the message, Qin Fan crumpled the letter into a ball and casually threw it away. He didn't pay attention to Su Xiaoliang's need in the last paragraph. He just rubbed his chin, frowned and sighed lightly. After all the fiddling around, it turns out that the female disciple associated with the 100-year-old poison is actually the female disciple who met up with me in the first place. At that time, when Qin Fan sent Su Xiaoliang into the Mysterious Sect for the examination, the disciple in charge of the examination process was Luo Yuyan. Thinking of that cold and disinterested pretty face, Qin Fan felt some headache. He felt that it would be very difficult for Su Xiaoliang to get words out of Luo Yuyan. Su Xiaoliang belongs to the character of not fighting. Now that she had lost Qin Fan's physical lash, the efficiency of that work would definitely be greatly reduced. So, the matter of recapturing the century spider is 80% yellow. It wasn't that Qin Fan hadn't thought about asking the two women around him for help during this week. With the Holy Maiden and the Demonist's connections and reputation, it should be quite easy to get the 100 years poison. But, the recent feud between the two women has intensified. If Qin Fan demanded from one of them, then the other would definitely pull out an even bigger surprise. Qin Fan simply didn't open up to the two of them in order not to get entangled in unnecessary trouble. In addition to the antics of the two females around him, this week, Qin Fan also heard something about Qin Xian'er in the Xian sect. Qin Xian'er represented the Xian sect's sword cultivation disciples in a certain small competition in the central state. She won first place in a landslide victory. As an elder brother, Qin Fan should have gone to say congratulations. But, Qin Xian'er's master, the forgotten Ning realist, was doubly hostile to Qin Fan. On the night of the celebration, she also said that if Qin Fan dared to show up, she would strip Qin Fan of his clothes and humiliate him in public. It can't be helped. The original owner was really bad to Qin Xian'er. And Qin Fan can't do anything about carrying this black pot of hatred. Let's wait until the cultivation realm is stronger and then try to contact Qin Xian'er. In the next second, Qin Fan's room door was suddenly knocked twice. A muffled bang ensued. The door lock was forced open. And then, Cao Ying wore the black and purple uniform of a poisoned Scorpion Pavilion disciple, and she retained the cute style of her black hair and double ponytail. Then he came to Qin Fan's side with a jump, and skillfully took Qin Fan's arm, and opened his mouth to rant. Hubby, are you busy? Can you accompany me to stroll around the streets of Xuanzong in the afternoon? Qin Fan remained silent, his forehead veins bulging slightly. Turning his head, he forced a smile at Cao Ying. Purple Shadow Senior Sister, how many times have I said, can you not break the door in my room? How many doors have been broken in these 7 days? Do the math yourself. Over the past few days that Cao Ying had stayed in this house, she would always coldly force her way into Qin Fan's room. The more you say husband or husband, the better it sounds. Qin Fan knew that Cao Ying was playing with lust. In case he took it seriously, Cao Ying would laughingly cross her arms and say, are you serious? Well, then follow me back to the magic cultivation realm. Also changing her name to Violet Shadow Senior Sister was a compulsion, because Lin Liqiu has been visiting a lot lately. If Cao Ying's real name was accidentally heard by the Holy Maiden, that Miss Demoness might blow herself up with Qin Fan. After being chided by Qin Fan, Cao Ying was not amused as she patted Qin Fan's shoulder and laughed. Oops, we're an old married couple. How strange to have a door in the way. Old married couple, huh? Penalty. Then do a little of what an old married couple should do. Qin Fan grinned, then stood up and unbuttoned the robe on his body. Outside the room, the little poison that was refining poison heard the sound of the broken door. It took it for granted that it carried a spare door and wanted to come and mend it. As a result, just as it came over, it caught sight of Qin Fan standing in front of Cao Ying with his bare shoulders. At that moment, little poison's head was caught in a thought storm, and it instantly reacted by saying, Master's going to make little masters. I can't be a light bulb. Bugger off. Little poison carried the door and ran outside the house, but its words before it left drifted into Cao Ying's ears. Looking at the appearance of Qin Fan undressing in front of her, Cao Ying blushed all of a sudden. Even though she was shy to death, she still tried to meet Qin Fan's increasingly aggressive eyes and pouted. First things first, if you really dare to do this, that means you'll be joining the demon cultivation world. Qin Fan hastily shook his head no. He was fed up with this little witch tempting him every day and began to speak bluntly. No, I just want to do it. It doesn't have anything to do with demonic cultivation. This won't work. And who just said old married couple? You won't even sweeten the deal? Bah! Horny! Cao Ying grunted, then turned around with a red face and walked back to the second floor. Staring at the marvelous back figure walking out of the room, Qin Fan sat on the bed with a helpless butt. He couldn't help but shake his head and exclaim, what a wimp and a fun lover. Based on the experience of getting along these days, Qin Fan gradually figured out Cao Ying's temperament. Don't look at Cao Ying's words and demeanor as straight balls, but if Qin Fan really came on strong, she would instantly become a deserter. What does it mean to be a contrarian witch? After this interaction, Cao Ying would not come downstairs to harass Qin Fan for a while. Qin Fan also tried to be quiet, and then went to the utility room to find some materials, preparing to mend the broken door of the room. Second floor of the house. When Cao Ying returned to her room, she flung herself onto the bed. That little rosy face was buried in the pillow for a long time before he lifted it to take a breath. She took out the retention stone she had hidden under her pillow and cooed softly as she looked at it. Have I been talking and acting too much lately? Does he really think he can just whore me out for nothing? Stinking asshole. Chapter 35, The Cloud Detecting Hands. After complaining about Qin Fan, Cao Ying suddenly opened the shadow retaining stone in her hand. This shadow retaining stone happened to be the shadow retaining stone that had recorded Qin Fan's slighting of her in the first place. At this point she is not reminiscing when she watches, she is trying to change the image of herself in the residual stone. Without shopping, I really didn't know that there were props that could modify the picture of the retention stone. Cao Ying murmured as she rolled over and sat on the bed, then took out an engraving pen from her space ring. The engraving pen gently pokes on the shadow retaining stone, and the content of the picture inside will change according to the intention of the owner of the engraving pen. If Qin Fan had been present, he would have explained the meaning of the engraved pen in a simple and brutal way. That is, retouching. Only, after being affected by the engraved pen, the shadow stone will be recorded, and those who are more careful will recognize that the picture has been mixed with modifications. What Cao Ying was modifying the screen now was exactly her appearance. Using an engraving pen, she changed the picture of herself into her current form. Long silver hair turned into a brunette double ponytail, her features slightly mobilized, and her bear a little bit smaller. After finishing, Cao Ying curved her mouth and smiled softly as she hid the retained shadow stone in her pillow and said, "The work is complete. If you still dare to mess around, I'll threaten you with the version of Senior Sister Violet Shadow." Yes, in addition to backing up the original staying shadow stone, Cao Ying also planned to use the Violet Shadow Sister to intimidate Qin Fan, who made him a little horny lately and had to be suppressed by special means. After finishing, Cao Ying felt a little sleepy. She yawned, then lay down on the bed and took a nap. Not long after Cao Ying fell asleep, an old acquaintance of Qin Fan came downstairs. Lin Liqiu stood at the entrance of the house. Seeing that the door was left open, she crossed the threshold and ended up bumping into Qin Fan, who happened to be repairing the door. "Little sister Liqiu, you're here as a guest again." "Huh?" Qin Fan said with a smile as he carried half a broken door. Lin Liqiu gently nodded her head as she blushed a little embarrassedly. "Well, Senior Brother Qin Fan, why does your house door need to be repaired every day?" "It's nothing. There's a stray cat in the backyard and that cat gets upset and breaks down doors." Qin Fan made a perfunctory remark and then lightly repaired the broken door. Hearing that, a big question mark popped out of Lin Liqiu's head. What exactly is a cat? What kind of cat is strong enough to break down a door? Is it hard to believe that it's a magical beast? Lin Liqiu didn't circle around on the topic of repairing doors and stray cats. She gently bit her lip and looked a little nervous, because starting next week, she's going to officially take her place as a saintly maiden. In addition to the necessary handover ceremony, Lin Liqiu also had to invite a close friend or relative to be his witness. What the witnesses had to do was very simple, and that was to accompany Lin Liqiu through the enthronement ceremony. And by the way, give some more testimonials and such. Originally, this witness belonged to Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao has been cultivating in seclusion in recent days under the cultivation of the patriarch, and he estimates that he will not come out of seclusion until half a year later. So, Lin Liqiu suddenly wanted to invite Qin Fan to be her witness. At this moment, she looked at Qin Fan, who was clanging and repairing the door. Her heartbeat accelerated a little, thinking, "I should have wanted to use this topic to stimulate Violet Shadow Senior Sister, but how come now? There's still some embarrassment to speak up?" She looked at Qin Fan's side face that was seriously repairing the door, and the concentration looked really handsome. Lin Liqiu couldn't help but clench her pink fists under her sleeves. She was too nervous to open her mouth. Clearly even the rehearsals for the Virgin's enthronement weren't that tense. So what the hell is going on? Since she dared not open her mouth, Lin Liqiu was not in a hurry. She had another thing to accomplish when she came here. In the next moment, she moved her gaze away from Qin Fan. Lin Liqiu looked towards the ceiling, the same location of Cao Ying's room on the second floor, and thought quietly in her heart, "When I came today, I also had to thoroughly test the identity of Senior Sister Violet Shadow. She fights with me at every turn. It's too suspicious." Before the sacred maiden ascended to the throne, Lin Liqiu obtained a magic treasure of the spirit transformation realm, the Cloud Probing Void Hand, from her master, Luo Yuyan. Probing Cloud Void Hand can designate a target and then silently steal a certain item from the opponent. Even items in space rings can be stolen. But Lin Liqiu is not trying to steal some treasure from Purple Shadow. She just wants to take some personal props to confirm. In recent days, every time Lin Liqiu spent time with Qin Fan, she was disturbed by Ying in every way. The other party's talk also revealed a touch of disdain for the Holy Maiden. In addition, Lin Liqiu was curious about the identity and background of Senior Sister Violet Shadow. While Lin Liqiu was relying on the background of the Sacred Maiden Peak Master to get Su Xiaoliang into the Mysterious Sect, Violet Shadow was very mysterious. She had sent someone to investigate the name Purple Shadow in the Xin sect, and the resultant news only stated that Purple Shadow was a junior sister who had just joined the sect this month. Other than that, there was no explanation of where Purple Shadow's family was or what her parents did for a living. It's this kind of black household that doesn't know anything, but she easily sent Su Xiaoliang into the Mysterious Sect. Under all the suspicions, Lin Liqiu decided to be a mean saint. The secret in you. This holy maiden will steal it. Senior Brother Qin Fan, can I just visit your house for a while? Lin Liqiu looked at Qin Fan, who was still busy repairing the door, and asked gently. Qin Fan nodded his head casually. He couldn't wait for no one to disturb him when he was cultivating the door. Yes, you just don't fight with Senior Sister Ying here. Oh, no, I wouldn't do anything that vulgar. After saying that, Qin Fan watched Lin Liqiu visit upstairs like a curious baby. He suddenly felt a little uneasy, but shook his head and sighed softly. I guess I'm overthinking it. Afterward, Qin Fan continued to pound on the door of his room. This time, he is going to install the solid as a golden soup basalt iron gate, to ensure that when Cao Ying goes down with a geo, her feet will swell up first. After Lin Liqiu went upstairs, she began to lighten her footsteps. On the second floor, there are two rooms. The first room was occupied by Violet Shadow Senior Sister Stinky, and the other room was still empty. Qin Fan and Little Poison lived on the first floor, and the poison refining room was also on the first floor. Lin Liqiu was thinking about how to use the cloud-probing void hand on senior sister Violet Shadow. The next moment she suddenly saw the door of the first room covering a crack. She glanced at the slit and then took in the sleeping Cao Ying. She's actually taking a nap? Not bad. God help me. Lin Liqiu was so excited that she secretly clenched her fist. She hurriedly took out the scrying cloud void hand from her spatial ring, which was a hand mold the size of an adult's fist. Simply by touching this hand mold, the cloud seeker will emit a stream of invisible air, and then steal the props unnoticeably. But before the official action, Lin Liqiu was a little guilty as she closed her eyes and secretly prayed that the heaven and earth sacred Tao wouldn't blame her. She did this bad thing of prying into her privacy solely for Qin Fan. In case Violet Shadow Senior Sister was some dangerous devil cultivator character, then wouldn't Qin Fan be in danger? After swearing to the holy Tao of heaven and earth that this was the first and last time in her life that she would do something bad, Lin Liqiu then began the holy maiden stealing. Chapter 36 Lowbrow. 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 Lin Liqiu drilled into the empty room next to Cao Ying. The room was empty, so she sat leaning along the wall, and then turned on her probing cloud virtual hand. The cloud probing void hand can ignore spatial obstructions. The invisible smoke it transformed into was like a ghost, silently drifting next to Violet Shadow Senior Sister's bed. Immediately after, Lin Liqiu utilized the cloud probing void hand to use up his divine sense perception. She immediately saw where the space ring, Jian pouch, and other space storage props were on the purple Shadow Senior Sister. Okay, then grab one of the things in the dry bag and take a look. Lin Liqiu had just thought so, and in the next second, she suddenly realized that there was something fishy hidden under her pillow. She closed her eyes and concentrated in the next room, increasing the intensity of her divine probing. Immediately after, that one was retouched by Cao Ying with a carving brush, exposed to Lin Liqiu's eyes. If the shadow retaining stone was placed in a spatial ring or a Qianquan bag, Lin Liqiu probably wouldn't have given it a second glance. But, Purple Shadow Sister, you always hide the shadow retention stone under your pillow when you sleep, so there must be some big secret inside, right? Lin Liqiu came to that conclusion because she also had the habit of hiding her beloved things under her pillow when she was a child. So, she changed the idea of searching the Qianquan bag, and she decided to steal the shadow retention stone first to find out. Whoosh! After the probing cloud virtual hand locked onto the target, in an instant, the shadow retaining stone that had been hidden under the pillow instantly disappeared. After pulling out the retention stone, the concave collapse at the bottom of the pillow caused Cao Ying to frown slightly, but she's sleeping soundly now. After letting out a soft she rolled over and continued to sleep in the same manner as Qin Fan did when he slept under the blanket. Worthy of being a probing cloud virtual hand. Stealing things is no movement at all. Lin Liqiu sighed in her heart. Then, she closed her divine sense perception. She opened her eyes and looked down at the extra shadow retaining stone that had appeared out of nowhere in her palm. Her face very grave. Violet Shadow Senior Sister. There must be some secret you don't want people to know about in this shadow retaining stone. Why else would you hide it under the pillow? 2 words. Lin Liqiu poured aura into the shadow retaining stone. She then frowned and stared, giving her full attention to the contents of the projection. At first, Lin Liqiu was so nervous that the fingers of her clenched fists were clasping the flesh. But as the picture gradually improves, she saw that the projection was of a room in the moonlight at night. This room is extremely familiar. Wait, isn't this the room downstairs where Qin Fan sleeps? Lin Liqiu felt some confusion. She concentrated more on watching it, and suddenly heard the faintest hint of male and female heavy breathing coming from the projection. Well, asshole, let go of me la. I'm not your quilt. It smells so good. So soft, so good. No messing around there. So over the top. The quilt smells good. I suck dash. Stop it. In addition to the ambiguous human voice, the projection also popped up the image of Qin Fan mistakenly gripping Cao Ying as a quilt. Qin Fan will smooth out the wrinkles of the quilt, and then he will sleep with the quilt in his arms. The two of you seemed like a really sweet and infinite couple. After seeing this scene, Lin Liqiu's pretty face was dumbfounded. When she came back to her senses, her face exploded red. She clenched her red lips and hastily covered her eyes with her hands. Just those beautiful eyes couldn't help but watch through their fingers. While peeking, Lin Liqiu also complained softly. Low down. To Lin Liqiu, who had to remain a virgin before ascending to the position of Holy Maiden. The images in the projection were indeed too powerful. Ever since she was a child, after being pre-selected to be the next virgin, she has been taught the content of purity and beauty and goodness. Lin Liqiu never thought the Purple Shadow Senior Sister in the picture, who was also a girl like herself, was able to lose her temper so much in front of a man. Senior Brother Qin Fan, how can you just touch a girl in that kind of place? It's too vulgar. Lowly. It's lowly to hold a girl as if she were a quilt. Lowly. Lowly. Violet Shadow Senior Sister hid something so vulgar in her pillow? She's the most vulgar. Lin Liqiu's mouth kept cursing softly, and her words were full of dislike and disgust for the picture. But, her eyes, watching through her fingers, froze, not daring to blink more than once. It was as if she was afraid of missing some image. Yes, she was just afraid of omitting anything suspicious. It wasn't out of curiosity that she continued to peek. Fortunately, Cao Ying had modified all the contents of the shadow retaining stone before going to bed. Even if Lin Liqiu stared wide-eyed at it, she couldn't tell that the purple shadow sister in the picture was originally a silver-haired witch. Things come to an end. Lin Liqiu replayed the projection of the shadow retaining stone a full 10 times, probably affected by the content. She sat down on the floor with her legs a little weak and shaky after finishing the review. Her body was inexplicably hot, so her slender fingers quietly opened a button on her chest. Lin Liqiu again looked at the hands of the shadow retaining stone, could not help but gulp saliva. Her cheeks were flushed at this time, her beautiful eyes were mesmerized, and her red lips lightly opened. Should I, check it again? There's definitely something wrong with this shadow retaining stone. I must see the clues. After this, she was again unable to resist clicking on the stay stone. Only this time, she didn't look honestly anymore. Lin Liqiu watched while lightly biting her red lips, and also slowly reached her jade hand into the lapel of the shirt that she had just opened the buttons. With her other free hand, she reached down in the same direction. Just then, the door to this empty room was opened with a bang. Qin Fan, who had just finished redoing the door downstairs, walked in. When he entered the house, he saw Lin Liqiu standing in a panic, her clothes still a little untidy. Even though he felt something strange, Qin Fan still opened his mouth to ask, little sister Liqiu, I saw that you didn't come down for so long on the second floor, so I came up to see what was going on. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? It's okay, I was just here looking at the view from the street below, and I got so caught up in the moment that I lost track of time. Where's the street scene here? Qin Fan cocked his head in confusion. This big brother house of his was inside the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, and outside the building were paths and backyards that pressed for a view. After realizing that he said the wrong thing, Lin Liqiu's sleeves under the pink fist clenched, and forced a smile. I mean, look out the window. It's just a whitewashed backyard wall. What's there to see? Qin Fan pointed to the walls in all directions outside the window, wondering more and more. This time, he didn't see Lin Liqiu explaining something. The other party just red-faced and lowered his head, falling into a mesmerizing silence. Suddenly, the bewildered Qin Fan saw a strong feeling from Lin Liqiu. What's with this vestigial feeling of hiding in your room and secretly rewarding yourself, and then, accidentally, being discovered by your parents barging in? Qin Fan, as a person who had been there before, couldn't help but think with an inward burst of dismay. But then, he immediately dismissed his ridiculous conjecture. Come on. She's a saintly woman of immense purity. How could she possibly do such a vulgar thing in someone else's house? Chapter 37 Recognized Conspiracy? The movement of Qin Fan opening the door woke up Cao Ying, who was sleeping next door. She rubbed her bleary eyelids before getting out of bed. His fingers dazedly touched the retention stone under his pillow. The moment before Lin Liqiu was interrupted by Qin Fan. The shadow retaining stone was returned to the pillow by the virtual hand of the tanning cloud. Cao Ying couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she checked that the retained shadow stone was still under her pillow. Just strange. Why is the shadow retaining stone so hot? It's as if it's been covered by someone. Cao Ying couldn't help but think strangely as she noticed the warmth on the surface of the stone, but she didn't bother to think about it much. It's not unusual for a retention stone to get warmed up when it's tucked into a pillow. With that, he got out of bed, rubbing his eyes while walking towards the door to say, Hubby, sorry I next time do not break your room door. To deliberately wake me up? Just after muttering, Cao Ying saw Qin Fan and Lin Liqiu in the next room. The moment she saw Lin Liqiu, who was standing straight as a punishment, she was instantly refreshed and pointed at the other party. Good for you, holy maiden. That's really something. How dare you try to steal while I'm sleeping? Senior Sister Violet Shadow. I didn't. No? Then what are you doing in the next room with my husband? Isn't this an attempt to storm me a cuckold? No. I just came to visit the second floor and Senior Brother Qin Fan happened to come in. Lin Liqiu bit her tongue anxiously and said, she had just been almost caught doing something cheesy, so now she looked very weak. In addition, she didn't expect Violet Shadow to be so intimate with Qin Fan in private. Has it gotten to the point where you're calling your husband? But Lin Liqiu didn't bother to dwell on the title. She looked at Qin Fan and suddenly asked, Senior Brother Qin Fan, didn't you say that the door of the room downstairs was broken by a stray cat? This, Qin Fan froze, clearly not understanding why Lin Liqiu asked this. Cao Ying had just apologized and said that he wouldn't break the door, so he couldn't conveniently lie to Lin Liqiu perfunctorily. In the next second, Cao Ying's beautiful eyes darted around. She took 3 steps and turned into 2, suddenly hugging Qin Fan's arm. And then she pouted. Honey, aren't people just your little wildcats? In the face of this kind of meaty offense, Qin Fan was just expressionless. He had adapted to Cao Ying's sudden malady these days. He knew that this witch was now doing everything just to provoke Lin Liqiu. Qin Fan tried to push away Cao Ying's tightly clasped arms and pushed twice without pushing away. Okay, you have big pecs. I can't argue with you. Sighing helplessly, he looked at Lin Liqiu beside him again. And the result? Miss Saintess's expression caused Qin Fan to be greatly shocked. Lin Liqiu's pretty face was scarlet and her red lips were lightly biting. Those warm water beautiful eyes revealed 3 points of incandescence, 3 points of shyness, and 3 points of envy. As for the last point, it's the sure bari gaze. Is this the kind of expression a competent saintly woman should show? What Qin Fan didn't know was that Lin Liqiu had fallen into a state of crazy brainstorming. Previously peeped at the shadow stone image. Sleeping Qin Fan called Cao Ying small quilt. Now words. Are they playing cat and master again? Just play. And play until you arch the door of your room. Lin Liqiu brainstormed the image of Qin Fan and Cao Ying being so intense that they broke down the door. And she blushed all of a sudden. Qin Fan's senior brother's words. He may really be that fierce. Just now, Lin Liqiu had examined the shadow retention stone 10 times. She went through Cao Ying's expression and Qin Fan's quilt covering technique, so she was able to roughly deduce that Qin Fan was very powerful. So archbreakers and whatnot are a definite possibility. No wonder when I visit these days, I can see senior brother Qin Fan cultivating the door. Original, they are intense every night into this. Really vulgar death. Lin Liqiu thought with inner relief. In the next moment, her red-hot face was suddenly gently poked by Cao Ying. Cao Ying was confused and said, "Oh holy maiden, I haven't even begun to spar with you today. So how come I'm directly red-warmed like this? Don't touch me. Lowlife. You who? Starting 0 frame starts? Come on. Let's see me spray and cry you unqualified saintly girl." Thereupon, the 2 women exchanged verbal abuse at the drop of a hat. Their voices were crisp as jade and their curses were drawn out in detail. The topic of the repartee was an in-depth greeting on everything from Xuanzong's daily chores to his cultivation to his family environment. Qin Fan stood at the side and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye when he saw the scene. He was viewing it oddly now. It was because Cao Ying's mouth popped out many of the mouth fetishes he was used to when he was in the blue star plane when he was sparring. For example, just now that 0 frame start. That is Cao Ying in these days from Qin Fan's mouth to learn the past. The witch probably didn't even know what it meant, but she just learned to curse anyway. During that time, Qin Fan had tried to persuade the 2 women to stop fighting, but unthinking, Lin Liqiu coldly came at him. "Shut up, cheesy guy who only breaks doors and then fixes them." Cheesy. Qin Fan immediately filled his head with question marks. "I didn't break the door, did I? I'm just fixing a door. How is that vulgar?" During the scorching upstairs, Poison came back from outside. She probed around the first floor, trying to observe Qin Fan and Cao Ying's movements while thinking. After all this time, Master's little master-making campaign should be over, right? Just this thought. Little Poison heard cursing on the 2nd floor, so she was curious to go upstairs and watch. Upon seeing Cao Ying and Lin Liqiu sparring over Qin Fan, Little Poison's iron lump puppet head went into downtime. Fortunately, it was a high-level poison golem that had been upgraded by the system, and it didn't take long for it to understand the reason for the quarrel in front of it. It shook its head and sighed softly. Master is too flirtatious. It must be that his hooking up with women was discovered by his other lovers. And then the horror of shuriken happened. Hey you! Hurry downstairs and be a good boy and refine the poison. Qin Fan heard Little Poison sigh and then knocked its head to command. Poison hugged her head and gave an aggravated before going downstairs as she was told. Qin Fan also planned to go downstairs to hide from the wind. Before leaving, he glanced at the 2 daughters who were still in the room protecting each other's genealogy and sighed long and helplessly. Whoever marries them will be tossed to death later. Several more days passed. Qin Fan gradually became accustomed to the daily life of having more saints and magicians in the house. Ever since he had been pestered by Cao Ying, he had pinned all his hopes of a surge in his cultivation on Su Xiaoliang, as long as Su Xiaoliang did not have any accidents. Then when Qin Fan collected 100 years of poisons, the off-world returning god talisman would be successfully refined. When the time comes to use this divine talisman, Qin Fan will teleport to a 10,000 meter unoccupied environment. Any saint or witch will be far away from him. The benefits of 10,000 times cultivation will also come as promised. This afternoon, When Qin Fan was just looking forward to fantasizing about the wonderful life of getting the off-world returning god talisman, a special guest came to his house. Qin Fan, the handyman disciple Su Xiaoliang that you introduced. She has been living very peacefully in the Mysterious Sect lately. However, she is always asking around about the 100-year spider. Do you have any clues about this matter? Poisoned Scorpion Pavilion. In eldest brother's room, Luo Yuyan, who was dressed as a disciple of the Netherworld sect, asked as she sat quietly opposite Qin Fan. Luo Yuyan's face style was very different from Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. She was cool, solemn, and at first glance looked like a cold woman. From a certain point of view, Luo Yuyan is quite suitable for the identity of the Holy Maiden. However, Qin Fan knew that Luo Yuyan was accustomed to being an examiner in the Mysterious Sect for many years, which was why she had the habit of having a stinky face. At this moment, she suddenly visited Qin Fan, but also revealed that Su Xiaoliang's recent deeds were exposed. Qin Fan couldn't wait to grab Su Xiaoliang in the void and pop his ass. It's all been explained several times. Be careful, careful, careful when inquiring about centuries-old poisons. Now that he was being questioned by Luo Yuyan to his face, Qin Fan didn't know how to respond. He scratched his face and sighed softly. Senior Sister Luo, it's Xiaoliang's freedom to inquire about what cultivation material she wants, right? Even if it was a different sect, Qin Fan could see that Luo Yuyan's seniority was greater than hers, so a senior sister was reasonable. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Luo Yuyan frowned slightly as she explained seriously. That's what the words say, but usually only the refining of extremely vicious poisons requires such material as centennial poison. Qin Fan, as a poison master, you should be very clear about this, right? Yes, but I really don't understand what the boy is trying to do. Wait, I understand. You wouldn't be doing anything to send Su Xiaoliang into the Netherworld sect for the sake of the centennial spider. Ha! Steeply, Qin Fan saw Luo Yuyan's voice rising high. She stood up, her slender finger pointing straight at Qin Fan. The stern aura was like a sword blade. Chapter 38. They are clearly weak and broken everywhere. But, this simple and crude way of debunking instantly caused Qin Fan to double over. Even if Conan came over, people would have to analyze it for a while at the very least, right? Luo Yuyan came over and didn't even drink a cup of tea. Just a few words. He recognized Qin Fan's scheme. What kind of metaphysical teenage detective is this? Qin Fan did not move and glanced at the door of the room. Fortunately, just now, Cao Ying and Lin Liqiu had gone shopping on the street. The two of them were not good girlfriends traveling together, but rather, they were competing with each other to see who bought something that pleased Qin Fan more. For example, if you buy the ingredients, you can start the Kitchen King competition. In the evening Qin Fan is that only appointed judge. FYI, Lin Liqiu's cooking was extremely delicious, and Cao Ying's cooking was all dark cuisine, so you could see too much milk in one bite. If the two of them were present and saw Qin Fan being aggressively pointed at by Luo Yuyan, that clash of multiple women tearing each other apart was inevitable. Qin Fan stared at Luo Yuyan's one onion jade thin white index finger. Not that he hadn't thought of resisting. He was perfectly capable of playing dumb and throwing all the black pots on Su Xiaoliang. Then again, he could call on Little Poison and force Luo Yuyan to send him away. But, Qin Fan's gaze gently moved, and when he looked at Luo Yuyan's eyes that suddenly surged with laughter, he was doubly puzzled. The next moment, he saw Luo Yuyan sitting back in her chair. Luo Yuyan gently smoothed the edges of her skirt and after sitting down peacefully, she looked at Qin Fan and said gently, Qin Fan, you don't have to act so surprised. I know, you did this to change Su Xiaoliang's appearance, right? Qin Fan tilted his head in dismay. What? As I said earlier, poisonous creatures like the 100-year spider can only be used as material for refining poison. Luo Yuyan pursed her lips slightly as she softly explained. There is a poisonous elixir in this world called Quenching Poison Beauty Pill. The 100-year spider happens to be one of the necessary ingredients. Its effect is to fight poison with poison and then cure those who have been affected by the poison's appearance of those who are affected by the poison. Hearing the other party's words, 10,000 question marks popped up in Qin Fan's mind. I'm a poisoner. Or you're a poisoner? What's a poisonous elixir? I've never heard of it. In the next moment, Luo Yuyan covered her mouth and smiled at Qin Fan. Qin Fan, the Quenching Poison Beauty Pill is a poisonous elixir that was uniquely developed by the Mysterious Sect. I didn't think that you would even be able to inquire about this. Senior Sister Luo, what makes you so sure? It's very simple. I have probed Su Xiaoliang's appearance. Her face, it was affected by a very evil poisonous charm. That's why it's so much uglier than normal. Like this. Qin Fan gave an awkward laugh. He had thrown away nearly 1,000 female poison spell talismans in order to make Su Liang turn into Su Xiaoliang in the first place. If Su Xiaoliang wasn't ugly there would be no justice. But he never expected Lin Liqiu to discover Qin Fan's intentions for the 100-year-old spiders. and the results were deviated by mistake. Who the hell wants to make Su Xiaoliang pretty? Turning Su Xiaoliang into a little lowly and then making her strangely ugly would be the punishment she deserved. Right now, it was impossible for Qin Fan to reveal his true heart, so he grinned inside. Senior Sister Luo, you sure are perceptive. This was all discovered by you. Luo Yuyan's beautiful eyes glowed as she came a few points closer to Qin Fan and asked urgently, you admit it? You were trying to cure Su Xiaoliang's ugly face. That's why you let her enter the Netherworld sect in search of the Century Spider? Before entering the Xian sect to look for Qin Fan, Luo Yuyan had purposely inquired about Qin Fan's reputation in the neighborhood. Without inquiring, once she inquired, she realized that Qin Fan's reputation in the Xian zone was actually so good. Whether it was the senior brothers and sisters of the Poison Scorpion Pavilion or the other disciples in the Xian sect, they all praised Qin Fan's character. In fact, this kind of rumor reputation was influenced by Lin Xiao. Qin Fan was guaranteed a reputation by a heavenly pride disciple of the rare Supreme Bone, which was tantamount to a popular star advertising for him. Under the influence of various aspects, Luo Yuyan can't help but put on a layer of good guy filter when looking at Qin Fan now. He must have done it to help Su Xiaoliang. Qin Fan really couldn't argue with Luo Yuyan's hot and expectant gaze, and he suddenly somewhat understood the feeling of being pestered by a fanatic fan. There was no way. In order to be able to maintain the kind persona that he had somehow built up, Qin Fan rubbed his nose and said, ahem, curing the child's ugly disease is on the one hand. On the other hand, it is true that as Su Xiaoliang said, her original intention is to enter the Mysterious Sect to repay the kindness of saving her life. I'm just helping out a little bit by the way. So that's how it is. Qin Fan, you really do have a good heart. Hearing Qin Fan finally admitted himself, Luo Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. She clasped her hands together and suddenly swore towards Qin Fan. Don't worry, just leave the matter of the Century Spider to me. I'll cure Su Xiaoliang's ugly disease. Qin Fan was stunned as he hurriedly asked, can I have the Centennial Spider first? Give you to do what? You just inquired about the Mysterious Sect's poison-quenching beauty pills, and you don't know how to make this poison pill, or... Halfway through her words, Luo Yuyan suddenly spread frost all over her pretty face, her eyes staring tightly at Qin Fan as she said word by word, did you steal and learn the method of making the poison-hardening beauty pill? Qin Fan, just to be clear, people who are not native disciples of the Netherworld sect stealing secrets will end up being hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect. Oh, looking at Luo Yuyan's icy and piercing eyes, Qin Fan could not help but be shocked in his heart, working hard to get 100 years of spiders, only to end up having to optimize Su Xiaoliang's lowly appearance? With Su Xiaoliang's predecessor's character as a scum, if she becomes a pretty little lowly, then she must have to ho-ho a lot of men. He doesn't care if Su Xiaoliang is pretty or not, he just wants to get the Centennial Spider. Clunk! The next moment, the iron door of the room was kicked open coldly. Since Cao Ying had moved in here, she would always kick through the door of her room in order to see Qin Fan. Qin Fan then replaced all the doors in the house with hard basalt iron doors. After entering the house, Cao Ying endured the slight pain coming from her small feet as she scurried to Qin Fan's side with a whoosh. Immediately afterward, she blocked Qin Fan in front of her in an extremely protective manner, turning that pair of proud peaks towards the more disadvantaged Luo Yuyan. She opened her mouth and drank. Where's the from? Seducing my husband while I'm away? Hearing these words of wolf and tiger, Qin Fan opened his mouth. Qin Fan was numb. Qin Fan shut up, and Qin Fan gave up speaking. It wasn't long before another familiar white gold-colored young girl's figure also turned into a residual shadow and arrived beside Qin Fan. Lin Liqiu stood steadily, drew her sword and stared. Qin Fan, are you alright? Did an assassin from a demonic cultivator come to plot against you? Qin Fan still gave up speaking. Lin Liqiu stood on his left and Cao Ying stood on his right. The saintly witch is like a right and left guardian, and they both carry baskets of fruits and vegetables on their arms. One of the little watermelon eggs accidentally rolled to the ground. Qin Fan saw that it was a pity that the watermelon was broken, so he picked up a cleaner piece of melon and just ate it while watching the show. On the opposing side, Luo Yuyan sat in her chair with a strange face. She was in the early Jindan realm. With her scent probing, she initially judged that the two young girls in front of her should not be as powerful as herself, but both Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying had a danger that Luo Yuyan could not see through. Lin Liqiu has not yet formally ascended to the position of the Holy Maiden, so the holy way of heaven and earth has not yet been perceived. The realm is only hovering in the late stage of foundation building. However, she had been deeply nurtured by the holy Tao of heaven and earth since she was young, and she had many holy Tao magic treasures in her hands that had been gifted to her by Lu Emotionless. Even if Lin Liqiu was only at the foundation establishment realm, she still had the strength to fight with the early Jindan stage, not to mention the other teenage girl with cute brunette hair in a double ponytail. Cao Ying was deliberately hiding his peak late Jindan strength. Even so, She is several times more powerful than Luo Yuyan's actual combat-killing aura. That can't be hidden. Gulp. After being confronted by the Holy Maiden and the Demoness, Luo Yuyan couldn't help but gulp as she thought in panic. What's going on? These two pretty sisters clearly look weak and frail, and they're broken everywhere. But, if I really do something to Qin Fan, it seems like I'll be killed by them in the next second. Alright, little sister Liqiu, Violet Shadow, you guys quickly put down your swords. This is a guest from the Mysterious Sect, not some enemy. After eating the melon, Qin Fan threw the melon peel to the trash can, and then shocked the two women. Hearing this, Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying slowly put down their swords. However, Cao Ying's face was full of resentment as she withdrew her sword, and she glanced at Qin Fan, cooing in her heart. What makes you have to shout her name before you shout mine? And little sister Liqiu. Yuck. What a shrimp head. Chapter 39 First and Second Wives. I heard what you guys were talking about when I came over. Cao Ying didn't dwell on the matter of who addressed in the front. She looked at Qin Fan and clasped her chest in dissatisfaction. Honey, do you want some kind of centennial spider? Why don't you ask me for it? I can give it to you. This. Before Qin Fan could respond, Lin Liqiu beside him interjected with a huff. Senior Brother Qin Fan, if a 100-year-old spider can promote your poison master abilities, I can find a way to send you one as well. Who wants you to deliver? Aren't you ashamed of pestering my husband these days? Go away. Cao Ying glanced at Lin Liqiu, who was secretly fighting with herself, then tenderly picked up Qin Fan's arm again and spoke. We can't afford to look at a 100-year-old poisonous spider. Hubby, I'll give you a 1,000-year-old one. A mere 1,000 years old is qualified to be called Senior Qin Fan. I can entrust my master's connections to send you a 5,000-year-old portion. Yo, 5,000 years of poisonous spiders are so strong, oh, so powerful. Hubby, this kind of poor saint girl don't take care of it. I will turn around and give you a 10,000 years of becoming a poisonous spider. Hearing Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying fighting with each other, Qin Fan helplessly covered his forehead. He just didn't want to see the scene. That's why he didn't tell the two of them about the 100-year-old spider. However, Qin Fan's head was proficient in the creation of the off-world returning god talisman, and he knew very well that the longer the vintage of the poisonous spiders, the more terrifying the distance the talisman could randomly teleport. But there was no need to teleport as far as he could. Qin Fan only wanted no heaven's fate to disturb him within 10,000 meters. On the other hand, Luo Yuyan was surprised by Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying's rivalry fight. She sighed inwardly as her beautiful eyes widened in dismay at the two women who were still rising in quality with each other. 1,000-year-old copies? 10,000-year-old poisons delivered randomly? Who exactly are these two sisters? How could they have such an arrogant tone? Even for the Mysterious Sect, which was at the level of a middle to upper class power, Luo Yuyan considered poisons that were more than 100 years old to be very precious. Gifts, by the way, were out of the question, at least for the ethereal sect. In addition, Luo Yuyan see two women fighting topic center always around Qin Fan, which has a kind of jealousy rhyme. She looked at the person in question, Qin Fan, and couldn't help but secretly marvel. Qin Fan is really great. He is upright and kind-hearted, and now he is also being pursued by two sisters who seem to come from no small place. Hey, it's just a pity that the ethereal sect only accepts female disciples, or else I'd like to try to pull in Qin Fan. Qin Fan couldn't do anything about Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. These two women were bigger than one another. However, the corner of his eye instantly twitched when he noticed the regretful look Luo Yuyan threw at him. This sudden feeling of being understood is something Qin Fan understands all too well. Please stop the strange fantasies. I'm just a mediocre little villainous poisoner at Tama. Ahem. Senior sister Luo, I've let you see the joke. Then, as we talked earlier, Xiaoliang's ugly disease is in your hands. Qin Fan knew that it wasn't good to let an outsider stay at home and watch the quarrel, so he took off and walked over to Luo Yuyan, ready to see off the guests. Luo Yuyan gently nodded her head as she left the Poison Scorpion Pavilion under Qin Fan's lead. As she leaves, she vows to promise to cure Su Xiaoliang's ugly disease. Qin Fan just smiled and didn't say anything in response. Even if Su Xiaoliang really became good-looking, he wouldn't mind destroying the flowers with a hot hand, conditioning Su Xiaoliang to be her own toolman lowly, or perhaps raising her in the direction of seducing her enemies. If she dared to bully Qin Xian'er, Qin Fan was destined not to make the rest of her life better. That was all. Subsequently, Qin Fan sighed as he looked at Luo Yuyan's back disappearing within his vision. Hey, let's put the matter of the 100-year spider aside for now. If I really let them help, these two women will definitely want to get to the bottom of my problems, and even want to ask about the color of my pants. After this thought, he went back to the house to take a look, only to find that Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying had both disappeared. The only person on the scene was Little Poison, who was sweeping the floor in a pink apron made by Qin Fan himself. Normally, When he wasn't practicing poison, the cleaning work in the room was left to Little Poison to manage. Qin Fan stopped Little Poison, who was still sweeping the floor, and opened his mouth to ask, "Little Poison, where did they go?" "Master, your first and second mistresses yelled that they had to go back for the rare poisonous spiders and then each flew out of the courtyard. So, they really did get more serious after all." Qin Fan shook his head helplessly, but suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked violently at Little Poison and then glared. "No, Little Poison, who gave you permission to call them First Lady and Second Lady? Don't get ahead of yourself, you tin lump." After being ferociously shouted at, Little Poison's mouth flattened as she explained in an aggravated manner. "No, they forced me to call it that." "How? Tell me in detail." "The First Lady is Purple Shadow. She said for me to call her First Lady and she would take me out on the streets to play. And, the second madam is Lin Liqiu. She bought me 10 ice candy gourds, and said that in the future there will be free ice candy gourds to eat, as long as I call her the First Madam. So why do you call Ziying the First Lady and Lin Liqiu the Second Lady? Don't they both want to be the eldest?" "That's true, but the thing is, the Great Lady of the Purple Shadow showed me so many interesting things. She took me to a place where the clouds were all black and purple, and then I saw lots of my poison golem kind. They talk and sound good, and I super love it there." Hearing these words, Qin Fan helplessly held his forehead. He was able to deduce that Cao Ying had secretly brought Little Poison to the demon cultivation world for a stroll, because it was rumored that the sky of the demon cultivation realm was always black and purple dark clouds. In addition, there were many poison masters there, so it was normal for a large number of poison puppets just like Little Poison to appear. Bang! 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 Qin Fan grinned as he thought about it and gave Little Poison's tin head a hard knock. "You really mustn't be no wonder you and Ziying were suddenly not at home a big day ago. Remember, in the future, whether it's Ziying or Lin Liqiu, you're not allowed to call them ma'am, or else I'll remove your head. It's impossible to say you're not angry. If there is a big mouth like Lin Xiao today, and he accidentally hears the First Lady and Second Lady in the mouth of Little Poison, then the consequences can be imagined." Little Poison hurriedly hugged her head, her big eyes full of fear. "Got it, Master." After reprimanding Little Poison, Qin Fan shook his head and went into the house. Waiting for the sound of those two women, Poison grabbed a broom and cleaned up the backyard of the house. She said quietly as she swept the floor, "Miss Purple Shadow is really prescient. She had anticipated that Master would not allow me to call them ma'ams. Well, from today onwards, let's address the two young ladies as Master's first wife and second wife." After Qin Fan finished explaining about the 100-year-old spiders, the three women in the previous houses acted individually. Luo Yuyan was the first to return to the ethereal sect. She contacted the female disciple who knew how to refine the poison-quenching beauty pills, and then made an exception in her personal name to take out the 100-year-old spiders in the sect, gathering the alchemists, collecting the materials to perfect. The next thing is to refine the poison refining pills that can cure Su Xiaoliang's ugly disease. Chapter 40, I don't want to be a fool who only wants to shirbari. If it was someone other than Qin Fan, it was unlikely that Luo Yuyan would take the initiative to help. She had decided to make an exception this time after going to the Xin sect and personally experiencing Qin Fan's reliable character. Those two sisters were willing to shell out thousands of years of poison to please Qin Fan. "I'm just using a 100-year-old spider. It's nothing." Luo Yuyan thought like this. She was in the alchemy room at the moment, quietly watching the alchemist in front of her make the poison-hardening beauty pill ready. It didn't take long for Su Xiaoliang to be brought in by Luo Yuyan's message. Su Xiaoliang arrived with a thick veil still on his head. Her ugly appearance scared a lot of girls in the Misty sect. So, even if the alchemy room was stuffy, she didn't dare to take it down to take a breath. "Luo, senior sister Luo, what did you call me here for? I still have 3 buckets of dung left to pick," Su Xiaoliang asked Luo Yuyan beside him. As a result, Luo Yuyan just looked at her in pity without saying a word. What a poor girl. It must have been scourged by an enemy of unknown origin with poisonous charms and spells that led to this self-abandonment, right? These days, Luo Yuyan had long recognized that the ugliness on Su Xiaoliang's face was caused by poison, but she had no clue what the exact poison was. After all, the female poison spell charm was a special poison that Qin Fan had exclusively developed, so even a top poison master would have to scratch his head if he came. Coincidentally, because of the unknown, Luo Yuyan speculated on Su Xiaoliang's temperament. She guessed that Su Xiaoliang's lewd impetuousness during the previous examination and his current rebelliousness were all influenced by the unknown toxin. Imagine how a young and beautiful girl would be willing to do menial work every day. Su Xiaoliang was still doing the most tiring and dirty menial work in the Netherworld sect. All-night picking of manure is a common occurrence. Luo Yuyan had witnessed Qin Fan's kind heart, so she decided to learn from the other party. At the very least, Su Xiaoliang's appearance and thoughts had to be scrubbed. Xiao Liang, From today onwards you don't have to do rough work. Rest for a while. After thinking about it, Luo Yuyan whispered to Su Xiaoliang. Hearing the word rest, Su Xiaoliang's eyes immediately widened. Volcano. This is not supposed to be an attempt to kick me out, is it? It was so hard to break free from that devil Qin Fan's hands. Su Xiaoliang really didn't want to go back. With a fluttering sound, Su Xiaoliang knelt down on both knees more and more skillfully, and she said with a resounding voice, Senior Sister Luo, I don't want to rest. If I rest, the entire Netherworld sect will have no one to pick the turd. I'm weak, but I also want to dedicate myself to the sect. As Su Xiaoliang said, 2 lines of tears could not help but slide down. She was recalling the horrors of her life dominated by Qin Fan and couldn't stop the tears from bursting. This display of true feelings even moved the female alchemy disciple who was concentrating not far away. When Luo Yuyan saw this, she was even more heartbroken. Whose kid would be that keen on picking? This sister, indeed, had her mind affected by the unknown toxin. Before Su Xiaoliang came, the Netherworld sect's big turds were all left to the working puppets. Even if she didn't have to work, the process of transporting fertilizers in the ethereal sect would still function normally. And so, Luo Yuyan didn't intend to sell any more secrets. Her slender finger pointed down at the alchemist and the furnace in front of her and opened her red lips. Xiaoliang, a poisonous elixir that can cure your ugly disease will be released next, so be a good boy and take it, and then you'll be able to act like a normal girl. Ha? What does this mean? In fact, I know that the ugliness on your face is induced by toxins, and this clan happens to have a face-nourishing elixir that can fight toxins with toxins, and it can cure the ugliness on your face at its root. True or false? Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. Hearing this, Su Xiaoliang was instantly ecstatic. No one wanted an ugly face. Even if it was Su Xiaoliang who had his gender changed by Qin Fan. One is an ugly and short loli with a face full of pus, and the other is a sweet and cute petite loli. Then Su Xiaoliang decisively chose the latter. We're all about the face of the dog. But before Su Xiaoliang could be happy for too long, Luo Yuyan stared at the roaring and burning Dan furnace and slowly added, as for the 100-year spider that you ask me about from time to time, it is one of the ingredients for that beauty pill, and now the only 100-year spider in this clan has been cast into the furnace. What? What did you say? Su Xiaoliang, who was overjoyed in the last second, immediately looked like he was struck by a shock of thunder in the next moment. Her fundamental purpose of coming to the ethereal sect was to reclaim the 100-year spider. Now this stuff is being used as alchemy fodder? This. Tread. Horses. If Qin Fan knew about it, he would definitely hang himself up and whip himself alive. Luo Yuyan sensed the panic in Su Xiaoliang's eyes and mistakenly thought that she felt that the cost of the hardened beauty pill had to be repaid by her. Afterward, Luo Yuyan said with a faint smile, you don't have to be afraid. This elixir is what Qin Fan personally promised to let me give you. The fee is completely free. Qin Fan. Is what Big Brother Qin Fan said? Yes, that's what he said. So what? Can I not eat? Su Xiaoliang said with a trembling voice. She was puzzled as to how Qin Fan, who had allowed himself to recapture the 100-year spider, would be willing to give up the 100-year spider as an alchemy material for his own use. There's something 100% wrong with this. With Su Xiaoliang's understanding of Qin Fan, she instantly brainstormed what the other party was attempting. Ending Route 1, female fall cute Lolita. If his cheeks were straightened out, Qin Fan would definitely let Su Xiaoliang receive customers every day. When the time comes, you'll end up being an idiot with nothing but shibboleths in your head. Ending Route 2, Qin Fan's exclusive XXX. Qin Fan was so perverted, he must have been interested in Lolitas in private as well. This point, from the last time Su Xiaoliang went to the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, when she saw that the body proportion of her own small poison, she has been alerted. Qin Fan would definitely want to make himself pretty and then spend all day miserably tuned up. There's even a scarier route to the ending, which is a combination of ending 2 and ending 1. When Qin Fan got tired of playing, he threw himself into a crowd of perverted uncles until he played bad. After Su Xiaoliang thought she had recognized Qin Fan's intentions, she was so scared that her body was shaking and her soul was trembling. Although my body is a lowly body, my mind is still a serious old man. Qin Fan, you are not a human being. You are. It is the devil. Subsequently, Su Xiaoliang stepped back quietly in horror. She took advantage of Luo Yuyan's inattention and suddenly turned around like a madman to run away, her mouth shouting, asterisk 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 ah. I don't want it. I don't want to take this bull asterisk 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 elixir. I'm going to stay in this ugly state right now. Hearing the commotion, Luo Yuyan just looked at the other party's back with increasing pity. She clenched her fists and sighed softly. What a poor child. The thinking is actually affected by the toxin to this extent. Qin Fan, You must be tired of doing this kind of good deed. I will help you to make good today. With that, she flicked her slender finger. Wow! The aura bursting out from the Jindan realm powerhouse was like a mountain blocking Su Xiaoliang's path. Su Xiaoliang couldn't rush out. She turned around and looked at the slowly approaching Luo Yuyan with a face full of despair. See only. Luo Yuyan's lotus steps moved gently as she arrived in front of Su Xiaoliang and said with a face full of compassion. Xiao Liang, you don't need to be afraid. Just think of me as a good person like Qin Fan. I will make you look good. Chapter 41. Hello, please trouble you Zisha to die a death. Senior Sister Luo, the poison-hardening beauty pill has been refined. Please catch it. Just then, the alchemist's call came from behind him. A rounded elixir that was black with a reddish color all over, drew a perfect curved line in the air. Luo Yuyan didn't even turn her head back as she spread out her palm and steadily caught the poison-hardening beauty pill. Subsequently, she pinched the elixir and reached towards Su Xiaoliang's mouth without haste. Xiao Liang, open your mouth. Just eat this poison pill and fight poison with poison. Your ugly appearance and epileptic spirit will be cured. I don't want it. I don't want it. Su Xiaoliang resisted with all her might, but unfortunately, her body had been immobilized by Luo Yuyan with her aura. Her mask, which was blocking her small mouth, was also hissed through by the aura. Immediately afterward, her mouth was pried open by an invisible wave of air, and the quenching poisonous Meidan gradually approached toward her tongue. This process of being force-fed by Luo Yuyan, Su Xiaoliang was truly numb. What a bull ***** female disciple of the ethereal sect. In the end, it's not like he's still working in tandem with Qin Fan. In Su Xiaoliang's perspective, Luo Yuyan's current demeanor was no different from that of the pervert Qin Fan. Sure enough, friends of perverts can only be perverts. Getting along in the Mysterious Sect these days, Su Xiaoliang really did have some reverence for Luo Yuyan, who had a fair character. She also fantasized about honestly picking dung for the rest of her life in the Netherworld sect, and learning some of Luo Yuyan's good character on weekdays. But now, Luo Yuyan had actually tricked herself into eating the poison pill here for Qin Fan. Yes, she must have known about Qin Fan's plot to turn herself into a pom-pom long ago. The two perverts hit it off, and that's why they deliberately set up the trap. I, Su Xiaoliang, swear, even if the rest of my life turns into a ball of fluff, I will find a chance to take revenge on Qin Fan. Absolutely. As he swallowed that one poison-hardening beauty pill into his stomach, Su Xiaoliang thought inwardly with excitement. Immediately afterward, a great deal of black filth gushed from the pores of her face. Her face, under the gaze of Luo Yuyan and the alchemy female disciples in the chamber, underwent a shocking change. Pilgrimage. Cao Ying quickly returned to the demon cultivation realm. The demonic cultivators had distributed hidden teleportation arrays all over the continent, which was the reason why Cao Ying was able to reach the demonic cultivators' stronghold 10,000 miles away. In minutes, in the devil cultivation realm, the heavens and earth were dim. Everything seemed dead here due to the murky black and purple clouds that were perpetually strewn throughout the high altitudes. After Cao Ying returned to the demon cultivation realm, she breezed to a dungeon. Welcome home, Witch-sama. When he stepped into the dungeon, the towering demonic cultivator in charge of the guards bowed respectfully to Cao Ying. Cao Ying didn't bother with the other party as she walked straight into one of the deepest cells. During the walk, the prisoners in the dungeons on both sides kept tearing their hearts out shouting at Cao Ying. Witch-sama, I was wrong. Please let me go back. I won't dare to betray the demon cultivation realm again. Cao Ying, hurry up and have someone come and kill me. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought the righteous clans to crusade against you. Please give me a hard time. Please. None of the prisoners in the dungeon were physically fit. They either have broken arms or legs, or are missing an eye or an ear. Torture is very common in the devil cultivator world, but there is only one person responsible for torture. That person is the devil girl Cao Ying. Usually when she was tired of cultivating, she would capture a few prisoners who were hostile or betrayed the demonic cultivation world for punishment. Torturing these enemies to the point of begging and pleading would have been a great fulfillment for Cao Ying. But now, she looked at the miserable prisoners with great inward senselessness. Could it be that after staying with Qin Fan for a long time, my personality has changed a bit? Cao Ying slowed her steps, her eyes somewhat stale as she thought. At the very beginning of contacting Qin Fan, she simply wanted to poach the other party. Now she couldn't help but remember how Qin Fan felt. In case Qin Fan saw her committing atrocities on the prisoners, would the other party hate it? Thinking that Qin Fan might loathe her for it, Cao Ying didn't really want to take pleasure in torturing prisoners. Who let this be a very stressful time? If Cao Ying was disliked by Qin Fan, the holy maiden Lin Liqiu would definitely take advantage of the situation. Hey, don't think about that much. Hurry up and go meet that adult spider. Cao Ying shook his head, then continued to walk towards the depths of the dungeon. A few moments later, she arrived at the location. In the fence in front of him, There was a dimly lit candle standing on the ground, and a 1-meter tall human-headed spider crouched in the corner. The human-headed spider was holding a male corpse and gnawing furiously. Its countless spider hands deftly disassembled the corpse, then stuffed the meat into its mouth in a well-organized manner. In addition to the very strong stench of blood and meat in the air, it was the most notable sound of the slimy gnawing and chewing. Right now, the human-headed spider that gnawed on the man's corpse was the gift Cao Ying intended to give Qin Fan. 10,000 years poisonous thing, fleshed-up spider. Speaking of this 10,000 years spider, its role in the demon cultivation realm wasn't that great. Only a very few demonic cultivator poison masters needed it to produce poison from its body on a regular basis. The rest of the time, this 10,000-year-old spider was eating human flesh to sustain its life. Under tens of thousands of years of demonic cultivation, this 10,000-year-old spider had eaten countless people. Cao Ying faced this terrifying poisonous creature without fear, because she is in the late stage of the Jindan realm. This is only in the early stage of Jindan. She stared at the 10,000-year-old spider still eating meat in the dungeon and couldn't help but rub her chin as she mentally analyzed it. Qin Fan's poisoner ability is much stronger than traditional sect poisoners, so give him this 10,000-year-old spider that traditional poisoners regard as a treasure and pull his favor. When Qin Fan officially becomes a devil cultivator, the rewards he brings will definitely be higher. Ever since she witnessed Qin Fan's creation of the little poison puppet, Cao Ying was determined to bring him into the demonic cultivation. How do you abduct your husband back to your mom's house without showing some sincerity? Bang! 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 The next moment, Cao Ying kicked the plasma-stained iron fence with his foot. She then turned toward the 10,000-year-old spiders in the room that had slowly stopped eating. Don't eat it. Now hurry up and kill yourself and die. I'm going to give you away. Due to surviving for 10,000 years, the poisonous spider had long since evolved a spiritual intelligence, which could be seen from the fact that its head had transformed into a human head. So, it is able to understand the words of Cao Ying's words, but the wannabe spider repeatedly recalled it a few times, and his heart grew weirder and weirder. What do you mean I killed myself to die? The words are all words that people can understand, so how can they be a little bit unreadable when they are joined together? In the way of the other party is a big name in the world of magic cultivation. She is also the only daughter of the demon cultivator patriarch. Wannabe spider asked patiently in return. Honorable Witch-sama, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. Please repeat it. Are you deaf? I told you to kill yourself. Hurry up. What the hell? If you don't stop inking, I'll come in and do it for you. After thoroughly hearing Cao Ying's words of wolf and tiger, the 10,000-year spider was instantly dumbfounded. The impression was that Cao Ying, who was a magical girl, was just a bit high and mighty, and wouldn't speak in a way that was so outrageous. I haven't seen you for a few days. Is this some guy she's learning from? Meet let haul 10,000 years of poisonous creature self-kill a death. This horse say is human words? Chapter 42, A Falling Head to inform on the witch. That what? Demoness Lord. I am at least a matured poisonous creature that has lived in the demonic cultivation world for 10,000 years. You don't have to come up and let me die? The 10,000-year spider stared at the face outside the cage as it held back its anger. Just by virtue of its seniority, it considered itself to be higher than more than 90% of the demonic cultivators in the demon cultivation world. In the case of magical girls, the 10,000-year spider had personally witnessed 10 magical girls turn over the years. It still watched Cao Ying grow from a little girl, step by step, into the present-day witch. Now shouting Lord Witch at Cao Ying is just to follow the rules of the demonic cultivation world. The wannabe spider was this inwardly unconvinced, but Cao Ying completely disregarded the other party's feelings. She took out the dungeon key and quickly unlocked the cell door, and then approached the 10,000-year-old spider with no expression on her face. Entering, she rolled up her sleeves as she turned toward the wannabe spider as a matter of course. To me, you are nothing more than a pet kept by the demonic cultivation world. Only that your lifespan is longer than that of ordinary pets. Living longer does not mean that your status in the demonic cultivation world is high, since this witch wants your life. You will obediently give in. At the end of her words, Cao Ying took out her long knife from her spatial ring, and she slashed at the 10,000-year spider without mercy. This slash contained the terrifying strength of a late-stage Jindan realm powerhouse. The cleaver fell, and a strange black and purple smoldering fire flared up at the blade, and the air inside the cell began to blur and distort. No! Witch-sama, are you for real? The 10,000-year spider exclaimed. It hastily raised its two spider hands to fend it off, but unfortunately, under the realm suppression, the 10,000-year spider was completely unable to block Cao Ying's terrifying attack. With a loud and clear click, the two spider hands were cut off. A mixture of red, black and dark green blood splashed everywhere like a fountain. When the blood spilled onto the wall, there was also a snorting corrosive noise. The 10,000-year-old spider has been bred for so long that every part of its body is saturated with toxins. On weekdays, its blood is the item needed by the poison masters in the demonic cultivation world. There had been quite a few demonic cultivator poison masters who had even lined up to take turns singing the praises of the greatness of the 10,000-year-old spiders for this spider venomous blood. Over time, the 10,000-year spider thought it had become an integral part of the demonic cultivation world. But now, its two spider arms, which were revered by countless poison masters, were simply cut off. The 10,000-year spider endured the pain of its severed limb, its human head with all five senses twisted together. I really am. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Just then, Cao Ying, who had just finished chopping the 10,000-year-old spider inside the cell, suddenly sighed in remorse. The moment the poisonous blood of the 10,000-year spider erupted, she anticipated it in advance by releasing an aura barrier to ward it off, which prevented her body from being soiled by all that filth. She kept complaining about herself with her mouth, and her two slender legs stomped anxiously in place. Seeing this, the 10,000-year-old spider's terrified mood suddenly cleared up. Oh witch, have you finally realized you've done something wrong? Lousy is a 10,000-year-old poisonous group favorite in the demonic cultivation world. This time cut the arm. Not with you. Next time. There is no next time. Just when the 10,000-year spider thought that Cao Ying was chagrined for injuring it, the next moment, Cao Ying held his forehead and cooed. What if Qin Fan doesn't want a mutilated 10,000-year-old spider? Hey, after all the chopping, let's just chop off the head next. It'll be a quicker death that way. After saying that, Cao Ying once again raised the brightly shining, morose cold long sword. The wannabe spider, who had just had some relief, was immediately startled. Turns out it wasn't regret that hurt me. This witch even thinks that chopping off her hand is not fast enough to die. And now she wants to chop off her head. Who is Qin Fan? Why have I never heard of this character in the demonic cultivation world? The 10,000 years spider gulped. It looked at Cao Ying in despair as he slowly walked towards it. His head was thinking frantically. From what the witch had just said to herself, the 10,000-year spider concluded that Qin Fan was the mastermind behind this. But the problem was that it had never even heard of the character Qin Fan in the demonic cultivator world, even if he retrieved 10,000 years of memories. The 10,000-year-old spider didn't recognize any Qin Fan. So, who on earth is this Qin Fan? What was it that made the ever-brutal witch so obedient? What to do? What to do? Is it going to make that move? The wannabe spider looked at Cao Ying's long knife raised high in the air and sighed helplessly in his heart. Snap! The next moment, with a burst of drilling coolness coming from the neck, the human head that had grown out of the 10,000-year-old spider landed crisply on the ground. The lower part of its spider carcass went limp, looking dead through and through. Cao Ying had been accustomed to seeing killings and demonic beasts in demonic cultivation since she was a child, so this bit of bloodshed was a minor scene for her. She used a qianquan bag to pack up the corpse of the 10,000 years spider. Then, a faint smile of anticipation appeared at the corners of her mouth as she bounced out of the demon cultivator's dungeon like a sweet young girl. Hubby, I've prepared a 10,000-year-old poison for you. Oh, this time I'm definitely going to win over Lin Liqiu, that hypocritical holy maiden. The devil cultivation dungeon. In the cage where the 10,000-year-old spiders were kept. Not long after Cao Ying left, the freshly fallen head suddenly twitched. In a few moments, a bloody tendon or two sprang from the severed section of the head. Blood tendons grew wildly twisted around the wound, and before long, two legs the length of an index finger stood up supporting the head. Subsequently, the head of the man who originally had both eyes turned upwards, at this time violently turned back to the pupils of his eyes. It spat out a mouthful of black blood and muttered in a weak voice. Damn it, what gives the witch the right to kill me, just for that what Qin Fan? Luckily, in addition to eating and drinking, I've also stolen a trick to save my life over the past 10,000 years. Now I have to hurry to find the frenzied demon commander to give me a new body. I want to be the longest-lived adult poison under the sky. Within 10,000 years of being kept in the demon cultivation realm, the 10,000-year spider stole and learned a forbidden demon cultivation technique that could parasitize people. Now even if the head is all cut off, it only needs to find a suitable body within a day and then attach the head. That 10,000-year-old spider is also able to continue to live, only after the reanimation. The venomous advantage of the 10,000-year-old spiders became much less, because its 10,000-year-old spider body was gone. The benefit of poison production was basically zero if it was based on its human body alone. Even so, the wannabe spider didn't care. He's long since gotten tired of being a spider. It even figured out the arrangements it would make when it became human. A man with a male body is called a bloodbath. Having a woman's body is called Yin. whether it's a blood fiend or a yin fiend. The 10,000-year spider intends to find a mate to do the merry-go-round. I've heard that being a man and a woman is pleasurable, and at the very least much more interesting than it being a tool spider. But with such a bald head image as it has now, it is naturally unable to acquire a male or female body. At this moment, it intends to sneak out of the dungeon, and then go to the high-level commander of the demonic cultivation world, Cao Crazy Demon. Back then, it was Cao Maniac Demon's great-great-great-grandfather who brought the 10,000-year spider back to the demon cultivation realm. So go to this commander-in-chief, and the other party will surely arrange a human body for the 10,000-year spider. In addition to this, the wannabe spider is still planning to sue hard. It wants to tell the truth that Cao Ying killed herself for a mysterious person, Qin Fan. After the 10,000-year spider turns into just a human head, its head can turn into a mist of blood, so the bars in the dungeon can't stop forward movement. Just as it was diving out of the dungeon with great anticipation, it suddenly realized a crucial point. Wait a minute. I remembered. Commander Cao Berserk Demon seems to be Cao Ying's uncle. If I sue Cao Ying, he won't retaliate against me, right? Chapter 43, Holy Blood. Devil Cultivation Realm. Deep within a certain luxurious mansion, a stout middle-aged man with a cloak of hair. He was staring at the scroll in his hand with two eyes. His appearance is not angry and authoritative. At this moment, under the high emotion, the air beside him is as if it is suffocated by being emptied. In the next moment, Mad Demon Cao violently crushed the scroll in his hand, his mouth emitting a low hiss like that of a wild beast. Holy blood. Is this damn holy blood again? Where is Lao Fu going to find a copy of holy blood over here? After shouting, the servant in front of him, who had just submitted the scroll of God in Demon Forbidden Land, immediately fell to his knees on all fours in fear. 5 minutes ago, Mad Devil Cao was perusing the divine and demonic Forbidden Land scroll, which recorded the layout dissection of the devil cultivators' chances in the continent. The outermost chances of the demonic cultivators had already been occupied by 80% of the demonic cultivators led by Cao Maniacal Demon. One of the God and Demon Forbidden Lands with the fattest resources was located in a forest cave 500 meters to the south of the Xian clan, Xuanzong, beside the demonic cultivation opportunity Cao Mad Devil spied for a long time. But there is a hardcore prerequisite for wanting to set foot there. One needs to splash a portion of holy blood on the forest cave as a way of eliminating the divine and demonic miasma inside. Sacred blood refers to present-day holy sons and daughters, or quasi-holy sons and daughters who have received the holy Tao of heaven and earth. Ever since the devil cultivation realm had a great war with the righteous sects 100 years ago, the righteous sects had protected their holy sons and daughters in extreme secrecy. Not to mention holy blood, even holy hair. Crazy Demon Cao didn't even know how to obtain it. It's just this one step away. As long as the demonic cultivation opportunity next to Xuanzong is gifted to little Ling Ying, she will become the most terrifyingly qualified demonic girl in 10,000 years. Cao Maniac Demon growled lowly in resignation. His red-eyed and murmuring look was so frightening that the prostrate servants at the foot of the steps shivered and pissed themselves. Just then, there was the sound of a valet's message from the doorway of the room. Lord Commander, a human head claiming to be a 10,000-year-old spider. It wants to meet you. 10,000-year-old spiders? A human head? Cao Mad Demon frowned strangely as he thought for a moment, then returned. Let it in. Yes, the head of a 10,000-year-old spider then ran into the house. Cao Maniac Demon looked down below, at the head of the man who was bowing decently to himself, and couldn't help but feel squirmy. He had heard of the 10,000-year spider, a pet that had been passed down from generation to generation by his elders. As for the head removal technique of the 10,000-year-old spider, this was also taught to it by an elder who was kind enough to teach it in the past. Cao Maniac Demon didn't know what this spider head was looking for him for. He was still bothered by the matter of the sacred blood. With that, he said in a deep, impatient voice, what business do you have with me, Lord Commander? I'm a 10,000-year-old spider, and the reason I only have one head left now, is because I just had my head chopped off by a witch. Hearing this, Mad Demon Cao raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise and couldn't help but ask rhetorically, why did she chop off your head? I don't know. I was just fine in the dungeon when she rushed in and then said something about giving me to Qin Fan. Who is Qin Fan? I don't know. After a few questions and answers, Crazy Demon Cao became more and more confused. These days, it was true that he hadn't seen Cao Ying stay in the demon cultivation realm. He had only heard that his own precious niece had recently been recruiting for the demonic cultivation world, pulling in quite a few heavenly disciples from the proper sects. If Cao Ying was to kill the 10,000-year spider at home for the sake of that Qin Fan, Cao Maniac Demon would inevitably be a bit surprised. The 10,000-year spider's realm combat power was weak due to its innate poisonous nature. However, the results of its poison production can provide some good material for the poison masters of the demonic cultivation world. Cao Mad Devil knows Cao Ying very well, and he knows that his niece looks brash and frivolous, but she knows all the details of the demonic cultivation world. So, the fact that Cao Ying was able to kill the 10,000-year-old spider so decisively showed that Qin Fan was definitely a reliable target to draw in. Lord Commander, can you grant me a human body first? My head removal technique can only last for 1 day, and if I can't find a body host within a day, I'll die. Spiderhead suddenly interrupted Mad Demon Chao's thoughts. Mad Devil Chao stood up and slowly walked off the stage. He half crouched down beside the Spider-Man head, then gently stroked up the head with his hand and said with his mouth, "Don't worry, you're a 10,000-year-old pet of this demon cultivation realm. Old me as the Hall Commander will definitely settle you down." Lord Commander. Thank you, Spiderhead said gratefully. I didn't realize that the demonic cultivation world still had a human face. It was quite upset when it was inexplicably chopped off by Cao Ying, but now that it has been promised by Cao Maniacal Demon, all of its resentment has been swept away. But gradually, it suddenly felt some tightness in its scalp. This tightness originates from the fingers of Cao Maniac. Cao Maniac Demon suddenly changed from his original light caress to a 5-fingered grasp and pinch. The steeply increased force caused the spider-human head to panic, and it hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord Commander, stop scratching my head. It hurts. Ah, it's going to hurt like hell. Boo! With a loud bang, the Spider-Man head burst open like a ripe watermelon. Cao Maniac Demon stood up expressionlessly as he shook off the plasma mixture from his hands and opened his mouth to faintly say, "A pet that has lived a long time is just a pet, and it's worthy of old man's help?" On the one hand, killing Spider-Man's head was because Cao Maniacal Demon looked at it with displeasure. On the other hand, only when the spider's head died in the hands of Cao Maniac Demon could he use the body search technique. In the next moment, Mad Devil Chao made a seal with one hand. A strand of ghostly black fire suddenly erupted from his fingertips, then burned towards the shattered human head. Once the human head was burned into a piece of ash, Cao Maniac Demon's divine sense locked onto the corpse of the 10,000-year spider. Corpse searching technique. This was a spell that was customarily used in the demonic cultivation world. The demonic cultivators only needed to burn a portion of the corpse, and they were able to pinpoint the exact location of the remaining corpses. When Chao Berserker's quieted his mind to perceive where Cao Ying had taken the body of the 10,000-year-old spider, he stared in shock. Little Ying, how did you sneak inside the Xian Sect? Could it be that Qin Fan? He is a disciple of Xian Sect? Cao Maniac Demon murmured in dismay. Actually, Cao Ying sneaking into the Xian clan didn't worry Cao Maniacal Demon too much. As a devil girl, Cao Ying had many defensive treasures scavenged from the devil cultivator world on her body. Just like that witch's concealment clothes, which could not even be detected by the transformation god realm, would help Cao Ying to enter and exit the righteous sects at will. But, when Xiaomat Demon thought that Cao Ying had gone to such lengths to please a disciple named Qin Fan in the Xian sect, he was filled with curiosity. What is this Qin Fan? Can he make his little Ying so attentive? No, I must find out. With a wave of his hand, Cao Maniacal Demon immediately disguised himself as a middle-aged or elderly man with an ordinary appearance as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. It just so happens that there is a holy maiden in the Xian sect, although the probability of seeing one is slim to none, but there's no harm in going to see it. After saying that, he walked out of the mansion with determination. Similarly, he also hid his late Yuaning realm cultivation that was one big realm higher than the Jindan realm. Xian Zone, Poison Scorpion Pavilion. In the big brother's house, Qin Fan was a bit bored waiting for the two women, so he laid down on the bed and took a nap. Only just squinting for a short while, he suddenly felt a soft, fragrant smell coming from his side. Due to the experience of the ambiguous incident of the witch's quilt, Qin Fan is now very alert, and he instantly opened his eyes. In his vision, he saw Lin Liqiu sitting next to his bed. Only now, the look of this saintly lady looks a little worried. Chapter 44, Invincible under the realm of the transformation spirit. Anti-injury invisible armor. Lin Liqiu held a piece of pitch-black box in her hand. Inside the box, it contained a poisonous spider that was just shy of 1,000 years old. This was something she had commissioned her master's connections to obtain from the hands of a certain high-ranking elder in the Xian clan. Before giving the Millennium Spider to Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu had also stopped by the sacred Maiden Peak to divine the future fortune through the sacred Tao of heaven and earth, because tomorrow, it was the day she was officially enshrined as a saintly maiden. She intended to give the Millennium Spider to Qin Fan before asking him to be her witness. Only one witness to the Virgin's enthronement can be chosen. Lin Xiao was in closed-door cultivation, so Lin Liqiu hoped that Qin Fan would be that witness. The result of the divination of Qi fortune was a great surprise to Lin Liqiu. Gold means strong Qi, purple means extraordinary Qi, black means slightly bad luck, and red is a bloodbath. Lin Liqiu lowered her eyes, her mind recalling the scarlet blood light of divination. and her fingers couldn't help but squeeze the box tighter and tighter. There will be a bloodbath tomorrow when the Virgin ascends to the throne? How is that possible? She had wanted to tell Luo Yuyan the results of the divination. However, considering that he had just borrowed his master's connections to obtain the 1,000-year spider, he was somewhat embarrassed to trouble her old man again. Let's wait until we go back at night. Then we'll talk to master. Now. She arrived at the Poison Scorpion Pavilion, and after realizing that Qin Fan was sleeping, she sat quietly by the other party's bedside in despair. Little sister Liqiu, what's wrong with you? In a bad mood? Qin Fan his hitchhiking caused Lin Liqiu to be in a trance for a moment. When she saw that Qin Fan had woken up, she didn't bother thinking about what was there, and then she handed over the box in her hand. Senior brother Qin Fan, you're awake? This is a 1,000-year-old spider I collected. Please do take it. You're really something. Qin Fan said out of the corner of his eye. He had to go to great lengths to inquire about the whereabouts of 100 years of poison. Lin Liqiu was good, directly taking advantage of his sleep to bring a 1,000-year-old spider. Let's just say Ms. Saint's connections are strong. Qin Fan took the black box and did not open it at first. He put the box aside, then gazed at the somewhat distracted Lin Liqiu and tried to ask, "Thank you for the gift, but it seems to me that you have something on your mind. Can you tell me about it?" I'm fine. Don't lie. All you have to do is lie and your eyes won't dare meet anyone's. With the time spent together in recent days, Qin Fan unmistakably uncovered it with precision. Lin Liqiu heard this, could not help but vainly clench his fist. His heart felt some strange, still thought that no one except her brother Lin Xiao knew about her problem of aiming randomly when she lied. Unconsciously, senior brother Qin Fan gradually became a reliable man by her side. In order to not let Qin Fan worry, Lin Liqiu breathed a sigh of relief. She made herself look less sad and then smiled cheerfully at Qin Fan. Well, as expected, I still can't escape senior brother's eyes. In fact, I'm going to be enthroned as a holy maiden tomorrow, so I want to invite you to be my witness. Just this? Why don't you just tell me? Why be so glum? I was bothering senior sister Violet Shadow. Who knows what strange places she'll appear from and then stop me from being intimate with senior brother. Purple Shadow's words do have that possibility, Qin Fan said with a bitter smile. He then saw Lin Liqiu, who had finished speaking, blush slightly. After trying to think, Qin Fan realized that Lin Liqiu had said the word intimate. It was probably because his mouth was quick to say the wrong words. Qin Fan could understand, but Lin Liqiu couldn't help but be shy. Just then, a long-lost system prompt sounded in Qin Fan's ears. Ding, there are a total of 2 daughters of Heaven's Destiny who have gone on to forcibly murder other beings for the sake of their hosts. The host's ability to train the daughter of destiny is getting more and more skillful. TSK, it's really too perverted and hot. Congratulations, you have thus obtained a transformation realm rare magic treasure anti-injury invisible armor. After the prompt ended, Qin Fan felt the surface of his skin gently wrapped in a layer of invisible airwaves. His mind was instantly imbued with notes about anti-injury invisible armor. Anti-injury invisible armor, it has been worn automatically, and cannot be taken off after wearing it. After equipping this invisible armor, you can resist any spells, swords, and other attacks below the realm of the transformation of the divine, and the damage absorbed will be countered and outputted according to your will. Note, although the anti-injury invisible armor is solid, it has a certain durability to wear and tear, and will be automatically scrapped when it reaches 100% wear and tear, and therefore needs to be repaired periodically. Current wear and tear, 0%. This anti-armor is a bit too powerful, isn't it? Qin Fan was inwardly shocked after learning about the rewards. This villain's system is something. The silence in recent days turned out to be holding a big one for him, but after acquiring this life-preserving magic treasure, Qin Fan fell back into daily confusion. Who are those 2 destined daughters? And why do they plot against others for themselves? Luo Yuyan sighed. I can probably surmise the conclusion. She should be for me, and then forcibly feed Su Xiaoliang quenching poisonous beauty Dan. Su Xiaoliang and fear me. She will certainly think that I change her into a good-looking and then do something bad. So very desperate to resist, Qin Fan thought with a frown. The other Heaven's Destiny girl is Cao Ying in 8 or 9 places, but why she would persecute other beings because of herself, that Qin Fan did not know. Suddenly the door to the iron room was jerked open. Cao Ying walked into the house with great vigor. She didn't say anything, but just glanced at the small black box that Qin Fan was holding in his hand on the bed. Immediately afterward, she exuded a touch of contemptuous smirk, and her plain white chin couldn't help but raise a few points. With a bang, Cao Ying then threw the corpse of the 10,000-year spider in his Qianquan bag onto the ground. The room was suddenly quiet after the appearance of the poisonous creature, which was larger than a grown man. Qin Fan saw the severed head wound on the spider's corpse, and the corner of his eye twitched viciously. He sort of guessed Cao Ying's side of the story. This occasionally epileptic witch had actually brought over the fertilized 10,000-year-old spiders. Half an hour later, Qin Fan was in the poison refining room and called on Little Poison to help him refine the off-world returning god talisman together. He's got a 1,000-year-old spider and a 10,000-year-old spider on his hands. The talisman material was gathered, and that long-for-teleportation talisman was immediately available. As for the two women's side, Qin Fan could only think of excuses to perfume them. When the time came, he would tell them that he was innovating and developing a new poison charm, and as a result, he accidentally teleported himself at random. Let's use this Millennium Spider material first. This 10,000-year-old spider feels so disgusting. Let's save it for now. Beside the refining table, Qin Fan stared at the two poisonous spiders in front of him that had a huge difference in size as he sighed. He put away the corpse of the 10,000 years spider, and then began to craft the talisman in earnest. Outside the poison refining room, Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying were sitting in Qin Fan's room drinking tea. As the poisonous spider that Cao Ying had brought was even rarer, it also gave Qin Fan a stronger shock at the same time. As such, she was now sipping tea while giving Lin Liqiu a victor-like smug smile. Senior Sister Lin, your saint daughter status doesn't tea seem to be very good pounding half a day to get a 1,000-year portion. Just as Cao Ying waited for Lin Liqiu to dislike herself as usual, the next moment, the other party cast a questioning look. Lin Liqiu put the teacup down and stared tightly at Cao Ying as she suddenly asked, Violet Shadow Senior Sister, are you related to the demon cultivation realm in any way? Chapter 45, A Sudden Visit from an Uncle. Lin Liqiu is not guessing for nothing. She feels that the appearance of the Purple Shadow Senior Sister is too strange. The mysterious and unpredictable family power of the Purple Shadow, as well as long as the involvement of Qin Fan, the Purple Shadow will be everywhere with the fight against her. Furthermore, today's divination content is haunted. Lin Liqiu's wariness is pulled to the extreme. Thus, she then couldn't help but ask Cao Ying, are you a demon cultivator? In the face of questioning, Cao Ying did not hide. She hugged her chest with interest and curved her red lips. Senior Sister Lin, would you believe me if I said that I'm the devil girl of today? The most notable thing about magical girls through the ages is their silver hair. And you're not silver. But, Lin Liqiu pursed her lips and said in a deep voice, changing hair color is a breeze for magical girls, so I can't rule out the possibility that you are a magical girl. The words just fell, and in return, Cao Ying couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. It's funny how you analyze in a serious way. After laughing so hard that she was about to turn off her breath, Cao Ying stood up and walked over to Lin Liqiu. She said slowly as she wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, if I were really a witch, all these days together, you'd probably be dead already. Assuming that you are a devil woman, you have delayed making a move on me. That is also because of Qin Fan, who has immeasurable potential for the devil cultivation world, right? Lin Liqiu's added rhetorical question instantly silenced the room. Lifting her head, she looked at the suddenly silent Cao Ying, quietly waiting for the other party to reply. Immediately, Cao Ying gave Lin Liqiu a mysterious and enigmatic smile. The slender finger was still placed on Lin Liqiu's forehead, gently tapping it. Stupid senior sister, where's the assumption? I just simply like him, and then I can't stand to see you steal a man from me. Just that? How did you get that 10,000-year-old spider? Confidential. You definitely have a problem. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you that much. Lin Liqiu frowned in displeasure. She also slapped away Cao Ying's hand that was on her shoulder, but the force was light. Sure enough, I was in a much better mood when I finished. It seems nice to have a quiet conversation every now and then rather than the usual battles. If Ziying wouldn't always steal Qin Fan from her, Lin Liqiu might have become a good pair of sisters with Ziying. She was happy to associate with beautiful female disciples, and this could be seen from Qin Xian'er. On the other hand, Cao Ying's hanging heart finally fell slowly. Sitting back down at the tea table, his heart still thumped wildly. She sipped her tea in silence while stealing glances at Lin Liqiu, wondering where she had been exposed. But seeing Lin Liqiu drop her guard, some subtlety appeared in Cao Ying's heart. Before I met Qin Fan, I never thought I would become friends with the Holy Maiden. Cao Ying savored the tea on her tongue, and her heart was a bit stale. But, this is also quite interesting. At the very least, Lin Liqiu is not the kind of pseudo-saint who exterminates everything for the sake of justice. After the two women finished their confrontation, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. They both drank their own tea. When the eyes inadvertently collide into one piece, they quickly move away again. In the next second, Qin Fan's ecstatic shout came from outside the room door. Oi Dai! Finally got this thing done. With that, the two women at the tea table stood up near the same time and said in unison, I'll go check on Qin Fan. After saying that, the two of them stared at each other's beautiful eyes. A fascinating smell of gunpowder once again filled It was a moment as if the old contentious relationship had returned. But this confrontation didn't last long before Lin Liqiu suddenly hid her mouth and giggled. She sat back in her chair and waved her hand at Cao Ying. You go ahead. I won't grab it from you. You're so nice today? You're not even trying to steal Qin Fan from me anymore? Well, after all, the one who is the main master must have to let the concubine go. Cao Ying rolled her eyes, speechless at being smelly by Lin Liqiu. After she cut out, she then turned to the door. Qin Fan had just said that he was using poisonous spiders in the poison refining room to develop new poisons. Since his invention was released, then as the woman behind the successful man, Cao Ying definitely had to be the first to run over to celebrate. However, the moment she opened the door to her room, a strange and familiar middle-aged man was standing in front of her. The man was stout, gray at the temples, with some grimy blood in his muddy eyes. It was like he was holding back his excitement. His body couldn't stop shaking and he looked weird. The man was staring straight at Lin Liqiu inside the house, and it looked like a hunter had seen his prey. In the next moment, he looked down at Cao Ying and complimented him in a low, hoarse voice. Little Ying, you are truly the pride of the devil cultivators. Surprisingly, all by yourself, you have the Holy Maiden firmly under control. Good. This is very good. When she heard the name Little Ying, Cao Ying's whole body went cold. In the entire demonic cultivation world, there were only a handful of people who dared to address her in this manner. Among them, the commander of the devil cultivator world, who is also Cao Ying's uncle. Cao Crazy Demon calls Cao Ying as Little Ying since she was a child. How did he sneak in here? Since ancient times, saints and devils have not been on opposite sides. Cao Ying knew that her uncle was recently going around trying to collect holy blood in order to gather divine and demonic opportunities for her. But she didn't want to expose her other side in front of Qin Fan at all. If she cooperated with her uncle to kill Lin Liqiu, then Qin Fan would definitely be disappointed in her to the core. More importantly, Cao Ying didn't hate Lin Liqiu that much. Under these days of getting along, she found that Lin Liqiu, apart from occasionally fiddling with the saint's little temper, other times, this saint was still quite gentle. For example, the two women are cooking for Qin Fan. Lin Liqiu will carefully teach Cao Ying skills, how to hold the kitchen knife, configure the seasonings and so on. Thanks to her, Cao Ying graduated from dark cuisine and she was able to make some edible dishes. She also taught Cao Ying quite a few techniques of combing and braiding her hair, and as a result, Cao Ying had a period of time where she kept changing her good-looking hairstyles in front of Qin Fan. If you can put aside the rivalry between the virgin and the witch, Cao Ying felt that Lin Liqiu was a very good sister, and she was quite willing to get along with the other party. This was also the reason why just now, when Lin Liqiu was questioning her identity, Cao Ying chose to lie to maintain the status quo. But at the moment, after Cao Ying recognized the man in disguise in front of her as Cao Maniacal Demon, she noticed that the other party's aura pressure suddenly flared up. The aura was like a tiger that wanted to pounce on a rabbit with all its might. Whoosh! In the next second, Cao Maniac Demon charged towards Lin Liqiu without any hesitation. The oppressive aura was like a ferocious wave attacking. Under the crushing strength of the peak Yuaning realm, Lin Liqiu, who was still only at the foundation establishment stage, she instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she collapsed, her beautiful eyes looked at Cao Ying incredulously. Then she closed both eyes and fell into a faint. Uncle! Wait! Don't hurt her! Cao Ying shouted with an anxious heart. At this moment, Cao Berserk Demon only had holy blood in his eyes, and he couldn't stop. As long as he pinched Lin Liqiu's head and plundered the holy blood, then the demonic cultivation world would be able to rise a generation of super-powerful demonesses. Just at the moment when his fingers were about to touch Lin Liqiu, a long knife suddenly attacked. Dang! Under the light of swords and stars, clanging and colliding sounds suddenly rang out. Mad Demon Cao retracted his finger technique, still trembling, and took 2 steps back. When he saw Cao Ying drawing his sword to block Lin Liqiu, his old face was filled with shock. Chapter 46. He's really strong and handsome. Oh good niece, do you know what you're doing? Hurry up and get out of the way. Cao Maniac Demon's forehead veins bulged and he couldn't help but roar at Cao Ying. In the beginning, he had based on the orientation of the 10,000-year spider's corpse, thus sneaking into the Xian clan to gain insight into Cao Ying's movements. As a result, close to the poisoned scorpion pavilion, Cao Berserkers felt the breath of the Holy Maiden. He also peered through the doorway and saw Cao Ying sharing a room with Lin Liqiu. At that moment, his sense of accomplishment as a high-ranking demon cultivator instantly exploded. Worthy of being one's own well-cared-for niece, he had privately compelled the Holy Maiden to such an extent. Cao Maniac Demon thought that Cao Ying was designing to frame Lin Liqiu, so the shielding boundary near the poisoned scorpion pavilion was not set. He planned to kill Lin Liqiu and flee the Xian clan after snatching a copy of the sacred blood. Results now. Cao Ying's face was full of determination to resist Cao Berserker's finger techniques. and Cao Berserker was going crazy on the spot. Stop it! Go away! Uncle, I didn't set up a boundary. The demonic cultivator's aura was even exposed just now, and there will be Xian Sect disciples coming over to surround us soon. Hearing the hysterical words of Cao Mad Demon, Cao Ying's body trembled slightly. She still didn't move away from the unconscious Lin Liqiu. She looked at her uncle seriously and opened her mouth. Mad Demon Commander, I order you as a witch to hurry and leave this place quickly. You! Cao Maniac Demon stared at both eyes in shock, not even knowing what to say. In terms of status and position in the world of magic cultivation alone, the status of a witch is more authoritative. But Cao Mad Demon had personally raised Cao Ying, and he had still taught him the sword techniques, body techniques, and so on Cao Ying's body. This vestigial feeling of being bitten by a white-eyed wolf made him feel doubly desperate. Then, without questioning, Mad Devil Cao revolved the devil cultivation finger technique, all 10 fingers revealing a scarlet fury. Cao Ying, it seems that you have been influenced by the Holy Maiden and have neglected the mission of the Devil Woman. It is necessary for the old man to lock you up in the devil cultivation realm and recuperate for a while. After saying that, Mad Devil Cao made a vain grab in Cao Ying's direction. Several blood-red air waves tore through the air towards Cao Ying. Cao Maniac Demon intended to severely injure Cao Ying before he would seize the sacred blood from Lin Liqiu. This all has to be fast. Otherwise, when the Xian Sect's senior management reacted, he would have no time to escape. Boo! After the air wave bombarded Cao Ying, the residual waves had collapsed the house. When the dust dissipated and Cao Maniac Demon saw the scene in front of him, his eyes shrunk in a flash. He saw Cao Ying standing motionless in front of Lin Liqiu. Even if Cao Ying spits blood from his mouth and the knife in his hand still shatters, she also used her body to block the collapsing rocks for Lin Liqiu. Silly girl, how could you be compelled by the Xian Sect's Holy Maiden to be like this? Cao Mad Demon sighed in pain, and then he was condensing his finger blood chi again, intending to completely re-injure Cao Ying. As long as she and the Holy Maiden were brought back to the demon cultivation world, everything would be fine. But, as Cao Maniac Demon was storing up his strength, a man's figure suddenly weaved out of the dust. Qin Fan clutched the freshly refined off-world returning god talisman in his hand. In order to refine this talisman, he accepted the mechanism of the villain system and went through a lot of effort. But now, he doesn't look as happy as he thought he was. When Qin Fan saw the 2 injured women in front of him, a flash of coldness surged across his expressionless face. First, he squatted down and probed Lin Liqiu's breathing with his fingers. After determining that the other party was only unconscious, Qin Fan stood up again. He looked at Cao Ying, who was filled with guilt towards himself. Cao Ying gently bit her lip. She was clearly on the verge of being so aggrieved that she was about to cry out. Yet she trembled to Qin Fan. Qin Fan, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. It's okay, I'm coming. No one can hurt you. Qin Fan reached out and touched Cao Ying's face, softly comforting her. Before he arrived, he had witnessed Cao Ying fending off Cao Mad Demon's attack for Lin Liqiu. Even if the Holy Maiden and the witch fight constantly on weekdays, Qin Fan was convinced that Cao Ying did not have a bad heart after seeing that moment. Despite being a magical girl, she was unexpectedly a crybaby character. Cao Ying's tears kept slipping into Qin Fan's palm. This guilt of having caused a major disaster because of myself is really hard to let go of. Qin Fan couldn't help but feel frustrated as he looked at the pretty face that was crying into tears. Fortunately, I didn't use the off-world return talisman first time. A few minutes ago, he had just utilized the 1,000-year spider to refine the off-world returning god talisman, so he planned to tear it off and use it in a hurry. As long as he used this charm, he would be randomly teleported to a no-man's land 10,000 miles away. When the time comes, the benefits of 10,000 times cultivation will come as promised. But the moment he moved to tear off the talisman, Qin Fan hesitated. He was probably used to living with Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying these days, so no matter what happened, he would share it with the 2 women. For example, if Qin Fan tinkers with a self-created poisonous potion, even if the 2 women don't know anything about it, they are willing to talk about it with Qin Fan for a long time. In the daily life of clothing, food, housing and transportation and so on, Qin Fan will talk to them. That's why he deliberately waited so long before using the charm. He purposely made ecstatic celebratory noises, and then wanted to wait for Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying to come in, so he could show off a bit more in a pretentious manner. Results: this time, it was waiting for Cao Maniac Demon. Retracting his thoughts, Qin Fan turned to look at Cao Maniacal Demon, who was gathering the fury between his fingers. The opponent's cultivation realm was a whole big segment stronger than his, and it was clearly impossible to try to defeat it directly. I have to drag it out until the Xian Sect's senior management arrives. Before that, I have to keep them safe, Qin Fan thought. It just so happened that he was wearing the anti-injury invisible armor, a magic treasure that could withstand any attack under the transformation god realm. Thus, Qin Fan stood in front without any fear, a move that instantly caused Cao Maniac Demon to disdain. You are that Qin Fan? Humph. A mere early Jindan stage. An insouciant ant. In the view of Mad Devil Cao, Qin Fan was no match for sacred blood. He felt the strong aura of the nearby square circle approaching more and more, so he thought that there must be Xian Sect disciples on their way. Then, Cao Maniac Demon plummeted as he swung his monstrous scarlet bane between his fingers towards Qin Fan. Cao Ying was no longer able to resist, and her swords were all shattered by Cao berserkers. She was so nervous as she watched the airwaves coming towards Qin Fan that a trace of sweat seeped from her palms. Buzz off! When the airwave rushed towards Qin Fan, the imagined burst of blood and flesh did not happen. Instead, a sharp metallic clash rang through the air. The surface of Qin Fan's body flickered with faint golden light, and those halos contained extremely strong defense, perfectly absorbing Cao Maniacal Demon's exhaustive strike. Seeing this, Cao Maniac Demon froze in place in shock, his fingers trembling after he had just finished releasing his finger technique. How is this possible? How on earth did you do that? Cao Ying's beautiful eyes widened as she was equally shocked by Qin Fan. Cao Mad Demon's blood fury finger technique was as heard in the demonic cultivator world, and even if she exerted all her strength, she might not be able to resist the second wave. Sure enough, he looked at this man. He is really strong and handsome. Chapter 47. Something more important than cultivation. After resisting one of Cao Maniac Demon's attacks, Qin Fan suddenly realized that an additional usable aura had appeared on his body surface. Examining himself through the villain system, he realized that this smear of aura was actually the finger fury that had just absorbed Cao Maniacal Demon's finger fury. Currently, the output that can be countered, Blood Sacrifice Devil's Finger *1 at the peak of Yuaning Realm. Restriction, invisible armor needs to be rested for 2 seconds before shaking. After reading the introductory text, Qin Fan, who had just been pleasantly surprised, couldn't help but be disappointed. Utilizing invisible armor to deal counter damage requires a 2-second forward swing, which is equivalent to the spell's release spell. But now, Cao Maniac Demon foresees that he will become a trapped beast in a cage. He didn't give Qin Fan 2 seconds of standstill time at all, and in the next moment, he came over with red eyes in melee combat. It was good that Qin Fan's anti-injury invisible armor could expand the range of defense. The anti-injury armor went from being attached to Qin Fan's body skin to a circle of light that wrapped around the three of them in a matter of moments. Bang! 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 Cao Maniac Demon went crazy and attacked frequently, shaking the circle of light into ripples. At the same time, his mouth sputtered and an incredibly maniacal roar came from him. By what right? You're a tiny early Jindan stage. What makes you able to block Lao Fu's full force attack? Aha! Give me the break. Hurry up and give me the Holy Maiden and the Witch. You ing brat. Cao Maniac Demon attacked with all his might, wanting very much to take the two girls before Xianzone captured him. In just a few seconds of work, his fingers were poked and bloodied. There are also 2 fingers poked askew to 90 degrees. Looks very oozing. Even so, the light shield expanded by the anti-injury invisible armor did not move, but hints kept ringing in Qin Fan's ears. Currently, the output that can be countered, Blood Sacrifice Devil's Finger *2 at the peak of Yuaning Realm. Currently, the output that can be countered, Blood Sacrifice Devil's Finger *3 at the peak of Yuaning Realm. Current counter-injury output, peak Yuaning Realm Blood Sacrifice Devil's Finger *4. If he had 2 seconds of output space, Qin Fan could unleash a second Cao Maniacal Demon's counter-wound in an instant. Unfortunately, the Cao Maniacs are now scrambling for time. His high frequency of attacks keeps the anti-injury invisible armor in use at all times. In addition, the wear and tear of the anti-injury invisible armor was spiking at a rate visible to the naked eye. Current wear 10%, 25%, 35%, 48%. The upper limit of damage sustained by the anti-injury invisible armor is the realm of the transformation spirit. Cao Crazy Demon is a peak Yuaning under the realm of transformation. Not to mention, he puts his best foot forward in every attack. This caused a trace of uneasiness to spread in the heart of Qin Fan, who was protecting in front of the 2 women. He clenched his fists and nervously looked at the hysterical Cao Maniac Demon outside the light shield, thinking internally. The Celestial Destiny radar shows a group of Celestial Destinies rushing nearby. They must be the Xian Sect's top brass. Another minute of delay might be able to wait for help. But, Qin Fan helplessly looked at the anti-armor wear value, which was now at 80%. It's about to be pushed past its limits. Cao Maniacal Demon kept up this intensity of attack for another half a minute, and he would surely have broken the defense. In the next moment, Qin Fan saw Mad Demon Cao suddenly withdraw one of his hands. His other hand was still pointing continuously at the light shield, but that other hand, he violently pulled out to his heart and chest. Put! As Qin Fan watched in dismay, he saw Mad Demon Cao dig out his heart. Cao Maniacal Demon's pain hurt so much that his facial features are twisted. but the corner of his mouth carries a maniacal smile. Afterwards, Mad Demon Cao didn't hesitate to gnaw at the still beating heart in his hand. In a split second, Qin Fan also felt Cao maniacal demon steep heavenly and terrifying change through the light shield. Buzz off! A shocking wave of cold demonic fury erupted from within him. At this moment, Cao Maniac Demon was as if he had truly entered the realm of the Maniac Demon. His body was wrapped in a blood-red fury, his hair was cloaked, and his eyes still showed the madness of ignoring the world. Even if Qin Fan has anti-injury invisible armor, this kind of fear that goes deep into his soul makes him feel some fear. He strongly sensed that the next attack from Cao Berserkers would break the 20% wear cap of the anti-injury armor in one fell swoop. Qin Fan, my uncle. He used the forbidden magic of the demon cultivator. Blood-devouring explosion. Cao Ying looked at the thoroughly demonized Cao Mad Demon in shock, and then hurriedly explained to Qin Fan. Blood-devouring explosion. A forbidden technique of a demonic cultivator that requires the feeding of a sacrificial organ. After a successful sacrifice, that demonic cultivator will unleash a powerful attack that is 3 times their original cultivation level. What the hell? Is your uncle as far as fighting to the death? He won't die. The demonic cultivator has a double spell. He has over 100 doubles at home, and now that he's eaten the heart he'll soon grow out of it. Qin Fan's corner of his eye twitched when he heard it. He was truly convinced of these several devil cultivators. If he had followed Cao Ying to serve the demonic cultivation world early on, he would surely be very epileptic now as well. As if thinking of something, Qin Fan asked Cao Ying in a continuous voice. Cao Ying, your uncle is not afraid of accidentally killing you? The hearts of demonic cultivators are all insane. My uncle probably didn't want to believe that you could even block his desperate attack. So, he fell into madness. Cao Ying softly explained. Her pretty face couldn't help but be complicated as she glanced at Cao Berserker who had lost his mind with both eyes. Precisely because she knew the devil cultivator too well, she was aware of the desperation of her current situation. The anti-injury invisible armor is 85% worn and the light shield is already chafing. When Cao Ying saw these cracks, she was also clear that Qin Fan's defense was also going to be unable to support it. But she didn't feel panicked. In the next second, she gently hugged Qin Fan's back. There was some guilt on that pretty face and a tearful smile. Hubby, I hope that when I see you in my next life, I'll just be a normal girl, so that nothing messy will come to break us up. Feeling the release confession of the beautiful person behind him, Qin Fan was somewhat moved, but his emotion was fleeting, and then he thought numbly, can you not make a flag so quickly? What next life? I want to live a little longer in this life. Before Qin Fan could say anything, the system added in his mind, currently 95% worn. Warm suggestion, please ask the host to find a treasure master at the level of Goddess of Transformation to repair it. Otherwise, if the anti-injury invisible armor wears out more than 100%, the treasure will be completely scrapped. After the blood-devouring explosion strengthened Cao Maniac Demon, he had yet to strike an official blow. The rampant pressure of cultivation alone directly wore down the anti-injury armor to an endangered level. After the wear and tear reached 95%, the cracks in the light shield became denser and denser, as if it would shatter with a clatter when gently blown by the wind. In the meantime, through the heavenly destiny radar in his divine sense, Qin Fan realized that the Xian sect powerhouses had already arrived in the vicinity. Looking up, the sky was densely packed with Xianzong men. This group of people was clearly the strongest lineup of the Xian sect. At the head of the group was an immortal white-robed old man. That was presumably Patriarch Qin Xian'er. Beside Qin Xian'er was the supreme bone disciple who treated Qin Fan as a benefactor, Lin Liqiu. The rest of the people were some high-level elders or true disciples. Qin Fan also vaguely saw his sister, Qin Xian'er, who was following behind a woman with a solemn face. When this group of people saw Qin Fan confronting Cao Crazy Demon with his own strength, the crowd had different looks. Lin Liqiu was shocked to see Qin Fan protecting Lin Liqiu. Qin Xian'er's small face was filled with panic when she saw Qin Fan being forced to shatter his defensive light shield. When Patriarch Qin Xian'er found out that the commander of the demonic cultivation world had actually infiltrated the Xian clan, he also tried to kill the clan's juniors. He was already so angry that his face was expressionless. However, it is too late for all assistance. Cao Maniac Demon's blood sacrifice demon fury finger that had been strengthened through the blood-devouring explosion swung down with a flourish. His 5 fingers were scarlet like blood rays piercing the sky, and a maniacal demonic laugh rolled from his throat as the attack fell. Go to hell! Go to hell! A mere mole cricket! How dare you stop my great cause of strengthening the demonic cultivators! Just as the blood finger was about to break through the light shield, Qin Fan hugged the 2 beauties beside him tightly. He sighed softly, looking at the incoming red light blood finger. Qin Fan that eyes with some regret. The 10,000-fold cultivation opportunity that he had spent so much effort trying to get, as a result, had now become a means of escape. He looked down at the saintly and magical girls to his left and right. he couldn't help but feel more tenderness in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Fan gradually realized that there seems to be something in life that is more important than cultivation. In the next second, he tore off the out-of-boundary returning to God talisman in his hand. The three of them instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 48 Red Moonland. Jerking trees to build houses. The moment he used the off-world returning God talisman, Qin Fan's body fell into weightlessness. It was like he was falling into an endless abyss, and his consciousness felt like he was traveling through the wheel of time and space. Disordered. Fragmented. It was a good thing that he held the two girls tightly the entire time, fearing that the temporal turbulence would wash them away. Under the strong pressure of space and time, Qin Fan was somewhat unable to open his eyes, but as soon as he felt the warmth of the two women beside him, he knew he hadn't lost them. But, vaguely, Qin Fan seemed to hear Little Poison's call. Master, wait, take me one. I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan remembered that there was a poison puppet inside his home. Before Cao maniacal demon zoomed in, he was only concerned about protecting the holy maiden and the witch, and seemed to have left Little Poison at home. Ahem. No harm, no foul. The core operation of the poison golem was a runic tablet. The hardness of the runestone slab was comparable to 10 basalt iron. Even if Little Poison was bombarded into dregs by Cao maniac demon, as long as the rune tablet was still there, Qin Fan could recreate a Little Poison and retain its previous memories. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fan's consciousness gradually became clearer. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on a red soil with an eerie atmosphere. High in the sky hung a full moon in pale scarlet. There was not an inch of grass in the vicinity, and the eye was barren and cold. Qin Fan stood up and kept looking around, cooing under his breath. Convinced, where did this charm me up? Is this still a fantasy continent? As the centennial spiders and the raw material were replaced by him with the more effective millennial spiders. So theoretically, the random teleportation location would be farther away, and being teleported out of the Xian fantasy continent would be possible. In addition to this, the length of time it takes to return to the Xian clan after a random teleportation will also be lengthened, ranging from the original 2 hours to several days. Exactly how long it would take to automatically teleport back to Xian sect, Qin Fan himself didn't know, and it was also the first time he used the off-world returning God talisman. At least the little life is saved, and the two of them can sleep really deeply. No sense of crisis at all? Qin Fan sighed, then glanced at Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying, who were still in a coma beside him. Lin Liqiu had originally been stunned by the aura given to her by Mad Demon Xiao, and in Cao Ying's case, she probably couldn't withstand the mental oppression of the teleportation and passed out. Qin Fan was a traveler, and his soul strength was double that of a normal person, so he didn't faint when he randomly teleported. Subsequently, being the first one to wake up, Qin Fan began to feel out the situation. There were no living things within view, only some dry trees. The earth was illuminated by the red moon and everything looked demonic and evil. Qin Fan also found that as long as he stared at the red moon for a little longer, his body would get hot and dry and his head would get heavy. It was a good thing he was focused enough to move his eyes away from the realization before it became strange. Immediately after that, he started jacking trees and building little houses. The only resources that Qin Fan could gather in the Red Moonland back then were the horrifying deadwood in the shape of flailing teeth and claws. He had also sensed it using the Divine Destiny radar. There weren't any heavenly orders in a 10,000 mile radius. Just him, and Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. Half an hour later, the industrious Qin Fan built a cabin. Inside the house was a rough plank bed, just big enough for 3 people to lie down on and rest. However, on his way to use his aura to cut down trees to build a house, he noticed a small black hole 200 meters away that was too deep to see the bottom. The black hole was about half the size of an adult's body, and Qin Fan was perfectly capable of zipping in to find out what was going on. However, considering that he had yet to settle Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying, Qin Fan did not rush to go exploring. Once the cabin was constructed, he carried the 2 unconscious women inside one by one. He put Cao Ying on the bed first. When Qin Fan carried Lin Liqiu next to Cao Ying, Lin Liqiu in his arms slowly opened her eyes and said, "Senior Brother Qin Fan, why is your face dirty?" Since Qin Fan had just been jerking the tree, building the house took some effort. Even with the aid of a cultivator's aura, it was inevitable that he would dust himself off. But, Lin Liqiu, who was being held by Qin Fan, said that he was dirty on her lips, but her body didn't dislike him in the slightest. She rubbed herself in Qin Fan's sturdy chest like a soft and sticky kitten, and a small reassuring smile escaped the corners of her mouth. Something happened. I'll tell you about it slowly. Qin Fan gently placed Lin Liqiu on the bed and the other party sat up smoothly. Afterward, Qin Fan spent 5 minutes telling Lin Liqiu all the ins and outs of their time in the Xian sect. Hearing the whole thing, Lin Liqiu fell into silence. She could guess why Cao Ying's uncle wanted to hurt her. Sacred maidens and devils were inherently two opposites, and as Cao Maniacal Demon was the commander of the devil cultivation realm, he was definitely here for the sacred blood, but Lin Liqiu even more do not understand is, as a witch Cao Ying is so protective of their own. Qin Fan directly told the other party Cao Ying's true identity and name on his way to narrate. After all, the next three of them were going to cohabitate in this mysterious and strange place, and there was no point in hiding it any longer. Little sister Liqiu, when Cao Ying wakes up, you can tell her about me using the random teleportation talisman. Inside the house, Qin Fan stood up as he said to Lin Liqiu, who was still looking down in thought. Lin Liqiu raised her head in surprise as she worriedly said, "Senior Brother Qin Fan, are you going to go into that black hole?" When they were chatting just now, Qin Fan mentioned in passing that he was going to explore the mysterious black hole. Qin Fan nodded his head at Lin Liqiu and smiled. "Well, don't worry about me. I still have some means of staying alive. You have resisted for so long in front of the demonic cultivator general for our sake. Is it really okay to go exploring alone now?" Looking at Lin Liqiu's little face that was worried about him, Qin Fan's heart warmed. Other people seem to think that Qin Fan is struggling in the hands of Cao Maniac Demon, but the same. His anti-injury invisible armor was currently collecting 5 whole anti-injuries from the attacks of peak Yuaning realm powerhouses, with only 2 seconds of output space. All 5 of these counter-injuries would be enough to kill the previously frantically suppressed Chao berserkers if they all erupted together. Thus, Qin Fan once again affirmed to Lin Liqiu, "It's fine, just wait here for Cao Ying to wake up. I'll be right back." Chapter 49, Food has found its way down. Start stealing piglets. Not long after Qin Fan left, inside the wooden house, Cao Ying slowly awoke. She got up holding her distended head, and when her beautiful eyes met with Lin Liqiu, both women fell into silence. "Cao Ying, Qin Fan has already told me everything." After a moment of silence, Lin Liqiu was the first to break the awkwardness and said. Cao Ying's eyes lowered as she murmured somewhat uncomfortably, "In that case, it turns out that it has already been said. Can you be honest with me? What? Have you ever thought about getting holy blood from me?" Hearing Lin Liqiu's questioning that was still tinged with alarm, Cao Ying pursed her red lips. She suddenly smiled a guilty and helpless smile at the corners of her mouth. It's an excuse to say anything at this point in time. The only way to dissolve the wedge between the two is to actually do something about it. In the next moment, Cao Ying suddenly burst out his late Jindan realm strength without reservation. She fought back the giddiness of her newly awakened head, while lunging towards Lin Liqiu on the bed. He said with his mouth full, "Holy maiden, now show me what I really think." "Ah, you, what are you doing?" Red Moon Land Office. Qin Fan stood beside the only black hole in the ground in the square and prayed silently. "God forbid. I hope there's nothing strange inside this hole." He had to go down there today to find out. There was no way around it. The place was unfamiliar and there were 2 mouths in the house waiting for food. However, before jumping into the black hole, Qin Fan subconsciously swept the heavens destiny radar. He was shocked to find Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying in the cabin. The little red dots they represent are actually deeply intertwined and overlapping. Boy, are they discussing some big Ministry of Orange thing in the house? When did this saint and witch get so attached? Just woke up and post. Qin Fan frowned in suspicion as he shook his head, focusing his thoughts on the hole in the ground in front of him. There is 5% wear left on the anti-wound invisible armor. However, the accumulated peak Yuaning realm counter-injury was very sufficient, which was undoubtedly the killer. The next moment, Qin Fan carefully jumped into the hole in the ground. During the fall, he landed with his sword and carried a small oil lamp in his hand. The hole in the ground was deep, about 500 meters. The field of view was dark for the first 200 meters. When it came to 200 meters, the light inside the hole in the ground gradually became clearer. The rocky walls all around were faintly glowing. Inside the hole in the ground, there is also a lot of vegetation, small streams and running water, living a wide underground world. Qin Fan couldn't help but be in a good mood after he landed safely. Surprisingly, there is a water source. The plants are good. In this way, living here is better than staying outside. Outside the world of the earth hole is a depressing and harsh red moonlight, and if you stay long enough you may be mentally compromised. Qin Fan had just planned to build a home here when his gaze slowly locked onto the porcupine magical beast drinking by the stream. Those pig magical beasts were as much as 3 times larger than normal porcupines. Each of the spikes and fangs were thick and incomparable, and their bodies also emitted a terrifying black aura. With his cultivation probing, Qin Fan was certain that these 10 or so porcupine magical beasts were all at the Jindan realm in terms of cultivation. This couldn't help but make him even more curious. Where on earth did the off-world return talisman send him? One must know that the strongest beast royalists in the Xian clan were not capable of harnessing Jindan realm magical beasts. Qin Fan casually drills a hole in the ground and finds a large number of Jindan realm magical beasts. Instead of being afraid, He licked his tongue in anticipation. Food for some days in the back. Won't this be enough? Below the Yuaning realm, all cultivators needed to eat to maintain their physical energy. So Qin Fan and the rest of his party were going to eat next. These Jindan realm magical beasts were huge, and one head was enough for a grown man to eat for a month. But going straight after a pig for slaughter is nothing less than death-defying behavior. Qin Fan crept closer to the creek and then picked out one of the weakest young pigs. That young pig's strength was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, the same as Lin Liqiu. Next moment, Qin Fan had the advantage of his cultivation, and with a fierce strike, he carried the young pig, which was still grazing, on his shoulders. The moment he escaped, Qin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Mother, this young pig cultivation is clearly the same as the saint girl. How weight so heavy? He had hugged Lin Liqiu, so he could roughly judge. The young pig on his hand, which looked half the size of an adult, actually weighed as much as a dozen Lin Liqiu. Huffing and puffing, the moment the magical beast piglet was abducted by Qin Fan and ran away, it erupted into a deafening pig squeal. Immediately afterward, all the porcupine magical beasts that were perched beside the creek cast a pair of stunned pig eyes towards the fleeing Qin Fan. How they didn't think. After living in this forbidden land for hundreds of years, how dare a human sneak in? The purpose of infiltration is not a chance adventure even if it is. It is also robbing piglets. HRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR Their obese and ponderous bodies erupted with horrifying strength, all of them sprinting towards Qin Fan. So exciting! Qin Fan carried the pig and ran wildly. He couldn't help but tremble between his heart when he turned his head and saw the flurry of attacking magical beast pigs. These 10 or so pigs were not worthy of the Jindan realm. Running with a sense of power pulling full force. The ground shakes as if the whole cave is about to collapse. These are simply excellent pork. Qin Fan's behavior of holding the piglet hostage and making the pig who was not picking up sesame seeds and forgetting watermelons. When he abducted the wraith piglet, he observed the nearby terrain and identified a cave pass. At this moment, he rushed with all his might to the inside of the defile. He turned around and came face to face with the madly attacking wraith hogs. Immediately afterward, Qin Fan threw the young pig on his shoulder violently. Those hogs didn't launch an attack. They immediately huddled together. The pigs carefully arch over the fallen piglets as if to ensure their safety. Taking advantage of this, Qin Fan activated the anti-injury blood sacrifice demon fury finger accumulated in his anti-injury invisible armor. Compared to Cao Ying's uncle, facing these magical beast hogs, I still have the output time, Qin Fan murmured, and then golden light appeared on his body. Countering invisible armor is a horrible counter to damage. With only 2 seconds of preparation time, Qin Fan was able to fully recover the damage absorbed by the anti-damage armor. He raised his hand and couldn't help but swing out a demonic cultivator's furious finger technique. This finger attack was at the late Yuaning realm strength. Thus the red light that exploded from his fingertips swept past, and an adult porcupine demonic beast was killed. Brush it off. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Qin Fan killed these magical beasts as easily as cutting fruit. But after abusing the 3 adult porcupine demonic beasts, he slowly collected his finger techniques. He looked down. The piglet that he had just abducted was now curled up next to a sow and shivering. The other magical beast pigs had long since been scared away by the Yuaning realm fury released by Qin Fan. Of course, if Qin Fan was willing, he had all the time in the world to kill all the porcupine demonic beasts. That's just it. There's no need to slaughter the light. Qin Fan sighed softly as he went down to clean up the bodies of the 3 pigs. Seeing him approach, the mother and child porcupine stumbled and fled. Qin Fan didn't chase after him. He sighed as he handled the pig's meat pieces with his sword. Let you guys off the hook. If there are any Heaven's Destiny pigs in your herd, then I'm definitely going to kill all of them. After all, I'm a villain. Chapter 50 Excellent Dual Cultivation. Yin Yang Spirit Marriage Technique. Why do you dare threaten to kill all the pigs of the Divine Order pigs, but not the families of the Divine Order people? The reasoning is simple. Qin Fan is afraid of death. The Red Moonland was a place where he was randomly teleported to. Qin Fan was unattached here, and his hands did not need to be concerned. As for those heavenly ordained people, they are all unbelievably heavenly, and the most important thing is that they can communicate with Qin Fan as human language. If I can't fight, I can't hide? However, when he remembered that the processed magical beast pork would have to be fed to the 2 wailing destined daughters inside his home, Qin Fan laughed helplessly. Now there's one more solution for the diviners. Feed and fatten yourselves. In his previous life, Qin Fan was a high-quality geek. In addition to collecting his wife's hand-me-downs, he's also a good cook. Right now there were fresh ingredients and a water source, so Qin Fan started messing around with making braised pork. Due to his living habits in his last life, he now stored pots, dishes, spices and other props in his spatial ring. In a few moments, Qin Fan made a large pot of superb braised pork and a small bowl of fragrant rice. Braised pork color show can be eaten, fat but not greasy, which is greatly related to the quality of meat in cooking. But this bowl of rice, the rice grains are crystal clear and full, and with just one bite, you can enjoy the collision of the popping and sliding aroma between your teeth. The rice cooked by Qin Fan is a common crop in Xuanzong. It shouldn't have been so delicious. He looked to the running stream beside him and analyzed it softly. The water in this creek is very unusual. Just now when I killed the pig the blood was splashed in. It didn't take long to purify and clear. It seems that the rice is cooked well, and it has something to do with the water here. Saying this, Qin Fan poured the bowl of rice onto the floor. The pigs had just been drinking from the creek, and he didn't want to use the water the pigs had drunk as water for cooking rice. It doesn't matter if he just tried to eat a mouthful of rice, but if the two women inside the house eat it, he will be diaphragmatic. But realizing that the water of the creek here was extraordinary, Qin Fan followed the banks of the creek and chased the source of the upward flow. It wasn't long after he left. Those pigs that had originally fled far away suddenly ran in a hive to the place where Qin Fan had just cooked. They scrambled to clean the rice off the floor. Not a single grain left. After walking for 10 minutes, Qin Fan arrived at the end of the creek. He found that at the end was actually a small pool of water that could hold 3 or 4 people. The water in the pool appears to be clearly at rest, but it provides a constant flow to the creek. Qin Fan's head was a little big as he watched. He wonders if this involves a blind spot in his knowledge, or if it's actually a natural phenomenon indigenous to the metaphysical. In the next second, he noticed an extremely ghastly crack at the mountain rock next to the pool of water. The cracks exuded a bloody fury that was very familiar to Qin Fan, and it was only when he got close enough to take a look that it dawned on him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So the finger technique I split crookedly when I killed the pig just now accidentally split here? When he killed the pigs just now, Qin Fan had an anti-injury blood ritual demon fury finger that unintentionally fell short. At this moment, a blinding red light suddenly flashed from the striking broken marks on the mountain wall. Qin Fan was curious, so he took a step closer toward the crack. Upon this look, he realized that in the cracks of the wall, there was actually a gongfu with a cover that was lit up with red light. The villain system gave a parse in his mind the instant he saw the feat. Name of technique, Yin-Yang Spiritual Marriage Technique, Double Cultivation Technique of the Transformation Realm. Introduction. This technique is the highest dual cultivation technique in the current realm, and is divided into male-led or female-led. Under male-led dual cultivation, the ratio of the benefits of dual cultivation between the male side and the female side is 100:1, and vice versa under female-led. Note, once you have confirmed the dominant gender in a duo, you will not be able to change the dominant party in that duo. Description of origin. This is a completely abandoned the earthly emotions of the mighty, created by one of the techniques. She, in order to seal the past, created the famous 1018 poor forbidden domains. Which one of the forbidden? It is forbidden to ban the yin and yang spirit marriage technique. After understanding the dual cultivation technique hidden in the walls, Qin Fan froze in place for half a second. I just came to see a water quality. How did I accidentally obtain a dual cultivation technique? With the system's information, he was able to determine that the Red Moonland he was randomly transported to was one of the 18 poor forbidden regions created by a great power. This 18 forbidden is again harboring the unforgiving past of the mighty one. One of these dual cultivation feats called the Yin-Yang Spiritual Marriage Technique is definitely laced with a lot of backstory. But, is this 100:1 double dip increase serious? According to this meaning, if I have a Daoist couple, then if I double cultivate with her, I am 100 times the cultivation increase, and the other party's cultivation speed has no growth. Qin Fan stroked his chin, his brows getting tighter and tighter. What kind of double cross is that? Why don't we just call it the white whoring divine power? After performing this dual practice, the male and female dominant cannot be replaced, which means, one of the two is destined to increase forever 100-fold, and the other has nothing to sweeten the deal. Even for a Dao couple with the best emotions, cultivating for a long period of time under this kind of dual cultivation where only one side got the benefits, then there would definitely be conflicts. After thinking for a moment, Qin Fan shook his head. I don't even have a Taoist partner. Why do I think so much? Whatever, take it away. In the next moment, Qin Fan reached out to take away the yin-yang spirit marriage kung fu in the wall. But the moment the gongfu was detached from the wall, the entire cave world shook. Dust crumbles and rocks fall, as if the yin-yang spirit marriage kung fu in Qin Fan's hand had triggered some destructive organ. The entire hole in the ground trembled. Seeing this, Qin Fan didn't dare to delay much as he hid his dual cultivation technique and hurriedly escaped with his sword. 10 minutes later, he burrowed out of the hole in the ground and rejoined the Red Moonland. Oddly enough, Qin Fan stood beside the hole in the ground, looking down at the dark and quiet everything, as if nothing had happened inside. He also remembered that the hole in the ground was a 200-meter range of pitch blackness from the ground. It was through this dark zone that he traveled, and then was unable to detect the crumbling movement of the cavern floor. Vaguely, the dark area didn't look like a shadow zone, but more like some sort of spacetime transition. Forget it, don't think about it so much, at least I got something out of it. Qin Fan's gaze moved away from the black hole as he looked towards the small wooden hut he had built not far away, a smile on his lips. It was a trip down to the red meat and the odd dual cultivation feat. The only thing that's more unfortunate is that he didn't fetch water before leaving the hole in the ground, so he couldn't cook rice. After a few moments, Qin Fan returned to the cabin, just pushed open the door, then saw Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. Is doing extremely shocking for heavenly things? Chapter 51, Dangerous Taboos. Seductive attacks from them. Inside the house, Qin Fan saw that they had tended to the house in a very exquisite manner. Lin Liqiu moved the furniture out of her Qianquan bag and was wiping the dust with a rag. Cao Ying folded the bedding beside the bed, and also folded a piece of clothing in a neat and orderly manner. The cabin also has a chimney opening in the corner. There was a makeshift stove set up with spatulas and dishes, spices, etc. On one of the firewood ports. There was still an iron pot smelling of rice burning. Under the vestigial sense of this cozy little home where all the sparrows were small and all the organs were in place, Qin Fan could not help but create an illusion when he entered the house. It's like he's the husband who just came back from a hunting trip. Two skillful and beautiful concubines at home are doing housework. But if the people in the picture were Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying, Qin Fan always felt that something was strange. When did they get so friendly? It was clear that a few days ago, the two women were still in the Xian zone and would quarrel over a small matter. Senior Brother Qin Fan, welcome home. I told Cao Ying everything after she woke up. By the way, you didn't get hurt during your expedition, did you? Noticing Qin Fan enter the room, Lin Liqiu put down the rag first. She shook the water from her fingers and smiled as she walked towards Qin Fan. I'm not hurt. Qin Fan nodded his head in response. The next moment, he felt his jacket being gently grasped by a pair of slender hands. Turning his head, he realized it was Cao Ying standing behind him. Cao Ying gave a smile towards the wink. That looked like a virtuous wife with some mischief in it, and helped him take off his dusty coat. With that, Lin Liqiu wrung out a towel from the warm water basin. One of the two women helped Qin Fan undress and change his clothes, while the other used a towel to wipe his face. The front and back of this tenderly playing care, all of a sudden let Qin Fan's heart of the husband returned. Two wives to take care of the sense of vestiges even more thick. If he hadn't remembered that he had randomly traveled to this place with his two daughters, he would have mistakenly thought that he was living some sweet idyllic life. Snap! Just then, the dual cultivation technique, yin-yang spiritual marriage technique, accidentally fell out of Qin Fan's pants pocket. After the gongfu fell to the ground, all three of them had a look down. In that instant, the room fell into a mesmerizing silence. A faint, eerie red light swept across the bottom of all three men's eyes. The cover of the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique was a red color with no text on the surface. Even so, with a casual glance of the eyes at this gongfu, those who saw it could feel a sense of beautiful ambiguity. The restlessness that came from the depths of his soul was similar to the red moon that looked out over the house. Qin Fan also looked at the yin and yang spirit marriage gong after suddenly noticed that the body is hot. In contrast, the two women in front of and behind him reacted more obviously. Lin Liqiu's eyes were full of seduction when she looked at Qin Fan, and her pure face was covered in scarlet. That one hand that was helping Qin Fan wipe his face suddenly wiped more carefully and gently. Cao Ying directly hugged Qin Fan tightly from behind. She pressed next to Qin Fan's ear, her voice soft. Hubby, welcome home. Let me help you relax. At that moment, Qin Fan's head was about to fall into blankness. He was already affected by the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique, and now that he was being stimulated by the two women, his entire body was like a bomb that was about to explode at any time. As the three were about to collapse, Qin Fan suddenly awakened the last shred of sanity in his head. He secretly bit his tongue to clear it, speculating inwardly. There's a big problem with this dual cultivation technique. Damn it, wake up! The saint and the witch were indeed tempting him now. If he was reckless, he might actually fall for it. But from beginning to end, Qin Fan has always been clear about his own situation. This was a mysterious zone called the 18 Poor Forbidden Regions, surrounded by barrenness underneath. But there was a bizarre hole in the ground. The dry heat generated in his body after looking longingly at the red moon outside the house was very similar to the effects of being affected by the yin-yang spirit marriage technique at this moment. As for why he didn't get parched when he took the gongfu in the hole in the ground just now, Qin Fan only guessed one possibility. Guess there's no opposite sex around. Now he had two beautiful young girls beside him, And after the three of them jointly discovered the dual cultivation technique, their bodies began to be different. With all the implications, Qin Fan always felt that invisibly, someone was silently watching all this. He didn't have a penchant for being watched doing personal things, afraid of pulling it out and giving others an inferiority complex. We have to hurry up and put this dual cultivation technique away. Qin Fan thought in this manner and bent down to pick up the yin yang spirit marriage technique. Just tried to teleport the feats to the spatial ring, and it failed. It was assumed that this dual cultivation technique was of too high a grade, or that it hit a hidden protective boundary. Helplessly, Qin Fan stuffed this going method back into his pants pocket. But his pants have smaller pockets and it's a little tricky to get them in. The two women who were still affected by the yin-yang spiritual marriage kung fu couldn't help but be tinkling cats when they saw the scene. In the next moment, Qin Fan finally stuffed the gung fu into his pants pocket. Then, the two women who were just now full of ambiguous bad jokes were instantly like being splashed with cold water, their eyes clearing. They looked at each other across Qin Fan. The earlier tableau of seductive fuming came to mind like a tidal wave at the moment. Most embarrassing. After coming to her senses, Lin Liqiu realized that her hand was still hooked in the lapel of Qin Fan's coat. Cao Ying even grabbed Qin Fan's pants to death. Under the burst of shame, the two women's cheeks burst red at a rate visible to the naked eye. With a brush, they moved away from Qin Fan like repelling iron-absorbing stones. The duo pretended to be very busy walking around the house. Either you mess up the quilt and fold it back up, or you say to the table, "This table really looks like a table." After the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique was out of sight, Qin Fan also calmed down. He looked at the two females in the room who didn't dare to meet his eyes, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was still the first day of teleportation to the 18 poor forbidden regions. Some days down the road, there's no telling what other oddities might affect their survival. But there was one result that Qin Fan was extremely certain of. If you let your mind run wild just now and let your body bond with the two girls, that's bound to end badly. In the next moment, Qin Fan turned his face sideways as he sighed in his heart as he looked towards the cluster of dry trees outside the house that were illuminated by the red moon. I told you how those mahogany heads were so strange. Now they look like they are crooked and twisted. They really look like a pair of men and women who are looking for love. Audit Master, I've been honest. Please let me go. Chapter 52 Extremely Black Soil, Quick Planting, 18 Poor Forbidden Regions, Main Region, Lone Shadow Floating Island. This island was vast and sprawling, and at the edge of the floating island there were two huge chains that pierced through the clouds and were chaining the other islands directly. If one were to look at it from a high altitude, one would be able to see that the Lone Shadow Floating Island is the center hub of the 18 forbidden areas. 9 forbidden islands are chained to the left and 9 forbidden islands to the right. At this moment, the Lone Shadow Floating Island was dead silent, but at the center, there was a lofty palace. Inside the temple, a woman situated in the gloom opened her eyes. She sensed 3 unfamiliar auras scurrying into the territory out of nowhere, and couldn't help but tease softly. Interesting, 3 human cultivators have slipped in. The next moment a footstep sounded in the gloom. A man with a fox sitting on his shoulder. He hefted his fist. Domain Lord, do we need our subordinates to go and get rid of them? Great. The woman known as the Domain Lord softly vetoed. In the darkness, her golden eyes looked extraordinarily translucent. It was as if she had passed through the layers of spatial containment and looked toward Qin Fan and the others who were far away in the sky. With that, a helpless and sad smile escaped the corners of his mouth. Anyway, the cultivators who fled there, the end is to be turned into a redwood skeleton. Even if they seek joy until they die, they are afraid that they do not know how to die, said the woman, her eyes flashing with a flash of remembrance. As if remembering a once unpleasant past, she was a little more irritable, so she addressed the man below. Yi Chen, you will patrol the Red Joy Forbidden Region tomorrow and check if there are any problems with the space-time caves there. Understood. Speaking of which, it has been almost 500 years since you were punished for being in seclusion here, and half a month from now will be the day of the deadline. At that time, what arrangements do you have? I, naturally, will kill that woman in the great world with my own hands. The man said these words in a flat tone, but the murderous aura emanating from his body could not be underestimated. The woman on the high platform seat just glanced at Yi Duan and didn't say anything else. Red Joy Forbidden Territory. In the cabin, due to the fact that the 3 were previously affected by the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, Qin Fan then spent a most awkward time with Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying in the house. They went about their business in the house, none of them breaking the ice. After all, the 3 were just one step away from having a messy relationship. The next moment, Lin Liqiu, who had repeatedly wiped the table more than 10 times, could not help but say to Qin Fan, Senior Brother Qin Fan, I remembered that I have something to show you. Come with me to the back of the house. Hearing this, Qin Fan looked at the nervous Lin Liqiu. It was just a very simple stare, but Lin Liqiu mistook the other party to be suspicious and then explained. I swear it in the name of the Holy Maiden. The thing I speak of is in no way some strange shibboleth. It's a thing that will favor our long-term survival here. Well, no. Qin Fan smiled helplessly. I thought it was easy to get through the awkward topic, but Lin Liqiu ended up painting the topic more and more yellow. Make it seem as if she is planning to do something with Qin Fan behind Cao Ying's back, behind the house. In order to make it less awkward later, Qin Fan pointed down to the red moon outside the house and explained. Before I go with you, I'd like to say that the red moonlight of this mysterious world is very problematic, and just one more look will. Just think of Shibuya, right? Before Qin Fan finished speaking, Cao Ying, who was washing fruits and vegetables beside him, interjected. Inside the house, there is a flowing water charm on the wall, and in addition, there are green fruits and vegetables in someone's space ring. Cao Ying was now cleaning a thick cucumber while murmuring with a red face and lowered her head. When I woke up, I realized that the red moon outside the house was a little weird. Staring at it for a long time, my body was that kind of hot, in the physical sense. This snatch of explanation caused Qin Fan to nod his head in satisfaction. It was obvious that Cao Ying had come to the same conclusion as him. But, you wash cucumbers on washing cucumbers. Hand speed cannot be so fast that all starfire. Thinking back to when Cao Ying was affected by the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique just now, the position that her small hands were grasping was her pants. She didn't get the point, but she was now very much suspected of thinking the wrong way. In the next moment, Cao Ying felt the suspicious eyes cast by Qin Fan and she immediately shivered in panic. She held the one soggy cucumber in her hand, anxiously explaining. Honey, I didn't mean to imply anything. Though, feels like it's about right. Qin Fan. It seemed that both women were deeply poisoned by the red moon and the dual cultivation technique. Qin Fan's thinking was also on the verge of being brought tainted. Afterward, Qin Fan followed Lin Liqiu, who had a small red face after hearing the words, out the door, until he arrived outside the cabin. Qin Fan watched her absent-mindedly, as if she was obsessing over something. At this moment, Qin Fan was taken to the back of the house, and the land along the edge of the wooden room was covered with a black cloth. These black cloths were obviously set up by the two women, but Qin Fan saw that Lin Liqiu was hesitant to speak, so he asked, Little sister Liqiu, aren't you going to show me something? Why don't you say anything? Hearing Qin Fan's voice, Lin Liqiu suddenly woke up. After she said an apology to Qin Fan, she then bent down and lifted the black cloth all at once. Immediately afterward, a row of black land presented itself before Qin Fan's eyes. Lin Liqiu took out a seed out of thin air, and after she placed the seed into the black soil, she explained to Qin Fan, Senior Brother Qin Fan, when you were exploring the caves, I found a piece of black soil not far from my home, and these black soils seem to be spiritual fields mud, and the effect is still several times stronger than spiritual fields. Saying that, Lin Liqiu, under Qin Fan's gaze, poured a wisp of aura from her palm into the seed she had just buried. 5 seconds of effort. The seeds that had just been planted began to take root. Seeing this, Qin Fan stared with 2 wide eyes in amazement. What kind of clay is so awesome? That's a horrible planting speed, isn't it? Between his inner surprise, a ripe cabbage plant came into view. Lin Liqiu squatted down to pick off the vegetables, then stood up and smiled at Qin Fan. The fruits and vegetables inside the house, all of which I've just grown in these black soils, are of great quality and flavor. Not bad. With this black soil, we'll be able to have meat and vegetables for the next grain. Meat and veggies, together? Well, I killed some magical beast pigs when I went exploring in the black hole, and I still have pork in my space ring. I also made a meal of braised pork by hand. Do you want to try it? Yeah. I'm looking forward to Senior Qin's handiwork. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you have enough number of seeds on you? Enough for a whole 1,000 bags. Why so many? When I was in the Qin Sect, my master taught me to plant and nourish my nature, saying that it would make my mind a little more calm. So, I prepared so many fruit and vegetable seeds in my spatial ring. Oh, this way. Qin Fan laughed in agreement. That's a nice way of putting it. But you're treating your apprentice like a planting tool, aren't you? Since he had meat, vegetables and rice, Qin Fan planned to fill his stomach first. Before he turned around, he smiled at Lin Liqiu. Let's go. Back to the house for dinner. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Qin Fan asked in confusion as he saw Lin Liqiu, again revealing the tangled expression he had just had. Qin Fan was very satisfied with Lin Liqiu's black soil harvest, so he paid considerable attention to the state of the saintly senior sister. The next moment, Lin Liqiu pointed down to the cucumber planted in the corner of the black soil and shyly said to Qin Fan, I planted some cucumbers here before. They're already ripe. Senior brother, accompany me to pick them. Just this? No problem. Qin Fan had just squatted down and had just picked off a few cucumbers with Lin Liqiu when he did so. Suddenly, she held the cucumber and asked, full of curiosity, Senior Brother Qin Fan, I want to ask, you really the same as Cao Ying implied? Stop, kids don't ask so many questions. People are not small at all. Well. Chapter 53, I'm so green. Really, so green. Turning into night. The sky of the Red Joy Forbidden Territory was not completely dark at night. The sky was a hazy black and red, a treacherous color that was so red that it made one's body equally hot after looking at it for a long time. At this moment, Qin Fan and the others were eating inside the house. His masterful and delicious braised pork easily captured the stomachs of both women. They usually only ate one bowl of rice, but tonight they each ate an unprecedented 3 bowls. Lin Liqiu was the first to finish eating. After she complimented Qin Fan on his awesome cooking skills, she went alone to plant fruits and vegetables by the black soil outside the wooden house. She sighed quietly as she splashed the seeds. Hey, after all, I promised Cao Ying, so let's give her and Qin Fan a bit of time together during this period. The timeline was drawn back to the time when Qin Fan went on an expedition to the black hole. At that time, not long after Cao Ying woke up, she jumped Lin Liqiu onto the bed without saying a word. It must be mentioned that the lilies did not bloom. Both women were of normal sexual orientation, which could be seen from the fact that they were racking their brains to compete for Qin Fan. Cao Ying forcibly pounced on Lin Liqiu on the bed, just to form a magic soul contract. Demon soul contract, the most mischievous contract spell in demonic cultivation. Lin Liqiu murmured this as she raised her white wrist and stared at a tiny black rose mark there. This mark is the demon soul contract that can determine Cao Ying's life and death. At that time, after Cao Ying pounced on her, those sincere and heartfelt words, Lin Liqiu still remembered very clearly. Holy Maiden, all of this situation was caused by my negligence. So, next please let me make it up to Qin Fan. I won't think anything against him, much less you. I know you will not believe me. Now establish this half-month time limit magic soul contract with me. After recalling Cao Ying's statement, Lin Liqiu shook her head helplessly. Even if she didn't know much about demonic cultivators, she had heard of the demonic soul contract. The master of the contract can easily kill the object of the contract with just a thought. Lin Liqiu never thought that he would use this kind of bad and overbearing magic cultivation contract. She is now Cao Ying's master. After Cao Ying had forcibly established a contractual relationship with Lin Liqiu, she said that she would do her best to compensate Qin Fan for the rest of the time. The initial reason for this compensation was probably the intense guilt she felt after Cao maniacal demon attacked Qin Fan. Cao Ying also told Lin Liqiu that when the three of them return to the Xian sect, she will silently leave from Qin Fan's side. It follows from this, Cao Ying's desire to compensate Qin Fan was genuine. Otherwise she wouldn't have given her little life to herself. After Lin Liqiu agreed, she finished her dinner and came out to sow her seeds. She purposely gave the two of them a space to spend time together. The words are so. After a few moments of sowing seeds, Lin Liqiu felt some dull boredom. Then on her tiptoes, she peeked through the window to catch a glimpse of the two inside the house, only to see Cao Ying clip the food and send it to Qin Fan's mouth. Qin Fan shook his head helplessly before taking it with his mouth anyway. When Qin Fan was chewing and swallowing, Cao Ying was looking at the other party with her chin cupped in both hands, and the corners of her mouth were still showing a smile of incomparable happiness. Lin Liqiu witnessed the whole thing dumbfounded, then opened her mouth to murmur, "Green, so green. Why is the top of my head so green?" The green in her mouth is not abstract. It is green in the true sense of the word. When she returned to her senses, Lin Liqiu realized that her palm had been infusing a green vegetable with aura. The nurturing effect of this mysterious black soil was so powerful that without realizing it, the green vegetables were cultivated to be as tall as small trees. One of the bright green leaves covered Lin Liqiu's head, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "So green!" Already in a bad mood, she drew her sword in the next second and swished and chopped the vegetables into pieces. But it's not good to waste food in a strange wasteland. Lin Liqiu grudgingly flattened his mouth. His hands and feet are still sharp to collect the broken leaves in the air into the Qiankuan bag. Cannot help but coo. Aha! I'm so annoyed. Why did I soften my heart and agree to Cao Ying? Now I can only stare at the two of them while I can't do anything. In the next moment, Lin Liqiu, who had just put away all the vegetable leaves, suddenly found a sharp cackling sound coming from her ears. She twisted her head in confusion, and all of a sudden her hair stood on end. At this time, the Red Cheer Forbidden Region entered the night, and the high sky was a hazy black and red. Under the illumination of this layer of black and red moonlight, the red trees that were originally stationary in the barren soil, at this moment, one by one, as if they were endowed with life, moved. They were entangled in twos and threes, like tree huggers holding each other in a dance forward. However, the ear-piercing noise that was released every time it moved an inch, as well as the mountainous rows of substantial fury, all of these caused Lin Liqiu to be stunned. There's danger. She came to this conclusion instantly. Lin Liqiu's strength of the Foundation establishment realm froze like ice when she locked eyes with the Red Tree Man. That kind of pressure that is not on a level makes Lin Liqiu feel doubly desperate. She guessed. The strength of this group of mangrove people all had at least the Yuaning realm. It was a good thing that the mangrove men were so vocal, but they couldn't move considered fast. Lin Liqiu rushed into the house. She intended to tell the news to Qin Fan and Cao Ying, but it turned out, the moment she stepped inside, she was dumbfounded. The two who had been eating just a moment ago were actually sitting down face to face with their legs crossed at this moment. The two of them had their eyes closed, palms against palms, as if they were transmitting aura to each other. In addition, a light red ball of light wrapped around the duo. The red orb of light seemed to have the effect of isolating itself from the world. The sound of Lin Liqiu as she entered the house, as well as the sharp friction of the people of the red tree outside the house, could not disturb Qin Fan and Cao Ying in the red light. Lin Liqiu observed very carefully, and she immediately discovered that the book, the Yin Yang Spiritual Marriage Technique, was currently sitting on the floor of the red ball of light. Before dinner, Lin Liqiu had seen Qin Fan accidentally drop this gongfu onto the ground. At that time, she guessed that this mysterious gong method that made her parched was not a dual cultivation gong method, and now it seems. Solid hammer. It was a shame the double cross wasn't for her. The corner of Lin Liqiu's mouth curved gently as she looked at the duo within the red light and smiled numbly. I just twisted my head and you guys are double cultivating? Cao Ying, you vile witch. Is it true that if I come in a little later, you guys will even have a baby? Don't double cultivate There are monsters outside the house that are going to fight their way in. Wake up guys. Under some curses, the two people in the red light did not move at all, and Lin Liqiu could not forcefully break in. She could only watch in despair as the two showed their love for each other and double-crossed each other while she watched the mangrove man outside the house slowly approaching. After eating dinner, he asked to be practiced Yin Yang spiritual marriage gong Qin Fan, who at first refused, but it occurred to him that he needed strength in an unfamiliar place to better survive. Also, Lin Liqiu happened to say that she was going to go outside to plant fruits and vegetables for an hour or so. Qin Fan then started the dual cultivation journey with her with some anticipation at Cao Ying's suggestion. Just for the moment, after he was wrapped in the ball of red light, even if he opened his eyes, he couldn't see exactly what was beside him. He only had the naked Cao Ying in his eyes now. This Yin and Yang spiritual marriage kung fu is absolutely marvelous in this layer of atmosphere. No matter when, no matter where, even if the duo in dual cultivation dressed themselves tightly, both parties would see each other's most primitive appearance as soon as they entered the state of dual cultivation. Chapter 54, Stolen Man and Stolen Home. Although the Yin-Yang spirit marriage technique was a dual cultivation technique of the transformation god realm, it was not difficult to comprehend the technique. After Qin Fan finished his meal, he flipped through a few pages of content with Cao Ying, and then quickly got into it. The two of them pressed against their palms, and a strong aura continuously circled around their circumference. First, before Qin Fan will know, want to practice this dual cultivation are determined to dominate the position. Whether male or female, one party must be the dominant position with a 100-fold increase, while the other is the auxiliary position with no increase multiplier. Cao Ying knew this when he flipped through the first page of the gongfu. Without even waiting for Qin Fan to open his mouth, she took the initiative to act as a support position. Qin Fan, I'm sorry, I can only make it up to you in this way. I hope I can forgive my fault. At this moment, Cao Ying, who was in the midst of double cultivation, sighed inwardly. She quietly opened her eyes and glanced at Qin Fan, who was practicing with his eyes closed in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but beat hard. Jane, simply handsome. The boyfriend pull of those upturned features is full, perfect muscle contour, but also let Cao Ying breathing are accelerated a lot. She was on the verge of having harangues running from the corners of her mouth and morphing into an old LSP. Like Qin Fan, Cao Ying looked at the other side of the dual cultivation and bared her soul. But the secondary position feels very different from the dominant position. The charm on the other side will be even stronger than usual in the auxiliary position view. This is also the necessary emotional accumulation of the yin-yang spiritual marriage kung fu. Because it's better to digest excess internal energy when you do that kind of thing after you're done with the dual practice. Cao Ying still wanted to steal a few more glances at Qin Fan as a way to brew up the next serious matter when Lin Liqiu's call suddenly rang in her mind. Cao Ying, you witch, now is not the time to steal. Hurry up and come out of your dual cultivation state. It's dangerous outside. The red light boundary created by the yin-yang spirit marriage technique was able to isolate all movement in the outside world, but it couldn't do anything to shield the transmission of the demon soul contract. Lin Liqiu was in a hurry to fumble with the pack sound transmission technique when she saw the mangrove man slowly attacking outside the house. These words reached Cao Ying's ears, and she was very confused. What are you doing? So annoying. This saint girl. Didn't we agree to let me have Qin Fan for the time being? Cao Ying was a little reluctant to break away from the dual cultivation, as the auxiliary position was very enjoyable for her. The charms of her favorite person are endlessly amplified at the moment, and she can't help but become a love brain. What's wrong, Cao Ying? Your aura transportation just now slowed down for a week. Suddenly, Qin Fan's question reached Cao Ying's ears. Cao Ying raised his head to speak. Even though I was mentally prepared to be honest with each other, I was still a little shy and blushing. In order to better enjoy her dual cultivation, she simply treated Lin Liqiu's voice transmission as harassment and perfunctorily followed it. It's okay, I just got accidentally distracted looking at your body. Well, you're actually pretty good. Thank you. So after we finish our double dip, we'll take a shower and then. The duo and the double cultivation boundary were sweetly romancing each other. While Lin Liqiu was outside with a shattered Dao heart, she pressed herself against the knotted ball of light, pounding the knot feebly on one side and shouting out of the side of her mouth. Don't double cultivate I'm not envious. I'm cautiously warning you guys. Well, envious actually a little bit. After Lin Liqiu finished speaking, she heard a loud rumble from beside her. Boo! A group of mangrove men had destroyed the walls of the house, and they were coming towards the three with devastating force. Seeing this scene, Lin Liqiu's heart was in her throat as she violently turned her head to look at Qin Fan and Cao Ying. As a result, she saw the two of them in the red light suddenly change from the position of palms against palms to a position of embracing each other. Good lord! This is double-crossing getting intimate, isn't it? Monsters are hitting home. Is it really okay for you guys to be so ambiguous? However, right after Qin Fan and Cao Ying got more intimate in their poses, Lin Liqiu realized that there was something wrong with those mangrove tree people who rushed in. She looked at the mangroves again, and was surprised to find that they were actually still. Swish! The good times didn't last long. One of the red tree people in the crowd of red trees suddenly stormed up, its dry arm branches slashing violently towards Lin Liqiu. Under the pressure of that terrifying Yuaning realm's attack, Lin Liqiu had no room for resistance. She closed her eyes in despair and smiled a sneer. What bad luck for me. Minute tomorrow will be able to ascend to the throne of the Virgin. The result? The man is stolen by the witch, and the reality of his home is stolen. The pain of being doubly stolen made Lin Liqiu give up completely. Click! In the next second, the redwood branch that was only a few centimeters away from Lin Liqiu suddenly froze in the air. She opened her eyes in dismay, only to find that the mangrove man who had attacked her was now taking a step backward. Not only this one mangrove man, but all those mangrove men who had barbarically barged in all inexplicably retreated. What is going on here? Could it be that the holy Tao of heaven and earth has manifested? Lin Liqiu muttered in shock as she began to suspect that it was her holy maiden succession at work. Turning her head, however, she immediately blushed brilliantly. Previously Qin Fan and Cao Ying's hug was just a friend status. Now words. There was something a little over-enthusiastic about their embrace. The two were wrapped in each other's arms, looking even more ambiguous than before. It happened to be an escalation of their ambiguity, which caused Lin Liqiu's brain to flash an aura. Could it be that? No way. How could it be that ridiculous? I'm green enough as it is. Why would I voluntarily add green to myself? Lin Liqiu didn't dare to be sure of what was in her heart, but as a result, the two people in the red light boundary suddenly loosened their warm embrace. They once again resumed their initial position of palms against palms. It was as if the two weren't quite used to the sudden enthusiasm, so they pulled back slightly. But just as that distance was kept safe, Lin Liqiu's side wasn't. Click, click, click. The mangrove people who had originally withdrawn from the wooden house were now slowly coming towards Lin Liqiu again. At that moment, she held her forehead and mumbled as she looked up at the ceiling. Heaven and earth and the holy way. Am I doomed to become a single woman like my master, Lu Emotionless? I had a hard time getting a crush on a guy, and this is how it's going to end. Saying that, 2 lines of tears slid down Lin Liqiu's face. She looked squarely at the approaching mangrove men and sucked in a cold breath. With that, she utilized the demonic soul contract and began to frantically transmit her voice to Cao Ying in the red light boundary. Cao Ying, you listen to me well. Hurry up and double cultivate with senior brother Qin Fan. The more intimate and ambiguous the better. Hurry up. If you don't, I'm going to use the demonic soul contract to erase your life. Today, you must complete your dual cultivation with senior brother Qin Fan. Chapter 55 Dual Cultivation King, Qin Fan. Lone Floating Island. In the palace, Dai Qizun tossed and turned in his bed and had trouble sleeping. As the owner of the 18 poor forbidden regions, she had been in charge of this place for exactly 800 years. In all her years, she had never lost sleep here. The reason for today's insomnia is still the lack of that crisp buzzing sound in my ears. The Red Joy Forbidden Domain would produce a little bit of Dao Rhythm Essence blood every day, as long as this drop of essence blood was born. Then as the master of the domain, Dai Red Zun, she would be able to hear a special buzzing sound beside her ears. After the buzzing sound, the essence blood would automatically float to Dai Red Zun's spatial ring. But tonight, that day after day the buzzing didn't ring out, which couldn't help but make Dai Akatsuki sit up in distraction. The black and red moonlight penetrated the window and shone down on her hot and powerful body. Dai Chizuan had hair as red as blood, and was draped in a loose red nightgown, with large swaths of snow-white tit muscles showing in the air. The front and back of the body are beautiful, and the face is exquisite to a fault. She frowned in annoyance at the moment and raised her hand to summon a crystalline floating ball. This is a prop for monitoring insight into all the floating islands in the field. Dai Red Zun's mind moved, and images of various forbidden domains immediately appeared in the crystalline floating sphere. Since each forbidden area was incredibly wide, it would take her some time during her search. She murmured in confusion as she quickly monitored it with her divine sense. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Red Moon Carnival has failed? Otherwise, why has tonight's Tao Rhythm Essence blood been delayed in arriving at my father's hands? Red Moon Carnival, a phenomenon unique to the 18 poor forbidden regions. At nightfall, the mangrove men of the forbidden zones will dance in their own circles, during which time they will exterminate any living thing in sight. All that was needed was for the mangroves to all come together and for the dance to end, and a drop of Tao Rhythm Essence blood would be born. This was the law of the Tao of the 18 poor forbidden regions, and it had been so for 100 years. As for the dying of the Red Dignity, she was driven here by the ancient clan after her heart was shattered by that man's playfulness and deceitfulness, and she did something treasonous. During his imprisonment, Dai Chizun buried anything related to that person into the floating island of the domain, and the Yin Yang spirit marriage kung fu was one of them. In the next moment, her divine sense detected Qin Fan and the others in the Red Joy forbidden domain. Dai Red Zun's eyes widened all of a sudden, her face filled with incredulity. Wait, how are those 3 human cultivators still alive? How is this possible? Those red puppets didn't kill them? Every mangrove man in the 18 poor forbidden realms is called a red puppet. They were all intruders in their original bodies, but now they just become what they look like after being controlled by the laws of the realm. One of the laws of the 18 poor forbidden domains. The intruder who does not engage in heterosexual dual cultivation that night will end up being swarmed by the initial red puppets. The initial red puppet is desire incarnate. Once killed by it, the intruder would turn into the red puppet's mangrove man form. Week after week, there were already more than 2,000 red puppets at the early stage of Yuaning realm and the floating island of Red Joy forbidden area. Dai Red Zun had already entered the early stage of the immortal realm, and she clearly sensed that none of the 3 who had trespassed into the Red Joy forbidden area had reached the Yuaning realm in terms of cultivation. So, could they have mastered the rules of the domain? Even so, then they deserve to die. Ordinary dual cultivation gong methods simply cannot fulfill the conditions of rule dual cultivation, unless they dig up the Yin Yang spirit marriage technique that my father buried in the cave. Thinking of this only possibility, a faint blush wiped across Dai Akatsuki's face. She is not too shy, are living on several hundred years of cultivators, some things she has long forgotten. She just didn't understand how anyone in this world could actually cultivate that heaven-defying dual cultivation. The Yin-Yang spirit marriage technique that I hid in the cave is a self-created, dual cultivation technique that I created with that man at the transformation god realm level can indeed resist the power of the rules. However, there are no serious negative effects recorded on the top of the technique. Dai Red Zun swallowed her saliva as she peered up at Qin Fan and the others in the Red Huan forbidden domain through her palm floating bead. Under the shelter of the Yin-Yang spirit marriage technique, even Dai Red Zun couldn't ignore the red light boundary to see Qin Fan, but she sighed regretfully. That negative effect, even this Zun at her peak wouldn't dare to resist it easily. Cultivating the Yin-Yang spirit marriage gong, the dominant party's flesh and bones will be eroded by the sentiment toxin. A little bit of the body is rotten, and finally turned into a corpse and bones. This is the man's last means of trying to kill this honored one? Fortunately, this honored one recognized it in advance at that time. Dai Chizun is quite shocked that Qin Fan was lucky enough to find the Yin-Yang spiritual marriage kung fu, but she is even more helpless that there are people in the world who will be poisoned to death by that man. The next moment, she also shook her head indifferently and lay down on her bed to continue sleeping. There were countless people who had intruded into the Red Joy forbidden domain over the past 100 years, and without exception, they had all been transformed into red puppets. It seemed to Dai Red Zun that Qin Fan and the others couldn't get rid of the red puppet. When the next drop of Dao Rhythm Essence blood was gathered, she would still be able to give 500 drops of Dao Rhythm Essence blood to each N. In this way, Yi Duan would then be able to get out of the gate and try again to make Dai Red respect the return to the earthly world. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. I guess in less than 5 minutes, that human cultivator who dominated the dual cultivation will receive the dual cultivation backlash, and the Dao Rhythm Essence blood will fly to my spatial ring. Dai Red Zun murmured softly, then turned around and tried to fall asleep. Red Joy forbidden territory. In the dilapidated wooden house, Lin Liqiu, who was so aggrieved that she was about to shed tears, had already guessed through the actions of the red puppets that dual cultivation had a strange effect on them against them. She realized that as long as Qin Fan got more energized with Cao Ying's dual cultivation, those terrifying mangrove people would be estranged, and vice versa. In order to be able to live, she kept transmitting her voice to Cao Ying, telling the other party to hurry up and double cultivate with Qin Fan. It was just that the more she lived like this, the better heartbroken Lin Liqiu became. Hell knows what other dual cultivation positions will come next. What if they really did that? Won't I become redundant next? Ooh-hoo, but if they don't dual cultivate, then who's going to resist these monsters? Lin Liqiu bit her lower lip and painfully said, dual practice in a knot of red light. Cao Ying listened to Lin Liqiu's shouts of support outside. She was very confused. It was clear that just a moment ago, he had said that he did not want to double cultivate, and that he could not shibboleth. Why are you telling yourself to hurry up and double cultivate like it's killing you now? What was even more outrageous was that when Cao Ying heard Lin Liqiu's line about threatening her with dual cultivation by using the demon soul contract, she was completely numb. Is Lin Liqiu's kindness breaking out in a big way? Is she opting out of the triangle? What a lame saintly woman. During Cao Ying's wondering, she glanced at Qin Fan again out of habit. Results, she noticed that Qin Fan's face was a bit off. Qin Fan, who was cultivating with his legs crossed, had sweat all over his forehead at this moment. His brow was furrowed and his lips were white, as if he was in the throes of an extremely torturous and painful ordeal. Qin Fan, what happened to you? Is everything alright? Cao Ying asked anxiously through her mind. Qin Fan closed his eyes and didn't respond, which didn't stop her from becoming more anxious. She intended to pause the double cultivation, but the result was that the yin-yang spirit marriage gong firmly absorbed her limbs in place and she could not move. In the meantime, in Qin Fan's mind, the system's icy prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, the host has been detected to be playing with his life with a woman of destiny. Even if you are about to be eaten away by the toxin of love, you are still determined to make light of the woman of destiny. Your color-coded villain is amazing. As a reward, you've successfully acquired the dual cultivation indestructible body. Dual cultivation imperishable body. Cultivators with this physique will ignore any negative benefits of dual cultivation, and all states such as weak kidneys and weakness will not be able to work on you, including but not limited to certain male and female diseases in the earthly realm. Furthermore, this is the only special physique in the world of metaphysical fantasy, and the only person holding it is you. Qin Fan, the only person who has it is you. Qin Fan, Chapter 56, Hubby, come on. Qin Fan was only controlled by the negative benefits of the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, not unconscious or dead. So, he couldn't help but explode in his heart when he heard the system's compliments coming out of nowhere. Goddamn color-coded villains. I was sucked in by this strange dual cultivation technique. Sucked so much that I couldn't move. You think I want to be victimized? Just now, when he was having a good double cultivation, Qin Fan felt that his blood and bones were stripped of strength. It was as if he had been dropped into a barrel full of ants, and thereupon an uncountable number of ants crawled up to gnaw on him. That fear of blood and flesh gradually receding really made Qin Fan afraid. Well, after acquiring the dual cultivation indestructible body, he swept away the atrophy and became a fierce man again. Once he ignored the negative damage spreading through his body, he felt a burst of energy. A mistake. I should have had more eyes on this dual cultivation technique of unknown origin. Fortunately, I can now ignore any dual cultivation negative effects. So keep doing it. As Qin Fan thought this, he became somewhat vengeful and began to continue his dual cultivation with Cao Ying. His original intention of creating the off-world returning god talisman was to cultivate 10,000 times over. Now that 10,000 times cultivation is gone, you won't even give me a 100 times double cultivation increase? The less I give, the more I take. On the other hand, Qin Fan had probed when he ran the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique, and he knew that Cao Ying, as a supporting party, had an extremely small probability of her suffering negative effects. So, just let whatever mess is coming toward you. Lao Zi has a dual cultivation indestructible body and is the king of dual cultivation. After thinking about it, Qin Fan struck more ambiguous poses with Cao Ying. It is worth noting that these poses are limited to physical interactions and there is no negative distance communication. That kind of seriousness was the idle talk after dual cultivation. Yin-yang spirit marriage gong. This dual cultivation was limited to surface interaction. Even so, Cao Ying, who was suddenly held tightly by Qin Fan, was startled. Her small face blushed as she asked shyly to Qin Fan, "Ya old husband, why are you so raw all of a sudden? What happened when you didn't speak just now?" The rawness was because Qin Fan's aura had skyrocketed so much that it was as if he was ignoring any deterrent on dual cultivation, so fierce that it made Cao Ying's heart beat quite a bit faster. This dual cultivation technique is a bit special. I was in an adaptive state just now. It's fine now. Let's continue with the dual cultivation. Well, as long as you're strong, I'm willing to stay with you, Cao Ying said with a sweet smile. She was a supporting party without any dualistic gains, but she had no complaints in her mind. As long as Qin Fan can be cool, she can give a lot. Then, Lin Liqiu outside the red light boundary was getting faster and faster to cry into tears. She was outside, watching Cao Ying and Qin Fan become more and more skillful in matching their postures. Her heart was indescribably bitter. The only thing worth celebrating was that those red puppets were gradually moving away from the wooden house. It was as if Qin Fan and Cao Ying's dual cultivation was an evil warding formation. And the louder their evil warding formation was, the more the demons and devils outside wouldn't dare to approach. Lin Liqiu did not have any words of gratitude for being the beneficiary of the evil warding formation. On the contrary, she reluctantly bit her lip at Cao Ying, who was smiling happily in the red light boundary. It's too unbearable, and I can't even stray away from you guys. I can only crouch on the side to watch you guys this ambiguous. Cao Ying, this time count me as a loser. Next time I will definitely win you once. After Lin Liqiu secretly swore, the two people in the red light boundary played more fancy poses. The more she looked, the angrier she felt, her head growing green, slowly closing his eyes, but his eyelids still occasionally peeked open without a fight to see how far they'd gotten. Over time, Qin Fan, who was in dual cultivation, was very happy in his mind at the moment. Hundredfold duels are not as good as thousandfold or 10,000-fold, but the speed is still terrifying. Qin Fan was vaguely close to touching the bottleneck of the early stage of the Jindan realm, which undoubtedly made him happy. During the dual cultivation process, the yin-yang spirit marriage technique would occasionally transmit the horrifying feeling of being gnawed by ants earlier, but whenever the negative benefits struck, Qin Fan's dual cultivation indestructible body was even better. He was now a veritable king of dual cultivation, and all the difficult cases had nothing to do with him. But in the double cultivation run more than 100 times, Qin Fan's mind out of nowhere more strange images. He saw, there was a sultry woman with red hair in front of her, and she was actually lying beside another man like a licking dog, begging for her life. Elder Brother Gui Su, why is it that I love you so much, but you want to put me to death over and over again? Can't you just let us go back to the very beginning of our relationship? The red-haired woman's voice was unsurprisingly melodious and pleasant. Unfortunately, the woman in Qin Fan's mind, as well as the man he called Senior Brother Gui Su, both had their backs turned to Qin Fan's perspective. This made it impossible for Qin Fan to get a good look at them. But, with Qin Fan's many years of experience, even a glance at the back of this pair could determine that this was a beautiful and handsome pair. But what is this? Oh, I'm just practicing a technique. How come my mind has been invaded by other memories for no reason? Suddenly, Qin Fan recalled the villain system's introduction to the yin-yang spirit marriage technique. The system has said that this dual cultivation merit is something buried by the owner of the 18 poor forbidden domains. So, now this dog blood picture is actually the memories of the owner of the merit? Qin Fan was greatly amazed. He couldn't dare to imagine that a mighty person who could control such a mysterious realm would have such humble memories in private. Why do you say humble? Because that red-haired woman in the return to the virtual senior brother after pleading, she was pitifully hugging people as thighs. The result? Fingers have not even touched. Her arm will be gently kicked away by that leg. The system had explained that the yin-yang spirit marriage technique was something created by a mighty man after he was wounded by love. So right now, this female licking dog must be the big brother of the control field not running away. The unfamiliar memory images in front of me continued to play. Senior Sister Dai, you and I were originally feuding, and if you stay with me, your clan might hunt you down. So, let go. We're impossible. Elder Brother Guishua looked at the far side of the cliff without moving as he spoke. Dai's sister immediately collapsed forward, and she even attempted to hug her thighs. Don't! I'm going to follow you. What does the Holy Demon World feud have to do with us? I love you. I want to follow you for the rest of my life. Holy devil? After hearing this Senior Dai sister's shout, Qin Fan raised his eyebrows. Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying happened to be saint and witch. Only, instead of the two of them having any callers, the two women have a strong obsession with themselves. Qin Fan gradually became curious about what the end of this mighty man's melon was. I was just about to concentrate on the follow-up when the strange memory suddenly came to a screeching halt. What happened? The climax phase is gone? What a pain in the ass. Qin Fan, who was eating melons seriously, couldn't help but open his mouth. When he then opened his eyes, he was dismayed to see Cao Ying's face full of aggression. Cao Ying's face was flushed, her body was covered in sweat, and she looked like she was about to be drained. Even so, she bit her lip, not caring at all about her body do. I'm sorry, husband, it's because I didn't satisfy you. Let's continue the double cultivation again, and break my body. I won't mind. Chapter 57 Love and Hate That Man. It was easy to enter the dreamland of Dai Akatsuki. She suddenly woke up violently as if she was having a nightmare. Her body all jerked violently. Then she sat up from the bed. What's going on? Why am I sweating so much? It's weird. It's so weird tonight. Dyed Red Zune wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured in shock. In fact, after becoming in the realm of immortality, none of them need daily sleep or food. But she was too bored to be imprisoned in the 18 poor forbidden regions, so she retained her former habits. Just recalling the contents of the nightmare just now, Daichi Zune couldn't help but clench his fists in death. She dreamed that someone had spied on her unsavory dog-licking past. Even after hundreds of years of being washed away, Dyed Red Zune could not tolerate his black history being exposed. She was once the man's humble little sister. In order to get into the other party's good graces, Dai Akatsuki did too many stupid things. It was because of this realization that she was willing to be imprisoned here by her people to atone for her sins. Also the fact that she buried anything about that man speaks volumes about how much Daichi Zune hates black history. It's never been like this in 800 years. What the hell is going on today? Dyed Red Zune murmured as she took out the floating ball in her hand to check the situation of the Red Cheer Forbidden Domain. Before viewing it, she couldn't help but coo. Those 3 cultivators should all be dead through and through, right? The omen of the nightmare just now shouldn't have anything to do with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Daichi Zune stared at his beautiful eyes in shock. In the floating ball, the image shown was none other than Qin Fan and the others. Qin Fan and Cao Ying continuously operated the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, and the breath released by the dual cultivation technique directly forced back the red puppets that were attacking like waves. How is that possible? Daichi Zune couldn't help but put the floating ball in front of her eyes as she tried like hell to see Qin Fan's face. Because, apart from the man who created this gong method, she couldn't think of anyone who could avoid the negative benefits of this dual cultivation. Unfortunately, due to the special protection of the red light boundary, only Lin Liqiu, who was in close proximity, could see Qin Fan and Cao Ying interacting. There was just a red barrier of light in Daichi Zune's field of vision, and she couldn't see any of its contents. Boo! In the next instant, that one surveillance floating ball suspended in his palm was suddenly crushed and exploded. Dyed Red Zune's originally sleepy face was now covered in hatred. Loving and hating, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. One of the people in there who are double-crossing must be the offspring of that man. It must be so. Otherwise no one in the world would be able to withstand the erosive pain of the yin-yang spirit marriage technique. Even if the person inside was not a descendant of senior brother Guesu, he was definitely inextricably related to Guesu. But Dai Akatsuki was no longer the silly girl who would have given everything for love. In a few breaths, she gradually calmed down, her eyes grim. This father can't show his face rashly. This matter has to be confirmed by Yi Duan first. He returned to the void senior brother. If you knew that the only heir of the Holy Dragon clan is now my subordinate, what would your mood be? After saying this, Dyed Red Zune felt a subtle force being born in the 18 poor forbidden regions. Her brow furrowed more and more, her mood looking a little worse. This perception signaled that today's portion of Dao Rhythm Essence blood had come out. But, due to Qin Fan and the others breaking the rules of the Red Joy Forbidden Domain, the Dao Rhyme Essence blood failed to automatically float to the hands of the Dyed Red Zune. Default. The Dao Rhyme Essence blood would automatically fly to the domain owner, or the top dual cultivator within the domain. In other words, Qin Fan, who had just finished double cultivating the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, suddenly had a brilliant splash of droplet-shaped bright red essence blood on his hand. How? Cao Ying, did you sneak something into my hand? Red Joy Forbidden Territory. In the cabin, Qin Fan, who had just finished his dual cultivation, couldn't help but raise his head to Cao Ying in front of him after he sensed the Daoist essence blood emerging out of thin air from his palm. However, when his gaze fell on the other party, Qin Fan immediately sighed helplessly. Cao Ying looks like he's about to be played out. There is no way to make this silly witch too crazy. Previously, Qin Fan's dissatisfaction with the climax stage of the spit, referring to the recall of the plot of the midway stop. The result, Cao Ying mistakenly thought that she did not let Qin Fan satisfied. Then the ninny ran up her aura against all odds, pulling full of all the pressure that the auxiliary position was under. Qin Fan was persuaded halfway through to tell her not to be so crazy, but she just wouldn't stop. Oh, no, it's not listening. At this moment, Qin Fan used his divine sense to scan up his own cultivation. With the 100-fold increase of the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, he had already touched the bottleneck of the early stage of the Jindan realm. All of this was thanks to Cao Ying's life-threatening dedication, or else if it was honestly double cultivation, Qin Fan would have to consume at least 3 or 4 days. Hey, hubby, as long as you're satisfied. Feeling the heartbroken gaze cast by Qin Fan, Cao Ying gave him a tired smile. The next moment, like losing the last bit of her strength, Her body was suddenly about to collapse. Qin Fan hurriedly hugged the other party. After wrapping his arms around Cao Ying, he realized that Cao Ying's sweat was wetting his clothes. The kind of level that squeezes out a lot of sweat when you give your skirt a little squeeze. Other people's dual cultivation is to enhance their feelings, but her dual cultivation is to play with her life. In comparison, Qin Fan was not tired at all. Even if Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying took turns to double cultivate, he probably wouldn't even take a breath. Don't ask. Ask, his dual cultivation indestructible body is too terrifying. This physique secretly strengthens Qin Fan's dual cultivation state. The moment. Qin Fan sighed helplessly and then said towards Lin Liqiu, who was looking dumbfounded beside him. Little sister Liqiu, can I trouble you to take care of Cao Ying for me? Help her take a bath and change her clothes. Wait a minute. How come the house has broken a big hole? As he spoke, Qin Fan's gaze glanced at the wooden wall that had been destroyed by the red puppet, and he couldn't help but be dismayed. Lin Liqiu picked up Cao Ying in her unconscious state. She took the opportunity to secretly pinch her face, both pinching Cao Ying to the point that her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. After a small vent, Lin Liqiu began to tell Qin Fan about what happened a few minutes ago. She also told Qin Fan about the red puppet's law of dodging the attacks of the dual cultivators. Hearing this, Qin Fan slowly nodded his head. I see. This place's red moon and red tree really have something fishy. Don't worry. Later I will go to repair the wall, and will also repair it a little thicker. Then again, when you were chatting with me just now, why did you keep secretly pinching Cao Ying? It felt like she was on the verge of being woken up by you pinching her. After saying that, Qin Fan sighed helplessly. He glanced at Cao Ying and Lin Liqiu's arms, and his little face, thighs, arms, and other white flesh were all pinched and somewhat reddened. It was a good thing that the force of each pinch wasn't too great, or Cao Ying might have really woken up with an ouch. Seeing that her small action was recognized by Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu blushed and withdrew her hand that still wanted to continue pinching Cao Ying's waist. She pouted her lips and cooed. Who made this witch so despicable? Taking advantage of my inattention to double cultivate with senior brother Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled awkwardly as he tried to bring the two women closer together and said, then you've seen it now. She just double cultivation assisted so hard that people passed out. Who'd have guessed? Lin Liqiu was immediately unconvinced. With her fingers outstretched, she poked Cao Ying, whose small face was all slightly reddened by the pinch, blushing and retorting. Cut. This witch is just lame. I wouldn't care if the target was Qin Fan, even if he fainted a dozen times. Chapter 58, Poisonous Transformation Table. There is actually a magically modified metaphysical women's clothing. Double fix. Get dizzy a couple dozen times? Girl, you fainted and you're going to be forcefully dragged into a double cultivation? Can you stop describing me as a world-destroying wanker? Qin Fan's mouth twitched after hearing Lin Liqiu's stubborn reply, so he gave up on the idea of easing the relationship between the two women. Immediately after that, he quickly patched up the broken holes that had been damaged by the red puppet. After ensuring that the cabin was closed, Lin Liqiu helped Cao Ying wipe her body. Now that Cao Ying was sweating and fainting with weakness, it was obviously impossible to just let it go. But before letting Lin Liqiu help bathe, Qin Fan urged a sentence, don't pinch her secretly again. Lin Liqiu breathless then began to grudgingly as a bath scrubber. Qin Fan stood guard at the entrance of the wooden house and sat down cross-legged. Probably because he had just finished his dual cultivation, he was as sage as a Buddha at the moment. The crisp sound of running water behind him as Lin Liqiu helped Cao Ying bathe was completely unable to sway him. Qin Fan lowered his head and surveyed the Dao Rhythm Essence blood that had just appeared in his palm. This drop of essence blood had an extraordinary aura, and just by holding it in his hand, he felt a majestic power that was hard to reach. System, what is this thing? Help me analyze it. Qin Fan turned to the system for help. In between the host's good performance on the dual cultivation of the Daughter of Heaven's destiny, all the double cultivation of people to faint, is really ing dang villain. This analysis will also be provided free of charge. 6. Gradually accustomed to the villain system's slander, Qin Fan lazily refuted. Single walking a 6. The system then began to explain the Dao Rhythm Essence blood. Prop name, Daoist Essence blood. Source, 18 Poor Forbidden Region Special props. After the host forces the red puppets to retreat through double cultivation in the red happiness forbidden region, the host will automatically plunder 1 drop of Daoist Essence blood produced every day. Details, this blood is the blood of desire constructed from countless thoughts of greed, containing thoughts of immortality, male and female pleasures, satiety, etc., uses, forging, evil sense of enlightenment, etc. After hearing all of it, Qin Fan's brows gradually tightened. It turns out that this place is called the Red Joy Forbidden Region, one of the jurisdictions of the 18 Poor Forbidden Regions. It does seem to be the same as what Liqiu said, that as long as I double cultivate with the opposite sex, those red puppets like the mangrove tree people will be estranged from us. After murmuring, He stared at the Dao Rhythm Essence blood containing the power of subtlety in his palm, and an aura suddenly swept through his mind. The system's use of Daoyan Essence blood just now was forging. While we're at it, could it be used to fix the anti-injury invisible armor that's wearing out at almost 100%? Repairing the forging thing. Qin Fan was completely clueless. He's a poisoner, not a craftsman, so, when in trouble, then try to whore out the almighty system. With that, Qin Fan gently called out in his heart, "Oh Tuzi, you've been with me for a while, now that this host is in trouble, should you pledge your allegiance?" Host, first things first, this system is a virtual image. You mustn't have shibboleths about the cyber system. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I that horny in your eyes? Yes. Who made you the man with the dual immortal body? You. The quality greeting on Qin Fan's lips nearly popped out, but fortunately he was calm enough to change the topic. Not to push lie with you. Say, can you use Dao Rhyme Essence blood to help me repair the anti-injury invisible armor? May, that painful? Good. Sorry, I got stuck. So what were you going to say originally? Yes, you can. However, the host has to unlock and use the poison transformation table once, and after successful use, this system will help you use the Dao Rhyme Essence blood and repair the anti-injury invisible armor. What is this poison transformation table? Qin Fan had just finished asking when a brand new system module was suddenly revealed in his mind. At this moment, Qin Fan's brain felt like it had been stuffed with a universal workbench. By simply collecting the corresponding poison props, he was able to create a wide variety of props. Currently, he realized that 2 costume blueprints had been automatically unlocked. Costume 1, Demonic Witch Set. The name is black and purple shadow dress and it goes with Moonlawn black silk. Requires poison material, 10,000 years old and above. 1 pound of any part of the material. Costume 2, the Perfect Virgin Set. The name is Platinum Flow Fairy Dress and it goes with Sakura white silk. Requires poison material, 10,000 years old and above. 1 pound of any part of the material. When Qin Fan finished perusing the 2 costume blueprints, he fell silent. Boy, that's astringent. Clothing blueprints have preview modes. Even if Qin Fan is watching air models wearing these clothes, his little jailbird said that he is not poking. Which set is a slim model of black long dress, hemline, skirt and other designs look very much like the metaphysical magic conversion of women's clothing. Especially the Chulan black silk, TSK, it's an excellent material at first glance. Platinum Flow Fairy Dress, not to mention that it is the Holy Woman set against the Witch set. How seductive and enchanting the Witch set is. How holy and beautiful the Holy Woman set is. White dress edge ironed with a long gold pattern. Dignified and elegant temperament. Cherry fall white silk is a few lifelike pink cherry blossoms. If these magically modified uniforms were given to Cao Ying and Lin Liqiu, Qin Fan might have decided on the spot to double cultivate overnight. Wait a minute. What am I here for again? System, what do you mean? Deliberately trying to lure me into becoming an old colorful batch, are you? Qin Fan had just finished his rhetorical question when the system explained in a loud voice. Host, the poison transformation table is the richest function module of this system. Take these 2 dresses for example. If the corresponding persona's heavenly destiny girl wears them, they will increase their favoritism towards you by default. Boosting goodwill? Aren't you encouraging me to stay away from the divine fate? Otherwise what's with that eggs 10,000 times cultivation? One size does not fit all. Host, you can stay away from the crazy refreshed faithful ones by your own ability. Of course, you can also tame the faithful ones through the poison conversion station. What does mean? There are still props in the conversion table that compel the mind? Yes, but that has to be unlocked after your villainous image improves. Right now the system's suggestion is that you first gift props to compel the heavenly destined daughters around you, ruthlessly play with their feelings, and then let them kill each other for you. And in the end, with no heavenly destined around you, won't you be able to logically cultivate faster? System, you're a genius for stepping on a horse. Qin Fan praised on the surface, but in reality, he secretly scolded the system as asterisk. Playing with the feelings of the divine feminine? Brother Tong, aren't you afraid that they'll collectively blacken into a sickly girl and go crazy after me? In order to perfume this villainous system with a missing head, Qin Fan planned to create a dress first after catering to it. Only by using the poison transformation table once could he repair the anti-wound invisible armor. Having the anti-injury invisible armor meant that Qin Fan would be able to have one more means of preserving his life in the Red Joy Forbidden region. It just so happened that Lin Liqiu was helping Cao Ying take a bath, and she definitely needed to wear clean clothes after the bath. Qin Fan then planned to make a magical girl costume first. As for the 10,000-year-old poison material needed for the transformation table, in the space ring, there happens to be a 10,000-year-old spider's corpse that hasn't been used yet. Chapter 59 10,000 Years Spider, Qin Fan, IXUX. In Qin Fan's spatial ring, the 10,000 Years Spider looked to have cooled down. Its head was chopped off by Cao Ying, and the head that survived by utilizing the head removal technique was also pinched and exploded by Cao berserkers. However, right here in the hazy and quiet realm of the space ring, the corpse of the 10,000 Year Spider suddenly squirmed. With a poof, a brand new human head coldly emerged from the broken head of the 10,000 Year Spider. Damn it! It's fortunate that I've stockpiled an extra head for 10,000 years. These demonic cultivators are so insensitive, slaughtering a 10,000-year-old mascot like me when they say so. The 10,000-year spider cursed coldly. Its secondary head, which is stockpiled in the body, must wait for the primary head to be destroyed before it can grow back. It's impossible to live that long without being savvy. Just as it was confused about where Cao Ying had put his body, the next moment, Qin Fan took out the 10,000 years spider. The moment it detached from the spatial ring, the wannabe spider prepared itself for the attack. However, when it sensed that Qin Fan was a Jindan realm big shot, it immediately closed both eyes and pretended to be dead. Qin Fan stared at the 10,000-year spider and murmured with narrowed eyes. Strange, why do I remember that the corpse of this 10,000-year-old spider was headless? Misremembered? During being gazed at by Qin Fan, the 10,000-year spider was nervous. However, it had just taken the opportunity to glance at Qin Fan's proper face, and its heart was also very pleased. Finally free from the grip of the demonic cultivator, first being chopped off by the demoness, and then having his head blown off by the demon cultivator commander. The 10,000-year spider had already hated the demon cultivator to the bone. It saw that Qin Fan looked quite kind, so it was relieved. Such a sunny boy can't have any bad ideas about me, can he? Got a bolt while the going's good. Me so. Just as he thought this, the wannabe spider heard the ear-piercing friction of sharpening knives coming from beside him. All the sparks from the machete's friction splashed onto the head of the 10,000-year-old spider, and it quietly opened its eyes as it endured the slight pain. Upon seeing that Qin Fan was in machete with a calm face, the wannabe spider was stunned. Before Qin Fan could make a move to chop the spider's arm, Lin Liqiu came shouting from the back. Senior Brother Qin Fan, can you help me get a towel? I want to help her wipe clean. Okay, close your eyes when you come over. No peeking. Oh, well, just now, when he was double cultivating with Cao Ying, he looked at what he should have seen and what he shouldn't have seen. After Qin Fan responded, he put the 10,000-year spider at the door for the time being, and then went to help Lin Liqiu get a dry towel. During this time, the 10,000-year-old spider went into shock. Qin Fan? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Wait a minute. He's the same Qin Fan that the witch said she wanted to curry favor with. After checking on Qin Fan's identity, the 10,000-year spider was so scared that it was about to spit out its silk. The witch is already so perverted. So will the man she fell in love with be even more perverted? At the moment, the 10,000-year spider couldn't care less. When it saw Qin Fan walking away, it instantly felt ecstatic in its heart. Good chance. Watch me bugger off. Just as its spider arms were ready to run wild, it realized it couldn't muster any strength at all. Looking down, the 10,000-year-old spider had been filled with dense silver needles at some point. This Qin Fan, is he a pharmacist or poisoner? When did he give me the paralyzing injection? Qin Fan gave the 10,000-year-old spider a paralyzing poison needle, but the 10,000-year-old spider was extremely resistant to toxicity, so the paralyzing effect only had a meager effect. Even so, the 10,000-year spider that had regrown its head was still weak, and it had just moved half a step towards the gate of freedom when Qin Fan returned with a towel. The moment Qin Fan sat back in the doorway, the 10,000-year-old spider continued to close its eyes and play dead. It is close to the gates of freedom. Ha! Did I just put it that far away? Qin Fan couldn't help but murmur as he detected the displacement of the 10,000-year spider. Once again, the 10,000-year-old spider tensed to the breaking point as he gazed at her. It kept praying, "Spare me! Spare me!" The next moment, a slap came violently. Snap! Qin Fan finished slapping the 10,000-year spider's face, and his eyes were still fixed on the other party. Looks like it's dead? Well, odds are I'm just seeing things. After being inexplicably hit, the wannabe spider only wanted to curse in his heart. Not very lethal and extremely insulting. It stays hard and silent after being hit so as not to be exposed. As a result, in the next second, Qin Fan's hand rose and fell. With a poof, he directly chopped off one of the 10,000-year spider's spider arms. That instant pain directly caused the 10,000-year-old spider to squirt out some spider silk in agitation. Qin Fan placed the chopped off arm onto his portable scale and measured it, then smacked his lips. TCH, chopped less than a pound of meat. In the poison transformation table, a pound of 10,000 1000-year-old poison material is needed to make the witch's set. However, Qin Fan's exclamation shocked the 10,000-year spider. It was so excited that it continued to spew spider silk from its ass. Desperate to think, this Tama is a madman. The meat of a 10,000-year-old poisonous creature can be eaten? The leader of the devil cultivators wouldn't even dare to eat it if he came. Right? Poisonous creatures in general cannot be used as food. Especially old poisonous creatures like the 10,000-year-old spiders, where even a single hair is highly poisonous. However, Qin Fan's next action of weighing it with his hand made the 10,000-year spider cry out in fear. This technique is exactly like that of a pig killer. It was true that the man the witch had fallen in love with must have had a problem with his mental state. Pust. Qin Fan made another chop and chopped off half of his arm. He put it back on the scale and measured it, only to frown. What's going on? This thing has that skinny arm meat? It's still a little short. At this time, the two spider arms clattered and sprayed blood from the 10,000-year-old spider that had gone numb. Brother, how much meat do you want? Just tell me. I'll cut it myself. Okay? One cut or two isn't enough. You set aside to cut a live specimen? Qin Fan was also quite depressed right now. He was worried that chopping too much next would affect the toxicity of the 10,000-year-old poison, and chopping less would require him to chop again. So he began to examine the parts of the 10,000-year-old spider that would make up exactly 1 pound. It didn't take long for Qin Fan to find a mass of fleshy tentacles at the root of the 10,000-year spider. That's nice. It's small. It's quite cute. And it feels like it's chopped down just enough to reach the weight. With this thought, Qin Fan stretched out his hand, giving the fleshy tentacle a tug. A yank. He also raised the machete that glinted coldly in his hand. Meanwhile, the wannabe spider couldn't sit still. His eyes widened in horror, and he was about to shout stop. When, click, broken, the soul of the 10,000-year-old spider rested as if in peace. It was in so much pain that it couldn't even scream. Its features screwed together, and finally closed both eyes peacefully. While unconscious, the wannabe spider mentally greeted with extreme politeness. Qin Fan, that's my little XX. IXUX. Qin Fan piled all the spider meat onto the scale, and when he saw that it reached exactly 1 pound, he laughed. It's good enough to make clothes. But, as his eyes fell on the peaceful fainting face of the 10,000-year-old spider, Qin Fan wondered strangely, thinking, was it an illusion just now? How come I seem to see this spider glaring at me? Well, it's probably just looking at flowers again. Chapter 60, Terrorizing the Red Moon. A cozy little home for 3 people. Due to the illusion of chopping the 10,000-year spider, before Qin Fan stuffed the 10,000-year spider back into the spatial ring, he vigilantly stabbed a few hundred more paralyzing poison needles. He was afraid that the 10,000-year-old spider would come back to life, although the probability of that was very small. When he was done, he cleaned the doorway of the tainted blood and then opened the poison transformation table in his mind. Currently redeemable, 1 pound of 10,000-year-old poison quality material equals Sacred Maiden Set. Currently redeemable, 1 pound of 10,000-year-old poison quality material equals Witch Set. Please select the clothing to be transformed. After Qin Fan chose the Witch Set, the spider meat he was carrying in his hand instantly disappeared into light. What reappeared in front of her eyes was an exquisite and incomparable black and purple gauze shadow dress in Yulan black silk. Even though Qin Fan had just finished his double cultivation, he still couldn't help but stare at the clothes and laugh strangely. Hee, nice colorful clothes. Odd laughter drifted to the ears of Lin Liqiu behind him. Lin Liqiu couldn't help but be alert. She was a bit afraid of the suddenly lewd Qin Fan and cautioned. Senior Brother Qin Fan, I'm going to change Cao Ying's clothes next. Don't suddenly turn around. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Fan turned around. He handed over the clothes and said cautiously, wait, I have a clean set of clothes here that I can give to Cao Ying. Clothes? Qin Fan, Senior Brother, how come you have girls' clothes? After Lin Liqiu finished her question, she suddenly remembered that Cao Ying had been living with Qin Fan for quite a while. A pang of sourness ran through her. When receiving the beautiful clothes handed over by Qin Fan, Lin Liqiu was even more jealous and quick to turn over. This material is so nice, silky and exquisite. And what's this one that looks like a stocking? It feels so weird, but then it seems so good. Lin Liqiu held the Demoness set and kept admiring it, not even bothering to pay attention to Cao Ying, who was lying on the bed on the side. Qin Fan coughed awkwardly before Lin Liqiu woke up with an afterthought. With a red face and biting her lip, she stood up and pushed Qin Fan. I just didn't expect that Senior Qin Fan had the habit of collecting otherworldly domain clothing. Now I'm going to help Cao Ying get dressed. Don't peek. Qin Fan honestly turned around and didn't say much. The Xin fantasy continent occasionally had cultivators from other large and small thousand worlds passing through, and it made sense for Lin Liqiu to think of the Witch's Set as the clothing style of the otherworldly realm. Qin Fan carried them both on his back for a few steps and suddenly said, "I'll make you a dress like this one when I have time. Do you want it?" "Wanted. That's fine. You help Cao Ying get dressed first." Aha. After receiving the promise, Lin Liqiu's mood seemed to become extremely good. She hummed as she dressed Cao Ying, and Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he noticed. Qin Fan continued to sit in the doorway of the cabin and began to call out to the system. "System, hurry up and help me repair my anti-injury armor." Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully used the poison transformation table once, completing the temporary mission, please ask the host to hold the Dao Rhyme Essence blood in his hand. This enhanced repair will automatically consume 1 drop of Dao Rhyme Essence blood. After the interaction, Qin Fan took out the Dao Rhythm Essence blood and held it in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he felt the Dao Rhythm Essence blood turn into a subtle red light, the light points drifting as if they were fireflies towards the anti-injury invisible armor on his body. It didn't take long for Qin Fan to hear an intensive prompt from the system. Dao Rhyme Essence blood consumed successfully, reinforcing and repairing the anti-armor. Current counter-injury intangible armor wear is 80%, 50%, 30%. When the wear and tear prompts of the repair reset to 0%, another series of prompts froze Qin Fan. The Dao Rhyme Essence blood you provided is extremely powerful, and the anti-injury invisible armor has been upgraded by 2 grades. Anti-injury invisible armor Dao Rhyme Essence blood enhanced version. It can withstand all attacks below the immortal realm, and every time it absorbs damage, it will automatically repair all the wear and tear values every other day. Furthermore, any anti-injury attacks you release in the future will be released instantly without the need for a 2-second precondition. After hearing the new prompt, Qin Fan directly stood up. He felt like he was going to be invincible, and he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth as he thought, "Damn, this Dao Rhythm Essence blood is a bit powerful, directly making me an invincible existence below the immortal realm." Above the spirit transformation realm was the immortal entry realm, and the strongest patriarch of the Xian clan was only at the spirit transformation realm. This time, when he went back, Qin Fan felt that he had taken the patriarch by the scruff of the neck. Although his own cultivation level was not high, only Jin Dan, the magic treasures on his body were truly heaven-defying. But, Qin Fan looked at the big red sky outside the house and was a little disappointed. Above the immortal entry realm, there must be an even more terrifying realm. Otherwise, who could create a rule field like the 18 poor forbidden realms? According to the system's introduction of the yin-yang spirit marriage technique, Qin Fan knew that the female mighty one who controlled the 18 poor forbidden domains, she was also nothing more than a cultivator who had been exiled and imprisoned here. And who governed this domain, by the way? So above the immortal entry realm, there must be a more powerful realm. When he was forced to use the off-world returning god talisman by Chao berserkers, Qin Fan was very upset, and when he returned to the Xian zone, he would never allow to let this kind of woeful thing happen again. Cultivating and being powerful is the only law of survival in the metaphysical world. Ding, daughter of heaven's destiny, Cao Ying has put on the witch's set uniform you made. At the current rate of progress, she can share 10% of your cultivation experience. Just as Qin Fan was determining his goal of becoming stronger, the system's sudden words confused him. Turning his head, Qin Fan realized that Lin Liqiu had already helped Cao Ying put on the witch's set. The black and purple gauze shadow skirt attacked her body, and Cao Ying's slender and wonderful figure appeared more and more seductive. Her long legs in Yulan's black silk looked like superb gourmet food after being decorated, especially since she was still in a state of unconsciousness and slumber at the moment. A glance at her directly caused the heart to feel an urge to commit a crime. Cough, cough, cough. Before Qin Fan could continue to appreciate it, Lin Liqiu coughed unhappily. She simply walked over to block Qin Fan's line of sight and crossed her arms. "Senior Brother Qin Fan, Cao Ying has fainted from her dual cultivation. She needs to rest. Please don't disturb her like this." "Well," Qin Fan smiled helplessly, "I don't usually see these two women so close." He knew that Lin Liqiu was not wanting him to continue admiring Cao Ying. Qin Fan had just looked at Cao Ying dumbfounded, partly because he was stunned, and partly because he didn't expect that the Heavenly Fate's daughter would share her cultivation when she wore her uniform. Even if it was only 10%, Qin Fan felt that it smelled good. Counting the demoness Cao Ying, the holy maiden Lin Liqiu, there is also my sister in the Xian sect. Luo Yuyan in the ethereal sect can also try to screw around a little bit. Not bad, not bad. Send more clothes to these heavenly destiny women. Let them work for me for nothing. Jia jia jia. Qin Fan thought with a strange smile as he left the hut and walked to the edge of the floating island in the Red Joy forbidden area. In the next moment, he began to spread the defensive range of the anti-injury invisible armor. After upgrading the anti-injury invisible armor with Dao Rhyme Essence blood just now, Qin Fan discovered that the protective range of the anti-injury armor could be expanded to several thousand meters. After all, now that he could casually carry off the wild bombardment of the transformation god realm, Qin Fan also perfected his protective measures. After some tossing and turning, he set up invisible protection for all 500 meters around the cabin. Qin Fan wiped his sweat and smiled as he looked at the big red sky high in the sky. From today, here, this is his cozy little home. Chapter 61. Please walk your pets elsewhere. Bitch, when I return to the Yi clan, I will make you regret being born in this world. The next day, early morning, red joy forbidden territory, high up in the sky. Yi Chen rode in the air as he stared down at the floating island below and murmured softly. That pair of eyes rippled with a shade of cold. After being slandered by that outlawed fellow apprentice sister, he was imprisoned here for almost 500 years. For so many years, Yi Chen had been doing his best for Dai Red Zun. As a deal, Dai Red Zun will 18 poor forbidden domains daily abundance of Dao Rime essence blood, will be gifted to Yi Duan. Only today, Yi Chuan went to Dai Red Zun to ask for Dao Rime essence blood, but it turned out that the other party told him to first pay a visit to the 3 rats who had broken into the Red Happiness forbidden domain. Leaf Dust felt impatient. I guess it was their luck that they didn't die at the Red Moonrave last night. In Yi Duan's view, these 3 human cultivators were like humble ants that he could crush with a move of his finger. Imprisoned here I cannot cultivate, but I have been feeding the Dao Rime essence blood to the evil god arm. Yi Chen lowered his head and surveyed his bizarre right hand that was deep red in color. The red arms were tattooed with dense incantations, bound and restrained with scattered chains that looked heavy. In the beginning, it was in the family's secret realm that he had snatched and inherited the evil god's arm, and was then vilified by his eye-catching fellow clanmates. He was imprisoned for 5 years in the 18 poor forbidden regions after carrying the charge of attempting to molest his senior sister. It was worth mentioning that the passage of time in the 18 poor forbidden regions was very different from the outside world. 1 year in the outside world, 100 years in the forbidden regions. During the period of imprisonment in the 18 poor forbidden regions, cultivators are also unable to cultivate, with the exception of dual cultivation. Under the whole almost 500 years of imprisonment, Yi Duan did not forget the past, and his hatred for that woman is still getting stronger. Yi Chen was unwilling to give up any chance to improve himself and then take revenge. One day, he discovered that the evil god arm can swallow Daoyan essence blood, and the evil god arm after consuming the essence blood will be even more powerful. So far, he has fed the evil god arm more than 180,000 drops of Daoyan essence blood. Even if I'm only at the Jindan realm, within the Jindan realm, I can easily sweep away. On the Yuanin realm, I can take them at will. Even if it's a powerhouse in the god transformation or immortalization realms, I'll still have the power to fight against them. After Yi Duan arrogantly finished speaking, a wisp of light blue ghost suddenly emerged from his red arm. The spirit transformed into the appearance of a white powder fox, and it sat quietly at Yi Duan's shoulder. With that, he licked his white fur while mouthing the words, "Alright, stop beeping and quickly give me today's portion of Dao Rhythm essence blood. Aren't you tired of pretending day after day?" The voice of the ghostly fox was a lazy, melodious, girlish voice. Yi Duan glanced at the ghostly fox and hummed his nose in disdain. Ever since strengthening the evil god's arm with Dao Rime essence blood, such a spectral messenger was born in his arm. The spectral fox claimed to be the contracted spirit animal of the first evil god's arm. It also stated that the 180,000 drops of Dao Rhythm essence blood that Yi Chuan had fed it were just a toothpick, and were completely insufficient. Yi Duan was very uninterested in this apparition that was even more arrogant than himself. Even after hundreds of years of indifference, this stinky fox still pops up from time to time to undermine himself. The moment, Yi Duan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cabin in the Red Joy forbidden domain. At the door of the house, there is a man who is doing a strange dance. The man was none other than Qin Fan. He had the habit of waking up early and doing gymnastics every day ever since he crossed over to the metaphysical world. After all, being a poisoner, you have to touch unclean poisons all day long, and proper exercise helps your health. It's just an ant. Yi Chen watched Qin Fan finish his chest expansion exercise, so he hummed contemptuously, just dropped to the ground, intending to take a step forward when, with a bang, his head hit solidly, Qin Fan's anti-injury invisible armor, which he had expanded and arranged last night. Yi Chen held his head and frowned in displeasure. What's going on? When did the domain lord set up a protective boundary outside the Red Happiness forbidden domain? You're so stupid. If that big-breasted woman had set up a boundary, she would have told you in advance. The ghost fox jumped off Yi Duan's shoulder and spat helplessly. Hearing that, Yi Chen nodded and smiled. So, this boundary that even I can't perceive was actually set up by that dancing man inside? Interesting. In the next moment, he raised his evil god arm and began to pour aura into it. The muscles in his arms swelled several times in a moment. Wisps of hazy white smoke that resembled high-temperature steam kept floating on the surface. Through all that smoke, several vaguely flickering golden Dao patterns could still be seen. spreading across the evil god's arm. Yi Chuan had long since assumed the stern stance of throwing a punch. His long hair danced wildly and his face was cold as he said, "I am the descendant of the Yi family and the Holy Dragon clan. This round of Holy Dragon Fist that melds the evil god's arm is enough to kill all the Yuaning realms in the world today. This is a bit trivial. Who let the domain master have orders? She wants me to quickly bring the 3 rats back to the palace. Can't spend too much time on breaking the boundary." Before she could throw this fatal punch, the ghostly fox couldn't help but cover her seductive eyes with her fluffy tail. It sighed helplessly and softly, as if it had seen sizable cuteness, like saying, "Here we go again with this pretender's inexplicable shredding," making it sound like anyone would listen to him pretend. For more than 400 years, the ghost fox had witnessed Yi Chen's pretentious behavior over and over again, and it had long since grown tired of it. Spitting was spitting, but it couldn't deny that Yi Chen was indeed quite powerful. If 180,000 drops of Dao Rhythm Essence blood are poured into the inheritance of the evil goddess arm, even if it is mounted on a pig, the pig can take off directly. Drink! In the next instant, Yi Chuan utilized the evil god arm to strike a holy dragon fist. The air was suddenly squeezed during the swing, as if space and time were about to be torn apart. Vaguely, an overbearing and bitter dragon's whistle could be heard. Dawn! A dull sound rang out, and Yi Chuan closed his fist. He shook his robe in a dashing and incomparable manner, his gaze arrogant. "Blame me for not being able to keep my hands off it. In case it scares the 3 rats inside, then I've gone too far. Boo!" Just as he finished speaking, Yi Chen, who had taken a step forward, hit his head on the invisible barrier again. 2 hits in a row and his forehead was about to bulge. But he's more confused now than the pain in his head. How is this invisible boundary still there? Yi Chen incredulously reached out to touch the invisible barrier, and no matter how he touched it, he couldn't find any cracks. How is this possible? I'm the successor of the evil god arm and the sacred dragon clan and the Yi clan, and I've also imbued the evil god arm with 180,000 drops of Dao Rhythm Essence blood. The cultivation breath of the man beside the hut is about the same as mine, so how could he have created such a heaven-defying boundary? Beside him, the ghostly fox stared at Yi Chen, who had once again fallen into the broken thoughts passive. It didn't applaud this time. After looking at Yi Chen, who had failed in his pretense, it looked at the invisible barrier in front of it in shock. In the next moment, the ghostly fox gently sniffed the barrier with its nose, and it immediately trembled in shock, unable to hold back its fox words. This is actually a defense. What kind of demon could make something so heaven-defying? Just as one man and one fox fell into doubt, Qin Fan arrived with a bowl of steaming millet porridge, cursing, What are you doing? This is private property. Please go somewhere else to walk your pet." Chapter 62 Red Worms. 1 man and 1 fox. Qin Fan was halfway through his gymnastics, so he went back to the house for breakfast. He was chewing on a large steamed bun that Lin Liqiu had just steamed in his mouth, and in his hand, he was carrying the millet porridge that Cao Ying had cooked. When he sensed someone attacking the invisible barrier, he came in such a hurry. Before he came, he used the Divine Destiny radar. Thus from a long distance away, Qin Fan was certain that the man outside the barrier was the son of Heaven's destiny. Ding, your anti-injury invisible armor resisted successfully. You have absorbed the counter-injury. The early stage of the transformation realm killing move evil sacred dragon fist *1. What the hell? This man who looks about the same age as me has actually reached the transformation god realm in strength? When he heard the hint of absorbing damage, Qin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of porridge. Fortunately, the anti-injury invisible armor strengthened by the Daoist essence blood is very resistant. He glanced at the wear value of the anti-injury intangible armor. Current wear is 0.01%. Now, Qin Fan's anti-injury invisible armor had accumulated 3 peak Yuaning realm attacks from Cao Maniacal Demon, as well as 1 early stage of the transformation god realm attack from this strange man. The original version of the anti-injury invisible armor is too weak, a few times by the Cao Maniacal Devil Fast Ho-Ho Rotten. So now, Qin Fan decided to pull a good wave of wool, stock up on more anti-damage kill moves for emergencies. Although he didn't recognize Yi Chen, vaguely, he thought of a certain supreme bone deceased from Yi Chen's standard Heavenly Destiny Son's 5-featured face. That dorky look must be nice to fool around with. Tun. In the next moment, Qin Fan ate the large steamed bun in a few bites and also drank up the thinly stewed millet porridge. Afterward, he looked at Yi Chen and the phantom fox in front of him and revealed a polite smile. Your dog's fur is beautiful, but this is not a walking place, and I made a transparent boundary casually. It seems like you can't get in. This brother, please go back. Qin Fan looked like he was seeing off his guests, but in reality, he was incredibly meticulous. During the time he was eating the steamed buns and drinking the kanji, he glanced at the man and the fox a few times. The unfamiliar son of heaven's destiny came up and used a killing move. So he must have been very confident and impetuous. That ghostly fox spirit beautiful, eyes are still full of spiritual wisdom, probably humane. So, Qin Fan's simple words instantly enraged the people and foxes outside the boundary. I Lu a violent temper. Yi Duan. He said I am a dog? I'm such a beautiful fox, he even said I'm a dog? Hurry up and rush in to teach him a lesson. The ghostly fox jumped up and down in a hurry, but Yi Duan completely ignored it. He silently pulled a chain off the evil god's arm. Boo! In an instant, the chain smashed a deep crater into the land. When Qin Fan saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. First time as a jump-faced taunting villain. Shouldn't be flipping out, right? After lifting the 1,000-pound weight from the evil god's arm, Yi Chuan slowly raised his fist once again. He assumed a fist stance and sneered at Qin Fan. You're funny. What's your name? It's a little better to identify yourself before you ask someone their name, right? My name is Yi Chen, a patrol guard of the 18 poor forbidden regions. Qin Fan. Qin Fan? Oh, good name. After the exchange, Yi Chen once again revolved the holy dragon fist. After that, one crimson evil god arm lost its chain shackle. The oppression it released was even stronger than the previous punch. Yi Chen's entire body was buried in the white misty airwaves. The only thing visible was his steely and excited eyes. Today I'll tell you, I'm absolutely going to break the boundary. Walk inside, and take a pet walk. Beside him, the ghost fox had just been somewhat shocked by Yi Chen's aura, but when it reacted to his words, it immediately showed its teeth. Pet walks? I'll screw you, little cutie. Leaf dust. Rumble. In the next instant, a deafening explosive collision rang out. Dust billowed and the ground shook as if the edge of the floating island was about to collapse. However, all this horrible movement only burst outside the barrier. Inside the barrier, everything is peaceful. Ding, your anti-injury invisible armor resisted successfully. You have absorbed the counter-injury. The early stage of the transformation realm killing move evil sacred dragon fist *2. Not bad. Not bad. Collecting another early transformation realm counter-injury. Qin Fan was in a good mood as he glanced at the wear and tear after hearing the prompt. Current wear and tear 0.02%. It's moving so fast it's scary, and as a result the wear value only advances by a drop? Qin Fan grinned from ear to ear. He remembered that there were still several sets of gymnastics left to do, so he continued to do them in front of Yi Duan. Outside the invisible barrier, Yi Chuan endured his tingling evil god arm with a dull gaze. How is this possible? I've clearly exerted 90% of my strength. How come this boundary still doesn't move? He wanted to ask Qin Fan after him how he did it. He ended up shaking with anger at the sight of his opponent's tauntingly drawn-out gymnastics. Snap! Coincidentally, Qin Fan was doing a kicking exercise, and he accidentally kicked his shoes flying into Yi Chen's face. Although it was separated by an invisible barrier, Qin Fan smiled and said he was sorry while putting his shoes on. This completely angered Yi Chen. 400 years. I'll be able to leave the Forbidden Realm soon to wash away the shame. As a result, on the occasion of leaving, such a guy who can be angry with people popped up. Qin Fan. You forced me, Yi Chuan said in a cold voice, then removed another chain from the evil god's arm. The chains on the evil god's arm seemed to be heavier than one another, and every time they landed, they would shake one's ears. Then, Leaf Dust began to bombard with disbelief. He used the enhanced Holy Dragon Fist on the invisible barrier over and over again, and what was eventually converted to Qin Fan's ears was that crisp and pleasant prompt. You have absorbed the counter-injury. The early stage of the transformation realm killing move evil sacred dragon fist *3. You have absorbed the counter-injury. The early stage of the transformation realm killing move evil sacred dragon fist *4. You have absorbed the counter-injury. The early stage of the transformation realm killing move evil sacred dragon fist *5. Current wear and tear 0.05%. Qin Fan, who had already finished gymnastics at this time, when he saw that Yi Chen outside the barrier was still punching, he couldn't help but sigh that it was too slow. This attack speed, it's not even one half of Chao Maniac Demon's Ah. In order to better supervise the Heaven's Destiny Son to give himself a counter-injury, Qin Fan took out the small wooden chair from his spatial ring. He simply sat on a wooden chair and also pulled out a handful of melons, knocking them while pointing out in disgust. Not spirited at all. The punch is too slow. Faster. Have you not eaten? If you haven't eaten, go home and have a meal before you come back. You're so flabby. You're useless. That's the speed of your punches? My grandma could come over here and punch faster than you. Qin Fan's mockery was so effective that Yi Duan fought with a red face and ears, obviously red warm. The ghostly fox looked on and laughed. In these 100 years, it had never seen Yi Chen, who liked to pretend to be a bully, being taunted in such a cowardly manner. It originally wanted to stand on Yi Chen's side, but who let this guy just said it was a pet? Humph. Qin Fan laughed at you, and I laughed at you. Who knows the next moment? Qin Fan mocked with a quick mouth and accidentally laughed at the ghostly fox. Live a long time to see? Long so big first time to see the dog can laugh so happy. Leaf dust ah. Learn more about your dog's mentality. Boxing. Happy to fight is the most important. Chapter 63, Sugar's Belly Assist. Upon hearing Qin Fan once again refer to himself as a dog, the ghost fox's laughter came to an abrupt end. It became just as angry as Yichuan, lifting its claws and opening its mouth. It just gave the invisible barrier a scratch. You're the dog. Have the guts to let me in. I'll bite you to death. The ghostly fox thunders on. It shouted louder than Yi Duan, but that passes the damage tip in Qin Fan's mind. Can only be described by scraping. Ding, congratulations. You've successfully resisted an attack from a spirit beast puppy of the Qi refining realm. Wear and tear of this consumption, 0.00001%. Ha! It's really a dog? Qin Fan was inwardly dismayed. The system immediately corrected. Sorry, the tip was misjudged. You successfully resisted an attack from the refined Qi realm spirit beast fox. Qin Fan was silent. If the ghostly fox had heard the system's misjudgment, he probably would have scraped a little faster. Just then, behind them, came the call of Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying. Senior Brother Qin Fan, why are you going out without finishing your breakfast? What are you in a hurry to do? Hubby, is the kanji I made good? I feel like wearing the new clothes you gave me. I'm a much better cook than Lin Liqiu, eh? When Qin Fan turned sideways, he saw the two women standing to his left and right. When they saw Yi Chen and the ghostly foxes attacking like mad outside the invisible barrier, their little faces all turned slightly white. There was no way around it. The scene was all too familiar. It was Qin Fan who had saved the two girls from Cao Maniac Demon's high-frequency attack in the first place. The scene at hand evoked fear in their hearts. Fortunately, Qin Fan took out two small stools and pulled the two women to sit down separately, then comforted them. Sit down, all of you, and consider this a casual after-breakfast program. Lin Liqiu sat on the left side. She stared at the hideous Yi Chen and said with some fear, "Isn't a program like, too juvenile? Don't worry, I've already reinforced my defensive mantras." When Qin Fan finished speaking, Cao Ying, who was sitting on the right side, widened her beautiful eyes and hurriedly asked, "Hubby, the defense magic treasure you are talking about is the one that resisted my uncle's attack in the first place?" "Exactly." Qin Fan nodded his head, and then smiled confidently. "I have gained some chance before entering the cave, and now the strengthened defense treasure is incredibly powerful. If your uncle comes back again, I am very sure that I can repel him." This is also a lie to not reveal the existence of the villain system. When Cao Ying heard this, she immediately hugged Qin Fan's arm with joy and laughed happily. "Yeah, hubby, you're really good." Ha! Qin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Cao Ying, who was wearing a beautiful witch's set. In fact, it was through Cao Ying that he strengthened the anti-injury invisible armor. Now in turn being praised by Cao Ying, he had some embarrassment, especially with the bursts of softness coming from the arms. It's really refreshing. Humph, treacherous witch. Another shameless active attack. Lin Liqiu peeked from the side and cursed in her heart. She came over carrying a bamboo lunchbox. This was because she was worried that Qin Fan would run out and not have enough to eat for breakfast, so she brought over some extra food. Opening the lid, Lin Liqiu used her chopsticks to take out a red bacon. She took the bottom with one hand, and with the other hand, she held the bacon with her chopsticks, and then passed it towards Qin Fan's mouth. "Ah, Senior Brother Qin Fan, this is the bacon that people made in the Xian Sect. Oh, the flavor is delicious." When the red bacon was immediately sent into Qin Fan's mouth, Lin Liqiu unintentionally glanced at it. She saw the red-skinned evil god arm on Yi Duan's hand and was instantly shocked. With a whoosh, she immediately put the red bacon back into the bamboo box, which also made Qin Fan bite the air. "Little sister Liqiu, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with the bacon?" Qin Fan wondered. He still wanted to taste Lin Liqiu's good craftsmanship. Who made the porridge Cao Ying boiled just now unbearable? One bite of sweet and one bite of salty. Proper dark cuisine. Afterward, Lin Liqiu's brows furrowed slightly as she apologized towards Qin Fan. "Nothing. See that boxing man outside? His arm red like bacon. So disgusting. Ah." Feel Qin Fan's senior brother looking at this arm to eat bacon is very appetizing. I just didn't notice. Didn't mean to look like this." After saying these words, Qin Fan obviously felt that the frequency of boxing outside the invisible barrier suddenly stopped. When he turned his head, he found Yi Duan standing in place with a face full of shock. Yichuan stared dead on at the red bacon in Lin Liqiu's bamboo box, his eyes intertwined with shock, bewilderment, and so on. Qin Fan looked at him and immediately knew what was meant by the calm before the storm. In the next moment, Yi Chen fired towards the invisible barrier, shouted hysterically while hitting his hand fast out of the stump. I've been practicing the evil god's arm for hundreds of years, but, as a result, I can't break through this damned boundary. Even if I can't, I'm still being treated like red bacon. Damn it, break it for me. I want to prove myself. Pitifully, even if Yi Chuan's small universe exploded, the wear and tear he brought to the invisible barrier was only a small number of points. Qin Fan looked all but had to somewhat sympathize with Yi Duan. Spectral Fox is tired of biting on the sidelines. It bites until its jaw is almost dislocated. And this invisible boundary has not broken at all. Just as it wanted to sit down and rest, Cao Ying suddenly loosened her embrace on Qin Fan. She crouched in front of the spectral fox, smiling in surprise through the barrier. Wow! So cute! Originally a listless ghost fox, it was instantly spirited when it heard Cao Ying's compliment. He reared back, his foxtail wagging gently, and his head held up proudly. Then, Cao Ying continued to praise. What a cute little puppy! That white fur, and the eyes, they're so pretty! After the spectral fox was once again misidentified as a dog, it completely broke its defense just like leaf dust. It was so angry that it wailed to scare off Cao Ying and spat out human words. I'm not a dog. It's been said several times. I'm a fox. Woof. Pisses me off. Woof. After the two girls finished interacting, both of them sat beside Qin Fan with some aggravation. Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying also looked at each other, their beautiful eyes revealing innocence as they said to each other. How weird. Isn't that guy's arm just bacon? What's the rush to talk about it? That's right. This dog is clearly barking up a storm, but also cunningly argues that he is a fox. Cut. No fun. Lying dog is not cute at all. Qin Fan looked left and right at the two women, dumbfounded. Boy, when did they click on the full belly attribute? What bad seed did you learn this pissed off look from? However, the good thing was that after the Sacred Maiden and the Magician Maiden accompanied Qin Fan, Yi Chen and the Spectral Fox's attack speed increased by more than 3 times. Qin Fan had also collected more than 500 counter-injuries from the Holy Dragon Fist at the early stage of the Transformation God Realm in just a few minutes. The two women around the help of the credit. Chapter 64, Stowaway Meets Landlord. Yi Chen, what are you doing? I asked you to bring 3 people here. Why did you dilly-dally for so long? Yi Chuan, who was already so tired that he was close to being deflated, he suddenly heard Dai Red Zun's voice transmission through the air. At that moment, his heart tightened and he hastened to explain. Lord Domain Master, there have been some unforeseen circumstances. Accident? This father has given you hundreds of years of Dao Rhythm Essence blood, and you can still say the word accident? I'm sorry, Lord Domain Master. That male cultivator named Qin Fan is stronger than I expected. The transmission paused for a moment, as if Dai Red Zun was remembering the name Qin Fan. Immediately afterward, she coldly delivered an ultimatum. No matter what price you pay, today, Qin Fan must be brought to me. The words were heard, and Yi Duan man went numb. Not only was his person numb, but his hands were numb from the fight. He looked toward the 3 Qin Fan within the invisible barrier, never having been so desperate in his life. Why is it so hard to reach when it's clearly HD free? Yi Duan also glanced at the ghostly fox beside him. This little fox was so exhausted from scraping that he fell straight to the ground, spitting out his tongue as if his jaws were dislocated. Both the human and the fox have come to a desperate end. At this moment, Yi Chen had the feeling that he had been hanging out in the 18 poor forbidden regions for hundreds of years for nothing. People Qin Fan one day's work, to pinpoint the biting hundreds of years of his. It turns out that people can be so different from each other. Still think that after inheriting the evil god arm, as well as obtaining countless Dao Rhyme Essence blood, you can become a supreme heavenly pride. After figuring out the reality, Yi Chen's mouth smiled feebly. Immediately afterward, he looked toward Qin Fan within the invisible barrier and bowed 90 degrees. Brother Qin Fan, wrong. I shouldn't be so arrogant to bother you and your sisters-in-law. Trouble. No, please come out from inside. Lord Domain Master wants to see you. After saying that, Yi Chen also lifted up the phantom fox that was so tired that it was about to faint. After pressing the fox to his head as if he were manipulating a puppeteer's puppet and bowing in the same manner, he added, "My pet fox and I apologize. Really, please come out." Boy, has the version been upgraded? Are all the chosen ones sliding to their knees that fast now? Inside the invisible barrier, Qin Fan was very surprised to see Yi Chen apologizing so sincerely. However, the fox in Yi Duan's hand seemed to be a bit unconvinced, stomping his little legs as if trying to get away from the hand of fate that was pinching his neck. However, after Yi Chen gave the ghostly fox a slap, the little fox immediately became honest and didn't move. The current cumulative counter-injury income is 800 rounds of early stage of the Transformation God Realm Holy Dragon Fist counter-injury. Awesome! This Yi Chuan is by no means an ordinary person. An ordinary God Transformation Realm is estimated to be drained in 50 rounds. How did he manage to last so long? Qin Fan took stock of the number of times in the system and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. In the next moment, he swung his arm and stowed the invisible barrier of the anti-injury invisible armor. After all, it was the domain master of the 18 poor forbidden regions who was seeking to meet Qin Fan. As a stowaway who came here by teleportation talisman, it would be better for him to chat with others. With a reinforced version of the anti-injury invisible armor in hand, he still had the courage to meet up with the big guy. I can go with you, but before I go, you're responsible for the safety of these two. Qin Fan walked over to Yi Chen and looked at him and pointed at the two women behind him. Upon seeing Qin Fan come out alive, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly got a little hot. The invisible barrier had just beaten him to the point of wanting to die, and now that he had finally met the rightful owner, he couldn't help but be moved. It was good that he held back his emotions and made a cautious promise to Qin Fan. No problem. I will give the control of the red puppets within the Red Happiness Forbidden Domain to them for the time being. Those red puppets will protect my sisters-in-law. After hearing these words, Qin Fan smiled awkwardly. You call me sister-in-law every time. You're so smooth. Actually, it wasn't Leaf Dust's fault for calling it that. As a guard of the 18 poor forbidden regions, he understands the rules of the Red Moon Carnival at the end of the night. Only a dual practice will get you through the night in this land. Yi Duan was able to reside on the main floating island to avoid the rules of the Red Moon Carnival, and Qin Fan wasn't on the main floating island last night, so it was inevitable that he thought of Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying as Qin Fan's wives. After negotiating, Qin Fan followed Yi Chen and flew to the lone shadow floating island. Before leaving, he seemed to hear, below Lin Liqiu and Cao Ying in the fight over who was his first wife, who was the second wife topic. The moment. A lonely floating island, deep in the temple. In the room, Dai Qizuan was lying on the bed, dripping with fragrant sweat. Just think of Qin Fan. He's probably related to that man. Dai Akatsuki Zun's brain was like a virus, frantically spreading up that man's back. Senior Brother Gue Su, you're a negative asshole. After a long time, Dyed Red Zun entered sage mode. She sat up straight with a red face, not moving to wipe the sweat and change her clothes. As the domain master of the 18 poor forbidden domains, she knew better than anyone the pleasures within the domains. So, makes sense to release it slightly. Otherwise, staying in this hellhole for hundreds of years without releasing oneself would drive anyone crazy. It's okay, it's gone from what was 3 times, to 3 times. Well, it's improved a lot. After putting on the red dress skirt, Dai Qizuan stood up and murmured softly. The 3 times refer to 3 times an hour and 3 times a day, respectively. The forbidden endurance of it is really a qualitative leap. It was enough to see how often she had adored Senior Brother Gue Su in the past. Immediately afterward, Dyed Red Zun came to a study room within the palace. Inside the study, apart from the bookshelves on all sides, there was a wall of light emanating gold and red. The wall contained some kind of mysterious Tao rhythm, and if you got a little bit closer, you would clearly feel a lightness in your body. When Qin Fan comes over, let him stand here. Only in this way can we confirm him, whether or not he is the person of Senior Brother Gue Su. Dyed Red Zun stared at the wall of golden red light and thought darkly. In the next moment, Yi Duan's humble voice transmission rang in his ears. Lord Domain Lord, I have brought Qin Fan to the palace hall. Got it. Responding with a cry, Dyed Red Zun generated wind under his feet and arrived at the palace in an instant. She sat down on the main chair of the hall, her eyes gazing tightly at Qin Fan below. Seeing Qin Fan for a split second, Dyed Red Zun couldn't help but be dazed. This look, it seems like the returning Void Master. Stoicism, spontaneity, and a hint of debauchery. Humph. It's true that all men in the world are the same. Philanderer, damn it. Greetings, Lord Domain Master. Yi Chen kneeled down on one knee and respectfully greeted. Dyed Red Zun glanced at him, then looked at Qin Fan and realized that the other party did not kneel. This untamed look is also somewhat similar to that man, but without officially confirming his identity. Dai Chi's son wouldn't mess around. She was filled with calmness as Qin Fan, who was standing under the stage, said indifferently, Outsider, introduce yourself. Hello Domain Lord, my name is Qin Fan, an ordinary disciple of a certain cultivation sect. Qin Fan, why did you break in here? Do you know what kind of place this is? Dai Red Zun narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice cold and incomparable as he said, Chapter 65, The Golden Rakshasa Technique. His masterpiece. Senior, no offense by any means. The latecomer used a random teleportation spatial talisman, which led him to this place by mistake. Feeling Dai Red Zun's powerful gaze, Qin Fan hurriedly explained. Hearing these words, Dyed Red Zun's furrowed brows slightly stretched. She was not relieved to hear Qin Fan's explanation. When she heard Qin Fan's honest senior, her heart immediately felt more comfortable. It's weird. Qin Fan clearly looked different from that man. But why? Seeing him humble himself made him happy? In the next moment, Dai Qizun stood up from her chair as she whisked her sleeves and turned around, her voice clear and quiet. Come with my honor. Qin Fan and Yi Chen followed one after another. Immediately afterward, the two of them followed Dai Red Zun to the previous study. Stepping into the deadly study, Yi Chen couldn't help but stare. He could guess what the Lord Domain Master wanted to do next. Yi Chen twisted his head as he looked towards the bland-faced Qin Fan. His heart stale. It was rare to meet a man whose strength and talent was above his own, and he was truly feeling sorry for him. Brother Yi, look at your constipated face. What's the matter? Qin Fan felt the gaze and asked with a sideways glance. Yi Duan shook his head repeatedly and was silent. Qin Fan, there have been many ferocious outlaws infiltrating this domain, so in order to test your sincerity, please stand in front of this wall. The Dai Red Zun who was walking in front of her suddenly turned around. She pointed to Qin Fan at the golden light overflowing wall. Her red lips gently opened. This is the rule. I hope you can understand. 1 incense stick of work. This Zun will release you out. Okay. After answering the voice, Qin Fan walked to the place that Dai Red Zun had pointed to. In a blink of an eye, an arcane force came crashing down on him. The wall, which blended a golden and reddish halo, seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. Greed, insanity, holier than thou, and so on. Qin Fan didn't know what Dai Red Zun wanted him to do, but he had already turned on the anti-injury invisible armor. Even if at this time, Dai Red Zun sneaked in coldly, Qin Fan could easily defend himself. But, it doesn't matter if you're a parasite and honestly follow the rules of others. Meanwhile, Dai Red Zun and Yi Chen stood at the entrance of the study. The two of them looked away from each other from a distance of about 50 meters. Yi Chen's face was less tense as he wondered if Qin Fan could withstand the test. Dai Red Zun's face was expressionless. Those demonic red eyes quietly stared at Qin Fan. But in the next second, they opened their mouths and said to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, do you still remember the first time you were tested by the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique? Hearing this, Yi Chen looked like he had remembered something really horrible, and his face was filled with embarrassment. He couldn't help but hug the crimson-colored evil god arm and sighed bitterly. Remember, back then, I had already fed the evil god arm with 100 years of Dao Rhythm Essence blood, and as a result, it couldn't even withstand it for a second. Now what? Now I can be the 5-second man. Ah, Lord Domainer, I didn't mean anything other than that. I'm a real 5-second man. Yi Chen's anxious defense did not move Dai Red Zun. She just looked at Qin Fan in the distance and said softly, after all, the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique was created by that man, and in this world, apart from himself, there is no second person who can fully withstand the test of the heart technique. Lord Domain Lord, would it be too much for you to test Qin Fan like this? Excessive? Did you consider that it would be excessive when you used all your strength to attack Qin Fan's boundary earlier? Let's wait and see. This Qin Fan, he definitely has a lot of secrets on him. Before the wall of golden light, Qin Fan stood for a moment. Those halos of light that hung in the air suddenly wove into a ghostly image of spirits and demons. Among them, the ones that occupied the most space were some Rakshasa heads with horrible horns and horrible faces. They were clearly terrifying, but the golden light that constructed them was interspersed with the holy and flawless rhythm of the Tao. It was as if it was like a man-eating demon in a robe, or a kindly-eyed monk with a bloody mouth. In an instant, these light and shadow images surged towards Qin Fan like a tidal wave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The promised test turned into a fight? Qin Fan had just gotten a little upset when a system prompt rang in his head. The host doesn't need to panic. The anti-injury invisible armor not only protects against physical damage, but also against attacks from mental illusions. Suggest you take a more pretentious stance. Be handsome as a villain, and be quick on the uptake. After hearing this, Qin Fan calmed down quite a bit. Turns out these were all illusions. And boy, was there enough to scare people? Immediately afterward, those light and shadow illusions continued to pass through Qin Fan's body. In the case of an ordinary person, as long as they were shuttled through the illusions of the Golden Rakshasa mind technique once, then that person would lose their fighting spirit as if they had lost their soul. However, Qin Fan stood in place sleepily yawning. Those light and shadow phantoms were like churning dragons and snakes repeating their shuttles, densely packed as if they were devouring Qin Fan. Qin Fan even felt a little tired of standing, so he took out a small wooden chair from his space ring and sat down on the spot. The system's anti-injury reminder also kept ringing beside his ears. Ding, you have successfully resisted the attack of the Golden Rakshasa mind of the transformation realm once. Has converted the mind attack Rakshasa face into a backup counterattack. Degree of wear caused, 0.02%. Current wear, 8.22%. The 8.2% wear and tear accumulated earlier. That was the result of draining leaf dust in exchange. Now, Being shuttled by this mental illusion once is equivalent to 2 attacks of Yi Chuan's Holy Dragon Fist, which is considered to be on the 1-point strength. The red-haired domain master had said that 1 incense stick of time would be considered the end. He then leaned back in his chair, clasped both hands to his chest, and closed his eyes. Not far. Upon seeing the duo, the Qin Fan was so relaxed that he was sleeping. He couldn't help but look wonderful. Leaf Dust was incredulous to the point of trembling. He squeezed his evil god arm in death as a shocked low growl escaped his mouth. Brother Qin. He lasted longer than me. It's been more than 5 seconds and he's still relaxed. How could he be so fierce? Dyed Red Zun didn't pay attention to the misunderstanding exclamation of Yi Duan beside him. The beautiful eyes were full of amazement, and a phrase gradually repeated in her mind. Is it him? Is it really him? At first, Dyed Red Zun hadn't thought that Qin Fan would be able to resist the test of the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique. She intended to use her divine sense to probe the other party's spirit at will after Qin Fan's failure, which would be considered the end of the inspection. The reason for joining the Golden Rakshasa mind test was also to try and see if Qin Fan was related to that man. It was the same definitive statement as before. No one in the world could resist the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique except that man. Even if Qin Fan had exceeded 5 seconds in the initial test, Dyed Red Zun had ruled that he was related to that man. Consequentially, Dyed Red Zun would get to the bottom of Qin Fan and never stop. But, how could she have never thought that Qin Fan was so perverted that he could sleep during the ordeal? It was as if the illusions that traveled through the mind, body, and soul were a wisp of smoke that could not cause any harm to Qin Fan. Is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if Senior Brother Gue Su, who created this mind method, comes over, he can't do it so easily and comfortably. Qin Fan, what exactly is your origin? Dai Qizun looked at Qin Fan's side face that was getting more and more fragrant as he slept, and his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 66. Water on the sheet. Just water? Oh? According to this trend, not only has he completed the test of the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique, he will also fully grasp the contents of the heart technique. With a grunt, Dai Qizun gulped and said, the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique was the root of all that man's love affair with her. Inside the 18 poor forbidden regions, all the reminiscence items buried are extended by the Golden Rakshasa mind. As if the yin-yang spiritual marriage technique, only the dominant party who practiced the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique could resist the damage brought about during dual cultivation. However, the difficulty of trying to master this mind is very great. For hundreds of years, whether it was Dyed Red Zun or Yi Chuan, none of them were able to withstand more than 5 seconds of the heart test. When Dai Qizun was still in love with that man, I heard him say, only those who were relaxed and at ease in the heart technique test were qualified to master this heart technique. The words are so. Other than that man, Dai Red Zun had never seen a second person learn the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique. Until this moment, Dai Red Zun looked at Qin Fan sleeping directly on the chair. It's more than relaxed and comfortable. It's just so easy, there's no sense of boundaries. You can't be afraid of a hot ghost head that's traveling through your mind and soul. The next moment, Qin Fan, who had just gotten so comfortable that he was slightly snoring, suddenly moved his eyebrows. Strange, how does it feel? That I somehow mastered something? As he muttered, he couldn't help but retrieve the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique in his mind. As long as the operation of this mind, no matter what realm, even the devil cultivation to go into the devil. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan was able to return to normal. To speak human is to be free from mind control and to be emotionally stable to the point of being terrifying. Host, the way to practice the Golden Rakshasa technique is to endure the test of these visions. During the time you resisted the illusion, it was equivalent to automatic cultivation. Congratulations, you have cultivated this mind technique to its great completion. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Fan's mouth twitched. Man sleeps, knowledge comes from heaven. When he used to be a student dog at Blue Star, he fantasized about sleeping while receiving knowledge from books. Now that it did, he was depressed. What do I need this sage mode of mind for? With this thought, Qin Fan stood up. Unexpectedly, an aura that was difficult to suppress surged violently within his body. He couldn't help but raise his hand, and with a swish, a bit of golden aura erupted from his fingertips. Boo! In the next instant, the wall that emanated the illusion of the Golden Rakshasa's mind collapsed. The Qin Fan man was dumbfounded. He looked at his hand and wondered who had taken it. Host, don't panic. The heart technique is different from normal techniques. Not to mention that the Golden Rakshasa technique is a very special and powerful technique. In addition to the mind like water, the Golden Rakshasa mind technique will by default increase your aura C, attack, and defense by 10 times. Since you are at the stage of new mastery, uncontrolled leakage of aura is normal. Just wait quietly for 10 seconds, and your body will be completely adapted. Qin Fan nodded his head, looking calm. So is the next step to lose money? Inexplicably breaking one of the domain master's walls, or a very unusual one. There were only those two women in the house, and they were so unfamiliar with the area. What could they do to compensate the domain master? It's okay, lighten up. Big deal. Let the domain master play wireball for himself for a few years. Under the influence of the golden Rakshasa heart technique, Qin Fan had yet to fully adapt, so he's overly calm and blithely accepts the ridiculous ending he's fantasized. It doesn't matter if it's a wireball, a wooden horsewhip, an upside-down hook. I'm the king of metaphysical Bildungsroman and will never cry out of exhaustion. The next moment, Qin Fan saw a scene behind the wall, and his heart ended up being a bit surprised. There's a room hidden behind this wall? It looks like a young girl's boudoir. Before his eyes, what was presented to Qin Fan was a quiet-looking female room. Mahogany tables and chairs, well organized, and a flavor of bookishness comes out. On the bed, neatly folded pink bedding and a few pairs of compact women's shoes under the bed. A portrait of a man hangs on 3 of the walls, except for the broken wall. The man in the portrait is dressed in black robes and stands on a cliff, or in the forest, holding a silver sword. At first glance, the men in the portraits are as valiant as they can be, but, vaguely, Qin Fan always felt that this man's figure was somewhat similar to his own. Also bizarre is that the front face of the man in each portrait is a blur, as if it has been intentionally painted over. In addition to these, there are places that make Qin Fan feel confused. This immaculately clean room had some wet marks at the sheets. The wetness was irregular in shape, like sweat from lying down and getting wet, or like a glass of water accidentally spilled on it. Just as Qin Fan was staring at those wet marshes and frowning in deep thought, a red figure panicked and instantly moved in front of Qin Fan. Dai Qizuan blocked in front of Qin Fan, directly interrupting his sweep of the room. Noticing that Qin Fan was looking at the wetness, Dai Redzun wanted to destroy the 18 poor forbidden regions. That room, where she usually hid and relaxed. Before meeting Qin Fan, she was still relaxing over in this room. As for the wetness on the sheets, that's all a secret not to be told. Water, guess the others accidentally spilled it on the bed. Dai Redzun forced a smile at Qin Fan. She pretended to be the condescending stance of a domain lord, explaining as she spaced out to put the broken stones together in bits and pieces. At the very least, Qin Fan could not be allowed to continue staring at the things in the room. Before Qin Fan could say anything, not far away, Yi Chen scratched his head and asked, Lord Domain Master, who are the others you speak of? After staying here for so long, I never knew there was a room here. And also, what do you mean the water got spilled? I'm standing here as if I haven't seen anything. Yi Chuan had just honestly finished speaking when, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying baleful aura came roaring in. Swish! Dai Akatsuki Zun violently turned around and slapped him. This is the great BB pocket of the immortal realm powerhouses that contains the power of 800 years of singleness. The whistling winds generated from some distance away were also frightening. Yi Duan in the doorway, just like this, was slapped out by the water spirit. During this time, the sound of thump 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 can be heard as it moves away. That was the commotion made by Yi Chen's body breaking through the layered wall. Every time he breaks a wall, an image of an old man appears in Yi Chuan's mind. Those are the smiles of the old Yi family ancestors. Until finally, he was slapped out of the palace. The kind where the whole person sinks into the rocks in the mountains of the floating island. The kind where you can't even pick your way out. Yi Chuan's entire body was in a big shape trapped in the depths of the stone. He was confused. Very confused. Lord Domain Master, what did I say wrong? In these 400 years, you have never hit me. This next is considered to be the accumulation of 400 years of grievances? It didn't take long for Yi Chen to hear Dai Redzun's solemn and cold transmission. He swore he'd never heard the domain lord so serious. My father is going to say something to Qin Fan. You stay outside and don't talk too much. Chapter 67, Collapsing the Palace, and the Infatuation. Qin Fan, let you laugh. This respect is very gentle on weekdays. After shockingly slapping the leaf dust away, Dai Redzun turned around. She ruffled her hair and faintly said to Qin Fan, even though Qin Fan had inherited the golden Rakshasa heart technique, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I have a gentle domain master. Just slapped a guy flying and this is a sophomoric defense. Is it really appropriate? In the next moment, Dai Redzun suddenly approached Qin Fan with a face full of anticipation, and she also grasped Qin Fan's hand. Those hands were like gentle white jade, and Qin Fan was wrapped comfortably. Immediately afterward, the clear coldness on Dai Redzun's original face melted away like frost, and she revealed a girlish smile. Is that you, elder brother returning to the void? What? Don't pretend. Did you use the skin-changing technique on purpose? Took a fake name of Qin Fan and then deliberately came to test me? Me? Qin Fan was speechless as he only felt his hand being held tighter and tighter by Dai Red Zun. Those big thunders got closer and closer. Dai Akatsuki's forced face blindness is justifiable. Over the centuries, countless people had set foot in the 18 poor forbidden regions, but none of them had been able to pass the test of the golden Rakshasa heart technique like Senior Brother Gueshu. Not only did Qin Fan do it, he bleached the walls. This then led Dai Red Zun to believe that everything was a trick fabricated by Senior Brother Gueshu. Elder brother must still love me. He's just too embarrassed to see me, so he role-plays to test me. On the other hand, Qin Fan, who had been replaced by a woman as his lover, always had a vestigial feeling of incarnation of yellow hair, which he didn't like. With a whoosh, Qin Fan forcefully pulled his hand out of Dai Red Zun's hand and then stepped back to maintain a distance. Dao, Lord Domain Master, I think you've misunderstood. Misunderstand what? I was willingly imprisoned here for 800 years for your sake, and now you still want to escape? I'm not Gueshu. I'm Qin Fan, an ordinary poison master. Poison? Poisoner? After hearing the introduction of Qin Fan's identity, Dai Red Zun's cheeks were stunned as if he had heard something extremely shocking. Immediately afterward, a layer of unwilling insanity smeared across her face as she lost her voice and growled. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Elder brother Gueshu, you have the ability to take out some poison master's props. Dai Red Zun knew his senior brother well, even better than he knew himself. Poison masters, poison props, were absolutely taboo to return to Void. When Dai Red Zun followed him, he didn't even dare to mention a single word about poison. Exactly what caused the senior brother to loathe poison, Dai Red Zun did not know. She just goes along with accepting everything about the other person because she loves them and doesn't come into contact with poisons in her regular life. Clunk. In the next second, Qin Fan took out a bunch of poison bottles and jars from his spatial ring with nimble hands and feet. He was the eldest senior brother in the Xian Sect's Poison Scorpion Pavilion, and he usually had nothing to do with refining poisons, so it made sense to carry some poisonous materials. Dai Red Zun's pupils shrunk when he saw the wide array of poisonous items loaded with scorpions, spiders, poisonous needles, and so on. Then she held her forehead, shivering and laughing bitterly. In that case, you really are a poison master. Sorry, it's my father who recognized the wrong person. Qin Fan didn't say anything. Now that it's explained, let's remove the hidden dangers. However, afterward, he saw Dai Red Zun glum and incomparably haggard. It was as if missing out on senior brother Gueshu was a painful thing for her. Rumble. Suddenly, the study shook violently, as if the entire palace was about to collapse. Dai Red Zun returned to her senses in a trance as she explained to Qin Fan. That wall is the foundation of this palace, and once it is destroyed, it will all crumble. I didn't mean it. It's all right, you don't have to pay for it. It's just a broken house. I've waited here for him long enough. After saying that, Dai Chekzun quietly gazed into the depths of the study, a heartbreaking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Qin Fan just wanted to take a quick step away from here. In the next moment, he realized that the books on the cabinets in the study were suddenly turned into flying paper in the sky. That was secretly made by Dai Red Zun. As she raised her plain hand, those book papers tore from the books with a clatter and flew. This act is like a final reminder of this study. Suddenly, a page of paper flew in front of Qin Fan's eyes. He picked it up and was slightly shocked. Elder brother, today is the 100th year of my sister's imprisonment here, and you've only been out there for a year, right? How has your health been during this year? Did you look for other lovers? Elder brother, I am clearly imprisoned prisoners, but the result is given the title of the jurisdiction of the domain master. Ha ha, those old guys, really afraid that I am angry and messy. But I'm not lonely here at all, because I have elder brother in my heart. Senior brother, today there is a disciple named Yi Chuan. He is a descendant of the sacred dragon clan just like you, so I am mercifully accepting him and letting him do some miscellaneous work in this field, and then send some Dao Rhyme essence blood. Si Fu. A page filled with Dai Red Zun's thoughts about her senior brother. It turns out that this is not a study. This whole study of books is her 100 years of infatuation with her lover. Qin Fan inevitably felt guilty when he realized the truth. But I'm really not the returning Void senior brother you're talking about. It can't. Look at the other domain masteress pity and pretend to give her once, right? The words are so. Before Qin Fan left this palace that was about to collapse, his eyes glanced again at the wall portrait in Dai Red Zun's room. The back of the man in the portrait seems really a bit like me. Is this a parallel world fait accompli? Will it work? Little Fox. It's all been said. You can either call me Spectral Fox or Chi Fox. Little Fox and Puppy are both taboo terms of endearment. Hiss. I'm sorry. You're softer. I'm breaking bones all over my body. At the entrance of the palace, Yi Duan knelt on both knees. His ghostly fox that had run out of the evil god's arm was holding a bandage in its mouth at the moment, and its mouth method was flexible as it helped Yi Chen bandage his wounds. Just now, when he was slapped by Dai Red Zun and hit hard, Yi Chen didn't have much of a temper. The evil god arm's successor's recovery power was stronger than normal people. Even if his internal organs were shattered and his bones were broken, he only needed to lie down for an hour to recover. However, Yi Chen was arguing at the moment, dragging his injuries and forcing himself to kneel in front of the palace door. Because he's clear, this was the only chance he had in his life to worship his teacher. Hey, Yi Chuan, you're at least the heir of my hallowed evil god arm, eh? Is it necessary to pay homage to someone of the same age who you've met for no more than a day? What a shame. Chi Fox helped Yi Duan bandage his head, so he squatted on his head and spat in disgust. Yi Chuan said in a cold voice, "Get off my head and don't get in the way of me kowtowing and worshipping my master. You're sure you want to kowtow when your bones are all shattered and you can't even kneel properly? Okay, convinced. Worshipping from the kind of person who can't even tell the difference between a fox and a dog. One isn't afraid of going blind." Chi Fox teased his sentence, then still honestly jumped down from Yi Chen's head. It glanced at Yi Chen's resolute and straight-faced side face, and became even more helpless in its heart. If Yi Chuan succeeded in worshipping the master, then it would be equivalent to a gift. But remembering Qin Fan's perverted and incomparable invisible barrier, and the heaven-defying talent of easily inheriting the golden Rakshasa heart technique, Chi Fox suddenly wasn't so repulsive. Big deal. Correct Qin Fan on how to recognize dogs and foxes later. Oh yeah, and the two pretty pussies that follow him around need to be corrected as well. Chapter 68, First Day as a Master Teacher. A little rusty, Yi Chuan had gotten to this point all because he hated his senior sister so much. Getting stronger was his only goal in living now. Even if the current me does have the strength to kill that woman, Brother Qin, who is the same age as me, has a strength talent that far exceeds mine. He is my new goal after that. Killing that woman would be the same as betraying my own family. At that time, I will definitely attract a hunting order. So get stronger. I have to get stronger. Yi Chen thought firmly in his heart, and in his mind, he was filled with images of Qin Fan's ease under the golden Rakshasa mind test. This man, he's just ridiculously strong. The next moment, he saw the palace collapse violently. Yi Chen was confused when it collapsed, but it wasn't long before he saw Qin Fan and Dai Red Zun slowly walking out. After walking out, Qin Fan intentionally kept his distance from Dai Red Zun. However, when he saw Yi Chen, who was covered in injuries, he couldn't help but gently twitch the corners of his mouth. This was by far the most miserable son of heavenly destiny Qin Fan had ever seen. The one who was a bit more miserable was probably Su Xiaoliang. However, Su Xiaoliang couldn't be counted as a heavenly ordained. The moment, just passing by with a blind eye like this, Qin Fan felt it was too heartless, so he asked Yi Chen symbolically, "Brother Yi, do you want me to help you for a moment?" "No." Bang, bang, bang. After saying that, Yi Chen kowtowed 3 times to Qin Fan. Yi Chen was still cracking his bones at this point, and a clicking sound was inevitable when he forcefully kowtowed. When Qin Fan saw this, he was so frightened that he took a few steps back. This child is bewitched, isn't she? In the next moment, Yi Chen lifted his forehead that was stained with debris as he gazed at Qin Fan. It is improper to kowtow before entering the master's school, but this is the only way I can show my determination now. Qin Fan, please allow me to worship you as my master. After hearing this, Qin Fan Man was confused. He looked at Yi Fan, who was slowly bleeding from his forehead, and seriously suspected that the other party had been slapped silly by Dai Red Zun. Regardless of whether Yi Chen was a great cleverness or not, it was impossible for Qin Fan to accept him. The reason is simple. This mother *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 2 women in the family are already unexpected enough. If they also take the initiative to recruit one, then Qin Fan is really unbearable. Yi Duan at the risk of asking, how old are you this year? 519. ******* old Biden. I'm little Biden. I'm not Biden. Yi Chen was nearly carried away by Qin Fan's words, and he was afraid that Qin Fan would dislike him for being old, so he hurriedly explained. The passage of time between the 18 poor forbidden regions and the outside world is 100 to 1. Qin Fan, my body is still 20 years old. Unfortunately, in my eyes you're just an old thing that's been alive for hundreds of years, and I'm not interested in older. Hearing Qin Fan's derision, Dai Red Zun suddenly frowned in displeasure. She was here before anyone else in the room. If Yi Chen was an old thing, then she was probably an old goblin. Feeling the sharp eyes coming from his side, Qin Fan froze and immediately changed his tone to Dai Red Zun. So what? Lord Domainer, I didn't mean you. You're always 18 years old, beautiful as a flower. After being complimented, Dai Red Zun smiled faintly. his brows stretching. It's still the same as before, even if Qin Fan is not a return to Void Senior Brother. But, as long as he hears his compliments, his mood can't help but be happy. When Yi Duan saw this scene, he all froze in both eyes and almost forgot to pay his respects. The domain lord's temper has always been uncertain, which can be seen from the fact that she just slapped herself away. Worthy of being Brother Qin, a simple sentence can warm up Lord Domain Master for a whole day. Subsequently, in order to become Qin Fan's disciple, Yi Duan gritted his teeth and pulled out his watchman's goods. Master, my disciple's base is poor and I can't take anything practical. Please accept these 100 drops of Dao Rhythm Essence Blood. At first, when Qin Fan heard Yi Chen's unauthorized master and disciple name, he wanted to curse. However, when he saw Yi Chen take out the Dao Rhythm Essence Blood from the evil god's arm, the words in his throat immediately choked. There was a tiny scar of a knife where Leaf Dust's biceps were. Yi Chuan endured the severe pain and directly used his other hand to peel away the scar, then took out a drop of Dao Essence Blood that shimmered with red light, as if it was a brilliant gem. Seeing this scene, Qin Fan had only one sentence in his heart. I'm Nima. Fu, Taoist Essence Blood is a good thing. Qin Fan had just used a drop of his Essence Blood to strengthen the anti-injury invisible armor, and he had become a bug-like existence in the cultivation world. If these 100 drops of Essence Blood in front of him were to be pocketed, then whatever magic treasure he got in the future could be strengthened with his eyes closed. Aha! Yi Duan, are you crazy? These are all my rations. You're not allowed to give it to anyone else. When Qin Fan looked greedy, Chi Fox suddenly jumped beside him and jumped fiercely. Without saying a word, Yi Dust knocked out Chi Fox, and then the poor little fox was transformed into a stream of light, instantly drilling back into the evil god's arm. After resolving the troublemaking foxes, Yi Duan pleaded to Qin Fan Chen, Master, disciple swallowed exactly 180,000 of Dao Rhyme Essence Blood in the 18 poor forbidden regions. As long as you pass on my inheritance insights of the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique, I will be able to pull out the 20,000 of Dao Rhyme Essence Blood that I have yet to digest and give it to you. Right now, these 100 drops are the ones that I have worked hard to take out. This little bit of small token of appreciation. Please smile. Hearing this, Qin Fan's heart beat hard. 20,000 Dao Rhyme Essence Blood. Numb nuts. Why are these sons of Providence so powerful as they are? Cultivation could be cultivated at any time, but this was the enhanced essence blood that was a specialty of the 18 poor forbidden regions. In the next moment, Qin Fan made his final choice. His face was expressionless, as if he was very unconcerned about receiving the Dao Rhythm Essence Blood in Yi Chen's hand. With a flick of his palm, the Dao Rhythm Essence Blood burrowed into a separate spatial ring. This single space ring originally stored nothing, including the 10,000-year-old spiders. Now the reason for storing the Dao Rhyme Essence Blood separately is naturally because Qin Fan treats these as big treasures. 100 drops of Dao Rhyme Essence Blood. Wouldn't it be super reinforced if it was reinforced to a poison puppet like Little Poison? Or to a body protector? Even though he was excited inside, Qin Fan still looked ancient and unperturbed. He shook his head helplessly, reached out to pick up the gradually exuberant Yi Chen, and opened his mouth to say, Just, since you are so sincere, then I will reluctantly accept this small gift. You are my Qin Fan's first disciple? Yes, Master. So what? Can you peel back the scarred stitches on your arm so I can dig in? Why do you want to dig inside? Yi Chen's face showed a troubled color. He originally felt that Qin Fan couldn't see those Dao Rhythm Essence Blood, but now he couldn't help but ask the question in return. Master, I can regurgitate 100 drops of Dao Rhythm Essence Blood every day. Today is already the upper limit, and to pull out any more would be flesh and blood. You rebellious disciple, slandering your master like this on the first day of worship? Did I say I wanted the Dao Rhythm Essence Blood inside? Qin Fan coughed heartily and pretended to be strict. I'm caring about you, silly disciple. Can't you see that? So that's how it is. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was enlightened and hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully. Chapter 69 Heaven's Eye Hysteria. Lord Domain Master, in half a month's time, my period of confinement will have expired. And when someone asks then, I hope that you won't disclose that I'm following my master's training. After worshipping the master successfully, Yi Duan was very elated. He did not forget to turn sideways and arch his hand to Dai Red Zun beside Qin Fan. Dai Red Zun waved her slender hand and answered softly, Yes, thank you, Domain Lord. In the next second, Dai Red Zun looked at Qin Fan, tangled for a moment, then opened her red lips again and said, Qin Fan, can this honored one ask you to do one thing? Speak freely, Lord Domainer, and I will do what I can. Qin Fan nodded his head and said politely, when the strengthened off-world returning god talisman would send the three back to their original world. Qin Fan didn't have a precise idea. It may return tomorrow, or it may stay for half a month or a month. In the meantime, it was necessary to maintain some goodwill with Dai Akatsuki. Unthought, Dai Redzun raised his white wrist, and suddenly a round red bead emerged from his palm. The red bead seemed to contain a world within it, with light and shadows flowing, mysterious and incomparable. This is the core of this domain, called the domain core. It is likewise the root of the abundance of Tao rhythmic essence blood. With it, 1 drop of Tao rhythmic essence blood can be harvested steadily every day. Dai Redzun quietly looked at the domain core in her hand. Then she gazed up at Qin Fan and smiled faintly. If you can help my father inquire about the whereabouts of Senior Brother Guisu after you go out, my father will gift the domain core to you. Before Qin Fan could say anything, Yi Chen was shocked. Domain. Lord Domain. Are you serious? Once the domain core is in someone else's hands, the entire 18 poor forbidden regions will cease to exist. At that time, won't you be hunted down and killed by the ancient clan you are a part of? Hearing the words hunt and kill, Dai Redzun smiled disdainfully. She turned and looked behind her to the ruins of the palace. Beautiful eyes looked at the wreckage, as if through the dust, saw the figure of the man who had longed for. Dai Redzun murmured gently, as long as I can know the current status of Senior Brother Guisu, death, what is there to fear? Qin Fan looked at the woman's back and couldn't help but have a complicated face. What a love child. He could whore ready-made Tao rhythm essence blood from Yi Chen, his disciple, but after seeing how infatuated Dai Qizun was, he was somewhat moved to compassion. It's just a favor, it can't hurt to do it once. After all, there was going to be some time living in the forbidden zone to come. If this was refused to his face and upset Dai Redzun, who knew if this female powerhouse would secretly do something bad? Lord Domainer, I'm willing to help you, Qin Fan said seriously. And then, Dai Redzun turned back around. Her eyes looked like they were holding back tears as she nodded her head and smiled softly. Thank you really, really much. Afterwards, Dai Redzun slipped Qin Fan a worn-out map. The map is old and many of the routes and place names are blurred. Only at the end, you can vaguely see the words Misty Pond List. Dai Qizun explained that this was a map left behind by Senior Brother Guisu during one of his travels. Follow this lead and you might find him. Qin Fan didn't want to strike Dai Redzun. After silently receiving the drawings in his pocket, he went back to the cabin in the Red Joy Forbidden area. He also agreed with Yi Chen that every morning in the future, he would teach some techniques for comprehending the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique. It was noon, so Yi Chen didn't bother Qin Fan. The corner of the lone floating island had his residence, and with that, Yi Duan drilled back into the house and stood by for the time being. After there were no outsiders beside him, Dai Redzun stood alone quietly, staring at the ruined palace without moving. With her skills, it was easy to rebuild the palace, and if not, she could also repair it by taking out some miscellaneous puppets from her spatial ring. But she did nothing, as if she were part of the rubble. Unmoving. Pilgrimage. The 18 poor forbidden regions, high in the sky, suddenly wiped out the turbid gray light. These two masses of gray light were deeply hidden in a powerful realm, and when they appeared, they easily evaded the perception of the boundary in the forbidden domain. Even Dai Redzun, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm below, acted as if she didn't feel that she was being watched. The next moment, one of the gray lights let out a woman's helpless sigh. Zuner's illness doesn't seem to be getting better. AI. This damn hysteria. Really discount her heavenly eyes that can see the future of all worlds. The other gray light was a low male voice, his voice full of hate. The female voice softly echoed, yeah, the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique is clearly her use of the heavenly eye, peering into the inheritance of a certain true immortal, and as a result, she insisted on saying that it was created by Senior Brother Guiwu. Red Joy Forbidden Domain, No Phase Forbidden Domain, Sunhai Forbidden Domain and so on. The chances hidden in there are all obtained by her with her heavenly eyes. She insisted that these are all memories of the past with that man. Oh, really sad and ridiculous. My poor Zunara, gee, have you bothered to line up such a figure as a return to the void? No, not at all. I guess this is also our daughter. Guessing fabricated. After talking for a few moments, the two gray lights stayed silent, as if they were in great sorrow. Aside from the two of them, the entire ancient clan assumed that everything that came out of the mouth of Dai Redzun was true. Dangerous feelings hurt, deep hidden love things, imprisoned waiting. In fact, only the two parents of the Dai Redzun know that all is false. The moment their good daughter awakened her celestial eyes, it was like she was being punished by heaven and started making up stories all day long. The infatuation with Senior Brother Guisu. These things never happened at all. Everything was fabricated by the imagination of Dai Redzun. Pity the world's parents. In order to avoid Dai Qizun's peerless heavenly eyes from being utilized by treacherous evils, the couple intentionally accompanied her in a play and imprisoned Dai Qizun in the forbidden domain. They have traveled countless miles to cure this hysteria, coming every so often to see if their daughter has improved. Yet, staring at the ruined palace at the moment, full of infatuation and sadness, Dai Red Zun, the image deeply pierced the couple. She is crying again over a man who never existed. Suddenly, the gray light female voice suddenly spoke. There is one thing that I think still needs to be said. What is it? Last year, I visited the previous holder of the Heavenly Fate Eye, and the other party also possessed Zuner's ability to see into the future. Why are you talking to me now about something so important? I forcibly sold the heavy pupil of my clan to that Heavenly Fate Eye, and I was afraid that someone would investigate, so I didn't tell you. No wonder. Last year, Xiao Hao mysteriously disappeared. So it was you. I don't blame you. Mother, the follow-up is properly handled? Other than Xiao Hao himself who saw my true face, no one in the clan knows about it. Very well, very well. So, what did you tell that manifest destiny? I told the other side about all the speculations on Zuni's body, and, as a result, he stated that all of them were fictitious. So, expected. But what? That heaven's faithful. I said that within the next year, there will be a person named Return to Void who may be famous in all directions, but there is no way to know about what exactly his origin is, and whether he is a man or a woman. All of these can't be known. Other than that, the heaven's faithful eye has given me a clue that is the only way to find the other party. What is it? Tell me. That Return to the Void. He comes from a certain poison refining force, and it seems to be a big clan of something called the Poison Scorpion Pavilion. Chapter 70, the recent miss which is a bit clingy. 7 days passed uneventfully. These days, whenever the Red Moon Carnival descended at night, Qin Fan would defend himself against it by double cultivating with Cao Ying. More than once, Dai Red Zun and Dust had invited Qin Fan and the others to move to the lone shadow floating island because they could avoid the Red Moon rapture on the main floating island. Qin Fan was kind of wanting to move, but Cao Ying didn't agree in a million ways. Lin Liqiu kept silent and did not comment. In addition, she has been so quiet recently that she is a little scary. Even when she saw Qin Fan and Cao Ying in a sweet double cultivation, she did not make any comments and just smiled and wiped her tears. Correspondingly, Cao Ying's stickiness towards Qin Fan had risen several notches in recent days. Noon. After Qin Fan had just taught Yi Chen some techniques for comprehending the Golden Rakshasa Heart technique, he returned to the wooden house and sat down. The butt had just landed on the chair, and a pair of soft little hands immediately and appropriately rubbed Qin Fan's shoulders. Cao Ying's gentle laughter sounded behind her. Hubby, it's tiring to be a teacher, isn't it? I'll give you a massage. Well, it's so comfortable. Cao Ying, you've been getting better and better at massaging lately. That's for sure. I've been learning maneuvers every day. After the force was comfortably massaged for a while, Cao Ying suddenly let go of her hand. With a mysterious and unpredictable smile on her face, she gently waved her slender hand and immediately put on the magical girl's costume that Qin Fan had given her back then. Wonderfully seductive black and purple sari and those beautiful high silk legs. Just when Qin Fan thought Cao Ying wanted to have a uniform massage play, she somewhat shyly ranted. I want to dance for you. What's the point of dancing for a good cause? It's not the dress you gave me? It's too bad it's so beautiful. Not used to show it off. It's fine. There will be plenty of chances to see it later. Dancing at this time? Aren't you afraid that little sister Liqiu will suddenly barge in? Ha ha. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Cao Ying could not help but lower her head, her pretty face wiping over a trace of despondency. She bit her lower red lips and laughed softly and bitterly. I am afraid that I won't have the chance to do so in the future. What? Qin Fan didn't hear Cao Ying's murmur and had just finished his question when he saw Cao Ying curving her mouth and smiling. I said, I'm going to dance for you. Hey, okay, you dance. Unable to argue with this little witch's nature, Qin Fan sighed. Anyway, these days, kind of used to her clinginess, it's okay to watch a little dancing. In the next moment, Cao Ying wore that magical girl outfit and danced a soft dance. Her dance steps were light and coordinated, and every time she waved her arms and raised her legs, there was a natural and beautiful flavor. Qin Fan is full of amazement. If he hadn't known in advance that Cao Ying's identity was that of a magical girl, he would have subconsciously assumed that this was a top-notch dancing girl. Mainly, the witch's set that Qin Fan had given her was a big plus. Cao Ying was wearing this suitably incomparably beautiful outfit, as if she had become the most eye-catching existence in this heaven and earth. Ryoko came to the end of her dance. She was still twirling around at Qin Fan, her skirt fluttering down, and suddenly she said as she jumped, Qin Fan, close your eyes. Ha? Why did you close your eyes when you were dancing so beautifully? Because there is a rule in the demonic cultivation world that no one is allowed to look directly at the end of a magical girl's dance. What's this weird rule? Just after spitting, Qin Fan smiled helplessly. still obediently closing his eyes. Okay. Cao Ying's voice rang out and Qin Fan opened his eyes, then saw her change into her usual attire. So was there any need to close your eyes just now? Qin Fan didn't pursue spitting, he just had the sense to raise his hand, then applauded and praised under Cao Ying's expectant smile. Not bad, it's so nice to dance. Really? Really? I swear to God. Well then, I'll dance for you every day. Hey, if you're not too tired, whatever. In a flash, Qin Fan and the others stayed in the 18 poor forbidden regions for half a month. Without any warning, they were sent back to the original metaphysical world. However, due to the replacement of the material of the off-world returning god talisman with a 1,000-year-old spider, the effect was disorganized and Qin Fan made some mistakes in returning to the location. Master, disciple just went to the nearby bazaar and inquired. This place is called Slanting Stone Town, and it's 2 to 3,000 li away from the Xin sect, 100 meters away from Slanting Stone Town. Among the Emerald Forest, Qin Fan and the others were sitting here in silence. After Yi Chen's report reached his ears, he nodded and then got up. Alright then, Cao Ying, little sister Liqiu, let's first stay in this town for a day and inquire about the whereabouts of the Misty Pond list. The two women nodded their heads towards Qin Fan, indicating that they had no objections. As the crowd walked towards the lively town, Qin Fan sighed as he walked. It's a pity that he didn't say goodbye to Domain Lord Dai before leaving. It's unseemly to just leave without saying a word. Hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly picked up. No, although Lord Domain Master has a cold temperament, in this aspect of random teleportation, she will definitely understand Master's plight. And how did you, then, manage to follow us steadily to Slant Rock? Qin Fan looked at the respectful Yi Chen and asked. Yi Chuan immediately lifted up the red evil god arm that was hidden by his sleeve and explained. To tell the truth, the chi fox that is lodged in the evil god arm has the ability to follow in space and time, and I greeted it in advance, so I was able to follow the space and time teleportation of my master and the others. So it is. Qin Fan nodded. Unconsciously, the group arrived in the town of Slanted Rock. It's a very lively town, with constant street yelling and a steady stream of pedestrians. Qin Fan thought for a moment, then decided to let the Tolman's beloved disciple do his work first, and he said to Yi Duan, Yi Chuan, you go and inquire about the Misty Pond list first, and by the way, ask the Xian sect again if there have been any recent changes. I'm going to land at a nearby inn, and when I find a place, I'll contact you again with a sound transmission stone. Yes, master. After Yi Chen left, Qin Fan looked at the two women beside him and added, let's go. Go see if there is a suitable inn nearby. I will just go and look for it. Senior Brother Qin Fan, you and Cao Ying stroll around for a while. Lin Liqiu suddenly opened her mouth, which made Qin Fan a little uncertain. I was under the impression that she was repulsed to be alone with the witch. How was it that after living in the 18 poor forbidden regions for a while, Lin Liqiu had become so docile? Is it hard to believe that she has awakened some kind of horrible green fetish? Between Qin Fan's dismay, he carefully noticed that Lin Liqiu actually locked eyes with Cao Ying beside him. The two women revealed a look of trust that only they could understand, and after nodding gently to each other, Lin Liqiu walked away. Qin Fan froze in place. He looked towards Lin Liqiu's distant back, then at the well-behaved Cao Ying who was holding his arm beside him, and was confused in his heart. Could they be plotting something? Hubby, let's go. I just saw some icy candy canes on the street. I want to eat them. In the next moment, Cao Ying's pampering pulled Qin Fan back from his daze. Qin Fan wanted to ask something, but when he saw that today's Cao Ying seemed to be more bird-like than ever, he softened his heart and nodded. Forget it. What bad thoughts can a saint and a witch have? They're sort of arch-enemies in a way. How could they design their own thing?